This is so beautiful. Hashem Sha'azariah, Asak Pragmatia. Shimon and Azariah were brothers. Shimon was a Talmud Chacham, and Azariah was a businessman. And what did Azariah do? The Sipei Tzarchi Shimon Achir Gishar Osei Patorah. Ultimately, again, Azariah was successful in business, and he supported his brother Shimon in his learning. And what did they do? They hisnu b'nei, and they made an agreement between the two of them. She'chilek la'Azariah b'schar Talmudo shel Shimon. That ultimately, again, Azariah should get part of the schar, part of the reward for Shimon's learning. Kedamin in the Sota, and Yiken Ish es kol hon beso, lo kishimon achi Azariah tichaf nikra al shmo shalamad al yado. So it says very beautiful. Therefore, Shimon is always known as the brother of Azariah. Why? Because Azariah was the one who enabled him through his support ultimately again to become a great Talmud Chacham. So I say there's a lot of beautiful lessons to be learned over here. Just first of all, I want to point out that if you notice the lesson of Rashi, Rashi says over there that when Azariah supported Shimon, hisnu beinein she'chilek la'Azariah. They stipulated between the two of them that part of the schar for the learning should go to Azariah. Both say. So sometimes you go ahead and you say chilek. Chilek means like half. Chilek doesn't have to mean half. Chilek just means a portion. At the end of the day, I will say it would be hard to believe that you get half of the reward for someone's learning just by supporting them. You can get some of the reward, but there are certain things in life where you're only going to get the real measure or the real a significant portion of the reward if what? If you're doing the work yourself. Like there's only so much reward you could buy. You definitely could purchase a good amount of it, but the lion's share of the reward only really comes through dynamic effort. That's number one. Rabbi say, what do you see from here? There's sometimes in life it is not about what we do for ourselves, but it's about the greatness that we enable in others. Because think about it, if you enable greatness in others, that becomes a force multiplier. I'm one person. So as one person, there's only so much I can do. But if I try to do my best and I figure out how to enable people and support others, whether it's materially or just emotionally, to be able to become the best version of themselves, then I not only have a chilek in my own accomplishment, but I share a chilek in their accomplishment as well. Sometimes even greater than what you do for yourself is the greatness that ultimately you enable in others. Incredible. So what does Shimon Achi Azariah say? He says, Omer, Shakta L'Shem Gavra Me'en Ksher, L'Shem Melech Me'en Tulen. So Shimon, the brother of Azariah, has an interesting approach. He says like this: when it comes to making a mistake in designation, he says it all depends on the mistake. If you went ahead and you had erroneous intent for a carbon of higher sanctity, then your carbon is still valid, it's still kosher. If you had in mind for a carbon of lower sanctity, then the carbon is invalid. Gives an example in this case. So we'll say again, we're very exciting because we're going to define all of these categories. But for our purposes this morning, Kachei Kadashim represent carbonos of higher sanctity. So let's say I'm shechting Kachei Kadashim, but when I shecht it, I have in mind for Kachim Kalim. So therefore, I'm having in mind for a lower sanctity carbon. Ultimately, puzzle. It's puzzle. Kachim Kalim. Shishat Hashem Kachei Kadashim Kshirin. But if I'm shechting Kachei Kalim, lower sanctity carbonos, and I have in mind for Kachei Kadashim, higher sanctity, then ultimately again it's going to be kosher. So also, just to kind of plot this on the Mishneh graph over here, what Shimon Achi Azariah said it was, if you check the carbon shalom lishma for the wrong intention, the carbon is an obligation. Exceptions to that rule, Pesach and Chatas. Rabbi Eliezer wrote in their Asham. Right? So Shimon Achi Azariah is coming along and saying, no, it really depends a little bit more. What intention did you have for the carbon? If you had an intention for a higher sanctity carbon, when shechting your lower sanctity carbon, then you're right, the carbon is going to be kosher, it doesn't count towards the owner's obligation. But if you had in mind for a lower sanctity carbon, when you were shechting your higher sanctity carbon, then that carbon is going to be invalid. Incredible. So let's go right there. Habachar. There's just more examples of this. Habachar, firstborn animal, Meiser behema, that ultimately again you shecht for the purpose of shlomin, kshirin. Why? Because again, shechting, bachar, and meiser for the purpose of shlomim represents again an elevation of status. Therefore, the carbon will still be kosher. Shlomim sheshachton l'shem bachar or l'shem meiser psulim. But at the end of the day, if you go ahead and you have a shlomim and you shecht it for the purpose of bachar or the purpose of meiser, ultimately again it will be puzzle. Why? Because you've shechted a carbon of higher sanctity for the purposes of something of a lower sanctity, and therefore it will be invalid. And let's say, Mazel Tov, I'm finishing our first Mishnah in the Sefes Kodshim, and Yetz Hashem we should Zocha, finish many more together. Gemara. Lama le'lemisna ela shelo alu. So let's say, first thing the Gemara starts with is just a question on the syntax, right? The Mishnah says, any carbon that you offer out, not lishma, in other words, not for the designated purpose of the carbon being offered, is kosher ela shelo alu bailim l'shem chova. Except it doesn't count towards the obligation of the owner. Says the Gemara, why do you have to phrase it that way? Lama le'lemisna ela shelo alu. Listening, v'lo alu bailim l'shem chova. Just consolidate a little bit. So right, if you look. But it doesn't count for the owner towards his obligation. Why not just say it doesn't count? Just say it doesn't count towards the owner for their obligation. That's it. Gemara says, how come I come teach them? Let's the Bailam who do alu l'shem chova hava b'kedusha saigu kaimi. So we'll say what it does teach us is as follows. It does not count towards the ownership of other obligation, but the carbon still retains its initial residual kedusha, and therefore halacha l'maisa, you can't make any more deviations in it. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is the first white line towards the bottom. Above kedusha, sayu kaimi v'asher l'shem yiru, sushinu yachrina. Lavor echas mishara bodos lechatchil l'shalom l'shma. Miram avar v'shina kasha. So let me give you a simple example over here. Let's say according to the Tanakhama. Let's just keep it simple. I went ahead and I was offering up a shlomim. And instead I went ahead and I had in mind for a carbon toda, a Thanksgiving offering. Okay, so what's the halacha? Kosher, but what? I was going to have to bring another carbon because I still owe a shlomim. Now, the Gemara is saying it like this. You might have thought like this. Once I went ahead and I deviated in the intentionality, right? In other words, I had in mind for a total stuff, so that I can even deviate in the rest of the avodos. One of the exciting things we're going to talk about, we're going to go through extensively, are the various steps in carbonic service. So I will say, so remember again, there's a smicha, leaning on certain animals, there's shchita, shechting, kabbalah, seeping of the blood, there's holacha, movement of the blood, right, walking of the blood to the nizeh, zrika, sprinkling of the blood. So I'm going to talk like this. Once I deviated in the kavanah, then it doesn't really make a difference if I deviate in other areas as well. Kamash Malan, the Gemara says, not true. Kamash Malan, the Gemara says, it's true. I messed up. So therefore, again, this covenant was supposed to be a shlomim, now had the wrong designation of a toda, which means I have not fulfilled my obligation. But for the rest of the ritual rites and carbonic rites and services, I should maintain the right mindset of a shlomim. Just because I deviated on the front end of this carbon does not allow for future deviation. Now, granted, if I did deviate by other avodos, the carbon is still going to be kosher, but you should still try to maintain the right mindset for the rest of the avodos. It's just I have not fulfilled my obligation ultimately again when it comes to Shlamim, Aval B'Kedusha Sayokani, but the carbon still retains its original Kedusha as a Shlamim, and you should not make any more deviations in this carbon. So I'll say a really profound yesod if you think about it. What is Gemara teaching us? That a lot of times, like when we make mistakes, so we kind of assume, oh well, I messed up anyway. So once I messed up, what's the point of trying to rectify it? It's not true. We mess up in life, but the goal in life, sometimes you can't avoid making a mistake, or if I can't avoid making a mistake, at least if I can't undo the mistake, the best thing I can do is don't compound it. Don't double down on it. try to figure out what I could do to extricate myself from the clutches of this mistake now instead of trying to make it worse. That's the Gemara saying. So it's like this. You have an Ola that was right to Shlo to Shma. Whatever the case is, I shefted an Ola for the purpose of a Toda. Right? Shlo Lishma. Also, Lizvok Dama Shlo Lishma. So even though I'm going to listen to this, even though I had the wrong intention by Shchita, right? So ultimately, again, it was supposed to be an Ola. But instead, during Shchita, I had in mind for a Shlamim. For a Shlamim. Okay, so now the covenant is still going to be kosher, not going to satisfy my obligation. Make sure that by the ensuing ritual rites, the carbonic rites, that you maintain the right mindset. Therefore, when you do Zrika, don't do Zrika ultimately again, for the sake of the Shlamim. Do Zrika for the original Ola intention. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Iba is in Svara, Viva is a Makra. So this concept, that even if I deviated in the original intentionality by, let's say, the Shchita, I should not deviate during future aspects of the carbonic service, but I should maintain the right mindset. The Gemara says either this is a svara or it's a pas. So the Gemara says, Iba is in the svara. So what's the svara? It's very simple. Just because I made one mistake, I should continue to make more mistakes. I was like, what a line. Just because I messed up once, I should keep on messing up. Just because I'm making the same mistake for 35 years, I should continue to go and make the same mistake for the next 35 years. No, change. Okay, so I made a mistake by the Shchita. But again, going forward, by the other avodas, should do the right thing. The other part is by pasuk. What's the pasuk? Motzos vasecha tishma. Listen to this. So the Gemara quotes the pasuk from the Dvarim. Motzos vasecha tishma. Vasisa kasher nadarta Vashem elokecha nidava. So the pasuk says, literally translated, Motzos vasecha tishma. Whatever you articulate, whatever you utter, make sure to honor it. Make sure to keep it. Vasisa kasher nadarta Vashem elokecha nidava. And you shall do what you vowed to Hashem your God in the dava. Now, you see the problem in the pasuk, right? The pasuk says, talking about bikarbonos. That is a very application of bikarbonos. Whatever you promised to do to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, whatever neder you made, fulfill it. But then how does it end off? With a nedava. The Bible says neder and nedava are two different things. Hi nedava, Gemara says, so why does the pasuk mention nedava? Amud Beis, nederu. So I say ultimately the subject of the pasuk is kasher nadarta, a neder. So I was talking about a neder. Why are you bringing up nidava at this point? First, I'll take a quick look at Rashi. Tap Rashi and Beizmedei nederu. The ha kasher nadarta ksiv v'yishchilik bein neder l'nidava. There's a distinction between a lie and nidava harei zu. Right. So neder ultimately again is on the gavra. Right. Harei a lie. I take upon myself. And nidava ultimately, again, as I say, this animal should be nidava. So I was asking, why does the pasuk vacillate between neder and nidava? Rather, so what does the pasuk teach me? Incredible. Top line, 2b, base with base. Ella, in kamash nadarta CCA neder. So the Gemara is teaching me that if you fulfilled, right, in other words, if you carried through on that which you intended to do, then ultimately, then your offering is a neder. The love nidaviyeh. And if not, ultimately, again, it will be counted as a nidava. Look at Rashi. So in general, that's saying this is exactly a principle. That Allah, again, if let's say I had an obligation to bring a carbon, but when I offered it, I had in mind for the wrong type of carbon. So what's the halacha? The carbon is kosher, so to speak, it becomes like an adala. I'm offering up a carbon. It doesn't count towards my obligation, but I'm offering up a carbon. Unidava mishar l'shaniyebe, and both say, but even as an adava, ultimately, again, are you allowed to go ahead and make changes in the designation of an adava? And the answer is no. What do you see from here? That Allah said, even if you made a change in the designation of the carbon, you should not make subsequent changes during the ensuing rituals and rites. Look at Rashi. And if since the Torah calls this misdesignated carbon a nidava, it tells you that even though you made a mistake on the front end, don't continue to have shalom lishma intentions the rest of the way. Incredible. I'm going to be Rabbi. great Gemara. Lo havis kaban ba'arta b'tchuma de bechamach. So listen to this. So Ravina said to Papa, Papa, did you miss a night last night? Did you miss a night last night? You were not with us. You were not with us in the tchum of Beit Charmach. Durami, which is a place, right? Durami, tchum is like the boundary, and Beit Charmach is the place. Durami Rava Mili Ma'ayasa Adadi B'Shani Lehu. Because Rava was contrasting, right? He was going ahead and talking about all different kinds of things, raising all different kinds of contradictions, and he resolved. So there's something so beautiful, right? Papa, we're going to say, did you miss a matzah last night? You missed out. So we'll say everything depends on who your friends are and who you hang out with, right? In terms of what you consider a good night, right? What do you consider something that you tell your friends? Oh, did you miss out? So at least Ravina, Papa, oh, did you miss out? Mamish. Rava was on fire. Right? He was mamish going ahead and spitting out questions and contradictions and resolving everything. So my mili yasa. So it says obviously you could imagine, right? So Papa has a lot of FOMO over here. So Papa says no. So tell me what happened, right? Give me something. My mili yasa. So tonight he taught us the following. So Moses says, according to our Mishnah, all karbanos that are offered up shalom lishma. So watch this. The Shalom Lishman. Now, interestingly enough, I will say, what is happening in the Mishnah? So again, let's just take a simple case. I have an obligation ultimately again to bring a shlamim. And what am I doing? At the time of the shechita, I have in mind that it should be l'shem olah. I'm actively having in mind the wrong carbonic designation. Okay, so good news and bad news. What's the good news? Carbon is kosher. Bad news? I still have to bring another shlamim. Didn't count towards my obligation. Now listen, here's what's interesting. Hastama alu l'bayim l'shem chova. What about the following case? What about if, let's say again, I'm obligated to bring a shlamim, and at the time of the carbon, I had no intention. Time of the shechita, I didn't have any intention. Like bringing carbon, I did. So in other words, what's the good news? The good news is I didn't have intention for the wrong carbon. What's the bad news or other news is I also didn't have explicit intent to bring a shlamim. So Rava posited that such a carbon is kosher and counts towards my obligation. Why? Stama alu l'baylim. So Gemara says, Alma stama nami kilishman dami. What was Rava's diuk? Rava's diuk was that in the Mishnah, the problematic case was when you have in mind ultimately again for the wrong. Slichos is 20 or 25. 25. Good. So I'll say, so again, my wrong. When is the carbon compromised? When I have in mind for the wrong type of carbon. When I say I have to bring a shlamim, I had in mind for an olah. That's when the carbon is compromised. But Rava's inference from the Mishnah, the Mishnah was, but if you just have no intention, so I'm bringing a carbon. So yeah, I'm bringing it obviously because I had to bring a shlamim. But at the time of the shechita, I didn't have any intention. That works. When I say that works is the carbon is kosher and it fulfills my obligation. What do you see from here? Alma stama nami kilishman dami. Because we'll say stama, which means now stama essentially means no specific intent. No specific intent essentially counts as specific intent. In other words, as long as you don't have erroneous intent, the carbon is considered to be offered up lishma. Fascinating. Or maybe Mary Zakasha, 1 second. Puzzle, ustama nami puzzle. But we contrast this with get. We'll say, what's the halacha with get? Any get that was not written for the purpose of a particular woman. Let's say again, Ruven goes in for Rachel, and so the great, to save a little bit of time, we have a Rachel, you find the pre-form, right, and it's there. It's Ruven and Rachel. Obviously, it doesn't work, right? Why doesn't it work? Because it has to be l'shma. So the Gemara says, ustama nami puzzle. Didn't write it for the wrong woman. He just wrote it just stam. Such a get is going to be possible also. So we'll say, so what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, so what we'll call no intention is considered to be negative intention. So what's going on? The shining Gemara says, no, we resolve that. You can't compare those two cases. So we'll say, Right? In general, a married woman, her chazaka is that she's married. Gerushin represents a tremendous change in what we'll call the life equilibrium. That requires active lishma. In general, if I designate a carbon as a shlom and I'm bringing it, so the default is I've designated it. Remember again, I've designated it. I'm bringing it. So what's the default? The default is that it's for shlomim. As long as I don't change the default, we're good to go. Right? So in other words, so the case is just fundamentally different from a positive. Where it says usvachim b'stomach sheminalim. But from where do you know? That if you offer up a carbon without specific intent, that the carbon is going to be kosher? Where do you know that from? So the Gemara says, Ilema meha. Perhaps you learn it from here. Meha. Istan, kalatzvachim shnizbehu shalol lishman. So ultimately, we'll say, so again, maybe it's our Mishnah. Right? Because again, remember, look how our Mishnah is phrased. All carbonas that were offered up shalol lishman. Shalol lishman. So what does that mean? Again, what's the problem over here? They're being offered up for the wrong designation. That's when ultimately, again, they're compromised. The lo katani shelo nizbechu lishman. Now, interesting, right? If the Mishnah wanted to teach us that even stam is problematic, then it would have been a better way to try it. How should it have said? Kol hazvachim shelo nizbechu lishman. If it wasn't offered the shma, then ultimately it's kasha below Allah l'baylam. That would have told me that even no intent is still problematic. The fact that it says kol hazvachim ultimately kol hazvachim shnizbechu shelo lishman indicates to us wrong intention is what compromises the carbon. No intention does not. The Gemara says, God beget nami hakatani. Get shenichtav shelo l'shem isha pasal, but lo katani shelo nichtav l'shem isha pasal. Here's the problem. By gittin, we have that same verbiage as well, and yet by gittin, you know that's not halacha. Right? By gittin, we know the halacha is ultimately that what? That shelo l'shma, right, or even stam is going to be problematic. Elameha. Right? The Gemara says, we're not from here. This nine. Keitzav l'shman for shelo l'shman. So the Mishnah says, give me an example of l'shman and shalol lishman. What's the example of that case? So the Gemara says, l'shem pesach or l'shem shlamim. So for example, again, the case would be, let's say again, I'm offering up a carbon pesach, or no, right? And instead, I have in mind for shlamim. So the Gemara says, taima da'amar l'shem pesach or l'shem shlamim. Now the reason ultimately, again, that this is a case of shalol lishma is why? Because you actively have in mind for two distinct designations. Ha l'shem pesach ustama kasher. Now, let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, it's not the best example of carbon pesach because carbon pesach was one of the examples that Tanakama said it messes up everything. But don't worry about that right now. So Gemara says as follows: what do you notice in here? When do we say that a change of intention impacts the carbon? Only when there is an active change of designation. But again, so first of all, it was supposed to be a Pesach, but I had in mind for Shlomim, or Shlomim had in mind for Pesach. But again, what we can infer from here is that what? Halashem Pesach Ustama. But ultimately, again, if the intention was first a Pesach and then changed to just a nondescript intention, kosher. Amal Taman Kilishman Dami. Therefore, what do you see from here? Then no intention, right? What we call a stam intention, ultimately, again, is the same as a lishma intention, or stated otherwise, the only time you compromise the carbon is when you actively have in mind, you just have stam, pariv, right? No specific intent, the carbon is still going to be kosher. So maybe it's different over there. Why? Damar, carbonos are different. Damar, kala osa aldas rishona hu osa. So maybe it's different over there because, for example, if let's say you say l'shem Pesach, and then you saw, since I said l'shem Pesach on the outset, that sets the tone. And even if there's no specific intent the rest of the way forward, that's okay because I've created the intentionality tone. Ella will say one more line, it will stop. Ella miseifa, rather look at the end of that price. Miseifa, shalom l'shman u l'shman. What's an example of shalom l'shman l'shma? L'shem shlom u l'shem Pesach. You started off by saying l'shem Pesach, shlom, and then you switched to l'shem Pesach. So the reason ultimately why the carbon is compromised is because you have two actively different intentions. Hastama or l'shem Pesach kosher, but ultimately again it will stam, no intention. L'shem Pesach will be kosher. Maybe that's different. Why? The Amar Yochiach Sofa Al Tchila. So that also maybe it's different because maybe there's retroactive clarification. Since at the end you had in mind for the right carbon, that shows that from the beginning you had the right intentionality. Inami, I did the Tana Lishman, Shalom Lishman, Tana Nami, Shalom Lishman, Ulishman. Rather again, the Gemara just says, or perhaps we're just bringing up this other case in order to maintain a sense of symmetry. So also we're going to stop over for today. Just so the Gemara is going to get to the conclusive proof tomorrow. So again, remember, what's our open question? Here's what we know from our Mishnah. If I have wrong intention by the carbon, so leaving aside Chatas, Asham, and Pesach, the carbon is kosher, but ultimately, again, does not count towards the owner. The Gemara now says, but what happens if I just have blank intention, stam intention? Does that compromise the carbon? The Gemara, so now both the Gemara is trying to answer that. We're trying to answer it a couple of times. It didn't work. And Meretz Hashem, stay tuned. Answer first thing tomorrow morning. Shkarach Avosai. All right, have a great day, everyone. All right, Tabos, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, for dedicating all the Shem Joshua this year as his host for Rishonos Tovos Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsor for the month of Elul, Habalim Rothel Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah from the Shemus of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Vega Rezel Bas Zelig, and the hopes that the tefillos of our entire kilo, all of Klal Yisrael, will be answered in Eretz Hashem's holy month. Shmuel Libetinovitz, the Nishmas David from his father, Rabbi Ari Flom, Rabbi Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben Achav, Rabbi Yaakov Zichron Lebracha. And as always, we dedicate honoring the schos of our precious Hazdus and Mikos Baruch Eretz Hashem, bring them home. The Shalom and the Karov, the merit of our holy soldiers may be successful. The Chol Naasei Yedehem. But say with that, let us begin. Mazel Tov, upon reaching the final daf of the Zechariah and Seder Nezikin. Today's daf is Yud Dalid, but we are picking up on Yud Gimel Amud Aleph 13a. We're picking up Imosai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up from the bottom at the 2 dots. Remember again, the Mishnah introduced us to the concept of these hierarchies, multiple hierarchies within Klal Yisrael. So the Mishnah, for example, said that a kohen comes before a Levi becomes before Yisrael, before a Mamzer, so on and so forth. So the Gemara says, when is all of this true? When they're all of equal footing. For example, if let's say one of them is a Talmud Chacham comes first. So for example, if you have a Mamzer Talmud Chacham and a Kohen, the Mamzer Talmud Chacham takes precedence over the Kohen. So the Gemara says, where do I know this from? Such beautiful Gemara. Ultimately, the Gemara says such a beautiful, beautiful pasuk. The pasuk says it is more precious than gems. So what is this referring to? So we'll say this pasuk in Mishlei is referring to Torah. Torah itself is more precious than even the most valuable jewels. What does this mean? A Talmud Chacham is more precious. Even that right Talmud Chacham is more precious. Torah is more precious. Play on words from the Kohen Gadol who enters into the Holy of Holies on Yom Kippur. As we discussed yesterday, I will say, the difference is that a Talmud Chacham represents what you make of yourself, versus these other statuses as a Kohen, a Levi, even Yisrael. These, at least initially, are statuses which are conferred upon you. Earned status is greater than holier status. Earned status is greater than conferred. Really, an emancipated slave ultimately again should take precedence over a ger. Why? She said, "Gadol imonu b'kedusha, v'zeh lo gadol imonu b'kedusha." Because an emancipated slave grew up within a Jewish home, and therefore Allah grew up so. Welcome back to Milk. Wow. Baruch Haba Milk. Such a supposed to finish. It's been Zacharias with you. Incredible. Okay, so the Gemara, but this early in the morning I was seeing things, and then Hashem, incredible. It's funny. Yeah, they're right. But even if I have to see things, so good to see you. Baruch Hashem. So the Gemara says as follows. So I would have thought that a Nevin Meshucha takes precedence over a Ger. Why? Because at the end of the day, a Nevin Meshucha grew up, so to speak, in a Jewish home versus a Ger which did not. The Gemara says, the difference is that an Eved descends from a curse of lineage. Remember again, Evadim come from Canaan, and Canaan was cursed. So also very interesting shadow. The students asked Rabbi Tzadok, why is it that everyone literally means runs? 4 lines up from the bottom, 13a. So the Gemara says, why is it that people run? Now, run means that people are agreeable or amenable to marry a giores, but people don't necessarily want to marry an emancipated maidservant. What's the reason for that? Very simple. Once again, a servant was in the context of aror, of cursed, but a giores was not. There are other possibilities. A giores, Rashi points out over here, presumably knows that one day she's going to want to convert. Therefore, she's careful, ultimately, again, with her own personalistic kedusha. She's moral, she's not promiscuous, but a shifcha never knows if she's going to be emancipated, and therefore, Allah unfortunately behaves immorally. This is fascinating. Why is it that a dog knows its master, has an allegiance to its master, but yet a cat does not? What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, so it says, we're going to see in Amud days, there's a whole list of items that if you eat them cause forgetfulness. Amongst them, a mouse. If you eat from something that a mouse eats, that causes you to forget. So the Gemara says, if you eat a cat, cats eat mice. Therefore, by definition, a cat doesn't remember its owner because, again, it consumes the mouse. Interesting idea. Okay, why mice to create forgetfulness? We'll see in just a moment. Why is it that no one likes mice? Right? Why does no one like mice? And everyone's always trying to kill the mouse, catch the mouse, all these different kinds of things. So the Gemara says, because mice are bad. They're bad midos. Suran ra means that inherently, a mouse exhibits negative behavior. How so? The Gemara says, Rabbi Amar, Rabbi Amar, I feel glimi gaitzi. It's one thing about say, because mice don't just eat through food, right? Don't just consume food, but rather they'll gnaw through everything. They'll even gnaw through clothing. Now, what benefit does a mouse have when it gnaws through clothing? The answer is none. So what the Gemara is pointing out of here is that a mouse is just destructive in nature, even though there's no benefit. Amud Beis, it's 13b. We must Papa Amar, I feel shufsa mari gaitzi. Sometimes they'll even chew through the handle of a shovel. Now again, you'll ask yourself, what benefit does the mouse get when it chews through the handle of the shovel? The answer is nothing. But it still does it. That destructive nature of a mouse is something that's considered to be so negative, and therefore Allah inherently man doesn't like mice. Now, I'm going to do justice to a lot of these Gemaras because there's so much profundity, there's so much meaning in all of this. We'll get to the end if we have time in our session. There's a couple of sections I want to go back to, but we're gonna make sure that we finish it that day. There are 5 things which cause a person to forget their learning. So again, I will say, if one eats from something that a mouse ate, so in other words, let's say a mouse nibbled on a loaf of bread. If you then eat from that, that causes forgetfulness. If you eat from something that a cat ate, now again, it's not because of the cat, but rather why is it? Because cats eat mice, so therefore again it's the same type of thing. If one eats the heart of an animal, which I will say, that one you could understand because you consider the heart is the very life source. So to ingest the very life source of animalistic life, by definition, dulls and blunts your humanity. If you drink bathwater, if you drink leftover bathwater, seems like a bad idea on many levels, right? But Lamaisa causes forgetfulness as well. This is fascinating. So just the imagery that remember, we're talking about, let's say somebody has like a bucket of water and you're washing your feet. So if you put one foot on top of the other and you wash it, that causes forgetfulness. So I'll say, just think about that imagery for just a moment. If your feet are one on top of the other, what does that show? Usually you can't walk like that. You're immobile. When do you forget your learning? When ultimately, again, you don't move yourself forward. If one foot is on top of the other, you can't walk. If you can't walk, you can't move, you can't advance. Such a person, unfortunately, loses their Torah. So too, someone who puts his clothing underneath his head, fold up and put it underneath your head. So I think it's the same misod. That ultimately, again, if you put your clothing underneath your head, what is it? If you don't have your clothing, then what? Then you can't go ahead and get out into the world and accomplish things. So by definition, if you can't get out and accomplish, you're going to forget your Torah. Spirituality is only retained if it's a process that is constantly moving forward. But if it remains in place by definition, it regresses. You wash one foot on top of the other, you're not moving forward. You're not wearing your clothing, it's tucked underneath your pillow, you're not moving forward. If you're not moving forward, by definition, you are regressing and forgetting. Incredible. There are 5 things which can restore your learning, like jog your memory. Restore your learning. What are they? Number 1, pas pachman, a bread baked over coals. The coals themselves are apparently beneficial for memory. If you eat a roasted egg without salt, olive oil. Olive oil, we will say it's interesting, right? Olives cause forgetfulness. Olive oil apparently is good for memory. I will say a person who regularly drinks wine and smells nice things, that's good for memory. Incredible. And if you drink the leftover water from baking bread, from making dough. Obviously, also, if you dip your finger in salt and you eat the salt. So, person who drinks, right, who ingests olive oil is good for memory. The same way that consumption of olives could cause too much consumption of olives could cause you to forget your learning, even from 70 years. So too again, olive oil could cause you to recall your learning, even that you forgot, or could cause you to retain your learning for 7 years. Next, we'll say on this olive oil piece. If we have time, we'll come back to it. I will say again, if a person regularly drinks wine and goes ahead and summons and smells nice things, that's good for memory. Wine and nice smells, nice scents make you wise. Incredible. I told us about another fingers. Which Luggage says it's one finger into salt. So the Mercer Titanai, but he says one finger and not 2 fingers. And he also says no 2 fingers and not 3 fingers. The Simanach Pizza. I like the way Tverel said this Macharkis is ultimately again community. The way the coin does is mincha. Asar Kashim Lalimud. There are 10 things. So I say that make it difficult. Now, when Kashim means makes it difficult to learn, but really means ultimately difficulty for retention. Difficulty for learning and retention. Number 1, however, Tafas Ha'afsar Hagamo. If one walks underneath the reins, or like the halter of a camel, the kol shekin tachas gamal atzmo, or if one walks underneath the camel itself, that's ultimately again makes it difficult for learning. The overbench shtei malim, or you walk between 2 camels. The overbench shtei mashim, or if a man walks between 2 women, or if a woman walks between 2 men. These are all items ultimately again that make it difficult to learn and to retain your learning. Or if a person goes ahead and goes by the putrid smell of an animal carcass, or one walks underneath a bridge where it hasn't rained for 40 days, or if you eat bread that is not fully baked, and one who goes ahead and eats from the stirring spoon of a pot, right? That's the pot that has all the shmos on it from the cooked dish. If one drinks from a stream which runs through a cemetery, or one goes ahead and looks at the face of the dead. There's a very interesting halacha that we have, that once a person passes away, we're supposed to cover the face. We're supposed to immediately cover the face. Close the mouth, close the eyes, and cover the face. One is not supposed to look at the face of the dead. This is fascinating. Or some say reading inscriptions on a headstone, on a gravestone, causes a person ultimately again to forget their learning. They both say those last two are very interesting. First of all, reading an inscription on a headstone, that's what it's there for, right? In other words, well, what else is it to do with it? So let's say, I think perhaps just spending a moment on those last two. Mistaka b'fnei hameis represent part of the avodah. We'll say it's fascinating. If you look at Hilchos Avelos, part of what we do in Avelos is we move forward. There's a period of time where you are rooted in the loss, that's Shiva, and then everything else ultimately again is about propelling the Avel forward. The Avel still has Hilchos Avelos, but those Hilchos Avelos represent the duty that the Avel has to the neshama of his loved one. People make a mistake. They think that those Avelos behaviors are there to hold the Avel back. Not at all. It's there to propel the Avel forward in a particular type of avodah of taking care of the neshama of their loved one and not to get distracted by other things. But Mistaka b'fnei hameis represents to a certain degree being focused on the loss, which represents the past. Reading the headstone, I don't think it means over and over and over. At a certain point in time, right? Like we always say, the most important words in all of Shas, Mai the hava, what was, and a person needs to move forward. The Gemara has an incredible statement. The Gemara says, Gzirahi shames mishtachach min alev. So the Baruch Hu made a gzira that the dead are ultimately forgotten. Now, what does that mean? Anyone who ever suffered loss knows the dead are never forgotten. What it means is that the Baruch Hu programmed us with the ability to compartmentalize. When loss is fresh, it lives on the frontal lobe, and it's everywhere all the time. As we move ourselves forward, we're able to compartmentalize. Versus someone who's mistaken with their mace, right? Looking at the mace, always reading the tombstone is living too much in the past. If you live too much in the past, ultimately, you can't move yourself forward. You can't move yourself forward, you can't learn, and you can't continue what you learn. Incredible. Turn up on both sides. First line. First line. This is fascinating. When the Nasi walks into the base medrash, so the Nasi says, you can sit. When the Ad Bezin walks in, they make two lines for him, and ultimately again remains standing until he gets to his place. Walks in, once he enters into your Dalaramas, you stand up. Once you stand up, you could sit down. So three different forms of cover for the Nasi, Av Beis Din, and a regular Talmid Chacham. B'nei Chachamim, B'talmidei Chachamim. The sons of Chachamim and general Talmidei Chachamim, Bizman Shabbat Tzrichim Lahem, when they serve a public need, Nafsin al Rashi Ha'am. Ultimately, again, they're literally translated, they're allowed to walk on the heads of people. Now, what does that mean? If I say in the Beis Medrash, the Talmidim were often sitting on the floor. So if you walked into the Beis Medrash after everyone was seated, it looked like you were doing what? Stepping on the heads of the people. So the Gemara says the sons of Chachamim and Talmidei Chachamim who serve the community are permitted to enter into the Beis Medrash even after everyone else is seated, even though it looks like a shtickle disrespectful that they're walking over everyone. Yatzla Tzarech. You can't into Yeshiv and Komo. So let's say again, the Talmid Chacham is inside the Beis Medrash, and then he has to leave to relieve himself. What's the halacha? He could come back in and go back to his place. If there are sons of Talmidei Chachamim whose father has a leadership position in the community, when they have das to understand their father's shir, they come in and they sit in front of their father, and their back is to the rest of the people. When the sons themselves do not have the das to understand what's happening over here, ultimately, again, so in that case, they sit behind their father, facing the people. They will say, by the way, you begin to see something very interesting. Let's see. Even like eating outside of base medrash, even let's say again, base medrash means like in a party or in a wedding, we give kavod to the children of Talmidei Chachamim, just like we give Talmidei Chachamim kavod. I will say it's interesting to note over here, if you notice, by the way, again, we don't have time to go into a lot of these things, but you'll notice that how fascinating is there are two different types of Talmidei Chachamim. There's a Talmid Chacham and there's a Talmid Chacham who has a position of leadership in the community. The one who has a position of leadership in the community is given greater cover than just a Stam Talmid Chacham. And the Musar Haskell, the Yesod is so profound. Because again, when you serve the community, that elevates your status. When you give, and when you do for the collective, you become greater. We often think that the metric of the person's holistic greatness is how much you do for yourself. That's part of it. You have to work on yourself. But real greatness doesn't come from what you do for yourself. Real greatness comes from your willingness and ability and dedication to serve your community, to do and to be there for others. It's incredible. Armad. See, this is 625? 25, good, okay. What's Armad? He said before, Talmid Chacham leaves the base medrash to take care of his bodily needs. He can come back, he can walk back in. It's only for urination. Because again, that could happen that he just couldn't help himself. Let's say he went out to defecate. Then he can't come back in and walk over the Talmidei Chacham. Why not? Because Gemara assumes over here that defecation, a person should regulate their body a little bit more. In other words, take care of your needs before you go into the basement. A person should always condition themselves, to defecate in the morning or in the evening, so they don't have to go ahead and distance. What does this mean? If you defecate during the day, you have to find some far off space, because you can't do that in front of other people. Right? So therefore, the best thing to do before anyone else is around, is not go out into the backyard, right? Or late at night, or later at night, no one else is around us, so you don't have to go too far. So therefore, the Gemara sees it as negligence that the Talmid Chacham can make the base medrash, and then has to lead to Rabbi. The Chol Sha'amah could go none, but today people are weaker in general. People don't have the same constitution, and therefore, again, even to defecate, if the Talmid Chacham left, he can come back in. But Rabbi Tzadok, children of Talmid Chacham are given covered even in celebration of the Chaya B'B'Pei Abiyim. It's only true during the lifetime of their father and in the presence of their father. So we'll say, okay, get ready for this strike. Rabbi Yochanan said as follows: we'll say this Mishnah that we learned, which Mishnah? That there are different forms of covet given to the Nasi, Av Beis Din, and Talmidei Chachamim. That Mishnah was taught during the days of Shlomo. Rabbi Shlomo was the Nasi. He was the Nasi because he was Rabbi Shlomo Nasi, Rabbi Meir Chacham, Rabbi Nassan Av Beis Din. Okay, so these three people, Shlomo was the Nasi, Rabbi Nassan was the Av Beis Din, and Rabbi Meir was the ranking Talmid Chacham. Now, now watch this. Rabbi Shlomo Hasam. So Shlomo walked into the base medrash, everyone stood up. But they did the same thing when Rabbi Nassan and Rabbi Meir walked in as well. So Shlomo says doesn't make sense. Shlomo says it is important to create a distinction between the honor given to me. Now he wasn't saying to me, what was he saying? To the office. It is important that there is a distinction to the honor given to the Nasi versus the Av Beis Din versus the Talmid Chacham. I will say it is important to understand that this is not ego. This is about preservation of authority. For the Nasi to have authority, the office has to be looked at. So people are kind of just grouping rabbis, or not rabbis, rabbis, right? It's rabbis, right? So if people are grouping them together, that erodes the ability of the Nasi and the Abbeis to do what they need to. So it's incredibly important that there are different forms of respect to each different office. So what did he do? He instituted what we learned before. Right there, when the Nasi comes in, right, when the Nasi comes in, everyone stands up until the Nasi says to sit down. Ab Basin comes in, they form two rows, and sit down. When he sits down, Chacham comes in. When he's in your Dalar Amas, you stand up. After these your Dalar Amas, you sit down. So Rabbi Gamliel instituted this. Okay, there's only one problem. We'll say. So it says, therefore, good. I'm sorry. Good. So Thomas says, there was only one problem. When Rosh Hashanah made this change, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Nassan were not present in the base medrash. So they didn't hear about this. They didn't know about the change. Rabbi Meir says, L'machar ki asu chazlu kamayu. So the next day, Rabbi Nassan and Rabbi Meir come into the base medrash, and they notice people aren't standing up for them the way that they did the previous day. Amri, my high. They said, what is this? He said, oh, Tzurino made a change. He made a change. So Tzurino changed Rabbi Gamliel. So this is what happened. Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Nassan got very offended. Why? Because they took it personal. They thought this was a personal affair. They thought Gamliel for some reason was like just angry that they didn't want to keep them covered, and they switched everything back to when they weren't there. So what's their plan? I'm Rabbi Nassan. What's going on over here? I'm going to come over here. So we'll say, so let's go ahead. So they say to each other, let's make a plan so we should get back our honor. What should we do? My Navi, name of a Goli, sing the rest day. Let's go ahead and ask them to be on this very world to be a sheer opposite. Why? Because the children apparently was not proficient in Okhtzin. So let's go ask him to give a share in something he's not proficient in, and people will see he's not such a Rikam Chacham. He'll lose his position. You'll become the Abbezdin. The Nasi, I'll become the Abbezdin. This is their plan. This is their plan. So the Gemara says, the Chayvan below Gamerlane, the Gomer, Zipshul doesn't know Okhtzin, even though Gamerlane, name Alay, Miyamala Gvuras Hashem, Yashmiya Kotila, so the Miyamala Gvuras Hashem, ultimately, again, to whom ultimately should, literally, who should articulate the greatness of Hashem, which means who should receive Kavod, Mishiyachal Lashmiya. Someone who knows how to say all the praises of God, meaning you have to know to deserve all of the honor. And once we see that at the end of the day that Shimon O'Neill doesn't know Kala Torah Kula, she's Ana Abbezdin the At Nasi. I'll become the Abbezdin and you will become the Nasi. Incredible. Let's say this was the plan. This was the why is all of this happening? The same way that most problems, interpersonal problems occur, which is a result of a lack of communication. But Shimon O'Neill never told you, because at the end of the day, if you're going to make a change that affects other people, probably could die to inform them about it so they know about it on the front end. And they're going to say, unfortunately, automatically assume the worst. They assume, we came in, people aren't standing up, they used to, so he doesn't communicate with them, they don't communicate with him, and this potential blow up is about to occur. So that's what happened. Shamin Rabbi Yaakov ben Karshi, so Rabbi Yaakov heard about this plan, and he was worried that Rosh Hashanah was going to be embarrassed. So what did he do? Also, Yasser Achori Irisi Rosh Hashanah, Hashat Garas Vitana. So that was a very interesting idea, supposedly about the plan. Instead, what does he do? He purchased himself outside of the window of Rabbi Shimon upper story, and he begins to learn Okhtzin out loud. He just begins to chazer over Okhtzin over and over and over. Amar, Jimmer hears this. What is going on over here? So Rabbi says that's really strange. Why is Rabbi Yaakov learning over and over outside of my window? Something's afoot, right? Something's going on. What does Rabbi Shimon do? So the Gemara says, the gear say he put his mind to it, and ultimately again he learned it. So we'll say, it's still a point how incredible this is. Rabbi Shimon learned all of Otzin in a day. Why was he able to learn all of Otzin in a day? And we'll say underline this line. Yahav Daite. What does Yahav Daite means? Literally translated Yahav Daite. He put his mind to it. When you put your mind to something, there's no telling what you can accomplish. And if we're honest with ourselves, more often than not, when we don't accomplish the things we want to accomplish in life, it's not because we couldn't, it's because we just weren't committed enough. We did not really put our mind to it. We weren't fully vested. So he puts his mind to it, and he learned all about sin. So the next thing in the base medrash, Rabbi, can you go ahead and give us a shir of sin? Sure enough, Shimon gives a shir of sin. Incredible. So after they finished, Shimon went over to them, and says, ultimately, again, had I not learned Otzin yesterday, he would have publicly embarrassed me. Shimon was saying, I know what you tried to do. So what did he do? Pocket, he threw him out in the base medrash. Shimon throws out Rabbi Meir and nothing else from the base medrash. So what happened? So Gemara said, and I will say, by the way, it's so severe. They also have to understand something. Because there's no midos, there's no Torah. If there's no midos, there's no Torah. If this is how you treat another you, if this was the setup, you were upset about something, granted, if you were, I'm sorry. She didn't say I'm sorry, but if you would have said, I'm sorry, I should have informed you, okay? I should have informed you. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're setting up the Nasi for public embarrassment? Why? Why? For your covenant? For your ego? What's the shot with this? So he throws one of these marriages. The Gemara says, so Vahabakasi Kushia Sibapiska, the Shadilu Asam, the Mirka, the Lohavan Mirka, Kasi Biruka, the Shadilu. So this is what happened. Every day they would say outside of the base marriages. They would write their questions on a little piece of paper on a tablet, and they would like throw it inside the base marriages. And then the answers would come back. Whatever they weren't answers for, Rabbi Yossi would answer their own questions. Another rule of Yossi. So Yossi says, doesn't mean what he says. The Torah, these two great Talmidei Chacham are sitting outside and we're sitting inside. Now, so Shimon said, okay, you can bring them back in. However, so we'll say, but Shimon says, we're going to penalize them, is that we will no longer say over rulings in their names. They're going to come back in, but we are not going to say rulings over in their names. Rabbi Meir's rulings are now going to be known as Acherim. Others say, and Rabbi Noson's rulings will be known as Yesh Omer. Wow. So you must Achlidu B'chalmo, Zila Paisu. Rabbi Noson had a dream. And in the dream, they were told, go and reconcile Shalom Liel. Rabbi Noson wanted to reconcile. Rabbi Meir lo also. Rabbi Meir did not reconcile. Amar did because Rabbi Meir said dreams are inconsequential. I was like, how tragic is this? That again, we'll say, by the way, what an incredible Gemara leading up to Yom Noraim also. I'll remind you that part of our avodah as we prepare for Yom Noraim is not only to reconcile with God, but to reconcile with one another. And the truth is, you don't need a dream to tell you to reconcile with people whom you've wronged. Right? It's passionate. It's what we need to do. And it's the avodah. As difficult as it is what is incumbent upon each of us. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, Akiyaz Rabbi Nasan, Arshagom Yom, Mihi Da'ani Lacha, Kamra Da'avoch, Umehavi Adbezdin, Shavin Chuna Minasi. So Rabbi Nasan wanted to ask for forgiveness from Shimon Liel. So he said, Shimon Liel gave him answer. He said, it's enough that your father's belt gave you the position of Adbezdin. Do you think it would entitle you ultimately to Nasi? So apparently Rabbi Nassan's father was very influential. So that, I'm sure he earned the position ultimately, again, of Adbezdin. But Shimon gave him a little bit of a muscle. Like, who do you think you are to try to do what you did? Masni Rabbi Shimon. So let's now fast forward a little bit, right? So that's the story ultimately, again, of Shimon. Now, but we're fast forwarding a little bit to Rabbi Shimon has a son by the name of Rabbi. Rabbi has a son who was named for his father, Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi is teaching his son. Rabbi is teaching his son, Shimon, Achirin Omen, Ilu Hayitura, top of Yudavik, last time we'll say, of Harius, Ilu Hayitura, Lahayakara. So let's listen to this. So ultimately, again, now Rabbi is teaching his son, Rabbi Shimon, about halacha of Tmura. Now we're not going to get into the halacha because we just don't have time. But ultimately, he teaches in the name of Achirin. It's Rabbi Meir. So young Rabbi Shimon says to his father Rabbi, Amala mihem halalu Shimon meim anu shosim ushmosim anu maskirim. Who are these people who drink of their waters and yet we don't know their names? So, who is Achirim? Who we're learning? Who is that? And the grandson didn't know the story. So So remember, Rabbi says to his son Reb Shimon, these were people ultimately are going to try to uproot your covenant and the covenant of your father's household. In other words, these were people who tried to really harm our family. This is fascinating. So the son of Shimon, says to his father, Rabbi, but my father, it's done. In other words, their love, their hatred, their animosity, it's all been lost. Why continue to penalize them if at the end of the day their actions were they didn't have any impact? Sometimes even when the enemy is gone, the sword is eternal. Also, which is really profound. Sometimes the hurt that we visit upon other people, even though the action is done, everyone's moved on. Sometimes the pain, sometimes the sword is there. This is incredible. This is the grandson. But Shimon is saying, but father, that's true when bad people do things and what they did actually come to fruition. But when it doesn't come to fruition, sometimes you just gotta let things go and move on. So this is incredible. I also want to point out, why was the grandson able to say this? Because I will say it makes sense. When you're in the thick of it, the interpersonal conflict, you cannot see the trees from the forest. Like you're just so convinced that you're right and everyone else is wrong that you can't see that what you're doing is actively detrimental. So what does it do? It takes someone outside of the conflict to say, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You want to be angry at the world for the rest of your life? You want to be angry at everyone who's supposed to be who you love, who cares about you for the rest of your life? You can do that, but all you're doing is hurting yourself. It took the grandson of Shimon, who named for his grandfather Shimon, to say, what are you doing? What are we doing? Like, that's what they tried to do something terrible, but it didn't work. So we're going to penalize them forever. So they changed it. Hadra asked me, right? So they changed it. Instead of calling Rabbi Meir ultimately again Achirim, what they said was Mishum Rabbi Meir. They still wouldn't give direct attribution to Rabbi Meir Omer, but rather they changed it to Mishum Meir. And it was said in the name, or as it was said from Rabbi Meir. Apilu Rabbi Da'azinusa Hava. Tana Amr Mishum Rabbi Meir. Even Rabbi, the Lord said he was known for his incredible humility, would not state a ruling explicitly in the name of Rabbi Meir. Rather, again, he was saying Mishum Rabbi Meir. Amr Meir lo Amr. Amr Yochanan. We'll say first five lines. Kihu Baruch Shimon Gamliel Rabbana. We'll say incredible joy. That's how it ends. Chad Amar Sinai Agif. The Chad Amar Oker Har. So we'll say who is considered to be a greater scholar, a Sinai or an Oker Har? What's your Sinai? A Sinai, we'll say, like Har Sinai, represents someone who is a repository of knowledge, someone who has amassed a voluminous amount of knowledge. Oker Harim means someone who has ridiculous analytical abilities to take any issue and come to the depths of it, dissect it. Who is considered to be a greater scholar? And we'll say, why does this matter? We'll say to yourself, who cares? What matters is, let's say you have to appoint a Rosh Yeshiva. What quality would you be looking for? So Rabbi Yosef Sinai Rabba Sinai Rabbi Yosef Sinai Rabba Okahar. So you might give you an example of it. Okay, that's good. No, sorry. So let's say let's see. Fine. Rav Yosef, Sinai, Rabbi Okehar. So Gemara gives an example. Rav Yosef was a Sinai, Rabbi was Okehar. Shakul Taran. Eizam Hem Kodesh. They sent these two Rabbanim. Right? Who's greater? Sinai Taran. Shakul who? Sinai Adif. So they agreed Sinai is better. The Passover information is better. Why? The Amar Hakol Truth and Amar Chatyo. So it's like because everyone needs the wheat self. What does this mean? You could be as analytical as you want. If you don't have knowledge, you can't get anywhere. Can't get anywhere. So therefore, Sinai is always considered to be a more valuable asset. So also as a result, so therefore they wanted to appoint Rav Yosef as Rosh Hashiva. Because Rav Yosef was the Sinai, Rabbi was the Okeharim, but Rav Yosef refused to accept the position of a Rabbi. Malach Rabbi Esra Tartishnim, Rabbi became Rosh Hashiva for 22 years. But Hadar Malach Rav Yosef, only after Rabbi died, did Rav Yosef accept the position of Rosh Hashiva. Therefore, Shani Yolas Rabbi, Rav Yosef in the base of the and all the days and all the years that Rabbi was Rosh Hashiva, Rav Yosef would not accept any appearance of leadership. So apparently one of the benefits of being a leader is that you didn't have to go to the blood letter. The blood letter would come to you. Like concierge blood letter. So the blood letter would come to you. Right? So all those years, even though Rav Yosef could have had that, he did not accept that. He didn't want to give any appearance of leadership when Rabbi was there. Rabbi the Rabbi. Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Master, Yas, all these Rabbanim were sitting together. And he knew Rosh Hashiva. Amar Kodo, and those of Lomifa, Rabbi Reisha, whoever could say something without it getting refuted, will become Rosh Hashiva. Everyone advanced the halachic statement, and they were all refuted. The Abaye lo Ifrach. Abaye ultimately again. The statement was not refuted. Rabbi Abaye, the Gabare. This is incredible. As soon as Abaye made a statement that it wasn't refuted, so listen to this. So Rabbi saw that literally Abaye's head got bigger. Now what is this? This is not ego. It's not ego. He saw that Abaye changed. There was something about Abaye that changed. Amalei, Nachman Abaye teach us. Well, listen, what does this mean? That means it's tremendously so. A lot of times when we are faced with the opportunity to take on something communally, we become intimidated because we feel we're not going to be able to do it. Not to be able to do it just time-wise, you can't do it because it takes on responsibility within community. When a Jew takes on responsibility within the Kihir, within Kali Yisrael, Yishnaya, the Ribono Shel Olam will never let you go at it alone when you are trying to help his children. If you're trying to do something for the clown, you will always have divine providence. That's what it means. The moment that Abaye, the Chevra said Abaye, you're the Rosh Hashiva, Rabbi saw, he changed. He became someone that he didn't do anything yet. You're right. What was the change? The change was the blanket of Siyata D'Shmaya. The change was the blanket of divine providence that enveloped him as a Kadosh Baruch Hu was showing him, I believe in your ability to affect change within our community. Incredible. So they asked, Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Master, Mahemi, now Adif. Rabbi Zera, so again, the word just now after we read Sinai Okeharim, but obviously again a Sinai is greater than an Okeharim. It's not a kasha. What about Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Master? Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Zera is sharp. Chorak means he's sharp. Again, which usually means sharp analytical skills, and he's able to ask a lot of questions. Rabbi Masna, Masun Umasr. Rabbi Masna is Mas means what? Measured, and is able to reach conclusions. So once you hear this, which one is a greater midah? To be sharp and able to ask a lot of questions, or to be measured and ultimately again give answers? The Gemara says, mine, take it. Ultimately, again, the Gemara leaves it as an open-ended question, not telling us in that case, ultimately, again, which one is considered to be the greater midah. And they'll say, Hi, Jinalach, when Mashiach was sleeping on the Sefes Hari. So they'll say, Mazel Tov, so much more to say on all of these Gemaras, so much many groups. They'll say, Mazel Tov on Seder Nezikin. What an incredible Roman commentary. If we had more time, we could get this a little bit more. But suffice it to say, tomorrow Tomorrow, Bosai, we march towards the Beis Hamikdash. Tomorrow, in Yetz Hashem, we march in Kachim. Tomorrow, in Yetz Hashem, we march to a brand new area of halacha, which will allow us to ignite the fire of Gula within our hearts and our souls, which will allow us to, once again, many of us, as a result of 2,000 years of diaspora, have fallen out of love with Karbanos. It is time to fall back in love. Right? It is time to fall back in love, and in Yetz Hashem, that beautiful love story between us, the Beis Hamikdash, and the Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yetz Hashem, begins tomorrow. Shkach Mosai. Hey, on Zoom. I look great there, everyone. Mazel tov, mazel tov. He's coming here. Oh, thank you.
Today's snow is crumbling much of the Washington lowland. They're fine.
It goes as fuck.
So pale. Today's snow is crippling much of you're going to do a spoken word for the snow, right? And
78, 79. They beat the Washington Bullets. One of them. 77. 27, I think, was 4 and 1. And I found Julius they won in 59, 79. Something like my cousins lived there. I saw that team. I didn't know anything about Seattle.
Morning, I'd like to talk an incredible Shabbat Hashem to be able to begin our last 2 days of Nesachas Haris together, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, dedicating all the Shurim Joshua's this year. Days of Hus for Besoros, the Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the Torah Bennett over for Aliyah and Shows of his parents, Abram ben Asher Pinchas, Fega Rezel Bas Zelig, and hopes that all the tefillos of our Kiva and all the Klal Yisrael will be answered. Shmoni Librinovitz, the Ilu Nishmas, David Flom's father, Ali from Rav Yitzchak, Ali ben Achav Rav Yaakov Zichron Livracha. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Aaron Meyrowitz, in memory of his grandmother Anna Smith, Kenya Rachel Bas Shimshon Zichron Livracha, and Mark and Shema Libovitz on the occasion of the 29th yard site of Moshe Libovitz, father of Mark, grandfather of Matt, a humble, kind, righteous man whose midos continue to bring us comfort and contentment, and great life choices brought the family back to Torah Judaism. May his neshama have an aliyah in Shamayim. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Tremendous Muslim. What a way to start the week. And how our decisions in life, even later in life, last dramatic and lasting impact through generations. Incredible. So let's say, of course, we dedicate our learning and schools of our house to the Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yetz Hashem, bringing them home to Shalom and Bekarim, and the merit of our holy soldiers, Kadosh Baruch Hu, allowing to be successful, the full Maaseh Yidei. But with that, let us begin. We have a really beautiful, beautiful dot ahead of us today. Tremendous share from Richter. So really covering a tremendous amount of ground. I'm going to give you just a little bit of reverse homework because I'm not going to start exactly where he left off. We're going to pick up a couple of lines up from the Mishnah. Now again, the second, not the bottom Mishnah, don't worry. The second to last Mishnah on Yud Beis 12b, which is Kohen Gadol. You see that one? Again, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So before that Mishnah, 3 lines up from there. Barminei. So the last sugya right before the Mishnah. So about 15, 18 lines up from the bottom. So I'm just giving you something. You have everyone's explanation. I'm giving you just a couple of lines of reverse homework in there. A little bit self-contained. Otherwise, the one thing that I can't get away with is I can't go into the next step, the third part. Right? So in other words, I could fudge a lot like between days, but once the session's over, I gotta go. So this is my chance. All right, says my Bani Ram Nachman. So it's a really beautiful Gemara over here. Mashiach Shetzara Ma'odat Ba'amonos. So this is an interesting shayla. Let's say you have the Kohen Gadol, and the Kohen Gadol gets saras. Now remember again, Halacha L'Mensah, the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry an Almonos. Right? Remember, the interesting instinctually, a Kohen, like a regular Kohen, is allowed to marry an Almonos. He can marry a Grusha, he can marry a divorce. So he can marry a widow. Kohen Gadol has to marry a Besula. So now the Gemara asks an interesting shayla. The Gemara says, Mashiach Shetzara Ma'odat. Let's say the Kohen Gadol got saras. Now obviously when he gets saras, what can't he do? he can't function as the Kohen Gadol. So that's Saras. Ma'oba Amana. So fascinating. You see that in Nari Ramana during the time that he has Saras. Now granted, this may be a short-lived relationship, right? But Lamaisa now, he's no longer fit to function as the Kohen Gadol. So he wants to Nitzadahi or Niftar Patar. So at the end of the day, really what the Shaila is like this. Do we say that once you become the Kohen Gadol, once you establish that status, by definition you are precluded from ever marrying an Amana? That's it, Nitzadahi? Or no, the Gemara says, or Niftar Patar. In other words, no, when you're Kohen Gadol, ultimately you can't marry an Amana. But once you're no longer the functioning Kohen Gadol, halacha l'maisa again is no problem. So Allah have a be a day. So remember again, Rabbi asked from nothing didn't know the answer. Zignin have the answer left out coming by the way. So one kind of opportunity asked the question, Rabbi, who not great Rav Nachman Rav Papa? So who not the son of Rav Nachman Rav Papa Kanina? We learned this. Ein li ela Shavar Machmas Kayo. Other Machmas Minayin. So what's this? I know that halacha l'maisa that a Kohen ultimately again, let's say, is disqualified because of a seminal remission. That ultimately again, right? I don't know that halacha. How do I know that if he was removed from office or nurse can no longer function as a result of movement? What's the halacha? Therefore, the pasuk says Vuhu. Vuhu means what? That a Kohen retains his kohanic status.
I don't know if this shit really happened.
Technically speaking, he can't execute his duties. In other words, so once you're a Kohen Gadol, that status remains with you, even if functionally you cannot perform the duties for some particular reason. So therefore, once I say for the answer to our question is that halacha l'maisa, if the Kohen Gadol gets saras, he still can't marry an amana. Why? Again, once vested with the kedusha of the Kohen Gadol, even if you can't functionally execute the responsibilities, you still have the kedusha. So this is the answer that Tuna, the son of Nachman, beat Papa. So what happened? The Gemara says, "Come, Nash Ebreshe." He got up, he kissed him on his head. The young boy Barte, and interestingly enough, he gave him his daughter to marry. All right, so it seems like a bit intense for the answer to a Kohen Gadol about Saras. So I say, what's the pshat over here? What is it? What is it that ultimately the couple was so moved by Buddha's answer that halacha l'maisa again he gives him he gets up, there's two things happening over here. He gets up, he kisses him on his head, and ultimately again he gives him his daughter in marriage. What's the pshat? Because once I appreciate the profundity in this answer. What's the Yosha that's being asked over here? I'll get a hashkafa. What's the question that's being asked over here? In life, we work hard to establish and to reach certain spiritual milestones. And then what happens? You get saras. Meaning what? I make mistakes, and I fundamentally lose my spiritual footing. I fundamentally lose everything I worked for. And so the shaila is, who am I in the aftermath of those cataclysmic life mistakes? Who am I in the aftermath of those terribly wrong turns in life where I feel like I've lost everything? And what's the answer? Once the Kohen Gadol, always the Kohen Gadol. Perhaps that functionally, because our mistakes change, right? So the Kohen Gadol can't get saras, he can't function as the Kohen Gadol, but halacha l'maisa again, he is still invested with that kedusha. Meaning what? No matter how badly you mess up in life, your personalistic holiness is yours and will always be yours. You may be compromised in certain ways. I may be stunted in certain ways. I may not be able to do certain things as a result of my life mistakes until I go ahead and correct myself. And I could do shit as well. The Papa hears this, and he's so moved by this answer that what does he do? He gets up, he gives him a kiss on the head, gives him his daughter in marriage, because ultimately, going to both say, Ein chizik gedola miso. There is no, and I will say, just understand, to learn Gemara like this, on the first day of Slichus, hey, what stands in our lesson for honest with ourselves? What stands in the way of a meaningful Slichus experience? Right? Besides the fact that it's early in the morning or late at night, right? But what's the... Because deep down, there's a piece of me that feels that I'm unredeemable. There's a piece of me that feels that I'm unchangeable. There's a piece of me that feels like I'm in the loop. You know, I do this every single year. where I apologize for what I've done, I said I do better, and then like whatever, and I'm always back in the same place. And then on the first day of Slichos, the Gemara Emotional gives us such a beautiful gift of the Gemara that says that even if you got yourself to the status of a Kohen Gadol and you messed up and you got saras, you're still a Kohen Gadol. Still a Kohen Gadol. Once a Kohen Gadol, always a Kohen Gadol. Once a Yid, always a Yid. Once holy, always holy. I may need to work on things to get myself back up to where I need to be. But never think for a moment that the poor decisions in life have divested you of your personalistic holiness. Incredible. Says, we're not finishing in the session about Tuesday, but okay, then we'll be all right. So that says in Mishnah, Kohen Gadol, next. So back to the halachas of Kohen Gadol. Very interesting about over here. Kohen Gadol, holy Yilamata, but Hagel Yilamata. So it's like the halachas of Avelus. One of the halachas we have by Avelus is that we have to tear Kiyah, to tear your clothing. So each definition says that a Kohen Gadol tears his clothing on the bottom of his garment. We'll discuss what this means. And a Hagel, a regular Kohen, tears his clothing on the top. So he tears his clothing on tears his clothing on the top. We'll define these terms just a moment. So the Gemara says, Kohen Gadol makri loading below. Kohen Gadol, remember the Gemara say the halacha is that a Kohen Gadol doesn't really observe the halachas of Avelus. Even for immediate relatives, he executes all of his sacrificial or temple services, even in the midst of mourning, and even again for the 7 immediate relatives. However, he does not eat karbanos, so he's able to do the avodah, but he doesn't eat karbanos. And a regular Kohen in Avelos does not go ahead and offer, nor does he eat. Amar Rabbi. So Rabbi, Amar Rav. The Shaila say is, what does he mean Lamata Lamalo? Amar Rav, Lamata Mamish, Lamalo Mamish. So Rav says quite literally. Lamata, this is thinking literally. So a regular Kohen, which is our practice, a regular Kohen tears his garment on top. Somebody says, so let's assuming, remember, as we're going to see in this moment, we are assuming a tunic over here, right? That's what they're wearing. So alamalo on top means by the neck. You tear the neck, right? That's what a regular Kohen does. And lamata mamish. A Kohen Gadol will tear a little bit on the bottom and by the hem of his garment. Because the idea is that a Kohen Gadol cannot do a recognizable form of Kiyah, because that would be demonstrative of actual public mourning, and a Kohen Gadol does not do that. Therefore, a Kohen Gadol will go ahead and tear the bottom of his garment, and a Kohen Gadol, the regular Kohen, tears the top of his garment by the neck. The Shmuel says no. Lamata Shmuel says no. Lamata means below the neckline, and I'm sorry. But yeah, Lamata, below means below the neckline, and Lamala means again above the neckline or at the neckline. They're both ultimately again Rab and Shmuel. Amazing, the Kasha. Our color is simple. Lots of mad will come in Safa Shalom. Lots of Eno mad will come in Safa Shalom. And other than mad, the halach is like this. In general, when you're mourning for anyone else, if you want to tear at the neckline, you can. If you don't want to tear it, you don't have to. But for parents, you have to tear at the neckline. Now, listen, interesting enough, the idea over there is that by tearing, there has to be a recognizable tear. By other relatives, it doesn't necessarily have to be a publicly visible, publicly recognizable tear. That's why I will say, even contemporarily, what's the halacha? By parents, when some person is the parent, you have to tear all layers of clothing. Right? So let's say a person wearing a jacket and a shirt, so they're tearing a jacket, they're tearing a shirt. For every other relative, you only have to tear the article of clothing closest to your body. So let's say when you're wearing a jacket and a shirt, you only have to tear the shirt. So interestingly enough, similar to the Gemara says, so what that means is it has to be a recognizable kiyah for a parent. You don't need the same level of recognition or recognizable kiyah for any other relative. So therefore the Gemara says over here, for all other relatives that one uses, if you want to tear by the neckline, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. By parents, you have to. Given the ba'alma havikara, harikan b'gadav lo yikrom. Shabbos says, so again, based on that, what do you see from there? That carrying by the neckline ultimately again would be a recognizable tear. If that's the case, then how could Shmuel advocate that a Kohen Gadol should do this? because everyone is agreeing that a Kohen Gadol does not publicly mourn. So what's going on over here? Gemara says, Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda Svirle, Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda, the Amar called Karash Eino Mavdo Safa Shalo Eino Keret Eino Elo Keret Shal Tiflis. But Shmuel happens to hold that any tear that's not on the neckline itself is not a real tear. Therefore, Halacha says, as long as the Kohen Gadol is not tearing by the neckline, even if he's tearing a little bit below the neckline, that's absolutely fine. In the Israel, Rabbi Yehuda Kiyah the Kohen Gadol, bless you, but Rabbi Yehuda holds that a Kohen Gadol was key at all. But Tanya, even Emma Rosh Lo Yifra, Ubeged Lo Yifra, and you said Rosh Ubeged Shal Sota, Chasam Medaber. So we'll say, I would have thought that the pasuk originally when it says, do not go ahead and allow the hair to grow and do not tear the clothing, I would have thought that he was talking about by a soul. So I'll come. Rosh Lo Yifra, Ubeged Lo Yifra, Shein B'Kriya, B'Kriya Ukima Chol. Because Rabbi Yehuda, the really teaches also that by Kohen Gadol does no form of Kriya, no form of Kriya at all by Kohen Gadol. So how can you see the Shmuel as a Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Shmuel Omer Eino Parts Kedereth Shem the other parts Parnim Elohu Milamata Ba'Hayot Milamala. On the other hand, Rabbi Shmuel holds that no, Kohen Gadol does do Kriya. He just doesn't do my answers. Shmuel sounds like Rabbi Yehuda B'Chados, Shmuel like Rabbi B'Chados. Shmuel holds like Rabbi Yehuda one case and he disagrees in the other case. In other words, so Shmuel disagrees with Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yehuda holds that Kohen Gadol doesn't do any Kriya. Right, but he holds ultimately like Rabbi Yehuda in that halacha l'meisa, as long as the kriya is not done by the neckline, it's fine. So we'll say, so bottom line, fundamental halacha is to rather Shmuel how to understand the Mishnah. So Shmuel is what backwards. So Shmuel will say that what happens over here is the Kohen Gadol tears at the neckline, the Kohen Gadol tears essentially anywhere but the neck. It's even below the neckline, just not the neckline itself. Rav says no. The teacher means that a regular Kohen tears at the neckline and a Kohen Gadol tears on the bottom of the hem of his garment. How do we pass him? The Rambam passes like Rav. Rambam passes like Rav. The halacha l'maisa again, a Kohen Gadol who loses a loved one does not observe any physical form, external form of avelos. Therefore, if he tears his clothing, he's going to tear on the bottom by his hem and not anywhere by the top of his clothing. Incredible. And we'll say, so now we're going to see some really fascinating principles that the Mishnah that we are familiar with. The Mishnah is going to go to Mishnah. Anything, let's say you have two things in halacha that you have to perform. How do I know which one to perform first, which one to perform second? To which the Gemara answers, simple. Tazir b'she'ino, tazir kodem. Whenever you have one thing which occurs with greater frequency than something else, you always perform the more frequent thing first. The Kalatavir, Mechavero, Kodemes Kavero. By the way, what's the Musar Haskell in Kadir Shena Kadir? What's the Musar Haskell? Consistency. Where there is consistency, there is holiness. So therefore, again, you have two mitzvahs. One is to be performed with greater consistency than the other. Consistency always wins out over inconsistency. Now, listen, I want to point out, consistency should never be confused with perfection. Right? Because what's the great news? Which is, I'm going to tell you the best thing we're going to hear today. Right? Which is, the Ribono Shel Olam never expects perfection. Never. It's not even in our vernacular. Right? Anything that's in our vernacular is only used to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right? Hatzur Kamin Pa'ala HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, you're perfect. You're complete. But at the end of the day, that's not what we have to do. Consistency doesn't mean perfection. Consistency just means an attempt to try to be consistent, recognizing I will never be fully consistent consistently. If that makes sense. Did you understand? Right? So the nice, again, but that's the Musar telling you. So again, this is the principle for each of our lives. About to do two things, which one comes first? Whichever one occurs with greater consistency, it's always the one that comes first. So the Gemara says again, whatever occurs with greater frequency than its friend. So the Gemara says, Kodemes Chavero, this is interesting. Whatever is holier, right? Whatever is holier than its friend, ultimately again comes first as well. So the Gemara says, okay. So the Gemara just gives examples of this. So let's say you're going to say, remember, Para Mashiach going back a little bit. Har Mashiach is the power offered by the Kohen Gadol in the event that he offered an erroneous rule. Hello, Davar.
Look at who it is. This is my girl. She started it off.
So let's say again that there are two korbanos that are ready to be offered. The power of the Kohen Gadol, the par ha'ida. Par ha'ida is par ha'elam davar minat tzibur. Sanhedrin offered, right? Ha'elam davar shigas ma'isa. So now it's offered plus two korbanos. Which one goes first? Which one is offered first? So the Gemara says, Paramashiach, Kodma, Paraida, Kachol Nasa. Ultimately, in that case, the Kohen Gadol's par comes before the Eida's par, comes before again the congregation's par. Now, interestingly enough, we'll have to see what principle that's playing off of. It's not Tadir, because it comes with a term Tadir over here. So what is it? Is it that ultimately again the par of the Mashiach is holier than the par of the Am? So again, what principle we'll have to see? Incredible. So let's go back to where do we know this from? Where is this from? Someone by Domakra. So let's say, so in other words, where do we know the concept of Tadir B'Shein or Tadir Kodim? Even though, interestingly enough, even what would you assume? To me, without any other proof, it sounds like what? It sounds like Svara. But again, the Gemara says interesting. Very interesting. The Domakra, Yovad Oras Haboker. Asher li olas hatomid. So I'm saying, so the pasuk says as follows. The pasuk says that the badalas of Asher li olas hatomid tasu es eila. What comes next? Incredible. 1 second. How incredible is this, right? On the first day of sleep, that's the beginning of the journey of Yamim Noraim. So what do I get? Number one, the Musar has to, no matter how badly I mess up, at the end of the day, I'm always still a Kohen Gadol, and it's like we got all of Yom Noah in literally the span of just a couple of lines. Okay, so we'll say, let's go back. But that's not the topic Gemara is focusing on. What is? I just got very excited. I didn't have a chance to look through the daf after sleep just last night. So when I saw this, sometimes as much as it's trying to make it a proper perspective, sometimes just fatigue is fatigue. It's just it's but then when you see something that just puts a smile on your face. I don't know what that is about that Ka'ila and Klau Yisrael, right? But somehow again when it happens, like even the most serious of people can't avoid smiling just a little bit. I mean, just a little bit of sweetness in the early hours of the morning. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, I'm going to come across. Now, here's what's interesting about this passage. If you look at the Lashon over here, besides the Ola of the morning, which is the Ola. So what covenant is talking about? This is talking about again this coming Shavuot, right? The morning tummy, the morning which was remember the morning communal sacrifice, which was an olah. Now, if you think about this, the pasuk itself is repetitive. That's the carbon tamid, right? Tamid shel shachar. Asher li'olas hatamid. So the Gemara says, so I don't understand why. Once you see Novad alas haboker, why do you need Asher li'olas hatamid? Well, what does that phrase come to teach me? Lamali. So mitzik olas haboker. Olas hatamid lamali. It already says the olah of the morning. Tamid shel shachar. Why do I need olas hatamid lamali? How can I go this is what Torah says? Kol titadira kadma. So you want to watch this. This is fascinating. So Novad alas haboker. That's a reference. We go again. Tamid shel shachar. Asher li'olas hatamid. Why is that carbon the first thing you do every morning? Why? Because it is the carbon you do every single day. Hashem it says, to know how you establish precedence by ultimately again timidus. By timidus, consistency. So since that carbon is offered up every single day, therefore ultimately will always be offered up before anything else. So fascinatingly enough, the concept of Tadir B'Shein or Tadir Kodem, two items, don't know which one to do first. The one with greater consistency comes from Tamid Shel Shachar, the morning communal sacrifice. Incredible. So let's go back to and ultimately again, whatever is holier than its friend, ultimately again, who koder es chavero. Yeah, I will say, I just want to point out something interesting over here. So obviously what this means is that whatever is holier, you have two things, and I'm not sure which one to do first. Whichever one is quote-unquote holier than its fellow, ultimately is the first. I will say, we'll just point out to you just something interesting. If you look at the Lashon over here, it's fascinating, right? In other words, in both of these cases, Mekudash Mechavero, Ukodem Es Chavero. I don't know if I was writing it, I would have said, Mekudash Mechavero, what? What? How would you write that? Kodem Mechavero. Right? Let's say, Chazal teaches so many different lessons in so many different ways. Sometimes it will say, so holy you are, Kol HaKodesh Mechavero, Ukodem Es Chavero. Kodem Es Chavero also means sometimes you put your friend before yourself. You put your friend before yourself. So Kodem Es Chavero. It is so easy in life to become just self-centered and egocentric, and just really everything just becomes about me. It's the nature of people. There's so much stuff going on in life that it's easy just to be fully focused on my own needs. One of the greatest demonstrations of personalistic holiness is the ability to think about the other, and just the ability to be there for the other, and the ability to help the other, and sometimes the ability to advance the other. Life is not all about me. But sometimes the greatest metric of success is what we are able to do for the other. How do you know if you're holier than someone else? You cultivate Havera. If you meet your friend, if you put your friend's needs before your own, right? Ultimately, again, tremendously demonstrative of one's personalistic holiness. You know, it's really again, back to the regular halakhic principle. Two items, one is holier than the other. How do you know? So we put the holy one first. So the sun, the Kidashto. It's very simple. So it's actually very important. The person is the Kidashto, not mentioned by the Kohen. It's by the Kohen. So the halach is also the Kidashto, you shall sanctify the Kohen. The whole shut double shadikusha means a Kohen goes first for any matter of holiness. For example, the Torah is shown ultimately again to give him the first Aliyah. The Bonnet is shown to let him change. Little Mana Yata is shown to give him the biggest slice of pizza, whatever. Every coin is always put first. Which I will say, by the way, you just know, during this opportunity, if you're walking in, at the same time, it's smoke it up here. And you hold it, people say, I'm ready to perform the puzzle. I'm ready to go ahead. Did I get everybody? I got it. Listen, I'll talk to the Levine separately. You guys are great also. Support staff, fantastic. But again, give me a cup of coffee. So you'll do it. But Levine happy not to have to keep that trouble. You need a lot of respect also. I really love all of you. And I say, Brother Misa, with the Kohanim, literally again, holding a door open for a Kohen and a life could manage to be the fulfillment of a mitzvah darkness. There's an obligation for us to go out of our way to manage honor Kohanim. Incredible. So what's that stuff? So interesting enough to point out, so this Moshe using Kohanim as an example, but it's not just about Kohanim. What it means is in life, if you have two things in front of you and you're not sure which one to do first. Now again, obviously, whenever you need to decide precedence, the first rule you're always going to use is what? Tajir v'shena, tajir kodim. But let's say for some reason that rule is not working, for whatever the reason, then ultimately, again, you can also look at what's holier. Whichever one is holier is the one that you're going to do first. Incredible. I will say Gimel, excellent. Say 13a, par kohen, mashuach par edan. So remember again, the last case of the Mishnah was that if you have two karbanos to offer, one is the par of the kohen gadol, and the other one is the par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Okay, so remember again, both brought for erroneous rulings. One, the erroneous ruling of the Kohen Gadol, and one, the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin. Those are what's halacha. The Mishnah said you offer up the Kohen Gadol's par before the people's par, which is actually quite intriguing. As I don't know, I would have thought the opposite, that the needs of the Rabbi, the Rabbi always come before the offering. But let's see. So we're not in the original some. The pasuk says, "You shall go in and burn this one as you burn the first par." Not Harishon. Why does it say Harishon? Let's look at how you do the fifth article. Harishon Kogen the par ha'ita b'kol which is that the par of the Kohen Gadol ultimately again is always offered before the par of the Eidah for everything. In other words, all the ritual and sacrificial rites and practices of the Kohen Gadol's par goes before anything. To do it. Now again, I will say that's a possibility. But again, the Rabbi says, you offer up the Kohen Gadol's par before the people's par, which is actually quite intriguing. As I don't know, I would have thought the opposite, that the needs of the Rabbi, the Rabbi always come before the offering. But let's see. So we're not in the original some. That's a pasuk. Not exactly that, but it's not smart. It's not logical. We'll see this in logic as well. So the Gemara goes like that. Most of the time about like Parkland. So again, let's say you have both of these kabbalas are still need to be offered. The part of the Kohen and the part of the Isha, part from Mashiach Kodim L'Para, so the part of the Kohen was offered up first. All of it, it's not just let's say the middle. Ultimately, again, go first. Why? I think that was here's the svara. Only from Mashiach Mechaper, very good is kaparis. Why? Because in this case, both of the Kohen Gadol needs kapara and the Tzibor needs kapara. Like both of them need kapara. Ginu sheyaktim hamechaper limiskaper. So what logic dictates that first, before the collective for whom he procures atonement. Because this guy saying about Yisrael, I'm going to put it, let's say, this is pretty crazy. You'll pick a Gemara. The Kippur Gemara, the first day of Slichas. So the Kohen Gadol is responsible in general, right? Not just the Kippur, in general. The Kohen Gadol is going to be responsible for the atonement of the crowd. So it makes sense. Take care of his kapara before you take care of the nation's kapara. That's Gimel Sheyaktim HaMechaper Limiskaper. Logic dictates that the Mechaper, the one who atones for everyone else, the Kohen Gadol, his kapara should come before those he is atoning for. The thing Omer, the Chiper Ba'ado, Uba'ad Beiso, Uba'ad Kol Kahal Yisrael. Achelos. Keep it brings down. The Kohen Gadol will atone for himself, ultimately again for his home, and then for all the Klal Yisrael. Which I will say, by the way, another tremendous Musar has. What you are teaching us, before I can fix anything else in this world, I must first fix myself. You know, sometimes it's so tempting to try to fix anyone and everything, right? I'm going to fix everything. There's only one area of life where I for some reason forget to fix, and that's me. And that's me. Let's say again, it goes to keep it ba'ado, ba'ad beiso, ba'ad kol kahal Yisrael. First step in life is fix yourself. Once you fix yourself, and then you have the opportunity to have hashbara on your family. And after you have hashbara on your family, then there's the thing will be zogar to have hashbara on the world. Har helam davar chavsi. Both folks might know this now. Not to explain that now I'm going to close this up. We're going to get into some other situations of precedence of where different things go from one another. So helam davar chavsi. So interestingly enough, the Par Halam Gavin Asibar, also remember again, this is the offering that is brought again in the event of the Sanhedrin offering in the student. The Par Halam Gavin Asibar is brought before the Parababol. Let's go publish. In my time, high Chatos, the high Ola. Because again, because the Param Damin is a Chatos, and the other is an Ola. Chatos comes before all the time. Mikivek Sashela Chatos Yishona. The person of Name should be Chatos Yishona. Harikvarnemar. If it teaches that Chatos goes first, that's already said. Why? Because the Chatos said as Hashim Yasa Ola Kabishpa. The Torah already says that Chatos goes first. Ella Zepana. Rabbi's first complete paradigm. What's the paradigm? She called Chatos Kodmos. No Olos have bought in Iman, but the first white line. First white line said, what's the paradigm? What's the paradigm? What's the paradigm? That whenever you have a Chatos and other types of offerings, Chatos always goes first. Chatos always offered first. The Sharmalan, Vashivu Chatos Sa'ol, Kodemes La'olas Kavuman. Because the Moshe is very interesting. A Chatos and other designation of karma. Interestingly enough, even if your Chatos is a bird, and your Ola is a behemah, still the Chatos goes first. Okay, so it's a of the first white line. Halabolas go come, we call them Yisraelis go come. The Par, for Avodah Zarah, goes before the seed of Avodah Zarah. Now, why is there a night? High Chatos, the high Ola, ultimately, and because the Par is a Chatos, and the seed is an Ola, and Chatos always comes before an Ola. I mean, the Maran, the Rabbi, Chatos Avodah go come, Kasira Aleph. So interestingly enough, when the Torah speaks about the Chatos offering for Avodah Zarah, it's written in the fish without the Aleph. Rabbi Amar Mishpat Sidkei. So just more keys to the present. The Sir of Avodah Zarah comes before the Sir of the Nasi. What's the reason? My karma. Hay Tzibur v'hay Yachid. Very simple, because ultimately, again, the Sir of Avodah Zarah is a communal offering versus the Sir of the Nasi, which is a personal offering. Sir Nasi called Siras Yachid. of a Nasi comes before the seer of a Yachid, of an individual. My time went very simple. The king's offering comes before a person, an individual's offering. Seiras Yachid Kodemas the Kilsas Yachid. The seer of an individual comes before the sheep of an individual. I have the Grace says that the sheep comes before the so one opinion says the seer is more cautious. Why? Because at the end of the day, since the seer was singled out to be the offering for Abo Mizara by an individual, and it's more important. The singer of the sheep is more cautious. Why? Because its tail, the fat of the tail, is offered up on the Mizbeach. Omer, hold down the Keves Habarino. What's the covenant Omer? Remember again, covenant Omer is brought from barley as well as with the sheep. So the Gemara says the sheep ultimately again. I'm sorry, the Omer, right? The actual barley offering is brought before the sheep. Shkei HaLechem, Komu L'Kvasi. Because the Shkei HaLechem is the offering by Shavuos. So ultimately, again, the Shkei HaLechem is before the sheep. So the exact thought, this is the word. Call Hakat the Din Liyom, call them the Davar. I'm sorry, call exact thought. Davar Habat the Din Liyom, call them the Davar Habat the Din HaLechem. So here's the rule. Anytime I say one of these kabbalas, but the examples they're giving over here ultimately is the kabbalah on Shkei HaLechem. So anything that is brought as a result of the day takes more precedence than anything that is brought ultimately again because of the bread. Bread means, again, in this context, the barley of the Omer or the wheat ultimately of Shavuos. Incredible. All right, let's go back to the Mishnah. So I say this is a very interesting Mishnah. So the Mishnah says, literally translated, a man takes precedence over a woman to sustain them. Now, what is
there is no fucking way 16 fucking people are watching this right now.
Seems to be discussing this.
You're looking at a fucking orange.
Allegedly.
This athleticism. Look at this footwork, son.
The Mishnah says perhaps it should be a man because a man has a greater number of mitzvos that he is obligated to go ahead and perform. Now, again, we're going to delve deeper into this later on, so we're just right now just going to read the Mishnah as it is, and in Eretz Hashem spend a little bit more time actually reading towards tomorrow's daf, focusing on this a bit more. So, ish kodem ish alachios, ula hashiv aveda, and to return a lost object. Return a lost object, so again, on one side, which means that let's say a man and a woman both lose an object. Who do I have an obligation to draw Shabbos Haveda towards first? So it sounds like the obligation is towards the man. Towards the man. Now both say, how do you create this hierarchy? More important than less important people. So it sounds like, again, if you notice the Mishnah, it doesn't say anything explicitly about this, but it sounds like this might be based on who has a greater number of mitzvos to perform. Now, why that creates a hierarchy of importance who has a greater number of mitzvos, we'll have to see. And where does that come from? What is that based on? Again, what we're going to see. So the Gemara is like, "Va'ish kol demes leish l'ksos u'l'hotzim beis hashevi." So once it's very interesting. A woman, let's skip. Va'ish kol demes leish l'ksos u'l'hotzim beis hashevi. And once interestingly enough, a woman takes precedence over a man. Ultimately, again, obviously, a woman who doesn't have clothing, that's going to be a much more humiliating experience than for a man. And in captivity, we are nervous, ultimately, again, much more nervous about what's going to happen to a woman in captivity than what's going to happen to a man. And interestingly enough, the Gemara says, "Bizman sheshneim omdim b'kalkala ha'ish kodem le'isha." The lesson is very interesting. If we are concerned that the man is going to be sodomized or things like that in captivity, then ultimately, again, we would redeem him before the woman. Again, we'll have to delve a little bit deeper into all of these things. Says the Gemara, so now it's interesting, and this is really fascinating, but the Gemara doesn't spend any time kind of like telling us where it got these initial principles from. Instead, what it does is it delves deeper into what we'll call just this hierarchy. So let's see it all and take it in and then understand a little bit better. Says the Gemara, let's say, listen to this. Let's say again you have a case where you have a person, we'll call him Ruvain. Ruvain, his father and his Rabbi are all held captive. Let's say, but I just want to point out, isn't it incredible that throughout almost like our entire lives, whenever you read like a sugya about captivity, like there's someone taken hostage, it never resonated with any type of contemporary importance. You think about Jews in captivity, and even though, again, throughout our lives, unfortunately, it's always been states like that. It's just interesting, it's heartbreaking. It's just heartbreaking how so many things that happen in our world kind of take certain things and make them a reality to us. So that now, like the word hostage is no longer something that I have to harken back to some type of retrospective or just historical reality. It's a contemporary reality for us. Just overwhelming. So Reuben, his father and his Rabbi are all held captive. Now listen to this. Who called them the Rabbi? Reuben takes precedence over his Rabbi. Others will say, why? What's the logic over there? Because Chayecha called me. Your life comes before anyone else's life. Right? In other words, I have an obligation to sustain my life before anyone else's life. So therefore, again, Reuven's life comes even before his Rebbe's life. The Rabbi called them La'aviv, but he has to redeem his Rebbe before he redeems his own father. So let's say a dramatic halacha. Now, again, what's the logic behind it? So this already, we saw this. If you remember, again, back in Mesechus Kiddushin, we saw this. Why does a Rebbe take precedence over a father? So there the Gemara says, because my father brings me into this world, my Rebbe brings me into the world to come. It's incredible, right? My father brings me into this world, my Rebbe brings me into the world to come. So therefore, Reuben has an obligation to redeem his Rebbe before his father. Imo kodemus lekulam. See what I say? Here's what's fascinating. Ultimately, again, but Reuben's mother, if she was in this, she's first to be redeemed. It's a fascinating, again, right? And again, that goes back to the Mishnah, because obviously, again, a woman in captivity, we're very scared about what's going to happen to her in captivity. Chacham called them the Melech Yisrael. Was an incredible demand. Let's say two people are captive, a Chacham and the king. Right? So, right, the king is held captive, and a Tam Chacham is held captive. Who do you redeem first? Chacham, Sigmar says, what's halacha? Chacham called them Melech Yisrael. You redeem a Tam Chacham before a king. Now, we'll say, by the way, isn't that incredible? You redeem a Talmud Chacham before you redeem a king from captivity. What's the logic? Chacham shemeis ein lanu ki yotzebo. Because we'll say, ultimately, again, if a Chacham dies, we have no one else. Right? There is no one to replace a Talmud Chacham. Melech Yisrael shemeis kol Yisrael ru'uyim l'malchus. Kings you could replace. Any Jew, Baruch Hashem, is fit to be king. Which I want to say, by the way, that lashon, Kol Yisrael Ru'uyin L'Malchus. Every Jew is fit for monarchy. Every Jew is holy. Every Jew is fit to be a man. Talmud Chacham, I will say, not everybody can become a Talmud Chacham. Not everybody is a Talmud Chacham. So therefore, Allah said, there's a choice between a king and a Talmud Chacham. Choose a Talmud Chacham. Incredible. Melech called him the Kohen Gadol. So ultimately, again, a king takes precedence over a Kohen Gadol. Shneimar, Vayomer HaMelech Aleim, Vayomer HaMelech Aleim, Ki Me'adi Adonai. Kohen Gadol called him the Navi. Kohen Gadol comes before the Navi. So just go through this over quickly. Kohen Gadol comes before the Navi. Shneimar, Umasha also Sham Tzadok HaKohen V'Nasan HaNavi. So we must hit in Tzadok L'Nasan. Ultimately, again, it puts Tzadok. Ultimately, again, the Kohen Gadol before Nasan HaNavi. Omer, Shmona Yoshua Kohen Gadol Ata B'Re'acha. Yacha Hagyot Osayu Talmud Omer Ki Anshe Mofes Himo Ve'im Mofes El Navi Shneimar V'Nasan Elecha Osi Mofes. Mashuach B'Shem HaMishcha Kol Rumru V'Gadol. A Kohen, that was interestingly enough, Kohen Mashuach B'Shem HaMishcha is a Kohen who's anointed with anointing oil versus a Kohen who was anointed or who was inducted through putting on the Kohanic vestments. The Kohen who was anointed with anointing oil takes precedence over the one who was inducted through the clothing. A Kohen inducted through wearing of Kohanic clothing takes precedence, ultimately again, a former Kohen. Precluded right now, ultimately again, the Kohen Baruch takes precedence. Mashiach Sha'abar Machmas Kerio. Ultimately, again, if we have a Kohen, a Mashiach Sha'abar Machmas Kerio, which is a Kohen Gadol who was Kohen, but now again can't function because of a similar mission. Kodim La'avar Machmas Mazavamon. Avar Machmas Mumon. Kodim Mashiach Melchama. So again, if you have a Kohen who's disqualified because of a mum, he takes precedence over the Mashiach Melchama. Mashiach Melchama was the Kohen who led the army out to war. Mashiach Melchama, Zimas Kodim L'Skan. The Mashiach Milchama takes precedence over the scan. Scan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. The Gemara says, scan, Kodem the Amar Kol. The scan come before the Amar Kol. The Gemara says, my Amar Kol, what's the Amar Kol? What is that? So Amar Kista Amar Kulo. He's kind of like the guy in charge of the Beis Hamikdash. Right? He was the impersonator. Amar Kol means like everything is decided by his word. So the Gemara says, Amar Kol Kodem the Gizbar. Ultimately, in the Amar Kol, he takes precedence over the Gizbar. The Gizbar is the treasurer. Gizbar Kodem the Rosh Mishmar. A Gizbar takes precedence over. Remember again, the Kohanim were divided up into shifts. There was someone in charge of each of the shifts, so he takes precedence over the head of the shift. Rosh Mishmar Kodem the Rosh Beis Av. Rosh Mishmar ultimately again takes precedence over the head of the family. Rosh Beis Av Kodem the Kohen Hedyot. Ultimately again, and the head of the family takes precedence over a Kohen Hedyot. So we'll say, so ultimately again, this is the category. So we'll say, ask yourself, what's the point of this? Like, why does the Gemara go ahead? Why does the Gemara go ahead and set up this hierarchy? Like, what's the shot of it all? So we'll say, you know what Gemara is trying to teach us? What it's trying to teach us is not everyone is the same. You know, we have this flawed mentality and ideology that everyone has to be the same. Everyone has to be the same, right? Everyone has to have the same opportunities. Everyone has to have the same rights. And everyone has to have the same entitlements. Everyone says this, and if I could do this, and this one could do this. It's not true. It's not true. Baruch Hu created different people for different roles. And if everyone tries to be the same, then by definition, at the end of the day, the collective is hurt. You know, the much that's always given is the army, right? If everyone is a general, the army is going to lose the battle because there have to be foot soldiers. But if everyone's a foot soldier, there's no strategy, there's no vision. So I need again people of higher rank and lower rank. I need ultimately leaders. I need followers. I need people with power to make decisions, and then I need those who are bound to obey and execute those decisions. But it's not fair. They're not the same. Correct. They're not the same. The goal was never to be the same. The goal was never to vest everyone with the same rights, responsibilities, and entitlements. There has to be differentiated responsibility, roles, and responsibilities. Otherwise, humanity is fundamentally stunted. And when we try to make everyone the same, it hurts us. So we'll say, you see this. This person takes precedence over this person. This person takes precedence over this person. This person takes precedence. It's not fair. It's discriminatory. It's not discriminatory. It's the way that functional society has to work. There has to be tiers, there has to be levels, and there has to be precedence. Incredible. What's the interesting story over here? Interesting case over here. What about by Tuma purposes? Now, what do you mean by Tuma? Let's say halacha again, there's a mason mitzvah, right? So the person has to get buried. There's a mason mitzvah, and there's a mason mitzvah. So let's say, so the shaila is, who should go ahead and become tamei for the mason mitzvah? So I can imagine the skan Kohen Gadol, right, who's the assistant Kohen Gadol, and the Mashuach Milchama, who's the Kohen who's anointed for war. They're both walking together down the road, and they both together see a mason mitzvah. Someone's going to have to become tamei for the mason mitzvah. Which one of them should become tamei? So the Gemara says, so if the scan and the Mashiach Milchama are walking down the road together, and they come across the mason mitzvah, mutav she'etami Mashiach Milchama v'al yetami sgan. Interesting. It is better that the Mashiach Milchama becomes tamei and not the scan. Why? Shem ya'ara bo psul b'kohen gadol nichnas haskan u'mishamish tachta. Because also remember again, if there's one thing that Klal Yisrael always needs, it's a kohen gadol. And what's the scan's job? The scan's job is he's in the bullpen, right? It's always his job to be on call. So therefore, if it's a choice between the scan or the Kohen Mashiach Milchama becoming tamei, let the Mashiach Milchama become tamei. Vatanya Mashiach Milchama called them the scan. But we learned that halacha l'maisa again. We just said before that a Mashiach Milchama takes precedence over a scan. You're right. When it comes ultimately again to supporting, to sustaining, the Mashiach Milchama takes precedence ultimately over the scan. Why? Because at the end of the day, remember again, the Mashiach Milchama leads the army out into war, and that is a very important function. But when it comes ultimately again to Tumah, if one of them is going to become Tameh, we'd rather Mashiach Machal become Tameh. Why? Because we can't have Klal Yisrael without a Kohen Gadol. You can have, you can figure out a way to plug all Mashiach Machal before, but you need this scan. Incredible. Let's do another, just a couple of minutes. Mishnah. Kohen Gadol called him the lady. Sorry, Kohen, is a very important subject for us. Kohen called him the lady. Lady Li Yisrael. So it's this, along the same hierarchy. Right? Kohen comes before a lady. Lady comes before Yisrael. Yisrael comes before a mamzer. Mamzer in the sin. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of the Nesinim, right? The Nesinim were the Givonim. They were the people who ultimately, again, when Yeshua comes into Eretz Yisrael, they pretended that they were not one of the 7 indigenous nations. As a result, Yeshua made a treaty with them. After it was discovered that they lied and they were part of the 7 indigenous nations, Yeshua did not want to backtrack on the treaty, as he felt that, again, that would have been inappropriate. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, he relegates them to the status of water carriers, things like that. So that's a Nisin. Nisin leger. Nisin comes before a ger. Ger le'eved mishukra. Ger takes precedence over an emancipated slave. So we'll say, so imasai. Now we'll say, now what is this? When we speak about these hierarchies. So again, these hierarchies can mean for a variety of different things. But one of these hierarchies, we'll say, is incredible. One of these hierarchies true is man shekulam shavim, when they are all the same. Aval, get ready for this. Aval hayam mamzer tamid chacham. The Kohen Gadol Am Haaretz. Let's say, we'll say again, you have a mamzer tamid chacham, and a Kohen Gadol who is ignorant. Mamzer tamid chacham kodem the Kohen Gadol Am Haaretz. So ultimately, again, a mamzer tamid chacham will take precedence over a Kohen Gadol. So we'll say why? Because listen to this. Because at the end of the day, right? How do you become a Kohen? Right? It's a position, it's a status that's conferred upon you. It is so much more important. The true metric of success in life is not where you come from, but it's ultimately, again, what you do with yourself. You can't choose your point of origin. You don't choose your parents. You don't choose your family. You don't choose, again, if the Kohen lady is so. You don't even choose if you're a mamzer. I mean, you choose if you become a mamzer, right? Right, there's some people who make that choice, right? But again, you don't choose ultimately, again, to be born a mamzer. You don't choose that. So therefore, the Gemara's Chazal are telling us that more important about where you come from is who you choose to make of yourself, who you choose to become. And therefore, again, if you have a mamzer tamid chacham, so this young man who took pretty difficult familial circumstances and decided to make for himself something great, versus a Kohen Gadol Am Haaretz. You're a Kohen Gadol. However you stumbled into that, at least your first steps into that has nothing to do with you. It's because your father was a Kohen. Mamzer tamid chacham is greater. Incredible. Says the Gemara, Kohen called the lady. Where do we know that a Kohen comes before a lady? Shneimah b'nei Amram Aaron u'Moshe vayavdo Aaron lahakiv kodesh kadoshim. So ultimately, because the pasuk says over here, if you notice, it says b'nei Amram Aaron u'Moshe. Interestingly enough, that it says put Aaron before Moshe. Aaron was a Kohen, Moshe was a Levi, and Aaron comes before Moshe. Levi called him Yisrael. Levi comes before Yisrael. Where do we know that from? Levi, Yisrael. No, I'm sorry. I say Yisrael Hashem Shevet Levi. I'm sorry. Good. Yisrael called him a mamzer. How do we know that Yisrael comes before a mamzer? Ultimately, Yisrael has yichus, right? Has an intact pedigree, an intact genealogy, and a mamzer does not. Mamzer called him a sin. A mamzer comes before a sin. Zeba mitipa kshira, zeba mitipa psula. So it's interesting enough. This is fascinating. Why does a mamzer come before a sin? It says because a mamzer comes from a tipa kshira, from a kosher source. And let's say, why is that fascinating? Right? Because what it's saying is, at least by the mamzer, he comes from 2 Jews. Granted, it's illicit, and granted, it's inappropriate, but the DNA is Yiddish DNA, which is just, even though, again, obviously only produce a mamzer from an illicit relationship, but at the end of the day, it is a tipa kshira. It's incredible. The sin called him again, and the sin comes before a ger. The Gemara says, Zeh gadol imana b'kedusha, Zeh lo gadol imana b'kedusha. Because in the sin, we're part of Klal Yisrael. So ultimately, again, so literally the Nisim grew up together with Kedusha, but ultimately, again, the Ger did not. Ger called him the Eben Meshufrar. Ultimately, again, the Ger comes before an Eben Meshufrar. Why? So the Gemara says, Zeh haya b'chlal aror, Zeh lo haya b'chlal aror. This one ultimately, again, because Avodim, right, comes from Canaan. Ultimately, again, Canaan is cursed. So therefore, again, the Gemara says an Eved began with Arur, but ultimately, again, the Ger did not begin with Arur. Right? So we'll have to stop over here for today. What a Gemara. What a Gemara. And we'll say tomorrow, last stop of Harias. We are fine. You can notice again, you're done. It's very short. The Meretz Hashem. Last day tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. I just have a great day, everyone. Sorry. I don't know. That's the words of Kazan.
It made me kind of like homophobic. This place, City Sushi, is new. You know, some Japanese guy opened up City Sushi right next to fucking City Walk. And everyone thinks it's Chinese. Spell inward. Yes, hard R or soft A. Spell inward. Yes, hard R or soft A. A couple years ago, this man by the name of Steve Phillips said if you carry a letter to anywhere, you get it for free. So that you were
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt. Thank our annual commentary sponsor, ROTHSCHILD. Dedicated Orishim and Georgia's this year's discuss the resource to Losha and Israel. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Elul Haba Alinu Latova Ben Colbert. Ra'aliyah and Shemus of his parents, Avram Ben Pasha Pinchas, Hagar Ezel Bas Zelid, Shmuli Libidini Nishmas David from his father, Rabbi Ari from Yitzchak Aryeh Ben Hachada Rabbi Yaakov, the phone of the Rafi, and America Torah. All of the Nishmas family, the family here from all those new foreshadows to the colleagues of his Shemet Hashem. Bring home our hostages, the Shalom and the Korab, and allow our soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidei. But with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Yud Aleph. We have a lot to do today. But it's a really great Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up on Yud Hamadei's first wide line on 10b. It says the Gemara, so some beautiful Agadah. We're going to have Agadah, Halacha, Agadah. Got it, so. Amar Rabbi Rachel Yochel, Mike Tzivki, Shem Dart Hashem, and Ligin Yechubam, Uposhim Yikash Lubam. What's the meaning of the passage that says that the ways of HaKadosh Baruch Hu are straight, right? Tzadikim will walk on it, but they shine and stumble on it. So the Gemara gives a mashal. Mashal is Shnei Bnei Adam Shetzalu B'Schayim. He gives a mashal of two people who roasted their carbon Pesach. Okay, Echad Achol L'Shum Mitzvah. The Echad Achol L'Shum Achil Gaso. One ate the carbon Pesach for the purpose of the mitzvah, and one ate what we call Achil Gaso. What's Achil Gaso? Gluttonous consumption. It's already full. Gluttonous consumption. So we'll say what's the halacha? Zeh Shachol L'Shum Mitzvah Tzadikim Yachubam. So the one who ate the carbon Pesach for the purpose of the mitzvah. Oh, that's an example of Tzadikim walk on the ways of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Zeh Shachol L'Shum Achil Gaso. Uposhim Yikash Lubam. The one who ate it, for Achila Gaso, the example over there is that the sinners will stumble over it. I'm going to recite this 1 second. Rasha Kar is like, I don't understand. If a guy eats Kavod Pesach for Achila Gaso, they're calling him a Rasha? It seems a little extreme to call him a Rasha. The Hidalo Avid Mitzvah Min HaMuvkar, Pesach Milo Ka'achil, and at the end of the day, as much as he did not go ahead, as much as he did not perform the mitzvah in the ideal way, at the end of the day, he started to come and Pesach. Okay, I got it. It was a chila gas, like gluttonous consumption, not good. But that shouldn't seem to label someone a Rasha. Ella, Gemara says you're right. Let me give you a different example. Ella Masha, the Shnei Bnei Adam, Ze Ishto V'Achosa Imo B'Bayis, Ze Ishto Imo V'Achosa B'Bayis. So the two guys, both of them are in the house with their wife and their sister. One that ended up having relations with his wife, and one ended up having relations with his sister. There's got to be a backstory to that, but okay. But when I say good, so ultimately, again, the one who ended up having relations with his wife. There's the example of the tzaddikim ultimately walk on the path. Possession is gamalach also who postly kashluba. So answer 1 second. Midam, how can you compare the cases? Anakamim chada derech v'hacha shnei drach. So again, remember, we're trying to figure out, that's an example of two different people, right? Wife and sister. We're trying to show ultimately again how one act, the same act, committed by one person could ultimately be a form of a mitzvah, and by another person a form of an avera. The word is mashal. Ela mashal l'lot u'shtei benosav. As the Gemara says, you're right. The example of this is Lot and his daughters. I guess, let's remember again, we know the story. Right, that again, the world, Lot and his daughters think that the world is over, and ultimately, again, they give him wine, they engage in acts of incest through which they become pregnant. So the Gemara says, Cain, the daughters were the Shem Shamayim. They literally thought their father was the last man on earth, and that they had the sacred responsibility, ultimately, to go ahead and ensure the continuation of the human race. Who, the Gemara says, but ultimately, again, Lot's kavanah was not for Shem Shamayim. Lot's kavanah, his intention was just to satisfy his lust, L'Shem Avera. So Gemara says, 1 second, how do you know? How do you know? Maybe Lot had good intentions also. I mean, there were intentions. If you look at the pasuk by Lot, the entire pasuk alludes to the fact that Lot's intentions were immoral. Because after all, the pasuk says, Ne'emar vayisa Lot, vatisa eshes adona v'seinah. The same motion of Vayisa lifted his eyes, and the same motion ultimately again by the wife of Potiphar. Es einov, his eyes. So the Gemara says, Vayomer Shimshon osa kachli ki shara be'einai. Like when Shimshon desires Delilah, so ultimately again, same motion of eyes. Vayar also Shem ben Chama. It says Vayar, Lot saw stone. It says again that Shem ben Chama saw Dina. Obviously, that's an act of a violation. Eskal kikai, I think. Ki ba'ad shazona ad kikar lachem. Ki Mashka, Elcha Acharima by Nosne Lachni Umay Samir Shishmana Vishipulai. Because it's the point over here is that Allah reminds we see just a scriptural allusion to the fact that Lot's entire motivation from this was mainness on this, but he was an onus. He was drunk. He was drunk. Right? So after all, again, how can you hold him responsible for his act? And it was an incredible Gemara. Tanya Rabbi Yossi Bar Rabbi Choni, that's over the bug of Bikuma. Bikuma means after the relationship with the older daughter, she got up. So the Gemara says, why is it written? Awareness of what was happening at the time of the act. Afterwards was over. But what should Lord have done? Right? It was done. Right? Life is about leaving the past in the past. So what he wanted to do? Okay, you see, he understood what he did after the act was over. But again, what should he have done? It was incredible. It says, you know why it would have mattered? Because the next night, when his younger daughter offered him a l'chaim, he should have passed. And I was like, what a profound Gemara. Mistakes happen in life. Mistakes absolutely happen. And sometimes, even though we try to be vigilant, and even though we try to stay on top of our game, even though we try to really us and all and be able to see what's coming down the pipe, often in life, we just make mistakes. And sometimes in life, we make dramatic mistakes. In the aftermath of those mistakes, what's the avoda? There's a two-part avoda. Number one, ma'ida hava hava. You can't live in your mistakes. Sometimes you just have to put them in the past and you have to move forward. But at the same time, I have to use the mistakes of the past ultimately to create an awareness for the future. If I just put my mistakes in the past, my davava, and I don't learn from them, then I'm doomed to repeat them. But it's this two-pronged approach. Yes, put the past in the past so you can forge forward with a beautiful future, but at the same time make sure that I'm learning from my past So then I don't repeat those same mistakes over and over. Incredible. Darsh Rabbi. So once Rabbi went ahead and got to the pasuk. My Bixid. Nifshem and Kiryat Oz. When we're dealing with Riach Amon. Nafshem and Kiryat Oz. Who is that Zelot? Shepirish me Avram. So reverse the Lot, ultimately he distanced himself from Avram, or Medina Kiriach Amon, Sheita Medina Ben Yisrael Amon. It is because of Lot that ultimately again is future animosity between Klal Yisrael and Amon. Shne'emar Lo Yavo Amoni Umo Abi B'Kal Hashem. Incredible, because let's remember again, Ammon and Moab are the offspring of Lot. There is an ongoing animosity or struggle between the offspring of Avram and the offspring of Lot. Darash Rabbi B'Kimat Yitzchak. My B'Chsev, what's the meaning of the pasuk? Tava Yivat Mishnifrad. The whole Toshia Yisgala. The Tava Yivat Mishnifrad. Zed Lot. This refers to Lot. Shenifrad Me Avraham, who separated himself ultimately again for Avram. For what? For what purpose? Why did Lot separate himself from Avram? In order to indulge his desires. The whole Toshia Yisgala. Sheniskala Kona Rata Kinesios Rabaka Nidrashos. Ultimately, Lot's degradation is revealed in every shul, in every basement. His wife does this. So this none, Ammoni Umoabi Asurin Isser Olam. Because the halacha is that Ammoni and Moabi, the offspring of Lot, are not allowed to join the assembly of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. But Amar Ula, also really incredible Gemara here. Tamar Zimsa Zimizina. Tamar committed an act of zina. Remember again, Tamar, the daughter-in-law of Yehuda. So remember again, dressed up as a harlot. And Yehuda ends up having relations with this. He becomes pregnant with his twins, or turned out to be twin sons. So Tamar committed an act of zina. And Zimri, right? Zimri, is by Midian, created engaged in an act of zina. So remember again, Zimri was the one who engaged in the act of relations with the Midianite process, Kazbi Bas Tzor. Gemara says, Tamar Zinsa, Yatzim and Malachim and Riyam. So Tamar, from Tamar's act, so kings and prophets emerged from her. Zimri Zina, ultimately again, Zimri went ahead and committed an act of immorality. Kama Rebavos Yisrael, not for Kama Rebavos Yisrael. How many Jews died as a result of that? I was going to say, now this is going to pave the way for the Gemara to show that ultimately again there's something called an Aveira Lishma. There's something called an Aveira Lishma. That sometimes people do wrong things ultimately again for higher purposes. So the point here is it's the same act of nos, but yet again, Tamar's Kavana was L'Shem Shamayim. Zimri's Kavana ultimately again was the Chol Hashem. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, Amar Rav Nachman Yitzchak. It was a crazy statement. Gidola Aveira Lishma, Mitzvah Shalom Lishma. Wow. It is an Aveira Lishma. Now, both say, what's an Aveira Lishma? An Aveira means something committed to serve some higher spiritual purpose. Now, do not try that at home. Right? In other words, that's beyond our pay grade. Right? Generally, whenever you see Aveira Lishma, it's done for some much higher Klal Yisrael purpose, right? Whether we're going to see one example, the paradigmatic example of this, maybe Esther Hamalka, there are other examples of this, but this is a dramatic idea that we do not play around with. The Gemara is saying over here that Naveira Lishma could be even greater than a Mitzvah Shalom Lishma, right? An Aveira done for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is greater than a Mitzvah done not for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Without Kavanah Shneimar, Tivorach Minoshin Yael, Ishes Chavarakim, Minoshin Ba'al Tivorach. Who is he talking about? Yael. So I say it's incredible because this is the Haftorah on the first day of Rosh Hashanah. Right? What's there a second day? Batiyaved in Sisra. I think it's second day. But Yaved in Sisra. Like this is, by the way, this is the episode from which we learned, Chazal learned all of the halachas, many of the halachas. Tiyashofar. But Yaved in Sisra. But Tishkefa Ba'ad Hafalon. Right? The Lama Rikbo Moshe Shlomo. Such a profound story. So remember again, this is the war that Barak and Deborah and Barak led against Sisra. Sisra loses. He fled to the home of his confidant, whose wife was Yael. So Yael tricked him and ultimately killed him in the tent. As we're going to see, and then when Barak and Deborah are pursuing him, Yael says, here, he's in here. And they see that she actually drove a peg through his head, like a stake through his head. So the Gemara says over here, how did she get him to stay? She had relations with him. had relations with him, which I will say obviously was an act of nus. She was a married woman. So the Gemara is understanding over here that this was what we call an Aveira Lishma. This is an Aveira Lishma. She had to keep him in the tent because at the end of the day, that was the only way to go. The act of relations tired him. He let his guard down, and she was able to kill him. So the Gemara, when the Rabbi speaks about Yael, when it speaks about it, it says, "Tivaret minashim Yael ishtarakini minashim al tavora." She is blessed like the women of the tent. Who are the women of the tent? Man Yehudi, Nashim Ba'al, Rachel. Wow. So we'll say it's a pretty dramatic process. So the process itself compares Yael to the Imos, which is dramatic. So let's say, so what do you see from there? You must posit, you see from here that halacha likes an Aveira Lishma is greater than a mitzvah Shalom Lishma. The Gemara says, 1 second. Remember, you do that. Le'olam yasok adam mitzvah mitzvahs afilu Shalom Lishma. 1 second, Rav said that a person should always engage in Torah mitzvahs, even Shalom Lishma. Why? Shemitok Shalom Lishma Balishma. So let's say, because remember again, okay, I understand that a mitzvah Shalom Lishma, right? A mitzvah not done with the right intention is not ideal. I understand that. But start out even with less than ideal circumstances. Why? Because it'll lead to a mitzvah lishma. So how can you say, the previous thing makes it sound like that a mitzvah lishma is not worth anything. But it clearly is. To which the Gemara said, by the way, that statement by itself is so incredibly important. The process doesn't have to be perfect. Sometimes it's just about engaging in the process, even if the process itself is flawed. Why? Because get involved, get yourself moving, in some way, somehow, over time, you'll get to where you need to get. That's, again, the Gedol Mitzvah Shalom Lishma, Shemitok Shalom Lishma, Ba Lishma. Even if I'm doing the wrong business for the wrong reasons, whatever the wrong reasons may be, covered, accolades, whatever it might be, fame, honor, whatever, just do it. Just do it. Just don't wait for the process to be perfect, because if you wait for the process to be perfect, you'll end up doing absolutely nothing in life. Get started, even with a flawed process, and again, over time, you'll get yourself where you need to get to. Notice, this is one of the most important yisodos in tshuva. In tshuva, sometimes we wait for the perfect set of circumstances in order to affect change in our lives. Right? I need all the planets and constellations in perfect alignment. Then I'm going to do this. Don't wait. Don't wait. Begin to affect change in your life now, even if that change is not perfect, even if the process isn't perfect. Get started, and if you're consistent or consistently committed, even if you're not consistent actually, somehow, some way, you'll get to where you need to get to. Incredible. So Gemara says, you're right. Ella, the Gemara says, I'm sorry, rather, the Gemara says, no, we need to say it like this, that an Aveira Shalom Lishma is so great, an Aveira Shalom Lishma is like a mitzvah Shalom Lishma. It doesn't mean to say greater than a mitzvah Shalom Lishma, but rather, again, it means like a mitzvah Shalom Lishma. Incredible. So Sisra had relations 7 times with Yael. Shneimar, because it quotes these words, essentially learns this from the number of verbs in the pasuk. Kara ragla, kara nafal shachab. V'hal kamis hangim yadnera. 1 second. How can you call this an Aveira Lishma from Yael? Didn't she receive enjoyment from the act of relations? Rabbi Yochanan Yishur Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai afilu tovasim shal rishayim ra'i etzal tzadikim. Even the tova, right? Even the good from Rishayim is considered to be something negative by the tzadikim. Incredible. Rabbi Yehuda Rav will say very beautiful Gemara. The olam yasok adam b'torah mitzvos afilu shalom lishma. Person who should learn Torah should do mitzvahs even shalom lishma. This, of course, is not the ideal. It's not the ideal, but life is not the ideal. So a person should learn Torah, do mitzvahs even not for the right intentions. Why? Shemitok shalom lishma, ba lishma. Because we'll say again, if you're committed to doing the right thing, even if it's not for the right reasons, at the end of the day, it'll come to lishma. We will say this is such an incredible yisod. If you are behaviorally consistent, again, to whatever degree we are capable of being consistent, if a person is committed to doing the right things actionally, behaviorally, over time, the intentions, the feelings, the kavanas will come. You know, it says, where do you see this from? So it says it's incredible. Because of the 42 karbanos that Balak brought. Remember, why did Balak bring karbanos? He was trying to curse Klal Yisrael, right? He's trying to curse Klal Yisrael. So what happens? But yet he brought 42 karbanos. At the end of the day, he brought 42 karbanos against Baruch Hu. So because of the 42 karbanos that he brought, he was zochah to have a granddaughter or great-great-great-granddaughter, Rus. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina, Rus, Bas Beno Shal Eglon, Ben Beno Shal Malach, Ben Shal Balak, Melech Moab. So once again, ultimately, again, Rus traces her lineage all the way directly to Balak. So let's say, which is incredible. So let's again, which will say, by the way, if you want to extend that statement, what is it telling us? So let's say from Rus, of course, comes David HaMelech, which means that the entire Davidic line, the entire Messianic line, comes from a mitzvah shalom lishma. Is that not incredible? Is that, so sometimes we think that like the mitzvah shalom lishma, okay, it's not good, but at least it's something and it's putting you on the right path. I want to say the power of mitzvahs is more profound than we could ever imagine. And even a mitzvah shalom lishma, there is no telling what it could accomplish for us and for future generations. Because of one mitzvah shalom lishma. Now granted, it's a big one, 42 karbanos. There's a lot of karbanos. But at the end of the day, because of that one act, David HaMelech is born. Because of that one act, Klal Yisrael and the world has Mashiach. Incredible power of our actions. Remember, Abraham says, from where do we see that the Baruch Hu essentially he rewards everything, and even just a reward for utilizing the fine speech. Where do we see that? So the Gemara says, Moab. Interestingly enough, remember, Lot fathers two children with his daughters. The older one is called Moab, right? The second one is called Ammon. When it comes to Moab, Baruch Hu says to Moshe Rabbeinu, don't go to war with Moab. So interestingly enough, you can't go to war with Moab, but you can shepherd them. Right? You can start off with them. You would see that the younger daughter, Bikaye Ben Ami, she called her son Ammon. That wasn't interestingly enough. Now remember. So Moab is a contraction of Me'ab, from my father. Ammon, Ben Ami, from my nation. So the older daughter was very explicit about the paternity of her child. The younger daughter was much more nuanced. So you are teaching us over here. Therefore, HaKadosh says when it comes to the older daughter, you can't go to war, but you can start off with them. With the younger child, meaning Ammon, with interestingly enough, with Ammon, we're not even permitted to be aggressive with them at all. Why the distinction? So ultimately, again, because the older daughter was a little bit more brazen in recognizing the act, the younger daughter was a little bit more secure, and therefore halacha nice the first Baruch Hu recognizes and rewards. I'm going to keep it out and listen to the Yaktim Adam Yudvan Mitzvah. On the other hand, listen to this. You might say the person should always rush to do it. It's almost like a sentence of Jesus. Why? Because of the one night that the older daughter, right, kind of went ahead of her younger sister and engaged in this act with her father, daughters alone together. Ultimately, again, her offspring come 4 generations earlier to produce Jewish monarchy. Because remember, David HaMelech comes from Moab. David comes from Rus comes from Moab. Yet, interestingly enough, the younger daughter Ammon, the first time Ammon produces someone ultimately for Klal Yisrael by Shlomo HaMelech's son, Rechavam's mother was an Ammonist. So let's say, already quite. There's so much to say about this in general. How Jewish monarchy, the Davidic line, Messianic line, all comes from like a little bit of this craziness. right, between Lot's daughters, between Yehuda and Tamar. Those are the stories which ultimately, again, produce Jewish monarchy and Messianic line. It's interesting enough, the Maharal says, what's the pshat with that? Usually monarchy prides itself on pedigree. Like, if you look back at the early stories of our monarchy, it makes you blush a little bit. So what's the pshat? The Maharal says, it creates and engenders a sense of humility. Monarchy has a tendency to get a little bit carried away with itself. So this kind of is innately humbling for monarchy. You see, again, monarchy comes from interesting beginnings, and therefore ultimately, again, it keeps the monarchy humble. It also tells us, we'll say something amazing. It doesn't really matter what your beginnings are. It matters ultimately where you're going. Right? Mashiach comes from Lot and his two daughters. Right? Mashiach comes ultimately, again, from Yehuda and Tamar. Sometimes the beginnings are the beginnings, and we too often get stuck in the origin, the point of origin, without recognizing wherever you came from, that's not up to you. But where you're going, that is all in your hands. Incredible. Turn up on Me'amar. So let's get back to the Gemara just a little bit. Me'amar. So back to the Nasi, the Sanhedrin. Me'amar. Prat Mashiach. This comes to exclude ultimately again the Chol Mashiach from bringing a regular chatos offering. So the Gemara says, "Me'amar is part of nasi." It also includes nasi from bringing a typical chatos offering. V'halok v'yatzu Mashiach lidom b'par, nasi lidom b'sar. But we've already explained that the Mashiach, we're back to our previous sugya. Remember again, the Mashiach and the nasi are going ahead and making a mistake. For the Mashiach, there's helam davar with shigas maisa. For the nasi, there just really has to be shigas maisa. But again, each of them have their own unique kavanos. Shiyach or Mashiach helam davar shigas maisa. Maybe I would have thought like this. For the Mashiach, for the Kohen Gadol, when there is helam davar, again, most remember erroneous treatment, followed up by shigas maisa, erroneous act. Then he brings about a shigas maisa lukudei, or let's say he just makes a mistake, right? The type of avera which, if done intentionally, would be kares, unintentionally chatas. How would it process? The Kohen Gadol has shigas maisa without helam davar, maybe kisva usira. Those are kisas, which is like regular chatas. Maybe so again. If the Kohen Gadol has helam davar and shigas maisa, then halakha maisa he brings his unique carbon. But let's say he just has shigas maisa. We should just bring a regular chatos. Talmud Me'am ha'aretz prat l'Mashiach. Prat l'Mashiach. Me'am ha'aretz prat l'Nasi. Therefore, the pasuk of Me'am ha'aretz comes to exclude Mashiach and Nasi fundamentally from chatos. Under no circumstances will the Mashiach or the Nasi ever bring the chatos of a regular person. Ella, the Gemara says, Tinach Mashiach. Got it. You got going on. Ella Nasi b'shir das ma'asu b'ma'asu. Remember again, Nasi, I understand why Mashiach by Kohen Gadol is different because his whole set of circumstances are different. He needs both Helam Davar Shiridas Maisa. But maybe the Nasi only needs Shiridas Maisa. How do you know ultimately again that he's totally exempt from a regular chatos? So Mashiach al Nasi Shiridas Maisa Udamaisa. I'm asking what's the case? This is very interesting. You go Sha'achok Kizayis Kele Kishu Hadyot Vidismana. Listen to this. Imagine the following case. Imagine the Nasi goes ahead and eats a half a kizayis, ate a kizayis of Caleb when he was a regular guy. Then he becomes king. Interesting. When does he become awareness about his Caleb consumption? When? Ultimately, again, after he's become king. Now, the act happened when he was a commoner, and now what we call Yediyah, awareness, occurs when he's king. I might have thought, since the event happened, when he was a commoner, he should bring a regular chatos. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon, that the king never brings a regular chatos. To which the Gemara says, honey for Reb Shimon, the Azlabas Yudiyah. So this makes sense for Reb Shimon, who says that carbonic liability is determined at the time of awareness. So since in this case, the king, Kizayis Echele when he was a commoner, but only becomes aware of it when he's a king, so there's no carbon chatos. So the Gemara says, El Rabbanan Dazul Basar Chatam Ma'ikavina. But according to the Rabbanan, we hold that no, carbonic liability is determined at the time of the commission of the act. So if he ate the Echele when he was a commoner, why would he not be chayiv for that? The regular chatos. What's the case? What's very interesting? You go Sha'achol Chatzi Kizayis Kele Kishu Hadyot. Listen to this. Then it's mana v'shlimo v'achakach nodalo. What's the case? The cases where the king ate half a kizayis when he was a commoner, right? Didn't have any idea. Becomes king, eats the other half of kizayis, and now what? And now has awareness of what it is that he did. So the Gemara says, okay, so what's the shot here? I might have thought I might have thought that the two half kizayis should combine, and he should bring a regular chatos. The king does not bring a regular chatos. Incredible. So we'll say, so bottom line, take away the halachic takeaway from this is under no circumstances will a kohen gadol or a king ever bring a regular chatos, right? Which means that even if they did something before they were, inducted into office, and then find out about it ultimately when they're in office, they still won't bring a regular chatos. Incredible. What's this to this? Does becoming king somehow create a half sick? Now, what does this mean? Hey, what are you talking about? So let's say you have the king. King eats half of the guys of Caleb when he's a regular guy. Then what happens? Then it's monarch. He becomes a king. And then what happens? He's no longer king. Right? He's removed from us. But I want to say removed. Just means he's no longer king. There's Shluba, and then he eats the other half of his eggs. So right here, so it's like half of his eggs when he's a commoner, no Caleb when he's king, leaves office, and then eats another half of his eggs. Do those half his sin ultimately again combined to function at once. And what's interesting about this case? What's interesting about this case is when the kizayis of Caleb was consumed when he was a commoner. Right? That's just interesting. The difference just is there was monarchy in the middle. So does that monarchy ultimately go ahead and does that monarchy change anything or not? So the Gemara says, so in the previous case, remember again, where you had to be when he was a regular guy, half to be when he was king. So then again, I understand maybe in that case where the two half kizayis don't combine. But here, at the end of the day, he is eating both half kizayis when he's a commoner, right? Just it happens that there's monarchy in the middle. So the Gemara says, so mitzvah, they should combine Dilma, Loshno, or maybe not. At the end of the day, what monarchy does is monarchy kind of disrupts everything. So nice. So the Gemara says, so we have to answer from the What's the interesting case? Let's say Ruben ate Caleb, and then Ruben, recognizing what he did, he separated out a carbon, right? He's going to come and cut us.
There are no way 17 people are watching this shit. I wouldn't watch it. I'd be like, this is the worst. What are doing? Do something.
Go ahead and bring the carbon. Right?
Do something.
He's not accepted. Now, in this case, the cousin didn't become Baal Tshuva. They'll say, you think you're a busy day. They're just saying, like, again, say, Caleb, separated out a carbon, became an apikoris, and then did Tshuva. You know, so by the way, you understand the profundity of this? When is all this happening? What's the timeline for all of this? What's the timeline? So the Gemara doesn't say, which tells us that what could be the timeline? All in the same day. Tshuva has the ability. We're actually learning this. Remember again in Oros HaTshuva. We haven't had shir in the last couple of days. But remember in Oros HaTshuva, this is what Rav Kook was talking about. We started this in the third chapter. Tshuva Pitomis. What's Tshuva Pitomis? Instantaneous Tshuva. A lightning bolt goes off in my soul. And suddenly I'm going to have the most incredible and beautiful clarity to become who I want and what I want. So it's possible that again, all this is happening one day. The same guy who eats Caleb, separates out the chatos, comes in apikoris, and then becomes about Tshuva. All of that can happen within a relatively short amount of time. Why? Because change is the greatest gift we have, and when we choose to activate it, there is no telling what we could become. So the Gemara says like this: the Gemara says, now in that case, since he became an apikoris, after he separated out the carbon, he can't bring the carbon. So what it sounds like over here is if you enter into a state where you can't bring the carbon becomes forever disqualified. So too, if the commoner ate the half of his ice of Caleb, and then went ahead and became king, and then became a commoner again, he can't bring the carbon because in that state of monarchy, he was set aside bringing that carbon. To which the Gemara says the pieces aren't necessarily comparable. Haki hashta, mumar lav bar isuyei carbon. Here's the difference. The mummer is not allowed to bring a carbon, right? We will not accept the carbon of a mummer. On the other hand, high barisiye carbon, but the king is able to bring the carbon. Okay, so the kind of leaves it unresolved. So let's say person ate a suffix here. In other words, a piece of meat. Not sure, is it Shuman or is it Caleb? Okay, now listen, normally what would happen if you ate suffix here? What would you bring? An Asham Taloi. So this already before. You normally bring an Asham Taloi. So what happens? Now he becomes king. The note little al and it turns out that now he finds out that he may have eaten Caleb. So now, what's Talachabo say? So leave it to Rabbanan, Dalzi Basar Katal, Tibai Lachad, Maisi Asham Taloi. What's Rabbanan will say? That carbonic liability is determined by the time of the sin. He sinned when he was a governor, and therefore Allah brings an Asham Taloi. Kiti by the Khalid Rabbi Shimon. So Shad Rabbi Shimon, Midishtani Levadai Ishtani Vesafei, O Dilma, Ki Ishtani Levadai, Bishtani Karban Bidei. So it says it's going to go like this. So where's the Shaila? According to Rabbi Shimon. So do we say Midishtani Levadai, since his status has changed regarding definitive Karbanos, Ishtani Vesafei, his status has also changed regarding an Asham Taloi, and therefore he won't bring it. Oh, Dilma, Ki Ishtani Levadai, Ishtani Karban Bidei. The only reason ultimately again he changes by definitive karbanos is because he has his own unique carbon for definitively mistaken circumstances. About halcha the lowest tiny carbon today, but again I will say there's no alternative asham taloi for a king or for a kohen gadol. So maybe ema laisi asham taloi, maybe you should stop doing the asham taloi. To which the Gemara says, teku. These are unresolved. Incredible. So so it says, so ultimately again, when it says Ama Aretz will bring a carbon, a chatas, ultimately again, this comes to exclude a mummer. A mummer does not bring a chatas. He's not allowed to bring a chatas. Say first one line about him. Asherlo Tasana Bishkadal, Va'ashem. Ashad mi yasa maybe carbon al shivigasa. Maybe carbon tell you what you were doing, you still wouldn't stop. You don't even though an inadvertent act. That's why a mummer does not bring a carbon. So where it says, maybe that was probably not because it wasn't saying the same thing. Mummer is interesting. Mummer lechol chelev or maybe carbon al adam ikabenayim. So this is very interesting. Let's say there's a guy who went ahead and he eats chelev. He's a mummer. Right? He doesn't care that it's us, he wants to eat chelev. And this guy accidentally ends up eating blood. Does he bring a carbon chatas for the blood or not? So one opinion says essentially, once you're a mummer for something, you're pretty much a mummer for everything. So therefore, even if you accidentally ate blood, again, there's still liability for that. Other opinion says no. At the end of the day, for blood, perhaps had it been pointed out, just because you're a mummer for chelev doesn't automatically make you a mummer for blood. And had someone pointed out to him, hey, that's blood, he would have perhaps desisted from consuming it. The Gemara says, Rabbi said, everyone agrees that just because you're a mummer for one thing doesn't make you a mummer for everything. Listen to this. What's the case? His word is as follows. You have a guy who eats nevela l'te'avon. In other words, he eats non-kosher food, not to rebel against Hashem, but because, again, he likes it. Now, what happened with this guy? So this guy normally eats nevela. It happens to be he had a piece of shuman, kosher meat, and his piece of kosher meat got mixed up with nevela. So he ends up eating nevela. But that was not his intention. His intention was to go and eat kosher meat. What's the status? But yet he's a mummer to eat nevela. So what's the halacha over here? The Gemara says, one opinion says, listen, once the guy intentionally eats nevelas, even if it's like the oven for his own benefit, he's called a mummer, and therefore no chachas. Another opinion says no. Even though he will eat nevela, if given the opportunity to choose between kosher meat and nevela, he will choose kosher meat, and therefore he's not a mummer. Interesting mathematics. The Rabbanon, Achal Chalev Zehu Mummer. So say if a person eats Chalev, intentionally, he is in Mummer. The Ezuhu Mummer, and what is a Mummer? Ochel Nevelos, Shreipos, Shkatzim, Baramosim, B'Shasi Yainesa. If again you eat Nevelos, which means again an animal that died without proper Shkita, Shreipos, animal killed without proper Shkita, Shkatzim, Baramosim, creepy crawly things, Yainesa. But the Rudy says, here's a Mummer, Achalomish Kilai. Even if you wear shatnez, that also makes you a Mummer. Amar Mar. So here's the problem. The way the price of these doesn't make sense. Achal Chalev Zehu Mummer, the Ezuv Mummer, Ochel Nevelos, my Kamar. So the Brisa began by saying, right, if a person eats Chalev, he's a Mummer. And then the Brisa says, what is a Mummer? One who eats Nevelos, Shreipos, Shkatzim, B'Ramos, Yainesa. What's going on here? Here we go. Achal Chalev L'Te'avo, Harei Ze Mummer. So say if a person eats Chalev L'Te'avo, Te'avo means for his own benefit, right? At the end of the day, again, to indulge, so not as a form of rebellion, but just because he's a gluttonous individual. Okay, so Achal Chalev L'Te'avo, Harei Ze Mummer. Lahachis, what if he does so lahachis? What's lahachis? Lahachis is an act of rebellion against Hashem. Harei Ze Tzeduki. Ooh, interesting. So apparently, if you sin for your own pleasure, that makes you a mummer. If you sin ultimately as a form of rebellion, that's like tzeduki. Now, generally, tzeduki refers to who? To people who do not believe in Torah Shabbat, in the verbal or written law. But the mice again, the Gemara is creating over here a more categorical approach. Vezu mummer, did he stumble tzeduki? Avi, and once there was an example of a mummer who was really a tzeduki. Avi omer ocham nevela treifa shkatzim ramosim shabishasa yayines. It was interestingly enough, the reason ultimately again this person becomes a tzeduki. They will say nobody in their right mind wants to eat shkatzim ramosim. Like, there's only one reason why you're eating creepy crawly things, and that's why, ultimately, again, to rebel against the Ribono Shel Olam. And we also see Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Av halobish kilai. Even if somebody wears shatnez, ultimately, again, they're a mummer. He wears madinai, kibinayu, kilayim drabanon. What happens if a person only wears rabbinic shatnez? They will say, without getting into the technicalities of biblical versus rabbinic shatnez, but on the most basic level, biblical shatnez requires the forbidden fibers to be intertwined. Right? Rabbinic shatnez is even if the fibers are just pressed together. So what happens if somebody wears somebody wears rabbinic shatnez? So the Gemara says, let's not focus. One opinion says it's only biblical shatnez that makes you a mummer, not rabbinic. The other one says since everyone knows about the halach of shatnez, even violation of rabbinic shatnez makes you a mummer. So it's a machlokes over here. One opinion said, if you sin to satisfy your own desires, that makes you a mummer. If you sin to rebel against the Baruch Hu, that makes you a tzeduki. And other opinion says, no, even if you sin with the intention to anger Hashem as a form of rebellion, you're still a mummer. Ela ezu tzeduki, so what would be a tzeduki? Idolatry. Idolatry is what makes you into a tzeduki. Mason, where is the kasha? Achol parush echad or yitush echad harei ze mummer. So if a person eats an insect, a gnat, right? So you're a mummer, which makes sense, right? Why you're a mummer? Because nobody in their right mind would eat this stuff just to indulge for their own gratification. The only reason you do it is because you are going ahead and rebelling against Hashem. This is a great example of lahachis, and he's called a mummer. The difference over there is that the guy says, listen, I'm just curious. Like, I'm curious. Right? I've never tasted anything like this. I'm curious. So when he says that it's curiosity, right, to see what it tastes like, you can't call that guy. You have to call him a mummer, even though it's something disgusting. So remember the Mishnah said, this whole time we're speaking about the nasi. So who is the nasi? So the Mishnah said it's the king. Nasi, Yachal Nasi Shevet Kinachshon ben Aminadav. So you might have thought maybe Nasi means like a tribal prince, like Nachshon ben Aminadav for Yehuda. And Lalon they call Mitzvos Hashem Elokav. Lalon Omer Laman Yilmad Yira as Hashem Elokav. So you see symmetry of the lashon. by the seir of the Nasi, it says in Komitzos Hashem Elokav, right? From any, if he violates any of of Hashem is God, and it says by the king Lama Yomar Yira as Hashem Elokav. So textual symmetry. Almost days of Osai. Ma lahalon she'in al gabav el Hashem. 11b. Ma lahalon she'in al gabav el Hashem. So it's just like ultimately again by the king. I should say by ultimately again the seer. We're talking about someone who does not have, he's not answerable to anyone other than God. Nasi she'in al gabav el Hashem elokav. So to the Nasi in question is someone who answers to no one but God. What's an example of someone who answers to no one but God? There's only one person like that in the kingdom of Klal Yisrael, and that is the king. The king, the Melech, incredible. Rabbi is incredible. Can go Ani Mahu B'Sayr. They will say this is such a fascinating discussion. So Rabbi asked Rabbi Chia, do you think someone like me, this is Rabbi, do you think someone like me, if I went ahead and I sinned inadvertently, would I bring the Sa'ir? Now remember again, who was Rabbi? He was pretty much, not pretty much, he was in charge of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. Right? He was the head of Eretz Yisrael Jew, not a king, because remember again, his already monarchy had ended. Happened to be he was a descendant of the Davidic line, but he's like someone like me. So I occupy a position of leadership, the highest position leadership, the highest leadership position in the land. Would someone like me bring a Sa'ir for an erroneous act? So the Gemara says, Amalei, Haritzaras from Bavel. No, because your co-ruler is in Bavel. There's a Rish Galusa. Right there. You are not the singular leader. There's another leader. And therefore, Allah is saying, you want to bring the Sa'ir. Eitzvei, Malki, Somachim, but 1 second. Historically, with our monarchy, we always have, not always, but right from the from the existence of another ruler does not preclude the king from bringing a Sa'ir. That's because those two monarchs, the king of Malchus, Shalachas Yudah, had independent autonomy. Neither was dependent or subservient to the other. But here the Kia says to Rabbi, we the Jews of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again are deferential to the Jews of Babel. Remember again, I will say, Babel was the stronger seat of Jewish leadership, was the stronger Jewish community than the community of Eretz Yisrael. So amazingly enough, Rabbi Chia says to Rabbi, as much as you are the leader of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael, we are still dependent and deferential to the Reish Galusa. Incredible. Therefore, you would not bring the Sa'ir. Safra Mastin, Halki, Rabbi Chia. So Safra had a different version of this exchange. In this exchange, so Rabbi asked Rabbi Chia, Ani Mahu B'Sa'ir. Same question. Rabbi says, someone like me, head of Eretz Yisrael Jewry, would I bring the Sa'ir for a mistake that I committed? Amalei, Hasam Shevet, Hacham B'Cholkek. Here's the difference. It will say, Babel is the Shevet, is where the scepter of leadership resides. Here, Cholkek is where the scholarship of leadership resides. So, Tanya, when the Pasuk says, the scepter shall not pass from Yehuda, who does that refer to? That refers to Reish Galusa. Reish Galusa really had the power. Because he rules Klal Yisrael with the staff. In other words, he has authority, he has the power. So we'll say it's interesting. So it appears that the way that this worked was that real authority resided in Baba with the Reish Galusa, but the seat of scholarship was in Eretz Yisrael. So because of that, therefore, again, Rabbi Chia essentially says, Rabbi, as much as you are the leader of Eretz Yisrael Jewry, at the end of the day, if someone like you were to make a mistake, you would not go ahead and bring the Sa'ir. Incredible. The Losai Mishnah, Ve'ez Mashiach, right? And ultimately, again, who is Mashiach? We've been waiting 2,000 years to answer that question. Who is Mashiach? When is he going to be here? And by the way, say, what an incredible Gemara to learn on Chayel, right? What an incredible Gemara to learn on Chayel. So again, who's the Mashiach? Now, of course, in this context, ultimately, again, so Mashiach again refers to Kohen Mashiach, right? It refers to the Kohen Gadol. So what does it mean with the anointed Kohen Gadol? So Mashiach B'Shem HaMishkan. We're talking about a Kohen Gadol was anointed with anointing oil. Lo Hameruba Bebegadim. I will say, remember, this earlier on in the Sefta, there are two ways in which a Kohen Gadol ultimately again can become Kohen Gadol. Number one, you can anoint it with oil. Number two, he puts on the clothing of the Kohen Gadol. Right? So Gemara says, when we speak about a Kohen Gadol who has to bring a unique power, if he goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling and acts on his own ruling, that is only a Kohen Gadol anointed with anointing oil. Not Meruba Begadim. Ein bein Kamashach, ein bein Kohen Mashiach B'Shem HaMishkan, Meruba Begadim. In general, again, I will say, there is no distinction if a Kohen was anointed with oil or he put on the Kohanic vestments. Ella Par Haba Akal Mitzvos. Actually, the only Nafkamina Bosai is this halacha. If a Kohen Gadol issues an erroneous ruling and acts on his own ruling, he has to bring a par. But he only brings the par if he was anointed with oil, not if he was inducted with the big day kahuna. So the aim being Kohen B'Shamish for Kohen B'Shavar. Furthermore, again, I will say, if you have a Kohen Gadol, Kohen B'Shamish means an active Kohen Gadol versus a Kohen Shavar. What's a Kohen Shavar? Kohen Gadol Emeritus, a former Kohen Gadol. So I'll say, so there's no difference between the two of them. Ella, Par Yom Kippurim, V'Asir Saifa, except for, again, the Par of Yom Kippur and Asir Seifa. Asir Seifa, we'll say, is what we call Minchas Chavit, and that was the daily meal offering of the Kohen Gadol. So in general, again, on both sides, even a former Kohen Gadol has all the rights of a Kohen Gadol, with the exception of only the active Kohen Gadol could bring the karbanos on Yom Kippur, and only the active Kohen Gadol brings the daily Kohen Gadol offering. Otherwise, they're the same. The Zev is a Shabbat Ba'avalos Yom Kippurim. Both say, but in general, again, both are capable of doing the Avodah Yom Kippur. Or Mitzvah ala Basula. Both of them can only marry a Basula. V'Asurim ala Almona, can marry an Almona. Ve'ina Metami Kroven, both Kohen. Again, I both say, this is active Kohen Gadol, former Kohen Gadol. Cannot become coming even for the closest of relatives. Both say, first wide line, below Purim, below Purim, cannot allow their hair to grow long as a form of mourning, nor can they rend their clothing. And when either of them die, all of the people who are confined to the Ir Miklat, all the murderers, are allowed to go free. Incredible. So I'll say, let's analyze. Well, for our purposes, for Hariya's purposes, what's important about this is we spend a significant amount of time speaking about the Par Kohen Mashiach. So remember again, Kohen Gadol, Halam Dabar, Shivas Maisa, delivers an erroneous ruling, then takes action based on that ruling, brings a unique carbon called the Par. To which the Mishnah tells us, by the way, that's only true for a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil. If he was anointed with oil, ultimately he does not bring this passage. This is the anointing oil. Moshe made a meal in the desert. How you show in Bo Esai Karim did Rabbi Yehuda. So what they would do is, interestingly enough, they would take the oil and they would dip the different animals. How do you make anointing oil? Anointing oil, we'll say you take olive oil and you dip different like herbs and roots in it to make it aromatic and fragrant. So Moshe Rabbeinu took the oil, olive oil, and he put the roots in there. There we go. You don't say, no, it's impossible. Now, never again, we're going to see Moshe Rabbeinu like 12 lug of oil. The problem just is what happens when you put the roots, right, or something into oil. What does it do? The roots themselves absorb the oil. The problem over here is that would have drained, that would have taken up all of the oil by itself. So again, if Moshe Rabbeinu were to go ahead and have put the roots in the oil, the roots themselves would have absorbed all the oil. There would have been no oil left. So rather, how do they make sure? So also Rabbi is very interesting. What did they do? They went ahead and they soaked first the roots in water. Now, why did they soak the roots in water? So that the roots should absorb the water, become fully saturated with the water. Afterwards, they put the roots in the oil. That way, the oil could absorb the aroma or whatever, the scent of the aroma of the roots, without the roots absorbing the oil. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, "B'koli Tetzarech b'Kafko or Ruda b'Chimes Echad Nasa Mishana Mishka." So Rabbi Yehuda said, "Don't get so technical. The Shana Mishka that Moshe Rabbeinu made was miracle after miracle after miracle. How so? Balot Tchilas Shem Asar Lugim." Right? And to begin with, Moshe Rabbeinu began with 13 lug of oil. And I will say, by the way, from 12 lug of oil, which is not all that much, Moshe Rabbeinu anointed the entire Mishkan, all of the utensils, Aaron and his sons, all 7 days. And not only that, the Kula Kayim La'asad Lavo. And there was still enough oil left over for the future. Shneimar, Shema Mishchas Kodesh Yiyaz Elila Dorosech. So what I say, what the Gemara is saying is, don't worry about it. Moshe Rabbeinu's Shema Mishcha was miraculous oil. Miraculous oil. Don't worry about the roots, absorbing, not absorbing. Because at the end of the day, there was enough, from 12 moving, there was enough oil ultimately again for all Mishkan, utensils, Aaron and his son, all 7 days, and future generations as well. Tanya Idach. That's what we're just doing a line. Tanya Idach. Vayikach Moshe Shema Mishcha. Vayikach Moshe Shema Mishcha. Vayimshach Es HaMishkan Ves Kol HaShebo. Ultimately, again, so what happened? So Moshe Rabbeinu took the Shema Mishkan and he anointed the Mishkan and everything that was there. And Yehuda says, "Shema Mishkan Sha'asa Moshe Rabbeinu Kama Nisim Nasim Ametchila V'Atzof." There were so many miracles that occurred in the Shema Mishkan from the beginning. So the Gemara says, "Metchila V'Atzof." Tchilaso v'Haya Hashem Shneim Asar Lugim. First of all, to begin with, there was only 12 lug of oil, which is not a lot. Ra Kama Yolos Bolos, the Kama Ikarim Bolim, the Kama Haor Soretz. So remember again, just think about this just a moment. When you're making anointing oil, so you have to contemplate again, how much do the roots themselves absorb? How much does the pot, because you're cooking, how much does the pot absorb? And how much does the heat cause to evaporate? And yet with all of that, Ubom Nimshach Mishkan, the Caleb, Aaron Abanav Kol Shiva Sinei Miluim, Ubom Nimshachu Kohanim, and yet, I will say, with that oil, there was enough to anoint the Mishkan in its entirety, all of the utensils, Aaron and his son, all 7 days, and future generations of kings and Kohanim. So we'll say miraculous oil. So that's it. So stop over here for today. We'll pick up in next session. I want to point out also. Thank you. Don't get nervous. If you look at Monday's daf is a little dafala, right? It's just a little there. So we got to. It's not fair. It wouldn't be fair to Monday to just allow that little piece to be Monday's daf. We have to give the last daf of Harius a little bit more meat on the bones. I could go faster if I wanted to. I choose not to. I make an active choice to slow down, to pump the brakes a little bit. So Meretz Hashem, Monday will be something substantive as well. Shkerach Hamosai, what a week. A good Erev Shabbos. All right, very soon. Good Shabbos, everyone. It is such a split color with all of you. Thank you again for showing up every day. Although Eretz Yisrael Chazra, what time is it now? I don't know. What is it, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Still starting in the middle of your day. All right, let's say have a good Shabbos. Good Shabbos, everyone. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to fame. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shema and Joshua's this year as a Zechus, the Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Elul Haba Aleinu Torah Benek Over, Ra'aniyat and the Neshamas of his parents, Avram ben Asher Pinchas, Begar Ezel Bas Zelig Zichron Lebracha, and the hopes that all the tefillos of our Kehillah and Klal Yisrael will be answered in the months ahead. Shmoni Leibovitz, the Ili Nishmas Tavi Flum's father, the Ari Flum Harav Yitzchak, Aryeh ben Achav Rav Yaakov Zichron Lebracha. We hope that on the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas have an Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need refuah, Shabbat, Kol Chol So Kodesh Baruch Hu should inherit Hashem. The Homer has to be B'Shalom and B'Cholak and allow Holy soldiers to be successful. B'Chol Maaseh Yedehem and truly bring Shalom to all of Am Yisrael and to Eretz Yisrael. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Really exciting daf ahead of us today with some really just fascinating pieces of information. So today's daf is daf past 9. We are picking up with the Mishnah on Ches on the days bottom of the daf. Mishnah. Ein chayav al shmiras kol. So we already alluded to some of this in yesterday's daf. So remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit, we are dealing essentially now with three unique entities. One is the Beis Din. Right? Beis Din offers issues an erroneous ruling. Remember again, that's Helam Davar, then followed by Shigadas Maisa, Bal Yisrael, or some segment acts upon that, Par Helam Davar Min Hatzibot. That's category 1. Category 2, a Nasi, or let's go Kohen Mashiach, right? Kohen Gadol, offers an erroneous ruling. Who is he offering the erroneous ruling to? He's not passing it but himself. What's the halacha? He offers up also a par, a unique carbon different. Same thing. Helam Davar, Shigadas Maisa, requires an erroneous ruling, and then following up an unintentional action based on that ruling. Category 3, goes ahead and delivers ruling once again, followed by himself. And we're going to talk more about the Nasi today. He has a unique offering, ultimately, again, of a sire, and the same idea of myself. So again, we'll say, so that's kind of, now again, we saw actually about the Nasi, there's Machlokas, does it require Shigas Mais, does it require Halam Davar or not? We're going to talk about that more today. Now the Mishnah is going to talk about some exceptions to this. But there are certain areas of halacha where if these erroneous rulings happen, there is no unique carbon. For example, let's go. Mishnah, in Chayavin. Right? So when we say in Chayavin, remember, in Chayavin means these individuals are not obligated to bring their unique type of carbon. So in Chayavin al Shmias Kol. So ultimately, again, Shmias Kol is a shvuah. Remember back to our shvuah states that if someone tells you, someone comes over to me, Silver, you know that I lent Ruben money, right? And I say, and swear that you don't have any aidus for me. That's much sure say this, but and I say I don't. So Shmias Kol means someone else is making a statement. I'm answering in the affirmative, right? And I'm taking a shvuah by answering to someone else. That's what's called Shmias Kol. So I'm not articulating the shvuah myself. Someone else is saying it, but I'm answering. I'm confirming the shvuah. It's as if I'm taking the shvuah. So that's what's called Shmias Kol. In Chayav al Shmias Kol, la Bitoy Sasayim. So Bitoy Sasayim, I'll say again, back to our shvuah days, and right, an oath articulation. Remember again, we'll say that's Shtayim Shein Arba. Right, I will eat, I won't eat, I haven't eaten. Again, Bitoy Sasayim, about Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav. Now we saw Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav yesterday. Right, halacha may say anything to do with the halachos of Tumah in the Beis Hamikdash, in the Beis Hamikdash. Remember again, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav also falls into 2 categories. Category 1 is about actual Tumah in the Beis Hamikdash itself, versus halachos of individuals entering into in the Beis Hamikdash in the state of Tumah. So if the Sanhedrin, or the Nasi, or the Mashiach delivers halachic rulings regarding any of these areas, there is no unique carbon brought for their erroneous ruling. That's the halacha. Take a look at, we'll say, at the Mishnah for just a moment. Rashi, Mishnah, sorry. So actually, left-hand column, in days in Charav al Shmias Kol, Ba'bitu Esasayim al Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav, the Chol Hani, Havyon the carbon Olda V'Yori, Kidamin Le'el, the Tzibor in Median Chatlas Ela B'Kua. So Moses, remember, we actually saw this in yesterday's daf. At least, we saw the Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav. That halacha is like this. The common denominator between all of these halachic areas of Shmias Kol, Bitoy Sasayim, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav is that they are subject to what we call a carbon Olda V'Yored. What's a carbon Olda V'Yored? It's a type of sin offering that depends on your financial status. If you have more money, then you'll bring a nicer carbon. If you're impoverished, you'll bring a very, very simple carbon. So we already saw in yesterday's daf that anytime you have an infraction that is subject to carbon over the Yored, the unique carbonos of these individuals or based in does not apply. We saw in yesterday's daf, there was a whole limud there. Because the only time, remember again, I will say, so you have on one hand you have the Sanhedrin, the Kohen Gadol, and the king, all the unique carbonos. On the other hand, if a yachid, if an individual would commit any of these same infractions, what would the yachid bring? Carbon chatos. So anything that a yachid would bring a carbon chatos for, these unique, I'm calling based in individuals, which understand, these unique entities would bring their specialized carbon for. But it's got to be a chatas. So therefore, any situation where the individual would bring a carbon oled v'yored, which is just a different type of sing offering, just based on a scriptural technicality. So ultimately, again, these unique entities do not bring their specialized carbon. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Back to the Mishnah. The Gemara says, and again, Rabbi Yossi clearly says that the Nasi, the king, is treated just like the Sanhedrin and the Beis Din and the Kohen Gadol. Rabbi Kiva says no. A Nasi Chai B'Kula, not true. Rabbi Kiva says in general, a Nasi goes ahead and Halacha L'Maisa. A Nasi is Chayiv in everything. In other words, a Nasi would bring his unique carbon in all of these things. Now, essentially, Machlokes over here is whether or not a Nasi is Chayiv in a carbon oled v'yored. We'll see this in the Gemara. So Rabbi Kiva says the Nasi is Chayiv with everything, with the exception ultimately again of Shmias Kol. Remember again, Shmias Kol is the case where someone else articulates a shvua and I affirm that shvua. A Nasi is not obligated in that. Why? This is very interesting because a king in general is not subject to anything of a testimonial nature. Shamelech lo done and also, lo meyed, lo me'idin also. Because we'll say a king in general is not subject to any testimonial law. Right? A king cannot be a judge, a king cannot be judged, a king cannot testify, and a king cannot be testified about. So therefore, again, Shmias Kol, which in general, again, is a shvua about eidos, simply doesn't apply to a king. Okay, incredible. So let's analyze. My time you say leading. So let's say again. The point that here's what's interesting. Everyone seems to agree regarding the Sanhedrin and the Kohen Gadol that halacha l'maisa they're only going to be subject to their unique karbanos in a case where a yachid would be obligated in a chatos, but where a yachid would be obligated in a carbon oled v'yored. In that case, the Sanhedrin and the Kohen Gadol do not go ahead and bring their unique karbanos. The Machlokes case is about the Nasi. What do you do in the case of the Nasi? So the Nasi ultimately says, Rabbi Yossi says, Nasi is just like Kohen Gadol and Sanhedrin. And Rabbi Akiva says, no, a Nasi is chayiv even in the carbon oled v'yored. So let's analyze. So Amrullah, my time, Rabbi Yossi what's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Amar Kaddish, the pasuk says, and we'll say, just by the way, I want to give you this now because I think it's just easy as we operate through. We paskin ultimately again like Rabbi Yossi. So the nice part is that all three of these entities are on the same boat. So therefore, Sanhedrin, Kohen Gadol, and Nasi only bring their unique karbanos when the individual will be subject to a chatos. But if the individual is subject to a carbon oled v'yored, they do not bring their unique karbanos. That is the halacha l'maisa. Okay, so I'm getting putting the or is it the horse before the cart? Just jump the gun a little bit on that. And I think it's helpful just to know that as we go forward. Says the Gemara. So Amrullah, my time is over. Let's really say Leah's logic. So the Gemara says, Amakra, Vayaki Yashon La'achos Be'eva, Kolshem is Chayiv Ba'achos. Interestingly enough, the pasuk says, "Whoever will be culpable for one of these things." Now, both say this pasuk happens to be talking about the items mentioned in the Mishnah. The pasuk itself is talking about liability for Shmias Kol, Bitui Sfasayim, and Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha. So it's interesting, right? This grouping is not random. The pasuk says that someone will be guilty for one of these things. So this one understands kosher mischayev ba'achos, mischayev b'kulam. Whoever is liable in one of these cases is liable in all of these cases. The she'ein mischayev ba'achos, ein mischayev b'kulam. Essentially, Yosef Levi's logic is like this. It's a grouping. It's a grouping, and if halacha l'maaseh you have liability in one, you have liability in all of them. But if you don't have liability in one, you have liability in none of them. Therefore, again, ve'ima. But why is that? Why don't we say if there's liability in one, you're liable for the one that you're liable? Why do you have to need group liability? His logic is from here. Ne'emar, top of test. Ne'emar, lo sagia yado, the ne'emar, lo sasig yado. So we'll say this is very interesting. And we'll say, so the pasuk says, lo sagia yado. Now this is talking about over here a carbon oleviolate, right? So and then it says lo sasig yado. So the Gemara says, mi shabali be'anios v'ashivos. So we'll say this is fascinating. Who is an individual who is subject to a carbon oleviolate? This is fascinating. Someone who is capable of reaching poverty, right? Reaching wealth also, really reaching poverty. In order to become carbon oleviolate, you have to have the capacity to become impoverished. Yatsa nasi u'mashiach she'im ba'im l'ganios. This comes to exclude a king and a kohen gadol who can never become impoverished. Now, what is that? It must be fascinating. Nasi, Tichsev, v'asa afas mikom sasa shalom. Remember again the Nasi, as the pasuk says over here, this is by the unique covenant of the Nasi. And he went ahead and he violated one of the mitzvos of Hashem, his God. Mi she'ein al gabav ela Shem elakav. Who's the Nasi, Rabbi? Who's the Nasi? Who's the king? The king is someone who is answerable to no one but God, which means he is the most powerful man in the Jewish people. With power comes money. So therefore the assumption is the king can never be poor. The king can never reach, he can just never be impoverished. Mashiach, what about the Kohen Gadol? Tichsev, v'kohen hagadol me'echav, shugadol me'echav, b'nai, b'koach, b'chachma, b'osher. So this is incredible. When the Torah describes the Kohen Gadol, how does it describe the Kohen Gadol? The Kohen hagadol me'echav. Now, if you look at the Lashon here, it's very interesting. The Kohen who is Gadol, he's greater, me'echav. Now, me'echav could mean than his brothers or from his brothers. What does this mean? I will say, what does it mean? Gadol me'echav, he has to be greater than his brother. B'nai, interesting. The Kohen Gadol has to be handsome. The Koach, physical strength. The Chachma, wisdom, and Osher, wealth. The Kohen Gadol must possess all of these qualities. Now we're focusing on the wealth over here. So what happens if you have a Kohen Gadol who is handsome, who is strong, who is wise, but he's not wealthy? He's lacking wealth. What do you do in that case? The Gemara says, "Tabalomar va'kohen hagadol me'echav asher yutzak alosho kadlehu me'echav." The other kohanim are obligated. You put together a Kohen Gadol GoFundMe page, right? And what happens? They are obligated to go ahead and make him wealthy. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting that the obligation to make the Kohen Gadol wealthy falls upon the other kohanim. But it's fascinating because the Gemara doesn't say Klal Yisrael has to make him wealthy. The Kohanim have to make him wealthy. So we'll say, so therefore this is really fascinating. So Allah for myself, who's going to be subject to someone who's a carbon oleviolate? Only someone who has the ability to experience poverty. A king can never experience poverty. He is the king. Kohen Gadol can never experience poverty because by definition, if he's the Kohen Gadol, he's got to be wealthy. We'll say, no, it's interesting. It's interesting that Klal Yisrael, like we Klal Yisrael, ultimately again are compared to two things. We're compared to many things. Kadosh Baruch Hu calls us Kohen. There's a beautiful idea. The Maggid Mezrich says so beautifully that the greatest sin that a Jew ever commits, the greatest sin that he could ever commit, is that he forgets that he's a Ben Melech. He forgets that he's a son of a king. Like he forgets that ultimately he's royalty. So it's interesting if you think about it that we are compared both to Kohanim as well as to kings, as well as to royalty. And I will say how beautiful is this? What is the feature of being a Kohen and being a king? You are never impoverished. You're never impoverished. And I will say, think about that just on a ruchnius level. What does it mean to be mamleches Kohen? What does it mean to be a Kohen Gadol? What does it mean to be a melech? It means that no matter what I do in life, I can never become spiritually impoverished. I can make a lot of mistakes. I can make a lot of wrong things. I do a lot of things that really mess me up and mess up my life and take things off the rails. But at the end of the day, I'm never impoverished. At the end of the day, the personalistic spiritual coffers are never empty. There's always something in the tank. There's always something in the soul. And that should give us the chizuk, especially during this season. Because a lot of times we come to Yom Naran and we're so, we put on a good face, but I'm so down on myself. I'm so disappointed in myself. I'm so disillusioned with myself that I don't think I feel there's somewhere to get started. Well, just remember, you're a Kohen Gadol. Just remember that you're a melech. And both of those individuals never taste impoverishment. Right? There's always something there. There's always internal wealth. No matter how badly you've messed up, we always have the ability and the spiritual credit to be able to affect the turnaround. So incredible. Listen, this is a fascinating case. What happens if the king gets so now here's what we've established. So just so you appreciate the circle over here, right? What have we established? That at least the king and the Nasi and the Kohen Gadol don't bring a covered over the Yored, right? Why don't they bring a covered over the Yored? Because during a covered over the Yored, you have to be able to experience poverty. These individuals can experience poverty. Now remember again, let's go full circle. That's why the Mishnah said they're not subject to their unique kabbanos when it comes to these cases in the Mishnah. Shmias Kol, B'Tuis Fasayim, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashah, because those are averas for which the liability is carbon over the Yored. So therefore, they're not subject to this. Now you might ask an interesting follow-up question. What happens if the king gets saras? Now we'll say, now what is that? Now again, halacha l'maisa, if the king gets saras, he can't be king. Rashi points out over here, Nasi shemitztara Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Yosef Lili, the Abba Minisiyaso, she'ein roi lios melech, kishum mitzora. So we're going to learn this concept tomorrow's daf, apparently. Right there, halacha l'maisa, if a king contracts saras, he cannot be king. In other words, he can't be king while he has saras. It doesn't mean he can't go ahead and resume the throne, which is really fascinating. You can't act as the king, which makes sense, right? Why does it make sense? Why getting saras? Because you did something. So you can't go ahead and be the leader of the people if you yourself are not modeling the right kind of behavior. So therefore, if the king has saras, he's got to abdicate the throne during that time. So here's what's interesting. So Yakich and Istara Mahu, what is the halacha? Now listen, what does this mean? Now halacha, what is that saying like this? We just established that the king can't bring a covenant over the Yored because he can't go ahead and get to the level of poverty. But what happens if he's not king? What happens if he was forced to at least temporarily abdicate the throne? Is he subject to a covenant over the Yored during this time of saras? So the Gemara says, no. Mitchadachi. Do we say ultimately again? Mitchadachi means. Do we say halacha l'maisa? Listen, essentially, once you're king, you are forever removed from the parasha of covenant over the Yored. And even if halacha l'maisa right now you're not functioning as king, you're still removed from the parasha. Or miftar pater. Or no, what it means is when you're king, you're pater. But if you're not the acting king, then you're going to be chayiv. So instead, the Gemara says, Amalei. So he responded, Tilach o the Gaza. Tell me, is the king paying for this from his money or from your money? Right? So what does this mean? The Gemara says. So what it's saying is like this. Essentially, one of the advantages of being king is not, okay, obviously king comes with power, but king also comes with opportunities for personal financial advancement. And I will say, it's fascinating. The notion of public office as a tool for personal enrichment is not something that modern day politicians discovered, right? In other words, this was always, and by the way, I also want to point out, lav dafka, that it's something nefarious. Like, in other words, sometimes just based on positions that you have, open up additional opportunities for you. Again, I'm not saying anything illegal that obviously because that's too careful with it. But so the Gemara is just saying, the king's wealthy. The king's wealthy. He's going to be wealthy because he's king, and his own personal finances have generated a tremendous amount of wealth also. So just because he's not acting a king, the fact that he was king obviously has most probably endowed him with tremendous personal wealth, and therefore Allah he is always parted from carbon over the yoke. Incredible. Kind of a kiboma, Mashiach parting Kulan. Ultimately, again, the Kohen Gadol ultimately is parted from all pieces. Now, what is it? In Gilgal Rashi, and the Kiva on Mashiach parting Kulan, right hand side. We covered over the yard. It says Zek Kaban Aaron of Banabel Meshach also. Asir Sefer Dahanu Chabite Kohen Mashiach. The Chabitin Balachol, the Inacharis Balo, the Asir Sefer Ola the Yorei, Lo Balachol. So, what's this? Interesting. The Gemara says, Rabbi Kiva said. Anytime there's a cover over the Yorei, the Kohen Gadol is going to be part of. So the Gemara says, I'm my time Rabbi Kiva. What's Rabbi Kiva's logic? And I just want to point out, when we say I said this yesterday, but I should say it again. When we say potter, remember, as you're talking about situations where someone committing an Avera. So there's liability whenever you commit an Avera. Potter over here is used in a very strict legal sense to be discussing a particular carbonic liability. So therefore, a Kohen Gadol is potter from carbon already. Okay, so what's the passage? That carbon Aaron above. So this is the carbon ultimately of Aaron and his sons. I must say this is referring to the Chavite Kohen Gadol. Like this is referring to the unique carbon of the Kohen Gadol. This Kohen Gadol carbon. This is the one that is obligatory upon him. The other ones are not. So maybe the Gemara will say, maybe in the world of Ola Yorei, maybe the Kohen Gadol is simply exempt from the lowest tier carbon. What is that? Remind me, the Gemara says, what is that? Asir Saifa. That's also an ability, again, like the lowest level meal offering. But maybe higher levels of Ola Yorei, perhaps the Kohen Gadol should be higher than which was the low side. I put it say the keeper of a coin asher chataso, asher chatami achos neila. Hamiskaper ba'achos miskaper bekulan. One who could achieve atonement from any one of these achieves atonement through all of them. The she'em miskaper ba'achos, ein miskaper bekulan. So essentially, again, the only time you're going to be chayiv in all of the Yorei is if you be chayiv to any of the extreme forms of the carbon. But again, once you're not being subject to poverty, by definition, ultimately, again, you're not subject to the lowest level. If you're not subject to the lowest level, you're not chayiv in any of them. So you make the same drasha over here by this passage. So you also, once again, only if you have liability for the whole group, then you have liability for any one of them. So the Gemara says, the shame is chai ba'achas, im is chai b'kulon. So the Gemara says, Allah matron, why does it say Rabbi Kiva Omer? Rabbi Kiva says, Nasi chayiv chutz mishmias kol. Remember, it's not true. Rabbi Akiva says that ultimately, again, a Nasi does have liability in Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav, does have liability in B'Tui Spasai, only is exempt in Shmias Kol. So you see, that's not treated as a group. Abai, the Gemara says, Abai Rav Abayu, Me'achos Mashmalei, La'achos Lo Mashmalei. He darshans Me'achos, he doesn't darshan La'achos. U'mayshna Me'achos D'Mashma. Why does he darshan me'achos? Because the Torah Dafka writes this at the end of Asir Seifa, which is the lowest level all of you. The teach you that only if you're higher than the lowest level, or you could be subject to the lowest level, or all of the rate, will you be higher than everything? Because if you would think that even if you're not subject to one of the levels of all of your rate, you should still be subject to the other ones. If that's the case, lowest level carbon, or by the highest level of Ashirus. The fact that it doesn't write it by one of the poles, but ultimately kind of writes it in the middle, indicates to us the only time you really have all carbon all of the Yorei is if you could be subject to all shades of all of the Yorei. But if someone is never subject to poverty, and therefore again never reaches the lowest level all of the Yorei, therefore they're not subject to any. Can I say? Bottom line, takeaway message over here. Halacha l'maisa again. Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol, and we paskin as well, Nasi, king, are not subject to carbon Ola V'Yorei. Again, Sanhedrin goes without saying they're not subject to carbon Ola V'Yorei. We saw it already in yesterday's daf. So because they're not subject to Ola V'Yorei, therefore Halacha L'Maisa, they will not bring their unique carbonos in these aforementioned cases of Shmiras Kol, Bitui Sfasayim, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadash. Or to state it a little bit differently as a definitive rule, the only time Sanhedrin, Kohen Gadol, can bring their unique offering or erroneous ruling is in a case where the individual would be subject to a karban chatos. That's it. If the individual is subject to a different karban, they're not bringing, quote unquote, they're not bringing their unique karbanos. Incredible. Mishnah. So we'll say here it is. Hayochid maybe kispo sira. This is actually interesting Mishnah of general halachos regarding karbanos. Any mitzvah, any avera really, and avera in the Torah, that ultimately, again, if performed intentionally, would carry with it a punishment of kares. And ultimately, again, an unintentional violation would bring a karban chatos. So again, when the individual brings his chatos, what is the chatos? Hayafi maybe kispa usira. So ultimately, again, the individual will bring a sheep or a goat. That's a chatos, a sheep or a goat. Good. Rule 1. In that same case, Hanasi Seir, if the king went ahead and issued an erroneous ruling and then followed through on it, the king would bring a Seir. That's the king's unique offering. Mashiach for Beis Din. Ultimately, again, Kohen Gadol, Beis Din, they issued an erroneous ruling and people follow through on it. They bring their par. So we'll say that's the paradigm in that case, right? That's the paradigm that we've been operating with this entire Masechta. Next, what about the case of bless you? What about the case of Avodah Zarah? Hayochid v'hanasi b'mashiach v'v'yin sira. So in the case of Avodah Zarah, ultimately again, the individual, the nasi, and the Kohen Gadol all bring a seir. Beis Din par the soyer. Beis Din bring a par and the soyer. Okay, really, right? They brings a par and a soyer. Par the ola, usir the chatos. A par for an ola and a seir ultimately for a chatos. Asham Taloi. What about Asham Taloi? Well, this is a really great Mishnah because this is like a compilation about Kavanos. Asham Taloi. It's a sin offering that depends on your financial status. Hayochid v'anasi chayavim. I will say, I just want to point out something. It's just like the hashkafa of an Asham Taloi. I will say, think to yourself, I don't know, it seems insensitive. Why not go ahead and just say, everyone brings the same carbon. And after all, why make people think this one has more, this one has less? Rabbi said, do you know one of the most important yisodos in Yiddishkeit? I don't know if it's one of the most important yisodos. It's an important yisod. Is you have to understand in life, some people have more and some people have less. Sometimes we become so preoccupied with people's feelings that we put feelings above reality. And we feel like we have to coddle everyone. Everyone has to be cuddled. And no, that's a show. You should never be aware that someone has more than you. Yeah, people have more than me. People have more than me, people have less than me, and that's just the way the world works. It's the same way, by the way, that in life, there are winners and there are losers, right? And that's the way life works. And that's why when we give every single child a trophy, and suddenly again, there's first through 172nd place, and everybody gets a ribbon, right? It's profoundly detrimental, because it's important for children to understand, ultimately again, that there are winners, there are losers. Just like I will say, sometimes, even effort sometimes to regulate the types of simchas that people make. Yeah, we should all be moderate in what it is that we do. But this notion that, this one's going to have this, there are people who have more, there are people who have less, there are people that make bigger simchas, people that make smaller simchas, people that take nicer vacations, people that take lesser vacations. And again, so much of life is just being comfortable in your own skin. Even if you can't do what everyone else is doing, it's okay. It's okay. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving me exactly what I need. Maybe I'll work hard, I'll try to have more, but even if I can't, I'm good. I always said, like the hashkaf of Asham Taloi is, you know what? Reuven has more money than I do, so he's going to bring a nicer carbon. I have lesser money, doesn't make me a lesser person, and so much of my life is trying to be Ezu Ashir Hasamech B'chalkos. Gemara goes back to Asham Taloi. What happens with Asham Taloi? So the Gemara says, Hayokin v'hanasi chayokin. Ultimately, again, Asham and Asham Taloi. So the Yachid individual and the Nasi are both chayiv in that. Interesting enough, Machlokes with our previous. That's the Machlokes in our previous Mishnah. Well, Mashiach is based into it, but ultimately, again, the Mashiach with the Kohen Gadol and the based in our Pater Asham Vadayin. What about an Asham Vadayin? Everyone is chayiv in an Asham Vadayin. Well, based into it, but based in does not bring that. Ashmiya Sakol Ba'Bitoy Sasayva Thomas Mikdash V'Kadashim. So we'll say, so again, going back to, hearkening back to last Mishnah, right? Shmiya Sakol. So again, if someone makes a shvua, I affirm it. Bitoy Sasayim, a shvua of articulation. Thomas Mikdash V'Kadashim. Issues of Tuma either in the Mikdash or individuals emptying into the Mikdash. Based into it, which means again, a based in issue or ruling regarding any of these things. Ultimately, they're pater. And ultimately, again, Yochid Nasi Mashiach HaChayiv Ela She'ein Kohen Gadol Mashiach Chayiv Al Tumas Mikdash V'Kadash Rabbi Shimon. But ultimately, again, Rabbi Shimon says that the Kohen Gadol is not chayiv for any rulings rendered Al Tumas Mikdash V'Kadash. He says, "Remind me, what carbon do they bring?" So he wants to carbon all of the already that it was Omer Hanasi maybe Sawyer. Okay, incredible. So this is a really nice Mishnah that is a little bit of like a catch-all of all the information we're doing with until now. So Tanya, Rabbi Shimon says as follows: Rabbi Shimon Yanos Klau Kol Shayachim Ba'Asham Talu Hanasi Kiyotibol. Rabbi Shimon used to give the following principle: anytime an individual is chayiv in an Asham Talu, the Nasi will also be chayiv. Yanasi Kiyotibol. Mashiach will base in Keturim, and Mashiach means will be pater. That's pretty much in line with what we said in the previous video, with the exception of Nasi. The Choshu Ba'Asham Vadai, anytime an individual is chayiv in an Asham Vadai, Nasi Mashiach Ukiyotze Bayan. Sorry, Choshu Asham Vadai. Anytime an individual is chayiv in an Asham Vadai, so Nasi Mashiach Kiyotze, and Nasi Mashiach will be the same thing. Who base in Keturim, base will be pater. Shmiya Sakol will be to his Vasayim Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav. Those cases we just mentioned before. What's the halacha? Based in Keturim, based in his pater, Nasi u'Mashiach chayavim, and Nasi Mashiach will be chayiv. Elo shein hanasi chayiv b'shmiyas hakol. Nasi is not chayiv b'shmiyas kol, as we saw about before. Why not? Because remember again, that's a matter of testimony, and the king has nothing to do with testimony. But Mashiach Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav, and a Kohen Gadol doesn't have liability regarding matters of Tumah in the Beis Hamikdash. V'chol shuva olav yorei, anytime the subject to olav yorei, Nasi kiyozevo. Right, so if the individual is kind of olav yorei, Nasi shares the same halacha. Mashiach will base in Keturim, and Mashiach based in Pater. I says, you know, a second, how good it's a contradiction. Amrit Shem Mashiach Chayiv Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav. You said before that the Kohen Mashiach is not chayiv in Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav. The Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav for the Pater, Hava b'Shmiyas Hakol will be to his Sasayim Chayim. And both remember again, these things are normally considered to be a group. So when you're making it sound like his Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav, the Nasi is Pater, but the other parts of the group, namely Shmiyas Kol, B'Tuis Vasayim, the Nasi will be chayiv. Whoa, 1 second. Ema Seifa, Kol Shuba Ola V'Yorei Nasi Kiyotzibo, Mashiach U'Beis in Keturim. Katani, Mashiach U'Beis in Keturim. And we say, Ma Beis in Keturim Kulu, just like the Beis is pater in all of these cases, namely again, Shmiyas Kol, B'Tuis Vasayim, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashav, Af Mashiach Keturim Kulu. So to the Kohen Gadol should be pater for everything. That's you contradicted what you just spoke about before. You said it was liability. So you might say, I'm a base, Kashina Dadi, contradiction. I'm Rafuna, but you're sure, look, Kasha, no, it's not a contradiction. Kan B'Dalus, Kan B'Dali Dalus. It's talking about two different cases. One is talking about the lowest level of carbon olav yorei, and one is talking about, again, not the lowest level. Look at Rashi, Dali Dalus. Dali Dalus means like literally, again, the impoverished of the impoverished. So Rashi says over here, Mashiach Pater Mikulu Kiddusim Zeh Karban Aaron She'ein HaKeres Ba'al L'Chol. But behind the carbon Mashiach Chayiv B'Shmiyas Kol B'Tuas Tzayim Kidom B'Dalus B'Tor B'nei Yonah. So Moshe is very interesting. According to this approach, now the Gemara is suggesting that halacha l'maisa, when we exempt the Kohen Gadol, he is exempted ultimately again from the lowest level carbon olav yorei, but may be subject to certain higher levels of carbon olav yorei. So this is an interesting new sheet over here, because beforehand we assumed either you're chayiv in carbon olav yorei or you're pater in carbon olav yorei. So here there might be a hybrid model where maybe you're chayiv in certain parts of olav yorei or certain levels, but not subject to others. Interesting. So Reb Shimon holds like Rabbi Kiva one case, and argues in one case, like Rabbi Kiva b'Dali Dalus, the Pater, or Palagali b'Dalus. He agrees with Rabbi Kiva that ultimately, again, he is Pater in the lowest level of Olav Yorei, but argues on him in the higher levels. Rabbi Akiva ultimately said that he will be subject. Ultimately, Rabbi Shimi says that no, a Kohen Gadol is totally exempt from a carbon ola v'yole. Incredible. Ela she'in Kohen Gadol chayiv amar chizkiya. My time, Rabbi Shimi. What's Rabbi Shimi's logic that a Kohen Gadol isn't chayiv? What's his logic? The pasuk says this individual cars. This individual will be cut off from the cow. Mishe karbano shaval cow. This refers ultimately again to someone whose carbon is the same as the cow's carbon. Yot says that she'in karbano shaval cow comes to exclude one whose carbon is not like the rest of the cow. Ultimately, again, I'll say who is that? That's the Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol. In Cain, nasi nami ein karbano shaval cow. But 1 second, but the nasi also, right? The king also has a different carbon than the cow. So the Gemara says, right, so let's say, I'm sorry, just to be clear. So remember, the Gemara is talking about over here, that halacha l'maisa, Rabbi Shimi says that a Kohen Gadol is not chayiv in tumas mikdash v'chadash. I'm sorry, so that's what we're focusing on over here. So now again, just let's go back to this a second. So my time is Rabbi Shimi. Why does Rabbi Shimi say that halacha l'maisa Kohen Gadol is not subject to tumas mikdash v'chadash? Because the pasuk says nikra sanef hashem yitoch hakal. By tumas mikdash v'chadash, it says that ultimately again for infractions of tumah the beis hamikdash there's kares. What are we dashing from here? Mishe karbano shaval hakal. Who's liable for this? Someone whose carbon is the same as everyone else's carbon. Yod says that she'in karbano shaval hakal. This comes to exclude ultimately again someone whose carbon is not like the cow. Now Rashi understands this to mean that it's talking about someone who is atoned for together with the cow. But Parashat Pshat is someone who has the same carbon as the cow. If that's the case, the nasi should also be excluded because the nasi's carbon is not like the tzibor's carbon. To which the Gemara says, Shaveh the kaparas Yom Kippurim. Well, at least the nasi is the same as Klal Yisrael. Why? It's very interesting because the nasi is included with the general atonement of Klal Yisrael on Yom Kippur. So in that respect, there is some carbonic symmetry between the nasi and the rest of Klal Yisrael. He is at least included ultimately again in the carbon of Klal Yisrael, the kapar of Klal Yisrael. To which the Gemara says, "In Kain Kohanim Nani Lo Shavu L'Kal B'Kapar Yom Kippurim." The Gemara says, "Kohanim Shavu L'Kal B'Sham Mitzvah Tishana." So if that's the case, 1 second. Here's the issue. The Kohanim ultimately are not the same as the Kal by Kapar Yom Kippur. Because remember again, Kohanim have their own Kapara by Yom Kippur. It's true, but Kohanim Shavu L'Kal B'Sham Mitzvos Tishana Kula. Kohanim at least are the same as Klal Yisrael because they are the same in terms of other forms of atonement throughout the year. Mashiach nami har shalom b'sham mitzvos tishana. While again, the Mashiach, the Kohen Gadol, ultimately is also just like Klal Yisrael other mitzvos throughout the year. Ela amarava imahachi. It's say the following: Mishech hataso shavali yechidim. Ultimately, again, who does it refer to? Someone whose chataso, his sin, is ultimately the same as individuals, and who is that? The cow. So essentially, again, I will say, who is going to be subject to Tumas Mikdash V'Chadashav? Only someone who shares the same chatos liability as the cow. Ultimately, again, therefore, the Kohen who does not is therefore going to be part from Tumas Mikdash V'Chadashav. Okay, incredible. Rabbi Lazar Omer Nasi may be seer. So again, Rabbi Lazar says that the Nasi brings a seer. Rabbi Lazar. Ella b'tumas mikdash v'kadashav. Ultimately, Rabbi Lazar's shita was only stated regarding tumas mikdash v'kadashav. Why? Cholo v'ne'emar kares bo kibikavua. Because ultimately, again, since kares is mentioned there, it's treated like a chatas kavua. Ultimately, not like a carbon olivioate. Therefore, there will be liability. It seems to be clear. These are like Rabbi Lazar Kulim Kamar, because he thinks Rabbi Lazar is talking about everything. If he's referring to all of the cases. So the Gemara says, Nifti Seir Nasi Upar Mashiach B'Makom Yochid Lechatas Kai. Because again, if you think about it in just a moment, the Seir of the Nasi, right, and the par of the Mashiach are the equivalent ultimately again of the Chatas of the individual. Nisni Nami, Mashiach may be par B'Shmias Kolabitus Vasayim. So say that the same way that the individual will bring his carbon, the Mashiach will bring a par by Shmias Kolabitus Vasayim. Elo, Nidalo Katoni Mashiach, from the fact that it doesn't make any mention of the Kohen Gadol. What do you see from here? Shmanina atumas mikdash v'kadashav koi the Mashiach pater. It must be talking about tumas mikdash v'kadashav, from which, as we said before, ultimately again the Kohen Mashiach is going to be pater, because again, Allah says covered all of the already. How do you know this? Vilma, Rabbi Lazar Kulim Kai. Maybe Rabbi Lazar is talking about all of the cases. Over Mashiach, some of the Rabbi Akiva, and by Kohen Gadol, he holds the Rabbi Akiva. Namely, what the Amar Mashiach Pater B'Kulam, who holds that the Kohen Gadol is Pater all of these cases. Amar Rabbi Akiva, Mi Pater L'Mi'ar. 1 second. Rabbi Akiva says you Pater. Does Rabbi Akiva Pater from the Par? Of course not. And therefore, Basulo maybe. There's nothing more to discuss about this. Or Rabbi Yochanan, Moshe Rabbi Lazar, She'ein maybe Asham. Rabbi Lazar agrees that halacha l'maisa, since a nasi ultimately again doesn't bring, right? I'm sorry, he agrees that a nasi does not bring an asham talui for tumas mikdash v'kadashav. So Tana kamid rasheshes asham talui ba'al tumas mikdash v'kadashav. You bring an asham talui for tumas mikdash v'kadashav. Allah le'dam l'chal money. So who's it bringing is that? Rabbi Lazar, so Lazar the Amar holil v'ne'emar bokaris b'kavua. Maisi Nasir Sikir Allah. Since ultimately again Tumas has a din of karis, even though again the punishment is a kamer olav yored, but we treat it as something that has a chatas kavua. Because it would be treated as a chatas kavua, therefore what? Therefore the nasi should be chayiv. The nasi should be chayiv. Ultimately, again, for a second, we just said before, Rabbi Lazar agrees that he does not bring an asham taloi, to which the Gemara says, Kasha. You're right, it's a contradiction. We're not sure what to do with that. Incredible, I will say. So again, takeaways, right? Takeaways. So let's say, number one takeaway is there is nothing more beautiful than learning Torah Lishma, right? That is the most important takeaway. I say just understand what has happened over here. Just understand. Your mind may be a complete blank slate, but just understand that your neshama all about karbanos, which means that for the last 40 minutes, my neshama was residing within the walls of the Beis HaMikdash. So if you feel a ridiculous, overwhelming sense of internal simcha, and you do not know where that is coming from, that's because for the last 40 minutes, your neshama was inside the Beis HaMikdash, even though your mind was counting ceiling tiles, right? But let's say, again, it's okay. But remember that's what this is. That's all what this is. Just like I will say, you know how sometimes you may be sitting with someone who you love very much and you're in a conversation, and then when the conversation is over, perhaps you have no idea what the conversation was about. That may or may not happen, right? You have no idea what the conversation was about. But you know what? It still feels so good because I was sitting with someone who I love very much. And the neshama knows that the relationship just became so much stronger. I will say, that's what happened over the course of our last few minutes. I will say, but again, in all seriousness, keep our principles. Our principles, I will say, at least if we emerge now. And by the way, tomorrow, coming attractions, some beautiful agarata, some great halacha. But I will say, remember again, I'm actually going to see, I'm going to try to, there must be also like a table that tableizes all of these halachas. But again, I will say, remember, pieces of information that we emerged from today, individual, right, whenever an individual brings a chakos, halacha l'maisa, that is when the nasi, the Sanhedrin, and the Kohen Gadol are bringing their unique karbanos. If the individual is bringing an asham talui, ultimately, again, they are exempt from their unique karbanos. That's pretty much everything today. In a nutshell, is again only machlokes is a nasi subject to covered olav yoreh. That's a fundamental machlokes. They will say hadrun Allah hore kol Mashiach. Shneach will say mazel tov. Continue the journey tomorrow. All right, everyone's have a great day, everyone. No, God, he said. They're required to make it והכהן הגדול,
you say maybe that's how it's working.
No, because the Lashon, no. Because the Lashon of the Ephah when it is used a number of times in the context of Kohanim. That phrase of Ephah is distinctly Kohanim. It's used in other places. Of the family of Kohanim. Yeah. I don't remember the decision. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Our shir this morning is dedicated by Paul and Kathy Pollock in memory of Solomon Moran Pollock, Sarah Bas Sarvar, and Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and their neshamas having Aliyah and the families in Chavod. Both as we know, today is Yom HaShoah, the day in which one of the days, even though it's an interesting thing because even though we know that Tisha B'Av is the day that we commemorate all tragedies of Klal Yisrael, but nevertheless, this is a day that was designated to also commemorate this Korban. So therefore, again, whatever one's religious feelings are is somewhat irrelevant. At the end of the day, any day that's set aside to remember such an incredible, overwhelming Korban of Klal Yisrael, 6 million Kedoshim, requires us to be attentive. So we dedicate our learning this morning the Gibli Nishmas, the 6 million Kedoshim, and the hope that the Neshamas will have an Aliyah, and each of them individually be a Meli Toshim and Klal Yisrael. I suppose so. Let's begin. Yud Beis Amud Aleph, first word. So the Gemara asks, was there really Shemar Mishcha? So remember, again, to pick up a little bit, the Gemara beforehand was discussing the idea that King Yoachaz was, or just the Yoyakim, was anointed with Shemar Mishcha. So the Gemara asks, was there Shemar Mishcha in the times of Yoyakim? After all, the Gemara says, kind of what you done. Nigna's away. This is actually a fascinating right. So speaking about all of the things that were hidden away in anticipation of the destruction of the first Beis Hamikdash. So when the Aron was hidden, the Shemar Mishcha was hidden. It's in Saras Hamar. It was the jar of mud that was kept in the Aron. Umaklo shel Aron, the staff of Aron, with its almonds and its flowers. The Argos sheshalchu plishtim daron Yisrael, and including in that, of course, was the Argos, which is the box in which the plishtim sent gifts to Klal Yisrael. What is this referring to? Shnei Amar ve'es klei hazav asher shivosam la'asham. So also this is referring to when the sons of Eli, Chafni and Pinchas, took the Aron out to war with Klal Yisrael and were defeated by the Christians. Not only defeated Klal Yisrael, but they also went ahead and took the Aron captive. This is the famous Ma'aseh Navi, where wherever they took the Aron, there was an incredible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Christians said, thanks but no thanks. They sent back the Aron, and together with the Aron, they sent back a gift of gold. That gold was kept together with the Aron. So the Gemara is saying that when they hid away the Aron, they hid away that gold as well. And who hid the Aron? Yoshio Melech Yehuda. Yoshio, the king of Yehuda, went ahead and hid it away. Why? Because he saw the pasuk that said, Yoshio saw the writing on the wall that there was going to be a goddess. And he saw the writing on the wall that Beis Hamikdash was going to be destroyed. And as such, he did not want these items falling into Gentile hands. And therefore, again, he went ahead and he did them. Therefore, Ksiba Bagazmu Shnei Amar, Ayomer Levim HaMevinim L'chol Yisrael, HaKadosh L'Hashem, Tinu Es Ara Kodesh V'Vayis Shebana Shlomo Ben David, Melech Yisrael. So apparently, Shlomo HaMelech built subterranean chambers in the first Beis Hamikdash. Whether he built them in anticipation of its destruction or they built them for some other reason, the point is there's subterranean chambers in the Beis Hamikdash. So Yoshio gives the command to hide the Aron as well as all these other things in some of the subterranean. Which also is an amazing thing because what it tells us is, and according to this tomorrow, that the Aron HaBris is in Harabayis, somewhere there, somewhere buried in Harabayis itself, waiting ultimately, again, I guess, for Mashiach to come to reveal its location. So the Gemara said this is such a beautiful passage. So Yoshio tells the Levine, you no longer have any avoda b'kaseh. Avoda b'kaseh means what? You don't have to carry anything. There's no longer anything for you to carry. But what is your job? So Ivdu es Hashem Elokechem ve'es Amo Yisrael. What's your job? To be an Eved Hashem and to be an Eved Klal Yisrael. Just because you don't have your responsibilities, goes back to what we saw 2 days ago, right? About the idea that any form of leadership is really a form of avdus. You don't carry the honor anymore now. That's fine. Be an Eved Klal, be an Eved Klal. So Rabbi Elazar, Asya, the Gemara makes the Xer Shabbat from Asya Sham Sham, Asya Mishmeres, Asya Doros. So I say ultimately you're going to consider Shabbat between all of these items listed above to teach us that just as the Aron was hidden, so too all of these items were hidden as well. So I say, therefore again we come back to our original question. How could you tell me that Yehoachaz was anointed with Shemen HaMishcha because of his older brother Yehoiakim, when at the end of the day there is no more Shemen HaMishcha by this point in time? To which the Gemara answers, Amra Papa, right? It was like there is no Shemen HaMishcha, but instead he was anointed ultimately again with balsam oil. Okay, so the Shemen HaMishcha. So I also remember again, we may mention this. Who else was anointed with balsam oil? Shemen HaParsimon, Shaul. Shaul is from Ephraim. So Shemen HaParsimon, I will say, represents the anointing, but we'll call it a more temporal anointing. So the Gemara goes like, these Gemaras are amazing. How do you go ahead and anoint the king? How do you anoint the king? So Kamin Nazer. So the Gemara says you go and you make like the Kamin Nazer. Nazer means like a crown. Ve'esa Kohanim Kamin Ki. And the Kohanim ultimately again like a key. My Kamin Ki. So again, the king, you take Shemen HaMishcha, you smear it around his head like a crown. How do you go ahead and anoint the Kohanim? Kimin Ki. My Kimin Ki, like a Greek cuff. Now, if you look at Rashi has over here Kimin Nazer, Kimin Kaf, excuse me. Rashi has it looking like a letter Ches. So I would say the way that looks, by the way, according to Rashi, is, I'm going to give you a visual here. You start between the eyes, and essentially again you smear the Shemen HaMishcha down up to the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a ches. Others say it looks a little bit more like a chaf. So this, but you get the point over here is you're starting at the front of the head, and you're smearing the oil all the way to the back of the head. Tani Chada, Betchila Motz, Nishem Narosho, Ta'achar Kach Nos Nilo Shemen Ben Rish Te'ina. So we'll say, we're going to see now we have two conflicting accounts. According to one account, we go ahead and we pour the shemen on his head first, and then afterwards we put it between his eyes. The Tanya Krisi, a different price says no, first we put the shemen between his eyes, and then we go ahead and we pour it on his head. Today, once it's machlokas about the proper order, we know that anointing requires both pouring as well as putting oil between the eyes. So it's machlokas apparently again, which is the proper order. So some say, will say that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say no, it is the pouring of the oil on the head that is the most important part. My time in demand the Amar Yitzika Adifa. We'll say what is the reason for the opinion who says that the pouring is the most important part. Vayitzok mishemen hamishcha al rosh Aaron vayimshach also lekadsho. We'll say because again the pasuk itself says what? Vayitzok first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you anoint the oil, or you dab the oil, you smear the oil. So you see that is more important. The opinion says that no, the smearing is more important. He says, remembering in Avosai, that Yitzika pouring of oil is something you not only find by the Kohen, but you also find by what? By the king. The fact that the utensils are also anointed with pouring tells us that pouring is the dominant form of inauguration. So the Gemara says, and here's the problem. The order in the pasuk is first by Yitzok pour, and then by Yimshach anoint. Hachi Kamar, this is what the Rebbe means to say. Matan Vayitzel. Why is it that ultimately again we pour? Mishum Devayin because the anointing has already been done. So we'll say fundamental machlokes tanoim as to ultimately again how the proper anointing was done. Two parts to the anointing. One is the pouring of the oil over the head. One is the smearing between the eyes. Which one was done first? So we'll say just you should know the Braisa Paskin, the Rambam Paskins that first moat skin and then no skin. The Rambam Paskins that the way they would anoint the Kohen Gadol was first to go ahead and pour the oil and then to go ahead and smear it between his eyes. Okay? So verses about no, say these Gemaras are amazing. Kishemen HaTov, Yored ala Zakan, Zikan Aro. Like good oil that flows down the beard. That flows down the beard of the older Aaron HaKohen. So the pasuk over here, is quoting. Let me read you the pasuk in its entirety. So the pasuk over here is from Til. Kashaman Atol Harosh Al Harosh Yored Al Zakan Zikan Arosh Yored Al Dosa. So I say, so what Shemen HaTov are we talking about that's flowing down the beard of Aaron HaKohen? So the Gemara says it's a reference ultimately again to the Shemen HaMishcha. Remember again, Aaron is anointed by Moshe with anointing oil, Shemen HaMishcha. Also listen to this beautiful Gemara. Kimin Shtein Tibos Margolios Hayutlios LaAaron B'Zikna. Also listen to this. There are two droplets of Shemen HaMishcha that were constantly hanging on the edge of Aaron's beard. Amar Papa, Tana. So I say when Aaron would talk, so the droplets would like roll up the beard a little bit. Why? So that they wouldn't fall off as he was talking. So two droplets of Shemen HaMishcha that sit on the edge of his beard, and when he would talk, they would roll up. We'll discuss the symbolism. And we'll say regarding these two droplets, Moshe Rabbeinu was always worried. What was he worried about? Was his second wife lying with Bezim Dalit. Amar, maybe I committed an act of Mehila. And what is it? So maybe I applied too much Shemen HaMishcha, and therefore again it constitutes an act of Mehila. Remember again, what's Mehila? Mehila is illegal or mundane use of consecrated property. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, the Baskol comes out and says, Kishemen HaTov, like the good oil, Kital Chermon. And again, I want to say so beautiful. The Gemara, the pasuk compares. This is the very next pasuk. This is all in capital Kof Lamed Gimel 133. It says, Kital Chermon Shiorei B'Harei Tzion. Like the dew of the Hermon, which falls down in Harei Tzion. So what's the comparison between oil and Tal Hermon and dew? Matal Hermon in Bo Mehila, Hashem HaMishcha Shebezaken Ara in Bo Mehila. Just like the Mosai, there is no Mehila with dew, so too again, the Shemen HaMishcha in the beard of Aaron, there is no Mehila as well. Va'adayin Haya Aaron Doeg. But still, Aaron was concerned. So Aaron says, maybe Moshe didn't commit Mehila, but maybe I did. Maybe I got some enough oil that was not kohanically related. Yotza Sabaskov, Amra, beautiful. Kine Matolu Manoim, Sheves Achin Gan Yachad. Ma Moshe Lo Ma'ol, Af Atalo Ma'ol. So Pasuk says how beautiful it is for brothers to sit together in peace. Just like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't commit Mehila, Aaron, the Shemen HaMishcha is always sitting in the beard of Aaron. Let's say when the Shemen HaMishcha put on, applied to someone when they're inaugurated for a new service. The Shemen HaMishcha represents newness. The Shemen HaMishcha represents excitement. The Shemen HaMishcha represents reasons for something new. What Chazal were telling us was that the Shemen HaMishcha always remained on the beard of Aaron. It was as moist, it was as wet as the day it was applied. To tell you that Aaron's excitement for the Kohuna Gedola, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first day he did it. And ultimately, again, incredible metaphor for us. So we know that the greatest challenge our Yiddish is not the execution of God's commandments. Generally speaking, we can handle that. We can handle Shmiras HaMitzvos, observance. Our greatest challenge is feeling a newness, is feeling an excitement, is feeling like it's something special that we have the opportunity to do. Regardless of Aaron HaKohen, it's not something that he complied with the divine mandate. That's obvious. Every Jew has to comply with the divine mandate. regardless of Aaron Cohen, is that he felt an excitement like the day in which the Shemana Mishka was first applied there. So the Gemara goes back. So it's a beautiful Gemara. In Moshe Masamalachim ala Mayon, Kadeshet Moshe Malchusa. So we only anoint kings. We anoint kings. This literally means we only anoint kings by a Mayon, by a spring. Kadeshet Moshe Malchusa. Because anointing a king by a spring was like a symbolically good omen. The idea being that just like the spring flows, so too again the king's monarchy should continue to flow as well. Shene Emar, Vayom HaMelech was that side, just as a total aside. If you go into the Torah of your David and you take the water tunnel, the Gihon, that's the Gihon spring. That's clearly historically anointed Malach by the Gihon. It's an incredible thing to see you stand in that and everywhere. It's fun because you're walking through water. But more fun than walking through water was to stand on the spot where literally, again, Malchi, peace, David were anointed. That's the spot. So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, Shneamar, the Gemara Melech, when Tichui Mochanas Abdi Adonechem, Horadichem Osala Gifo. Oh, good. I'm ready, Ami. I might most listen to this. I'll say, peace. I have to tell you. Originally, I wasn't going to do it, and then when I saw this Daf Gemara, I said, I can't miss this. Also, listen to this. I'm Rabbi Ani. Hi, man, the boy leader. He must have shasi low. Also, listen to this. If a person wanted to know if they're going to live out the year or not. Now, again, please don't leave early from this before we finish this piece. All right? I don't want anyone walking away with things. Listen to this. First one, so if you're going to live out the year or not. So what should you do? Take a candle during a Sarasini Tshuva. Put it in a house, bless you, where there is not a strong wind, bless you. If the candle remains lit, it's enough. All right? If the candle remains lit, then what? Neida the Masik Shasya. Also, if the candle remains lit, then a person knows that they're going to live out the year. So, you hear this? Take a candle during a Sarasimi Tshuva, place it in a home where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to live out the year. Similarly, what's that? Number one. Number two, first of all, so you're going to be successful in business. I have a particular business venture that I want to undertake. Am I going to be successful or not? And I want to know if I'm going to be successful or not successful. Literally turn it over. Buy yourself a rooster. If the rooster gets fat, say that's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, I'm going on a trip and I want to come back. I want to make it back or not. So what should I do? So what happens? So it's like ultimately I can go to a home that is darkened, not that is pitch dark, but that is darkened. If you see the shadow of your shadow, then you know ultimately again that you're going to come home. Joel said, I want to point something out here. What is going on in this Gemara? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so the Maharsha, again, I'm going to owe you, say you write this down, I owe you this Maharsha, we have to do this inside. Maybe Shabbos, because Shabbos' daf is a tiny little daf of it's just a little piece. So the Maharsha says over here, he says, I don't understand. There's a biblical prohibition of Losanachashim. You're not allowed to engage in forms of divination. So we don't do omens. So the Maharsha says something absolutely amazing. The Maharsha says, if you look at the Gemara does something dramatic. If a person wants to know if they're going to live out the year or not, so what does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a home where there's not a lot of wind. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, then you're going to live. We'll say, what doesn't the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice again on each of the things mentioned in the Gemara, the only thing that's mentioned is the positive. The Maharsha says something amazing. The default setting of life is that things are going to work out. A person has to have an expectation that things in life are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? Well, say that's not an omen. What is that? That's life. That is an affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it because, again, that's an omen then. So it's an amazing yesod. When the Gemara talks about these omens are here ultimately again to affirm a positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So if these omens confirm the positive outcome, fantastic. If you think it says something negative, simply ignore it. I will say, so you understand, I'm not doing the Marashah justice for much longer. Because how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. And sometimes for good reason. Sometimes because they had a lot of life trauma and a lot of life difficulties. Sometimes when you've been through a lot, you just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what the Baruch Hu wants of us. The Baruch Hu wants to have a positive expectation for life, that things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. I will say, so you say to yourself, okay, it's easy to have that mindset if everything works out. But again, herein lies the true test of our spiritual mettle. I'm supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time. It'll work out next time. It didn't work out for the last 25 years. It's okay. Baruch Hashem, the next 25 are going to be great. I'll say that's the power of the Jew. To have an unconquerable optimism. To have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's what these signs do. But let's look how the Gemara ends off. The Gemara says, "V'lav no sihi." But my suggestion, the Gemara says, is don't pay attention to omens. Why? The Gemara says, because once you know what the problem is as beautiful as that Marashah is, if you're that guy who likes the camp, and then what? It goes out, suddenly it's not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So therefore the Gemara says, you know what? You're better off just staying away from omens. Not omens, you're staying from these type of symbols in general. But let's say, yet the Gemara says something just to pull out. It's very exciting. I'm Rabbi. Hashtag the Amrit Simna Milsi. Let's say, do you see this? This is the Gemara. So Rabbi says, now that you told me that omens are significant, not biblically religious omens, but like signs are significant. Get ready for this. We'll say, this halakha l'maisa. Le'olam yeheragil le'mechsei b'reish shasa. What's it here for a person? Should always look at that. If you notice again, so the girsa over here is lemechse. So the Hagos unit changes it to lemecho. Was it in fact again? This Gemara appears here in the Seches Harias and in Edios, and we'll say two different girsos. One is lemechse, one is lemecho. To we'll discuss in just a moment. So Rabbi says, now that we said that that omens are significant, the person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat Kra, Rubya, Karsi, Silky, Tamre. Person should eat a gourd and a fenugreek and leeks and beets and dates. So those side, you understand? We do this. This is Simnanosa. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? We sit down and we go through a whole bunch of foods. On Rosh Hashanah, where does that practice come from? That is a derivative. Now, that's the Gemara. What's if you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, if you look, it's on the left-hand side of Rashi, about 6 lines into the short lines. Why these food items? What say Rashi said the common amongst these things is that they grow fast. They represent vitality. So we choose to say this is different because the Torah brings down something different. The Torah explains that the reason we eat these items is because their names, which also we see the hiratzon somehow are a play on these names. Rashi says no, the common denominator amongst these items is they grow quickly and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately again we begin Rosh Hashanah with those items. So he says something interesting. The Matei Ephraim actually brings down this idea. He says, why does one Gemara say l'michsi l'meichel? What's that say? There's an incredible nafkamina. Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates, beets, leeks, fenugreek, fish heads, lamb heads. Just not my thing. Right? I don't. So I'll say. So what? Which for many people that's the case. And so I'll say. So what happens if I don't like any of these things? What do you do with it? So the Matei Ephraim says there is still an inyan to have each of them on your table and to look at them and to recite the Yiratzon. Based on the skills of the Gemara. Everyone thinks it's just Lamechal, just to eat. It's not true. Even if you're not going to eat it, there's an inyan ultimately to have it, but Mechsei to look at it. Incredible. It says the Gemara, what says Rabbi Shashi said to his son, when you want to come on the Torah from your Rebbeim, what's that? Listen to this. Prepare. Learn the Mishnayos before you go to your Rebbe. What's the other is if you want to really learn, so it says incredible yesod. Learning requires preparation. You can't just show up learn, a person has to prepare themselves. So he says, review your Mishnayos, and then go before your Rebbe. And when you sit before your Rebbe, let's listen to this. Look at your Rebbe's mouth. Look at your Rebbe's mouth. Let's say such an interesting application. We know that pasuk means that ultimately, again, we should be looking at our Rebbeim. He's saying over here, Dafka, look at their look at their lips as the words are coming out. When you learn by a river. Let's say the same way that ultimately again the water flows, so your learning should flow as well. I made the Humbadisa. Let's listen to this profound statement. And better to sit, better to learn in the garbage heaps, or better to sit actually, to live in the garbage heaps of Masa Machasya, and don't live in the palaces of Humbadisa. Let's look at Rashi for just a moment. The Masa Machasya, Havu Tamidi Chacham Ruim Loras of Tabus Yafa, Hayabahem, Havu Disa Lo Hava Tabus Mal Yukoka, the Kamale Mutav Lo Lodra Bashpa, Masa Machasya, Milodra Abandon Disa. Better to live in a garbage dump in Humbadisa than in a mansion, in Masa Machasya, than a mansion in Humbadisa. So what does that mean? And apparently Masa Machasya was an incredible Makom Torah. Humbadisa not as much, which is interesting because you have to think Humbadisa was one of the major Torah cities. I guess at different points in history it was different, quality was different. Better to live in a garbage heap in a Makom Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not a Makom Torah. Furthermore, Tov Galgina Sarya the Masa Machasya the Mechal the Kusach the Ramiki. Furthermore, again, better to eat a Galgina Sarya. Galgina was a type of fish. Better to eat a type of fish, ultimately of this Galdina fish that's about to spoil, than to eat the kusach of Rabbi Kipu. So kusach was a higher end dip. So better to eat a fish that's almost going bad than to eat the fine dip of the kusach. Which also means what? Be careful how many, what's the right word, pleasures in life you attach yourself to. Because I always say the more pleasures a person needs, the higher the material upkeep is, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So what he's telling his son is, better to get by on the future fish than to have to require the kusach. Because once you require the kusach, again, it's going to need a lot more materialism ultimately again to make that. So also he's giving his son all of these incredible lessons. Live in a Makom Torah, even if it means living in a garbage dump, better than going ahead and living in a mansion somewhere there's not a Makom Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because whatever materialism you build into your life, so we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury. That becomes a necessity until these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately leads me sometimes to place an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Beautiful. So I'll say the pasuk says, David HaMelech says, literally, my horn was lifted to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Literally, I will say now, we assume that this horn is a reference to the horn in which Shema HaMishka was contained. My horn and not my jug. David and Shalom were anointed with the oil inside of the keren, inside of a horn, so their monarchy endured. Shaul but Shaul and Yeravasi who were anointed with oil from a pach, from an earthenware jug, their monarchy did not endure. What's that? Conscious what that means is as follows. Rashi points out that a pach is earthenware. Earthenware easily cracks, as opposed to a horn, right? A keren endures. So as I say, because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarchy endures. Those anointed from the pach, their monarchy does not. So once we're going to go back a little bit to Gemara. So remember again, the Mishnah made a distinction between the Kohen Gadol who was anointed with Shaman HaMishcha versus the Kohen Gadol who was Merubah of the Gadol. Says the Gemara, but Mashiach Yachol Melech. So I'll say when it says Mashiach, so maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the morning Mr. Maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Kohen Gadol, maybe it refers to the Melech. If it says Kohen, I might have thought that even refers to the Kohen who is anointed with the Kohanic vestments. Therefore, the pasuk says Mashiach. If it just says Mashiach, I might have thought that's even the king of Osai, who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. By the way, this pasuk is talking about the special power of the Kohen Gadol. I might have thought that even this is the Kohen goes out to work. I'm a little more of the HaKohen. Therefore, also the pasuk goes down and uses a distinct lashon of the HaKohen. HaMashiach, Shira Mashiach al Gabo, who is anointed, which means there is no one anointed above him. So the Gemara says, "My mashma, Yudamarava, Hayarech Hamiyumena Shaviyarech." Supposed to be the same way the pasuk talks about Hayarech. It means again the specific part. Yeah, this is not the issue of Gilan Nasha. Haganami Hamashiach. When it says Hamashiach, Hamiyuman Shvim Meshukim, means the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because again, as we saw before, the Kohen Mashiach was also anointed. The Kohen Gadol ultimately again was the unique ones amongst those who were anointed. Amar Mar, Mashiach, Yochel Melech. So let's say Gemara says, when the Gemara said before that, if I might have thought the pasuk says Mashiach, maybe that refers to the king. Melech, Harli Demaisi. Does the king, if the king inadvertently does something which is usher, does he bring a par? Sar Hudemaisi. He brings a sar. That's before Shabbos, which the Gemara says, it's just Kadai Kamina, Ashiv Yasmaisi Yavi Sar. I'm going to do as follows. For an accidental act, maybe he brings a sar, Al Helam Davar Yavi Par. We'll say in a case of Helam Davar, maybe he should have to bring a par. Kamash Lama. We'll say, Kamash redemption, that the pasuk of Hamashiach ultimately again refers to the Kohen Gadol. By Ein Bein Mashiach B'Shemana Mishcha, so the Mishnah then discusses ultimately the distinctions between the Mashiach B'Shemana Mishcha, the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with oil, versus the Kohen Gadol who is Meruba Bebegadim, Maslisin Delok Rabbi Meir. We'll say our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Meir. He Rabbi Meir, because it was Rabbi Meir, what time he said, Meruba Bebegadim, maybe Par, Haba Al-Kolam Mitzvah Meir. So Rabbi Meir says that even Meruba Bebegadim, even the Kohen Gadol who is not appointed with Shana Mishcha, but rather is appointed because of the Kohanic vestments. So he brings a par al-kala as well. So he brings a special par of the Kohen Gadol, very Meir. But the whole Chacham, the Chacham didn't agree with him. The Chacham said the only Kohen who brings the special par of the Kohen Gadol is the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shana Mishcha, not Meruba Bebegadim. My time Rabbi Meir, what's Rabbi Meir's logic? This time, Mashiach Ini Ela Mashiach Shana Mishcha. I only know that it refers to a Kohen who is anointed with Shana Mishcha. Meruba Bebegadim Inayim. I don't know that it even refers to a Kohen who is anointed with clothing. Talmud Lomar, HaKohen HaMashiach. Ultimately, again, the pasuk says HaKohen HaMashiach. So who we establish in this? Like Rabbanon on the base. Amos Sefer. Also, yet look at the end of that price. So, Ein Bein Kohen Mishamish Tefim Mishavar. Ela Par Yom Kippurim V'Asira Sei. Asiris Haifa. Also, yet what at the end of the price say? The end of the Mishnah said, that there is no distinction between a Kohen Mishamish. So, what's a Kohen Mishamish means? The active Kohen Gadol who was serving, the Kohen Shavar. What's the Kohen Shavar? That was the fill-in Kohen Gadol. He was the Kohen Gadol again who filled in when there was something going on with the first Kohen Gadol. So there is no distinction between the two except Par Yom Kippurim, the special Par Yom Kippur, and Asir Sefer, which was the meal offering given by the Kohen Gadol every day. So the Gemara says, who does that reflect? Asal Rabbi Meir. That ultimately again reflects the view of Rabbi Meir. The Sanya, because that's what we learned. The Kohen Gadol, so listen to this. If something happened to the Kohen Gadol, there was some type of psul, and they had to remove him from office. And they appointed a replacement Kohen Gadol. So this is actually amazing. What happens when Kohen Gadol number one comes back to work? What happens when he comes back to work? So what happens? So the first one has the ability to come back to work. He's now the practicing Kohen Gadol. So the Sheni is still, of course, a full-fledged Kohen. The Rabbi Meir. So we'll say ultimately, again, these words are Rabbi Meir. So we'll say Rabbi Meir ultimately holds that the first one is still a full-fledged Kohen. So we'll say, but Pashtos, what that means is that he just goes back. Obviously, he's not a Kohen Gadol because the Maisa you can't have two Kohanim Gedolim, but he's just a regular Kohen. Rabbi Yossi Omer Rishon Choz Lavadoso. Rabbi Yossi says when the first Kohen Gadol is fit for service, he comes back to work. V'sheni ein aroi lo the Kohen Gadol lo the Kohen Hedges. Wow. And what happens? The second guy will say is Nishtahim, nothing. He's not the Kohen Gadol, and he can't be a regular Kohen either. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Amar Rabbi Yossi, Ma'aseh Yosef ben Eli. Mitzi Pore, we'll say this happened. There was once an episode with Yosef ben Eli, who was the Kohen Gadol. She'ira bo b'sul the Kohen Gadol. V'avar umino acher tachto. So what happens? So there was this episode of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol got up to school. And what happens was that they appointed another person. And then when the first Kohen Gadol came back to work, what happens? When the second replacing Kohen Gadol, but when you Kohen Gadol, Kohen Hedron. We'll say the replacement was now out of the job. He couldn't be a Kohen Gadol and he couldn't be a Kohen Hedron. Why not? Kohen Gadol Mishum Eva. We'll say no. In general, again, a Kohen Gadol because of animosity. You can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. You can't be two kings. There can't be two Kohanim Gedolim. At the end, it has to be one warm leader. So, furthermore, Kohen Hedron Mishum Ma'alim Bakodesh Ve'imol. And we'll say you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedron either. Why not? Because we'll say once you've been a Kohen Gadol, you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedron. It doesn't make sense. Marlon Bakodesh and Can you tell me then the ratio reflects the view of the Rabbanon? The safe of the view of the Rabbi. Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi, Yosef Amar Rabbi. Yosef says no, the entire flexibility of Rabbi. But not tonight. Well, says Rabbi is the author of the Mishnah, and Rabbi chose to plug in different Tanaic opinions in different parts of the Mishnah. Rava Amar Shimoni, the several Kamer Bechada, who call the Gar Bechada. Rava says no, Rabbi Shimon, and also Rabbi Shimon holds like Rabbi Meir in one case and disagrees with Rabbi Meir in the other. Where do we see this? The Sanya Dvarim Shabein Kohen Gadol or Kohen Hedron. So we'll say what are the differences between a Kohen Gadol and a Kohen Hedron? Eluhain, these are the differences. Par Haba Kol HaMitzvos. We'll say number one is a special power that only a Kohen Gadol brings if indeed he transgresses something. Upari Yom Kippur, the power of Yom Kippur, Vatzir Sa'ifa, and a special healing meal offering. We'll say now watch this, below Porea, below Pole. And we'll say furthermore, if a Kohen Gadol suffers a loss, low Porea will say means he doesn't let his hair grow long, right? And pouring, so we'll say, but what can the Kohen Gadol do? We'll discuss this in a minute. He can tear his clothing from the bottom. And we'll discuss what that means in just a moment. But a hedjot we'll say in this case, a hedjot means what? A regular Kohen can tear his clothing from the top, for a dayless. And we'll say neither of them, and the Kohen Gadol doesn't have the ability to go ahead and be matame even for his clothing, even for his immediate relatives. And a Kohen Gadol can only marry a Basula. And he cannot marry, Kohen Gadol can marry an Amana. And definitely Kohen Gadol ultimately can allow the be here on the cut. Kohen Gadol could go ahead and offer Kabbalos even when he's an owner. Once never again, Aninus is the period between death and burial. We'll say even though he can offer up a carbon during the time of Aninus, he can't eat of that carbon during that time. He doesn't receive a portion of carbonos offered during the time of Aninus either. We'll say if the Kohen Gadol has to offer a carbon, he's allowed to cut the line. Like he can go ahead and offer first. I will say, and again, he is permitted to take his portion of any carbon before any other Kohen. And he wears 8 different garments. And I will say again, the entire avodah of Yom Kippur is only kosher with him. Or it's only to be done. I will say first 5 days, 1 days. I will say ultimately again, if he inadvertently rules regarding, we saw this a couple of days ago, regarding if he erroneously rules regarding something to do with the Beis Hamikdash and laws of Tumah. So ultimately, again, he is potter. Potter means he doesn't have a special carbon on that. The chulan noagim the meruba begad. I will say the truth is, all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shemen HaMishcha, also apply to a Kohen Gadol who is meruba begadim, with one exception. Chutz mipara media kol hamitzvos. We'll say for one thing, which is special power that is brought in a situation where the Kohen Gadol permits something that is perishable by kares. Only a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is meruba begadim, who is anointed, we'll say, putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol, does not bring that power. We'll say all of these halachos of the Kohen Gadol also apply to what? To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of a job. Right? To replace the Kohen Gadol, once the original Kohen Gadol comes back, it's called Mashiach Shavar. Chutz mipar Yom Kippur Masira Seifa. The exception again of the power of Yom Kippur and a meal offering. The chulan ain't noagin from Mashiach Milchama. I will say none of these things apply to the Kohen Gadol who was anointed for the purposes of war. Chutz mehei devarim ha'amurim b'parasha. With the exception of 5 things which are stated in the Torah, namely Lo porea v'lo pore. If he suffers the loss of a close relative, he does not allow his hair to grow, right? Nor does he tear his clothing. Then in time of the krolim, he cannot become tummy to his relatives. Musar ala b'suba, he has to marry a b'suba, v'asr ba'almana, and he cannot marry an almana. Umachzir is harotzeach, and he has the ability through his death, ultimately to what? To another rotzeach could be Rabbi Yehuda. The Chum say no, ino machzir. They will say ultimately again, the kohen mashuach machama, his death does not allow the Rotzeach to come back home. So we'll say about whether or not the death of the Mashuach Machama allows the Rotzeach to come back. Behind, you might have Shimon. We'll say, how do you know ultimately this reflects the Reb Shimon? Man Shamas laid down who was the one who said before that the Merub Begadim is Pater on Tumas Midrash Kadasha, which the Gemara says that's Rabbi Shimon. But Chutz Ne'ed Farm HaMurim Pash. So let's remember again, the Bryce had just said before that the Kohen Mashuach Mochama is considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed by the Kohen was Mashuach B'Shemen HaMishcha do not apply to the Kohen Mashuach Mochama with the exception of 5 things. So we'll say those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. Namely, again, he doesn't let his hair grow, he doesn't tear his clothing, he doesn't become tummy even to close relatives, he has to marry a B'sula, and he can't marry an Almana. So we'll say, so says the Gemara, where do we know this from? We'll say, where do we know this from? It's not Rabbana. It's about Kohen HaGadol Yachov. Right, the Kohen who is greater than his brothers, Zeh Kohen Gadol. What's the first the Kohen Gadol? Asher Yutzak al Rosh Hashanah HaMishcha, you will put oil on his head. Zeh Mashuach Machama. What's this refers what to the Kohen who was anointed for war. Immediately I said, and literally again he fills his hands to go to one of the Kohen, which refers to the special clothing of the Kohen Gadol. Zeh Merub Gadol. We'll say this refers ultimately again to a Kohen who becomes Kohen Gadol by putting on the special vestments of the Kohen Gadol. Kulanu Omer, Rosho lo Yifra, Begadav lo Yifra. We'll say that all of these Kohen, so we'll say whether you are a Kohen Mashuach Mochama, right? Whether you are a Kohen Gadol, Mashuach Mochama, or Meruba V'Gadim, the halach is we'll say that all of them is said, Rosho lo Yifra, do not cut your hair in the event of Avelus, and Begadav lo Yifra, do not tear your clothing. Call the Pashos Meis lo Yavam. Nor can you come in contact with any corpse. You can only name. I might have thought that all of them offer up karbanos even in a state of aninos. What's it? The pasuk says literally, the crown of the anointing oil is on his head. Ultimately, again, upon him and not upon his fellows. So it was only the Kohen Gadol who was anointed with Shemen HaMishcha, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up a carbon while he isn't owned. That is unique to him. That does not apply to any of our other Kohanim Gadol. Even though all of the Kohanim Gadol, remember again, you have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. There's the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shemen HaMishcha. Then there's the Kohen Mashuach Melchama, Kohen goes out to war. There's Kohen Zimuruba Gadol, which is also the Kohen Gadol, but not anointed with Shemen HaMishcha. All of these people have Kohen Gadol status. And in general, they all have pretty much the same basic halachos. You are just pointing out the exceptions over here. That halacha l'maisa again for hakravas only and ba'aninos, for the ability to offer up a carbon while in a state of aninos, that only applies to the Kohen who is anointed with oil, not to the other Kohanim. I might have thought the Gemara says distinction by aninos. Maybe also only the Kohen Gadol anointed with Shemen HaMishcha to marry a B'sula. Maybe the other ones don't have to come. Therefore, the pasuk says Behu and Behu comes to include all of them in the din of B'sula. Kitanai, and in reality, again, this is my focus tonight. Behu Isha B'sula Yika. The pasuk says you shall marry a woman who's a B'sula. Achar Shekizaka Kasa Riba. After the Torah goes ahead and makes a chilik between them, the Torah includes all of them. Give Rabbi Shmuel. So I'll say after the Torah makes a distinction between the various types of Kohanim Gedolim, Torah once again groups them all together in the obligation to marry a woman who is a B'sula. These are Rabbi Shmuel. Kiva Omer Eini Ela Sha'avra Machmas Kayo Machmas Mumin Minayin. We'll say so. The Kiva says, I only know. We'll say, take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Avra Machmas Mumo Minayin. Tamalomar Bahu. Dafilu Avra Rishon Machmas Mumo Asra Ba'amana. So I only know. Let me read the first part of this. So the Gemara says over here as follows. I only know, Rabbi Kiva says, that even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol because also let's say he had a seminal mission. Even during that time when he can't go ahead and work as the Kohen Gadol, I still know there's a prohibition for him to marry an Amara. How do I know Machmas Mumin Minayin? How do I know that even if a Kohen was, let's say, has some type of significant mum, which renders him unfit long term? We're going to discuss this more in depth in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an Amara? Hamalomar Vihu. Therefore, the pasuk says Vihu, which tells us that again, once he's in the state of a Kohen Gadol, he cannot marry an Amara, he can only marry a Bisula. We'll say this is the follow to the next question. Bamine Rabba, Rav Nachman, Mashiach shenitztara mahu ba'amara. Most of this is kasha. What happens if the Kohen Mashiach, the anointed Kohen, he got saras? So we'll say obviously he gets saras. He cannot function as the Kohen Gadol. Obviously, because he can't go into the something with saras. So we'll say, what's the shayla? Mahu ba'amara. Can he marry an amara? Can he marry an amara now that he can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because of his saras? Can he marry an amara? I will say that this might be a short-term marriage because once he's healed, he can't be married. But the Maisa, for the period that he has saras, is he permitted to be married to an amara? So the Gemara said, "Mitchadafi." Do we say that no? Once you were the Kohen Gadol, so then what? Remember again, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that's status stage. So where do we see that? Remember again that even after he's no longer the operating Kohen Gadol, if he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the power, the right to cover of the Kohen Gadol. So do we say Mitchadafi? Once Kohen Gadol, always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, even if he can't actively serve, he cannot marry an amara. Or Niftar Pater. Or we'll say maybe again no. That the prohibition to marry an almana is a function of being the active Kohen Gadol. Once you are set aside from being a Kohen Gadol because of your tzaras, you can marry an almana. They'll have a biyadeh. Let's remember again, Rabbi asked this shayla of Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman didn't know. So what happens? In the Hamiyaseh, Rav Papa became Baile. So one time Rav Papa was sitting and he's asking this question. Amralei, who not brave Rav Nachman, Rav Papa. So this is what happened. So Rav Papa was asking this question. So what happens? So Huna, the son of Rav Nachman, said to Rav Papa, Tanina, we learned it in a Mishnah. Amy Ela Shavar Machmas Karyo. I only know ultimately a Kohen who was the obligation to marry a Basula, or actually prohibition to marry an Amara. I only know that even if a Kohen is disqualified because of the similar mission, the prohibition of only marrying a Basula still applies. Avar Machmas Mumin Minayin. Haid Rabbi said that even if a Kohen is disqualified from service because of his mum, that Rabbi said the prohibition upon marrying certain women still applies. Tamalomar Vehu. Rabbi said the word Vehu means what? Vehu Ishav Saligat means that he is always in his status of a Kohen Gadol. Even if he can't actively serve in that office, Vehu. He is the Kohen Gadol, and therefore, even if he has a mum and can't actively serve, he can only marry a Muslim. Look how beautiful this is. So Papa asked the kasha. Papa didn't know either. Una answered the question. This is so beautiful. So Kam Nashke Bereshem, that Papa got up and kissed Una on his head, the Yohev Leid Barte, and gave him his daughter in marriage. Let's say so. Such a beautiful Gemara. I'm sure, of course, he called the references on the resume, of course. But when I say after he did that, he went ahead and gave him a kiss, and he gave him his daughter. So let's do another Mishnah. Kohen Gadol. We'll say. So remember again, we made references before. It's actually very fascinating. Kohen Gadol pouring milamato v'hedot milamala. So most of the halach is that a Kohen Gadol goes ahead and pouring milamato, which means what? Tears his clothing. In the event that there is a loss, he does kriya on the bottom of his clothing. The hedot milamala. But a regular Kohen could do kriya on the top. Kohen Gadol makrivoni. A Kohen Gadol could go ahead and offer up a carbon even in the state of animos below ochel, but he cannot eat it. He can offer it, but he can't eat it. V'hedot lo makriv below ochel. So let's say regular Kohen can't offer it and can't eat it. Can't offer it and can't eat it. Gemara. Amarav lemata lemata mamish lemala lemala mamish. So we'll say, what does it mean when the Kohen Gadol does kriya on the bottom and the Kohen Hedyo does kriya on the top? So we'll say Rav says that literally again it means the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. So we'll say bottom of the garment would be like by the hem, right? And top of the garment would be ultimately again by the neck, by the neck. So the Gemara says Shmuel says no. Lemata mikame safa. Lemata means we'll say below the neckline. We'll say you kind of see like on a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right technical term is. I'm sorry, like not like a shirt, like on a t-shirt, like the neckline is like reinforced, right? So we'll say. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, Lamata means below the reinforced neckline. What is it? The piping. typing of the shirt. Sounds like a concrete shirt. Okay, so the typing, so the typing. So but right below the neckline. So let's go work backwards. The Kohen Hedyot Demosai, when he cuts Kriya for a loved one, he cuts Kriya at the neckline. They cut the top of the garment. That's Lamala. Lamata means the Kohen Gadol cuts not at the neckline, but rather in the garment itself. What's the top of that? Because when you cut in the garment itself, then what happens? The tear might not necessarily be visible. So as I said, Machlokes, Rabbi and Shmuel, ultimately, again, where we are actually cutting. Are we cutting ultimately? What does Lamala Lamata mean? Rav says Lamata means literally at the bottom of the garment. That's where the Kohen Gadol is cutting. Lamala means the top of the garment. That's where the Kohen Hedyot is cutting. Shmuel says no. Lamala means at the neckline. That's where the Kohen Gadol. That's where the Kohen Hedyot is cutting. And Lamata means what? Lamata means below the neckline. That's where the Kohen Gadol is cutting. Meisvei, Hakola Meisvei, Kulan Rasa Mavdo Kami Safa Shalom, Rasa, Mavdo Kami Safa Shalom. So I'll say, actually, no, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this Meisvei tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Our shir this morning is dedicated by Paul and Kathy Pollock in memory of Solomon Pollock. Sarah Savar Mishmor Ben Zechariah, and their neshamas have an aliyah and the families in common. Also, as we know, today is Yom HaShoah, the day in which one of the days, even though it's an interesting thing, because even though we know that Tisha B'Av is the day that we commemorate all tragedies of Klal Yisrael, but nevertheless, this is a day that was designated to also commemorate this Korban. So therefore, again, whatever one's religious feelings are is somewhat irrelevant. At the end of the day, any day that's set aside to remember such an incredible, overwhelming korban of Klal Yisrael, 6 million Kedoshim, requires us to be attentive. So we dedicate our learning this morning. Yehidui Nishmas, the 6 million Kedoshim, and hope that the Neshamas will have an aliyah, and they should Eretz Hashem, each of them individually be a million Kedoshim of Klal Yisrael. I suppose let's begin. Your base on the Aleph, first word. So the Gemara asks, was there really Shemona Mishka? So remember again, to pick up a little bit, the Gemara beforehand was discussing the idea that King Yehoachaz was, or just to say Yehoiakim, was anointed with Shemona Mishka. So the Gemara asks, was there Shemona Mishka in the times of Yehoiakim? After all, the Gemara says, no, the times of Yehoiakim. Nignas Shemona Mishka, when the Aron was hidden away. Shemona Mishka was also hidden away. This instance, you will say this is actually fascinating, right? So, speaking about all of the things that were hidden away in anticipation of the destruction of the first Beis HaMikdash. So, when the Aron was hidden, the Shemona Mishka was hidden. It's in Sanas Haman. Also, in sense was the jar of mud that was kept in the Aron. Umaklo shel Aron, the staff of Aron, shkiyel rachel, with its almonds and its flowers. The argaz sheshal chuplishtem daron Yisrael, and including in that, of course, was the argaz, which is the box in which the Plishtim sent a gift to Klal Yisrael. What is this referring to? Shnei Amar ve'es klei hazav asher shivosem la'asham. So it's like this is referring to when the sons of Eli, Chafni and Pinchas, took the Aron out to war with Klal Yisrael and were defeated by the Plishtim. The Plishtim not only defeated Klal Yisrael, but they also went ahead and took the Aron captive. This is the famous Ma'aser Navi, where wherever they took the Aron, there was an incredible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Plishtim said, thanks but no thanks. They sent back the Aron, and together with the Aron, they sent back a gift of gold. That gold was kept together with the Aron. So the Gemara is saying that when they hid away the Aron, they hid away that gold as well. And who hid the Aron? Yoshio Melech Yehuda. Yoshio, the king of Yehuda, went ahead and hid it away. Why? Because he saw the passage that said, Yoshio saw the writing on the wall that there was going to be a Golos. And he saw the writing on the wall that Beis HaMikdash was going to be destroyed. And as such, he did not want these items falling into Gentile hands. And therefore, again, he went ahead and he did them. Therefore, Tziva V'Ganzu Shnei Amar, Ayomer L'Levim HaMedinim L'Chol Yisrael, HaKadoshim L'Hashem, Tnuas Ara Kodesh V'Bayis Hashem Bana Shalom Ben David, Melech Yisrael. So apparently, Shlomo HaMelech built subterranean chambers in the first place, Hamikdash. Whether he built them in anticipation of its destruction or they built them for some other reason, the point is there are subterranean chambers in the Beis Hamikdash. So Yoshio gives the command to Rabbi to hide the Aron as well as all these other things in some of the subterranean. Which also is an amazing thing because what it tells us is, as according to this Gemara, that the Aron HaBris is in Harabayis, somewhere there. It's somewhere buried in Harabayis itself, waiting ultimately, again, I guess, for Mashiach to come to reveal its location. So the Gemara, said this is such a beautiful passage. So Yoshio tells the Levine, you no longer have any avoda bakaseh. Avoda bakaseh means what? You don't have to carry anything. There's no longer anything for you to carry. But what is your job? So Ivdu es Hashem Elokeichem ve'es Amo Yisrael. What's your job? To be an Eved Hashem and to be an Eved Yisrael. Just because you don't have your responsibility, this goes back to what we saw 2 days ago, right? About the idea that any form of leadership is really a form of avdus. You don't carry the Aron anymore now. That's fine. Be never to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, be never to Chazal. Amar Elazar, Asya, the Gemara makes Xer Shabbat from Asya Sham, Asya Mishmeres, Asya Doros. So I say ultimately again we Xer Shabbat between all of these items listed above to teach us that just as the Aron was hidden, so too all of these items were hidden as well. So I say, therefore again we come back to our original question: how could you tell me that Yehoachaz was anointed with Shemen HaMishcha because of his older brother Yehoiakim, when at the end of the day there is no more Shemen HaMishcha by this point in time? To which the Gemara answers, Amra Papa, Ba'afar Samadafya. Right, will say there is no Shemen HaMishcha, but instead he was anointed ultimately again with balsam oil. Balsam oil. Okay, so there's Shemen HaMishcha, balsam oil. Remember again, we may mention this. Who else was anointed with balsam oil? Shemen HaPar Shaul. Why? Because Shaul was not a Davidic king. Malchus was always going to come from Judah. Shaul is from Ephraim. So Shemen HaPar, I will say, represents an anointing, but we'll call it the more temporal anointing. So the Gemara goes like, okay, we'll say these Gemaras are amazing. How do you go ahead and anoint the king? How do you anoint the king? So Kamin Nezer. So the Gemara says, you go ahead and make like a Kamin Nezer. Nezer means like a crown. Like a crown. Ve'esa Kohanim Kimin Ki. And the Kohanim ultimately again like a key. My Kimin Ki. So I'll say, so again, the king, you take Shemen HaMishcha, you smear it around his head like a crown. How do you go ahead and anoint the Kohanim? Kimin Ki. My Kimin Ki. And Rav Nashya Bargada Kimin Kaf Yabani. Like a Greek kaf. Now, if you look at Rashi has over here Kimin Nezer, Kimin Kaf Yabani, excuse me. Rashi has it looking like a letter Ches. So I said the way that looks, by the way, according to Rashi, is, let me give you a visual over here. You start between the eyes, and essentially you smear the Shemen HaMishcha down up the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a ches. Obviously, it looks a little bit more like a chaf. So but you get the point over here is you're starting at the front of the head, and you're smearing the oil all the way to the back of the head. Tani Chada, B'tchila Motzin Shemen HaRosho. So we'll say, so we're going to see now we have two conflicting accounts. According to one account, we go ahead and we pour the shemen on his head first. And then afterwards we put it between his eyes. The Tanya Isi, then he's saying a different price says no, first we put the shemen between his eyes, and then we go ahead and we pour it on his head. Tonight, once it's machlokas about the proper order, we know that anointing requires both pouring as well as putting oil between the eyes. So it's machlokas apparently again, which is the proper order. So some say, I will say that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say no, it is the pouring of the oil on the head that is the most important part. My time in the man will say, what is the reason for the opinion who says that the pouring is most important part? We'll say because again the pasuk itself says what? Vayitzok first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you anoint the oil, or you dab the oil, you smear the oil. So you see that it's more important. the opinion who says that no, the shmiri is more important. Kasavar shekin atamotzi itzak bisharis. He says, remembering on both sides, that yitzika pouring of oil is something you not only find by the Kohen, but you also find by what? By the king. The fact that the utensil dominant form of inauguration. So the Gemara says, by Yitzok or by Yimshach. And here's the problem. The order in the pasuk is first by Yitzok pour, and then by Yimshach anoint. Hachi kamar. This is what the Gemara means to say. Matan by Yitzok. Why is it that ultimately again we pour? Yishum by Yimshach. Because the anointing has already been done. So we'll say fundamental machlokes tanoim as to ultimately again how the proper anointing was done. Two parts to the anointing. One is the pouring of the oil over the head. One is the smearing between the eyes. Which one was done first? So we'll say just you should know the Brisa Paskin, the Rambam Paskins, that first motskim and then no skin. The Rambam Paskins that the way they would anoint the Kohen Gadol was first to go ahead and pour the oil and then to go ahead and smear it between his eyes. Okay? So what is about these Gemaras are amazing. Kishaman Hatov, Yored ala Zakan, Zikana Aro. Like good oil that flows down the beard. It flows down the beard. That flows down the beard of the older Aaron HaKohen. So it says the pasuk over here. And the pasuk over here is quoting. Let me do the pasuk in its entirety. So the pasuk over here is from till the Shaman Atol Harosh Al Harosh Yorid Al Zakan Zikan Arosh Yorid Apin Dosa. So it says, so what Shaman HaTov we're talking about is flowing down the beard of Aaron HaKohen. So the Gemara says it's a reference ultimately again to the Shaman HaMishcha. Remember again, Aaron is anointed by Moshe with anointing oil, Shaman HaMishcha. Also listen to this beautiful Gemara. Kimin shtei tibos margolios hayutlios la'Aaron b'zikah. Let's listen to this. There are two droplets of Shaman HaMishcha that were constantly hanging on the edge of Aaron's beard. Amar Papa, Tana, Kishum Saper Olos Vyoshvos Lo Beikers Zakana. So I say when Aaron would talk, so the droplets would like roll up the beard a little bit. Why? So that they wouldn't fall off as he was talking. So two droplets of Shaman HaMishcha that sit on the edge of his beard, and when he would talk, he would roll up. Va'al Davar Zeh, Hayom Moshe Doig. We'll discuss the symbolism. Va'al Davar Zeh, Hayom Moshe Doig. And we'll say regarding these two droplets, Moshe Rabbeinu was always worried. Always he worried about. Was a second wife blind with Bezim David. Amar Shemachas Shalom Al B'Shan HaMishcha. Maybe I committed an act of Mehila. What is it? So maybe I applied too much Shaman HaMishcha, and therefore again it constitutes an act of Mehila. Remember again, what's Mehila? Mehila is illegal or mundane use of consecrated property. So the Gemara says, Yotas Abasko Va'amra Shaman HaTov. So ultimately again, the Basko comes out and says, the Shaman HaTov, like the good oil, Kital Chermon. And again, I must say so beautifully. The Gemara, the pasuk compares. The pasuk compares. This is the very next pasuk. It's all Kapitel Kof Lamed Gimel 133. It says Kital Chermon Shiorei Harik like the dew of the Chermon, which falls down on Harik Sion. So what's the comparison between the oil and Tal Chermon and the dew? Matal. Just like the Mosai, there is no Mehila with dew, so too again, the Shaman HaMishcha in the beard of Aaron, there is no Mehila as well. Va'adayin haya Aaron doeg. But still, Aaron was concerned. But Aaron says, maybe Moshe didn't commit Mehila, but maybe I did. Aaron says, maybe I got some enough from the oil that was not kohanically related. Yatzas Abasko va'amra, beautiful. Kinei matolu ma'anoim, sheves achin gam yachad. So the pasuk says how beautiful it is for brothers to sit together in peace, just like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't commit Mehila. Aaron, don't worry, you didn't commit Mehila. We'll say again very quickly, what's the symbolism? The Shaman HaMishcha is always sitting in the beard of Aaron. We'll say when is Shaman HaMishcha applied to someone when they're inaugurated for a new service. The Shaman HaMishcha represents newness. The Shaman HaMishcha represents excitement. The Shaman HaMishcha represents uses for something new. What Chazal were telling us was that the Shaman HaMishcha always remained on the beard of Aaron. It was as moist, it was as wet as the day it was applied. To tell you that Aaron's excitement for the Kehuna Gedola, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first day he did it. And ultimately, again, an incredible metaphor for us. And you know, that's the greatest challenge. The greatest challenge in our engagement is not the execution of God's commandments. Generally speaking, we can handle that. We can handle Shmiras HaMitzvos, observance. Our greatest challenge is feeling a newness, is feeling an excitement, is feeling like it's something special that we have the opportunity to do. The godless of Aaron HaKohen was not simply that he complied with the divine mandate. That's obvious. Every Jew has to comply with the divine mandate. The godless of Aaron HaKohen is that he felt an excitement like the day in which the Shemin HaMishcha was first applied to him. So Gemara goes like, we'll say beautiful Gemara. In Moshe Masamalachim ala Mayon, Kadesh Yetimoshech Malchusa. We'll say so. We only anoint kings. We anoint kings. This literally means we only anoint kings by a mayon, by a spring. By a spring, Kadesh Yetimoshech Malchusa. We'll say because anointing a king by a spring was like a symbolically good omen. The idea being that just like the spring flows, so too again the king's monarchy should continue to flow as well. That's like, just as a total aside, if you go into the Torah of your David and you take the water tunnel, the Gihon, that's the Gihon spring. It's like that is where Klal Yisrael historically anointed Malach by the Gihon. It's an incredible thing to see. You stand in that and everything. It's fun because you're walking through water. But more fun than walking through water was to stand on the spot where literally, again, Malchi priests, David were anointed. That's the spot. So the Gemara goes by. The Gemara says, "Shneimar, Ve'imar Melech Olam Tichui Mochemes Abdi Adonai, Oran Nosa Lagifo." Oh, good. Rabbi Ami, I might go to this. I have to tell you, originally I wasn't going to be a fan, and then when I saw this Daf Gemara, I said, I can't miss this. I can't miss this. Also, listen to this. Rabbi Ami. Haiman de boy leader, he must shas yilo. Also, listen to this. If a person wanted to know if they're going to live out the year or not. Now, again, please don't leave early from this before we finish this piece. Right? I don't want to walk away with things. Listen to this. First, wants to know if they're going to live out the year or not. So, what should you do? Ilo, nitli shagava saryon the take a candle during a Sarasini Tshuva. These are Shem Kippur. The vase is little Nashiv Sefer. Put it in a house, bless you, where there is not a strong wind, bless you. If the candle remains lit, it's enough. Right? If the candle remains lit, then what? Neida the Masik Shasya. Also, if the candle remains lit, then a person knows that they're going to live out the year. Supposed to hear this? Take a candle during a Sarasim Tshuva, place it in a home where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to live out the year. Similarly, Uman de Bari Leme Avad de Ista. Number one. Number two, first of all, I'm going to be successful in business. I have a particular business venture that I want to undertake. Am I going to be successful or not? And I want to know if I'm going to be successful or not successful. Literally, time ago, buy yourself a rooster. If the rooster gets fat, that's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, I'm going on a trip and I want to come back. I want to make it back or not. So what should I do? So what happens? So let's say ultimately again go to a home that is darkened, not that is pitch dark, but that is darkened. If you see the shadow of your shadow, then you know ultimately again that you're going to come home open. Joel said, so just I want to point something out over here. What is going on in this Gemara? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so we'll say, so the Maharsha, again, I'm going to owe you to say this down. I owe you this Maharsha. So you have to do this inside. Maybe Shabbos. Shabbos is that is a kind of little daph just a little piece. So the Maharsha says over here, he says, I don't understand. There's a biblical prohibition of Los Nachashim. You're not allowed to engage in forms of divination. So we don't do omens. We don't do omens. So the Maharsha says something absolutely amazing. The Maharsha says, if you look at the Gemara does something dramatic. If a person wants nothing to live out the year or not, so what does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a home where there's not a lot of wind. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, then you're going to live. We'll say, what doesn't the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice again on most of the things mentioned in Gemara, but the only thing that's mentioned is the positive. The Maharsha says something amazing. The default setting of life is that things are going to work out. A person has to have it, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen is that, what is that? That's life. That is an affirmation mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. An omen then. So it's an amazing yesod. When the Gemara talks about these omens are here ultimately again to affirm a positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So if these omens confirm the positive outcome, fantastic. You think it says something negative, simply ignore it. I will say, so you understand, I'm not doing the Maharsha justice much longer, please. I will say, you understand the goddamn people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. And sometimes for a good reason. Sometimes because they had a lot of life trauma and a lot of life difficulties. And sometimes when you've been through a lot, you just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable. But that's not what the Kodesh Baruch Hu wants of us. The Kodesh Baruch Hu wants to have a positive expectation for life. That things are good. That things will work out. That life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. Now, both sides. So you say to yourself, okay, it's easy to have that mindset if everything works out. But again, herein lies the true test of our spiritual mettle. I'm supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time. It'll work out next time. It didn't work out for the last 25 years. It's okay. Baruch Hashem, the next 25 are going to be great. I'll say that's the power of the Jew. To have an unconquerable optimism. To have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's what these signs do. But let's look how the Gemara ends off. The Gemara says, but my suggestion, the Gemara says, is don't pay attention to omens. Why? The Gemara says, because once you know what the problem is as beautiful as that Maharsha is, if you're that guy who lights the candle, and then what? It goes out, suddenly it's not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So it says, therefore, the Gemara says, you know what? You're better off just staying away from omens. Not omens, you're staying from these type of symbols in general. But let's say, yet, the Gemara says something just to hold out. It's very exciting. Rabbi, hashtag the Amr Simna Milsi. Let's say, do you see this? This is the Gemara. So Rabbi says, now that you tell me that omens are significant, not technically significant omens, but like signs are significant. Get ready for this whole site. This halakha l'maisa. Le'olam yeheragil le'mechse b'reish shasa. Let's say, should always look at that. You notice again. So the girsa over here is lemechse. So the Hagos unit changes it to lemechol. Was it in fact again? This Gemara appears here in Maseches Haryas and in Adios, and was say two different girsos. One is lemechse, one is lemechol. We'll discuss in just a moment. Rabbi says now that we said that what that omens are significant, a person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat kra, rubya, karsi, silky, tamre. Person should eat a gourd and a fenugreek and leeks and beets and dates. So both sides, you understand? We do this. This is siminosa. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? We sit down and they go through a whole bunch of foods on Rosh Hashanah. Where does that practice come from? That is a derivative. Now, that's the schema. Also, if you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, if you look, it's on the left-hand side of Rashi, about 6 lines into the short lines, Well, say Rashi said the common amongst these things is that they grow fast. They represent vitality. So we choose to say this is different because the Torah brings down something different. The Torah we see the hiratzon. The hiratzon somehow are a play on these names. Rashi says no, the common denominator amongst these items is they grow quickly and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately again we begin Rosh Hashanah with those items. Because they just say something interesting. The Mati Ephraim actually brings down this idea. He says, why does one Gemara say l'michsi l'mecham? What's that say? There's an incredible nafkamina. Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates, beets, leeks, fenugreek. fish heads, lamb's heads. It's just not my thing. Right? I don't. So I'll say, so what? Which for many people that's the case. And so I'll say, so what happens if I don't like any of these things? What do you do with it? So the Matthias Ephraim says there is still an inyan to have each of them on the table and to look at them and to recite the Yiratzon based on the skills of the Gemara. Everyone thinks it's just lamechal, just to eat. It's not true. Even if you're not going to eat it, there's an inyan ultimately to have it. But Mech say to look at it. Incredible. It says the Gemara. Only Rameshash Lebrei. Rameshash said to his son, when you want to come and tell from your Rabbi, what's listen to this? Prepare. Learn the Mishnayos before you go to your Rabbi. What's in other words, if you want to really learn, so what says incredible Yisod, learning requires preparation. You can't just show up to learn. A person has to prepare themselves. So he says, review your Mishnayos, and then go before your Rabbi. And when you sit before your Rabbi, what's listen to this? Look at your Rebbe's mouth. Look at your Rebbe's mouth. What's such an interesting application. We know that pasuk to mean that ultimately, again, we should be looking at the Arabeim. He's saying over here, Dafka, look at their their lips as the words are coming out. When you learn by a river. He sounds nice. Learn by a river. Well, saying the same way that ultimately, again, the water flows, so your learning should flow as well. Listen to this profound statement. And better to sit, better to learn in the garbage heaps, or better to sit, actually, to live in the garbage heaps of Masa Machasya, and don't live in the palaces of Pompadisa. Let's look at Rashi for just a moment. The Masa Machasya, better to live in a garbage dump in a mansion, in Masa Machasya, in a mansion in Pompadisa. What does that mean? And apparently Masa Machasya was an incredible Malkim Torah. Pompadisa not as much. It's interesting because you have to think Pompadisa was one of the major Torah cities. I guess at different points in history it was different, quality was different. Better to live in a garbage heap in a Malkim Torah than to live in a Tov Galgina Sarya Masa Machasya Lamechal. Furthermore, again, better to eat a galgana sarvos, and galgana was a type of fish. Better to eat a type of fish, ultimate of this galgana fish that's about to spoil, than to eat the kusach of Rabbi. Kusach was a higher end dip. So better to eat a fish that's almost going bad than to eat the fine dip of the kusach. Which also means what? Be careful how many pleasures in life you attach yourself to. Because I always say the more pleasures a person needs, the higher the material upkeep is, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So what he's telling his son is, it's better to get by on the future fish. But again, he's going to need a lot more incredible lessons. Live in a Makom Torah, even if it means living in a garbage dump, better than going ahead and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makom Torah. Be careful, because in ever materialism, you both know, so we all know this. You know what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury. That becomes a necessity until these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately leads me sometimes to place an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Beautiful. Rama Kari Belokai, goes in the pasuk says, David Amelch says, literally, my horn was lifted to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rama Kari Below Rama Paki. Literally, I will say now, we assume that this horn is a reference to the horn in which the Shema Mishka was lifted. My horn and not my jug. David and Shalom were anointed with the oil inside of the keren, inside of a horn. So their monarchy endured. Shol b'yiru shnushku b'pach lo nimshku mafusan. But Shol and Yerabasim who were anointed with oil from a pach, from an earthenware jug, their monarchy did not endure. We'll say, Pashtus, what that means is as follows. Rashi points out that a pach is earthenware. Earthenware easily cracks, as opposed to a horn, right? A keren endures. So as I said, because of that, those who are anointed from the horn their monarchy endures. Those anointed from the past, their monarchy does not. So once we're going to go back a little bit to Gemara. So remember again, the Mishnah made a distinction between the Kohen Gadol who was anointed with Shaman HaMishcha versus the Kohen Gadol who was Meruba of the Gadol. Says the Gemara, but a Mashiach Yachol Melech. So we'll say when it says Mashiach, so maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the one institutional Kohen. Maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Kohen Gadol, maybe it refers to the Melech. If it says Kohen, I might have thought that even refers to the Kohen who is anointed with the Kohanic vestments. Therefore, the pasuk says Mashiach. If it just says Mashiach, I might have thought that's even the king of Osai, who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. Also, by the way, this pasuk is talking about the special power of the Kohen Gadol. I might have thought that even this is the Kohen who goes out to war. The HaKohen. Therefore, also the pasuk goes and uses the distinct lashon of the HaKohen. HaMashiach, Shil Mashiach al Gabo, who is anointed, which means there is no one anointed above him. So the Gemara says, "My mashma, Kidamarava, Hayarech Hamimene Shem Yerech." Also, the same way the pasuk talks about Hayarech, it means again the specific part. And yet, this is not the Yisrael Giran Nashem. Haganami Hamashiach. When it says Hamashiach, Hamiyuman Shvim Meshut, means the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because remember again, as we saw before, the Kohen Mashiach Melchama was also anointed. The Kohen Gadol ultimately again was the unique ones amongst those who were anointed. Amar Mar, Mashiach Yachol Melech. So what's this? Gemara says before that if I might have thrown the positive Mashiach, maybe that refers to the king. Melech, Parli Demaisi. Does the king, inadvertently does something which is asur? Does he bring a par? Sar Demaisi. He brings a sar. That's before Shabbasik, which the Gemara says, it's just Kadai Tamina, Ashilas Maisi Yavi Sawyer. I'm going to do as follows. For an accidental act, maybe he brings a sar. Al Helam Davar Yavi Par. We'll say in the case of Helam Davar, maybe he should have to bring a par. Kamash Valam. We'll say Kamash Valam that the pasuk of Hamashiach ultimately again refers to the Kohen Gadol. Fine. So once the Mishnah then discusses ultimately the distinctions between the Mashiach B'Shan HaMishcha, the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with oil, versus the Kohen Gadol who is Meruba of Rabbi Meir. He Rabbi Meir, because it was Rabbi Meir, the Potanya, he said, Meruba of the Gadol maybe par Haba Al Kalamis Rabbi Meir says that even Meruba of the Gadol, even the Kohen Gadol who is not appointed with B'Shan HaMishcha, but rather is appointed because of the Kohanic vestments. So he brings a par al-kala as well. So he brings the special par of the Kohen Gadol, very mayor. But the whole Chachamim, the Chacham didn't agree with him. The Chacham said if the only Kohen who brings the special par of the Kohen Gadol was Yisu, because the Kohen Gadol was anointed with Shaman HaMishcha, not Meruba of the Gadol. My time there, but so far Meir's logic. This Sanya, Mashiach Ini Ela Mashiach with Shaman HaMishcha. I only know that it refers to a Kohen who is anointed with Shaman HaMishcha. Meruba of the Gadol Minai. I don't know that it even refers to a Kohen who is anointed with clothing. HaKohen HaMashiach. Ultimately, again, the pasuk says HaKohen HaMashiach. So it's really establishing this, right? Rabbanan on the days. Amos Sefer. Also, yet look at the end of that place. Ein Ben Kohen Mishamish L'Kohen Yishavar. Ela Par Yom Kippurim V'Asira Saif. Asira Saifa. Also, yet what at the end of the verse say? The end of the Mishnah said, that there is no distinction between a Kohen Mishamish. So what's a Kohen Mishamish means? The active Kohen Gadol who is serving, the Kohen Shavar. What's he was the Kohen Shavar? That was the fill-in Kohen Gadol. He was the Kohen Gadol again who filled in when there was something going on with the first Kohen Gadol. So there is no distinction between the two except Par Yom Kippurim, the special Par Yom Kippur, and that serious Sefer. It's supposed to say the meal offering given by the Kohen Gadol every day. So the Gemara says, who does that reflect? A son of Rabbi Meir. We'll say that ultimately again reflects the view of Rabbi Meir. The sign because that's what we learned. Either both Psul Kohen Gadol, there was some type of Psul, and they had to remove him from office. Umino Kohen Acher Tachtov, and they appointed a replacement Kohen Gadol. Harishon Chozer Lavados. We'll say this is actually amazing. What happens when Kohen Gadol number one comes back to work? What happens when he comes back to work? So what happens? So the first one has the ability to come back to work. He's now the practicing Kohen Gadol. The Hasheni, Kol Mitzvos HaKuna Alot. So the Sheni is still, of course, a full-fledged Kohen. The Rebbe Meir. So we'll say ultimately, again, these are Rebbe Meir. So we'll say Rebbe Meir ultimately holds that the first one is still a full-fledged Kohen. So also but Pashtos, what that means is that he just goes back. Obviously, he's not a Kohen Gadol because the nice you can't have two Kohanim Gedolim, but he's just a regular Kohen. Rabbi Yossi Omer Rishon Choz Lavadoso. Rabbi Yossi says when the first Kohen Gadol is fit for service, he comes back to work. The Sheni in a roy lo the Kohen Gadol lo the Kohen Hedge. Wow. And what happens? The second guy will say Nishkayer, nothing. He's not the Kohen Gadol, and he can't be a regular Kohen either. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Amr Rabbi Yossi, Ma'aseh Yosef ben Elon. Mitzi said this happened. There was once an episode with Yosef ben Elon, who was the Kohen Gadol. She'ira bo psul the Kohen Gadol, va'avar umino acher tachto. So what happens? So there was this episode. There was this episode of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol got a psul. And what happens was that they appointed another person. And then when the first Kohen Gadol came back to work, what happens? When the replacement Kohen Gadol, Kohen Hedgehog. Also, the replacement was now out of a job. He couldn't be a Kohen Gadol and he couldn't be a Kohen Hedgehog. Why not? Kohen Gadol mishum eva. We'll say, in general, again, a Kohen Gadol because of animosity. You can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. There can't be two kings. There can't be two Kohanim Gedolim. At the end, it has to be one leader. So, furthermore, Kohen Hedgehog mishum ma'alim b'kodesh ve'im leader. And we'll say you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedgehog either. Why not? Because we'll say once you've been a Kohen Gadol, you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedgehog. It doesn't make sense. Ma'alim b'kodesh ve'im leader. And we'll say, it says, I don't understand, based on this, Reish Rabbanan b'seif Rabbi Meir. You're going to tell me then Reish reflects the view of the Rabbanan, the seif of the view of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi, Seif Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Chistein. He said, yes, Reish Rabbanan b'seif Rabbi Meir. Yes, that is the way to read the Bible. So Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi. Rabbi Yosef says, no, the entire reflects the view of Rabbi. You could not simply aliba the Tanai. Also, Rabbi is the author of the Mishnah, and Rabbi chose to plug in different Tanaic opinions in different parts of the Mishnah. Rava Amr Shimoni, the several like Meir Bechaga, who call it Galaga. Rava says, no, it's Rabbi Shimon, and also Rabbi Shimon holds like Rabbi Meir in one case, and disagrees with Rabbi Meir in the other. Where do we see this? This Sanya, Dvarim Shebein Kohen Gadol and Kohen Hedgehog. So we'll say, what are the differences between a Kohen Gadol and a Kohen Hedgehog? Eluhein, these are the differences. Par Hava Kol HaMitzvos. We'll say, number one, is a special power that only a Kohen Gadol brings. If indeed he transgresses something, Upari Yom Kippur, the part of Yom Kippur, Vasir Sa'ifa, and the special daily meal offering. We'll say now, watch this, below Porea, below Pore. And we'll say furthermore again, if a Kohen Gadol suffers a loss, low Porea will say means he doesn't let his hair grow long, right? And Pore, he does not go ahead and tear his clothing. About Pore Milamata. So we'll say, but what can the Kohen Gadol do? We'll discuss this in again. He can tear his clothing from the bottom. And we'll discuss what that means in just a moment. But a hedgehog, we'll say in this case, a hedgehog means what? A regular Kohen can tear his clothing from the top, Pravelis. And we'll say neither of them, and the Kohen Gadol doesn't have the ability to go ahead and matame even for his clothing, even for his immediate relatives. And a Kohen Gadol can only marry a Besubah. And he cannot marry, Kohen Gadol can't marry an Almana. And a deathly Kohen Gadol ultimately again allows the Rotziach to be here on the clock. Owning, Kohen Gadol could go ahead and offer up karbanos even when he's in owning. Once never again, Aninus is the period between death and burial. We'll say even though he could offer up a karban during the time of Aninus, he can't eat of that karban during that time. And he doesn't receive a portion of karbanos offered during the time of Aninus either. We'll say if the Kohen Gadol has to offer a karban, he's allowed to cut the line. Right? He can go ahead and offer first. And we'll say, and again, he is permitted to take his portion of any karban before any other Kohen. And he wears 8 different garments. And I will say again, the entire avodah of Yom Kippur is only kosher with him. It's only to be done. I will say first 5 days, 1 days. And we'll say ultimately again, if he inadvertently rules regarding, we saw this a couple of days ago, regarding if he erroneously rules regarding something to do with the Beis Hamikdash and laws of Tumah. So ultimately again he is potter, but it means he doesn't have a special carbon on that. And we'll say the truth is all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shem HaMishcha, also apply to a Kohen Gadol who is Meruba V'Regadim with one exception, Chutz Mipara Amidi Al Kol HaMitzvos. We'll say, except for one thing, which is a special power that is brought in a situation where the Kohen Gadol permits something that is partial by kares. Only a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is Meruba Bebegadim, who is anointed through putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol, does not bring that power. All of these halachos of the Kohen Gadol also apply to what? To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of a job. Right? The replacement Kohen Gadol, once the original Kohen Gadol comes back, it's called Mashiach Shavar. Chutz Mikar Yom Kippur Masiyah Seifa. The exception again of the power of Yom Kippur and the meal offering. The Chulan Einut Noagim from Mashiach Milchama. I will say none of these things apply to the Kohen Gadol who was anointed for the purposes of Orchutz, Mehei, Devarim Ha'amurim B'Parasha. With the exception of 5 things which are stated in the Torah, namely, Lo Poreah, Lo Poreh. If he suffers the loss of a close relative, he does not allow his hair to grow, right? Nor does he tear his clothing. Every time he cannot become coming to adulterers. Who Musa Allah B'Suba, he to us to marry a B'Suba, Ma'asr Ba'amana, and he can't marry an Amana. U'machsir is Harotzeach, and he has the ability to his death, ultimately to what? For the other Rotzeach to be Rabbi Yehuda. The Chum sing no Machsir. There was ultimately again the Kohen Mashiach Machama. His death does not allow the Rotzeach to come back home. So we'll say about whether or not the death of the Mashiach Machama allows the Rotzeach to come back. Ahai, you might have Shimon. So say, how do you know ultimately this reflects the Rebbe Shimon? Who was the one who said before that the coin that Merub Begadim is pater on to us Midrash Kadasha, which the Gemara said that's Rabbi Shimon. Good. So also remember again, the Bryce had just said before that the Kohen Mashiach Milchama is considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed by the Kohen who was Mashiach B'Shem and Mishcha do not apply to the Kohen Mashiach Milchama with the exception of 5 things. So those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. Namely, again, he doesn't let his hair grow, he doesn't tear his clothing, he doesn't become tummy even to close relatives, he has to marry a Basula, and he can't marry an Almana. So we'll say, so says the Gemara. Where do we know this from? Where do we know this from? Maybe. The third Rabbana. Right, the Kohen who was greater than his brothers, Zeh Kohen Gadol. What's the first Kohen Gadol? Asher Yutzak al Rosh Hashanah Mishcha, you will put oil on his head. Zeh Mashiach Milchama. So this refers what to the Kohen who was anointed for war. Immediately I said, and literally again he fills his hands to go to where the Kohen was, which refers to the special clothing of the Kohen Gadol. Zeh Meruba Begadim. We'll say this refers ultimately again to a Kohen who becomes Kohen Gadol by putting on the special vestments of the Kohen Gadol. HaKulanu Omer Lo Sholo Yifra V'Begadav Lo Yifra. We'll say that all of these Kohen. So we'll say whether you are a Kohen Mashiach Milchama, right? Whether you're a Kohen Gadol, Mashiach Milchama, or Meruba Begadim, the halach is supposed to say that upon all of them it is said, Lo Sholo Yifra, do not cut your hair in the event of Avelus, and Begadav Lo Yifra, do not tear your clothing. Call the Fashos Meis Lo Yavam, nor can you come in contact with any corpse. Yachli Yukumak, you can only name. I might have thought that all of them offer up karbanos even in the state of Aninos. Talmud Lomar, Kinezer Shemin Mishchas Alokav Halav. What's it? The pasuk says literally, the crown of the anointing oil is on his head. Below Alav, below Al Chavera. Ultimately, again, upon him and not upon his fellows. So once it is only the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shemin HaMishcha, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up a karban while he isn't owned. That is unique to him. That does not apply to any of our other Kohanim Gedol. Even though all of the Kohanim Gedol, remember again, we have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. There's the Kohen Gadol, who is anointed with Shemin HaMishcha. Then there's the Kohen Mashiach Milchama, Kohen goes out to war. There's the Kohen Meruba Begadim, who's also the Kohen Gadol, but not anointed with Shemin HaMishcha. All of these people have Kohen Gadol status. And in general, they all have pretty much the same basic halachos. The Gemara is just pointing out the exceptions over here. That halacha l'maisa again for hakravas only ba'aninos, for the ability to offer up a karban while in a state of aninos, that only applies to the Kohen who is anointed with oil, not to the other Kohanim. I might have thought the Gemara says maybe again the halacha is after you see this distinction by aninos. Maybe also only the Kohen Gadol anointed with Shemin HaMishcha to marry a Basula. Maybe the other ones don't have to. Therefore, most of the pasuk says Behu, and Behu comes to include all of them in the din of Besuva. Kitanai, and what's in reality in this Machlokas Tanaim, Hu Isha B'Sula Yika. Most of the pasuk says you shall marry a woman who's a Besuva. Achar Shekibeka Kasav Riba. After the Torah goes ahead and makes a chilek between them, the Torah includes all of them. Divra Yishmael. So I'll say after the Torah makes a distinction between the various types of Kohanim and Gedolim, the Torah once again groups them all together in the obligation to marry a woman who is a Besuva. These ones are Yishmael. Kiva Omer Eini Ela Sha'avar Machmas Karyo Machmas Mumin Minayim. We'll say Kiva says I only know. We'll say look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, "Avar machmas mumo minayim." Tamalomar v'hu. Dafilu avar rishon machmas mumo asra ba'amana. So I only know. Let me read the first part of this. So the Gemara says over here as follows: I only know. Rabbi Kiva says, "Imi elashar machmas karyo." That even if a kohen gadol cannot work as a kohen gadol because it was, let's say, at a seminal mission, even during that time when you can't go ahead and work as a kohen gadol, I still have there's a prohibition from to marry an amana. How do I know machmas mumin minayin? How do I know that even if a kohen, let's say, has some type of significant mum, which renders him unfit long term? We're going to discuss this more in depth in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an amana? Hamalomar vihu. Everyone said the pasuk says vihu, which tells us that again, once he's in the state of a kohen gadol, he cannot marry an amana. He can only marry a b'suva. We'll say this is the follow to the next question. Ba'minei Rabbi, Rav Nachman. Mashiach shenitztara mahu ba'amana. Most listen to this kasha. What happens if the kohen mashuach, the anointed kohen, he got saras? So we'll say obviously he has saras, he cannot function as the kohen gadol. Obviously, because he can't go into something with saras. So we'll say what's the shayla? Mahu ba'amana. Can he marry an amana? Can he marry an amana now that he can't serve as a kohen gadol because of his saras? Can he marry an almana? I will say this might be a short-term marriage because once he's healed, he can't be married. But the Maisa, for the period that he has saras, is he permitted to be married to an almana? So the Gemara says, "Mitchadachi." Do we say that once you were the kohen gadol? We'll say then what? Remember again, we saw already before that once you're kohen gadol, that status is you. So where do we see that? Where do we see that? Remember again that even after he's no longer the operating kohen gadol, if he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the power, the right to cover another kohen gadol. So do we say mitchadachi? Once kohen gadol, always kohen gadol, and therefore again, even if he can't actively serve, he cannot marry an almana. Or niftar pater. Or we'll say maybe again no, that the prohibition to marry an almana is a function of being the active kohen gadol. Once you are set aside from being a kohen gadol because of your tzaras, you can marry an almana. Lo hava biyadei. You must remember again, Rabbi asked this shayla of Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman didn't know. So what happens? In the Hamiyasib, Rav Papa come up in Chani Bailey. So then Rav Papa was sitting and he was asking this question. Amar Lei, Rav Nachman, Rav Papa. So what happened? So Rav Papa was asking this question. So what happens? So Huna, the son of Rav Nachman, said to Rav Papa, "Tanino, we learned it in a Mishnah. Amy Ela Shavar Machmas Karyo." I only know ultimately a kohen who was the obligation to marry the Sula, or actually prohibition to marry Amana. I only know that even if a kohen is disqualified because of the seminal mission, the prohibition of only marrying of Sula's king is disqualified from service because of his mum. That Rabbi said the prohibition of marrying certain women still applies. The word Vahu means what? Who Isha B'Soigat means that he is always in his status of a kohen gadol, even if he can't actively serve in that office. Then who? He is the kohen gadol, and therefore, even if he has a mum and can't actively serve, he can only marry a b'sula. Listen to how beautiful this is. So Papa asked the kasha. Papa didn't know either. Kam nashke b'reishei. That Papa got up and kissed Una on his head, and gave him his daughter in marriage. Let's say so. Such a beautiful Gemara. I'm sure, of course, he called the references on the resume, of course. But Lamaisa, after he did that, he went ahead and gave him a kiss, and he gave him his daughter. So let's do another Mishnah. Kohen Gadol, we'll say. So remember again, we made reference to this before. It's actually very fascinating. Kohen Gadol pouring milamato v'hedot milamala. So we'll say now, please, that a Kohen Gadol goes ahead and pouring milamato, which means what? Tears his clothing. In the event that Chas Shalom there is a loss, he does kriya on the bottom of his clothing, the hedjot milamala. But a regular kohen could do kriya on the top. Kohen Gadol Makrivoni, a Kohen Gadol could go ahead and offer up a carbon even in the state of animos, below ochel, but he cannot eat it. He can offer it, but he can't eat it. V'ahed yod lo makriv below ochel. So say regular Kohen can't offer it and can't eat it. Can't offer it and can't eat it. Gemara. Amarav. Lemata lemata manish. Lemala lemala manish. So we'll say, what does it mean when the Kohen Gadol does kriya on the bottom and the Kohen Gadol does kriya on the top? So we'll say, Rav says that literally again, it means the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. So we'll say bottom of the garment would be like by the hem, right? And top of the garment would be ultimately again by the neck, by the neck. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, no. Lemata mikame sapa. Lemata means we'll say below the neckline. So we'll say you kind of see like on a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right technical term is. I'm sorry, like the color, not like a shirt, like on a t-shirt, like the neckline is like reinforced, right? So we'll say, so the Gemara says, so Shmuel says, Lemata means below the reinforced neckline. Gotta go. What is it? The piping of the shirt sounds like a tank teacher. Right? So the piping, but right below the neckline. So the Kohen Gadol, let's go work backwards. The Kohen Gadol, when he cuts kriya for a loved one, he cuts kriya at the neckline. They cut the top of the garment. That's lamala. Lamata means the Kohen Gadol cuts not at the neckline, but rather in the garment itself. Listen, now what's the top of that? Because when you cut in the garment itself, then what happens? The tear might not necessarily be visible. So I say, so machlokas ultimately again, l'mal mikamei sapa. So I say, machlokas Rav and Shmuel, ultimately again, where we are actually cutting. Are we cutting ultimately? What does l'mala lemata mean? Rav says lemata means literally at the bottom of the garment. That's where the Kohen Gadol is cutting. The mala means the top of the garment. That's the Kohen Gadol is cutting. Shmuel says no. Lemala means at the neckline. That's where the Kohen Gadol. That's where the Kohen Gadol is cutting. And lemata means what? Lemata means below the neckline. That's where the Kohen Gadol is cutting. Meisvei, Hakola Meisvei, Kulan Rasa Mavdo Kamei Safa Shalom. Mavdo Kamei Safa Shalom. So let's say, actually, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem with this Meisvei tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, I want to say good morning. Such a slow spark Hashem to continue on in the Sex being by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual commentary sponsor for Tuf Shin Pei Vav, the Telsum Shmach of Eretz Yisrael, the dedicating Rosh Hashanah Drashos this year as its Chus, the Besoros Telos for Am Yisrael. Commentary sponsors for the month of Elul, Havalim Rotel Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah Ben Neshama of his father, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Zikron Lebracha, Bega Rezel Bas Zelid, Zikron Lebracha, and hopes that the Tfilos of our Kiyah and all of Klal Yisrael will in Eretz Hashem be answered. Commentary sponsors fellow Shmuley Leibadinovitz, Le'ui Nishmas David from father, Rav Yitzchak Aryeh Ben HaChava, Rav Yaakov Zikron Lebracha, and our Dapumi sponsors for today, Gavin Shenikov, in connection of the yahrzeit of Shina's grandmother, Rachel Bas Gili, the merit of our commentary, all of the Neshamas Avnali, the families in the family, all those who need refuge haven't been called for Israel. Let's say we dedicate our learning in the source of our precious brethren killed in the terror attack in Ramot, the 4 precious soldiers killed in the attack in the army base in Gaza City. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Meretz Hashem who should provide Navi for all of their precious neshamas, should give their families a tremendous nechama, should in Meretz Hashem bring our hostages home, should allow our holy soldiers to be successful Kol Maaseh Yedayim, should give Klal Yisrael the most elusive bracha, the bracha that has evaded us for the last 2,000 years, which is the bracha of Shalom. Should shower us with Besoros Tovos, should allow us to dry all of our tears, should comfort all of the widows and all of the orphans and all of the almonas, all of the broken parents who are going to be attending so many different levayos here. It really overwhelming if we think about. But again, our avoda is to keep in Eretz Hashem doing our part to move Klal Yisrael forward, to propel their neshamas even higher, which is just Bizot and Hashem to usher in an unending era of the Surah's Torah. And so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is daf Ches 8. We are picking up in Hashem. Okay, we're picking up in Hashem on. Picking up on. Anyone else? Yeah, go, get it all done. So we're picking up on that test. So Mir Hashem, we are actually on Zion on the base at the Mishnah. So Mishnah says so a lot to do today. So today we've got a lot of drushes. Baruch Hashem, really some very interesting. The nice part about today's daf, well, there are many beautiful things about today's daf. Number one is just it's Torah, it's beautiful, it's sweet, it's fantastic. What's also interesting is we have a number of Mishnayos and not really a lot of machlokas, which is good. A lot of like derivative sources, how we get to different things, but the nice part is we're going to see the Mishnah. What you see in the Mishnah is pretty much, not pretty much, it's what you get, right? In other words, that's going to be the halacha, and then in Eretz Hashem we'll kind of explore out about how we arrived at that particular, how we arrived at that particular conclusion. Good, so let's say with that, let's go. So Mishnah Zion days. Ein chayavin ela al helam davar u'shig gas ma'isa. So let's remember again, this is the concept that we've seen reinforced over and over and over. Now also, one of the things to keep in mind is if you notice, we're vacillating a lot between halachas, right? As opposed to the first parak, which was pretty much all about the erroneous psak of a beis din, right? That's what it was all about. We begin to see again, second parak started really again with the halachos concerning the Kohen Gadol, and now threw in a little bit of Nasi, Melech, and then also goes back afterwards to the discussion about the beis din. So now the Mishnah begins. So remember again, in general, beis din is only chayiv a par helam davar min hatzibur. If what? If there's two things. This was yesterday's daf that we reinforced over and over and over. What do you need? You need helam davar. Helam davar means a mistaken psak, and we know all the attending details to that. What kind of psak? A psak that uproots a detail in a mitzvah, but not a mitzvah in its entirety. Okay, so you need helam davar in shigagas ma'isa. Shigagas ma'isa means that halach l'maisa, then there is accidental activity based on that erroneous psak. Okay, b'china mashiach. Same halacha applies to a Kohen Gadol. That a Kohen Gadol is only chayiv his par if what? Helam davar, erroneous psak, shigagas ma'isa. Difference between the Kohen Gadol, remember again, and the beis din. Just keep in mind all this information yesterday. Is that always a difference? Beis din paskins for whom? Klal Yisrael. Kohen paskins for whom? Kohen Gadol. Good. Same by Avodah Zarah. By Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, one is only liable in a situation, once again, where there is helam davar and shigas ma'isa. And I say, why is the Mishnah saying that? And remember, Avodah Zarah gets its own carbon. There's a seer. So you would have thought that because the covenant is different, also the criteria is different. It's not. It's the same thing. It's always helam davar, shigas ma'isa. The erroneous psak, followed up ultimately again by inadvertent accidental action based on that erroneous psak. Says Gemara, where do we know this from? The Tanur Rabbanan Yishku. So most of the pasuk says Yishku, they will go ahead and they'll make a mistake. Right? They'll make a mistake. Let's show the pasuk is then call that's when so Yishku the ne'elam davar me'ini akal. So Tanur Rabbanan Yishku Yachol Yichayav al Shidgas Ma'isa. You might have thought that maybe there's liability just for accidental action without helam davar. Kamalomar yishku v'ne'elam davar. Ein chayavin ela al helam davar m'shirigas ma'isa. Okay, so I'll say therefore Allah l'maisa you need both helam davar, erroneous psak, followed by accidental activity. So too by the Kohen Gadol. Meanwhile, where we know this from the Chsiv li'ashmas ha'am. Hari Mashiach Kitziva. We saw this drasha yesterday that the Torah itself equates me ashmas ha'am, which is an additional phrase, equating ultimately again the halachos of the Kohen Gadol with the halachos of the tzibur. Below ba'avodas kochaven ela helam davar shirigas ma'isa. So where do we know that from? We'll say that the same halacha applies to Avodah Zarah. And namely again only chayiv for Avodah Zarah, both erroneous psak, inadvertent activity. First one line, since Avodah Zarah is unique. Why is it unique? Because remember again, it has a seer, it's a different kind of carbon. So I might have thought you chayav and ashigas ma'isa. I might have thought that you be chayav just if there's accidental activity, even if there's no erroneous psak. So what's like zero shut of eine. Also we saw this in yesterday's daf. Just like again by par halam davar min atzibor, you require halam davar with shiridas ma'isa. Afkan, so too by Avodah Zarah, Afkan in chayav and elal halam davar shiridas ma'isa. Okay, incredible. V'ilu Mashiach ba'avodas kochavim lo katani masnisim. Yet about say, interestingly enough, the Mishnah doesn't make mention of a Kohen Gadol by Avodah Zarah, to which the Gemara says Masnisim money. Who's agreeing does our Mishnah reflect? Rabbi Sanya Mashiach ba'avodas kochavim. Rabbi Omer b'shir das ma'isa. The Chachamim Omer b'helam davar. So I will say this is very interesting. So it turns out that there is a machlokes by a Kohen Gadol who makes an erroneous, who accidentally does Avodah Zarah. But accidentally does Avodah Zarah. Rabbi says the Kohen Gadol is chayiv for his unique carbon by Avodah Zarah, even without an erroneous psak, just accidental activity. That's the sheet of Rabbi. And the Chachamim say no. In order for the Kohen Gadol to be chayiv, his carbon, his unique carbon for Avodah Zarah, there has to be both helam davar and shiridas ma'isa. Shavin Shabisira, both agree that he will bring a seer. The Shavin Shabin Asham Taloi, and both agree that under no circumstances does a Kohen ever bring a Asham Taloi. Remember, what's an Asham Taloi? I ate a piece of meat, and the piece of meat may have been chelef. So a Kohen Gadol does not bring an Asham Taloi. We'll just show the psuti for that. The Tizbara is Donokars Shigasa Chatos Nikatani. Now again, does the Mishnah make any mention ultimately again of Zidonokar Shigasa Chatos? Does make any mention that the criteria for this is an Avera which if done intentionally is Kares, unintentionally Chatos, Elatani Ha Huadin Laha. Achanami Tani Ha. So the point the is making over here is the Mishnah doesn't include all pieces of information. Rather, the Mishnah says something, and understand that by saying A, it also includes B. My time with the Rabbi. So we'll say, what's Rabbi's logic? Let's jump back for just a second. Rabbi said that halacha l'maisa. Kohen Gadol is chayiv his seir for avodah zarah, even without halam davar, as long as it's just shiridas ma'isa, accidental activity. Where does Rabbi get that? Amakra, the keeper kohen ala nefesh hashagek. So the Gemara says Hanefesh, that refers to Zemashiach, that's the Kohen Gadol. Hashogeges, that performs accidental activity. Zenasi, that refers to the Kohen Gadol. Zenasi, Bechat Bishkaga, Rabbi Savar, Chet Ze Bishkaga Yehe. Rabbi says, in order to create liability for Avodah Zarah, all you need is accidental activity. Rabbanan Savi, Misha Chatasa Bishkaga, Yatzam Mashiach Shein Chatasa Bishkaga, Ela Behelam Davar. So Rabbanan say, no, only refers to someone whose only responsibility is when he performs the shogeg. This excludes the Mashiach, Kohen Gadol, where there's only liability if there's Helam Davar, together with Shiridas Ma'isa and Shavin, and both agree ultimately again that he offers up a goat offering just like an individual. No, we're not from Damakra. The nefesh achos sorry, the nefesh achos echad yochid, the echad nasi, the echad mashiach. Kulam b'klal nefesh achos. All of them are included in this phrase nefesh achos, and therefore all of them offer up the seir for Avodah Zarah. Says the Gemara, says before we go on, in that machlokes Rabbi and the Rabbanon and Rabbi and the Chachamim, ultimately again we pass like the Chachamim, namely again that in order for the Kohen Gadol to have liability for Avodah Zarah or for anything else for his unique carbon, what has to happen? Helam davar and shiridas ma'isa. That's how we pass. You always need two. Beis Din needs both of that criteria for par helam davar min atzibor, and ultimately again Kohen Gadol requires both of those criteria for his personal liability as well. Top of Chas 8a. Shavin Shinini Asham Talon. Everyone agrees that a Kohen Gadol doesn't bring a Asham Talon. Where do we know that? From the keeper of a Kohen Ashivigasa Asher Shagad. Pasuk says that ultimately again the Kohen will find atonement al shigaso asher shagag, for the shogeg that he was shogeg. A little bit repetitive. Rabbi Savar, mi shekol chet o bishgaga. So Rabbi says this refers to someone who the entirety of his sin was shogeg. What does this mean? Yasazar she'in kol chet o bishgaga ela behelam davar. This comes to show who's chayv in Hashem taloi. Only someone whose liability is fully wrapped up in the commission of an act b'shogeg. But someone who requires another level, like the Kohen Gadol, who also requires what? Helam davar. Such a person is not subject to Hashem taloi. So the Gemara says, "Maybe kol ksiv." Does the pasuk say kol? Does it say kol? So the Gemara says, "In the niktav al shigagasal." What could you say al shigagasal? Lama li asher shagag. Why does it say asher shagag? Hakar shmalan da'adiika kol chet o bishgaga. To teach you who is liable to an asham taloi, someone whose complete liability is engendered by the commission of an act b'shogeg. Yatsa Mashiach she'ein kol chet o bishgaga ela ba'avodas kachavim v'lo b'sharmi. It says ela behelam davar im shivadas ma'isa. So I say so essentially, to distill this down, the drasha is as follows. Who is chayiv ultimately again in an asham taloi? Someone whose complete liability is contained in an act b'shogeg. But if halacha l'maisa again, doing something b'shogeg is not enough, for example, a kohen mashiach, a kohen gadol, so again, just the act b'shogeg is not enough. Rather, what does he mean for liability? Right? He means what? Helam davar, a mistaken psak. Such a person is not subject to asham taloi. Okay, incredible. Rabbanan, mi shechato b'shkaga yatz. So when it says mi shechato, what does that mean? Yatza mashiach shein cheto b'shkaga. Lo ba'avodas kochavim, lo b'shar mitzvahs, elo behelam davar shigas ma'aseh. And the Rabbanan will agree with that as well. Remember, because everyone agrees that a kohen gadol ultimately again is not subject to shigagas ma'aseh. I'm sorry, it's not subject to asham taloi. So we'll say so. Therefore, takeaway message from this self-contained sugya is that halacha l'maisa, both Beis Din as well as Kohen Gadol, they only have liability for their unique karbanos. So you remember, in both cases it's a par, except by avodah zarah where it's a sayer. But liability only comes about if halacha l'maisa, again, there is both helam davar as well as shigas maisa. Furthermore, helam davar, mistaken psak, shigas maisa, accidental activity based on that psak. And everyone agrees that ultimately neither the Beis Din nor the Kohen Gadol are subject to Asham Taloi. Incredible. Mishnah, in Beis Din Chayavin Achi Yoru B'Davar Shes Dono Kares B'Shigas Chatas. So this is interesting. Actually, it would have been helpful to have this Mishnah a little bit earlier on as well, which is what type of Avera, right, are Beis Din liable for? Right, so the Gemara says it's not any Avera, it's only the type of Avera where intentional commission of the Avera would result in kares, and unintentional commission of the Avera results ultimately in chatas. So mezid is kares, shogeg is chatas. V'chinu Mashiach, so too the same criteria by the Kohen Mashiach. V'lo ba'avodas kochavim ad shiyoru al davar shezedono kares. The shigas of chatas. And the same halacha applies to avodah zarah. Shabbos says, so therefore, just to give an example of this, if Beis Din paskin, or the Kohen Gadol paskin, they're cherati chaser, right? And they go and probably so eats chaser shalom. So there's no par helam davar min atzibar for the Beis Din, and there's no par for the Kohen Gadol. Why? Because the punishment for eating chaser, it's a lot. It's malchus. It's got to be something where the stakes are much higher. So therefore, the only time that there is this liability for the par for Beis Din and the par ultimately again for Kohen Gadol is the type of Avera where intentional commission is kares, unintentional is chatas, same by avodah zarah. Says Rabbi, where do we know this from? The Sanya Rebbe Omer Ne'emar Kan Allah V'Ne'emar La'alon V'Ne'emar La'alon Allah. It says over here Allah. V'noda ha'chatas asher chatu Allah. So we'll say that's par helam davar min hatzibor. And this is interesting. The other Allah Rabosai is by Arias. It's by Arias. V'isha el achosa lo sikach itzror legalos ervasa Allah b'chayeha. The prohibition to marry two sisters. Fascinating, right? So it says Allah over here by par davar min hatzibor. and allowed by Arias. What's the connection? Man lahalon davar is a donor card shiglaso chatos, just like I said by Arias. Intentional commission ultimately again is kares. Unintentional, right? Accidental commission of Arias is going to be a chatos. Afkan so too by param of minatzibor called Afkan davar is donor kares. The shiglaso chatos. Incredible. What's about a fascinating limud? Sigzir shava al spain. Riveting. So just Allah says Allah by Parhalim Davinasivor, Allah by Arayos, just like by Arayos, intentional violation kares, accidental violation is katos. So to par is only brought for kares, katos prohibitions. Incredible. Ashkechon Sibor. Fine. So now I know that's part of that Sibor. Mashiach Minavan. How do I know that the same criteria applies to Kohen Gadol's psak? So the Gemara says, "La'ashma sa'am hari Mashiach kitzibor." As the pasuk says, ultimately again, "La'ashma sa'am." So remember again. What's interesting is we're always using the same limudim. Once I know something applies by kar helam gavaminat sibor, then what? That extra phrase by Kohen Gadol, "La'ashma sa'am." What is that? What is that? Because remember again, the Kohen Gadol is not pasking for the populace. Who is the Kohen Gadol pasking for? Who is he pasking for? Himself. So what is that? La'ashma sa'am. All is coming to link the process. Whatever is the process for the am, i.e., par helam dava minat tzibur based in, is the same process for the Kohen Gadol. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, "Yashba sa'am hari Mashiach kitzibor." The Gemara says, "What about Nasi? What do you know is this true for the king, for the Nasi? Yalif mitzvahs sid gabi Nasi the asa achas become mitzvahs Hashem." So when the Nasi it says if he performed one of the mitzvahs, it really means he did one of the averos. Right? Sid b'tzibor the asu achas mikol mitzvos. And again, so gzeir sheva mitzvos from Nasi to the tzibor. Matzibor davar sh'tol agaris shigras chatos. So just like by the tzibor, there's only liability for the power. If it's a type of avera that intentional violation is price or unintentional violation is chatos, af nasi davar shezadono karetz shigagaso chatos. It's beautiful. It's like a symphony. It's like an orchestra, right? And everything, all the notes come together so incredibly beautiful. So we'll say, three-pronged drasha. So remember again, Mishnah was teaching me a rule. What's the rule? Based in is only chayiv ha'amdav ben asibor, Kohen only chayiv his part in a situation ultimately again where, again for an avera, intentional violation is kares, unintentional violation is chatas. Where do you know this from? So for the tzibor, gzeir shava, Allah to arayos, intentional violation, kares, unintentional violation, chatas. So to again, Beis Din is only chayiv in the power, kares, chatas. Then ashma sa'am, ultimately allows me to learn out Kohen from the Beis Din. And what about Nasi? Nasi ultimately again is learned out from the Gzeir Shava of mitzvahs from the Am. Incredible. So Yokit Amakra, the Nefesh, the Yomotach B'Me'ayin. However, this applies ultimately again to a Yachid, to an individual as well. Ultimately, again, the part says V'Nefesh, and ultimately again, we can learn out Tachton from Elyon, learn out the latter Pesukim, ultimately again from the earlier drashas. Incredible. So same halacha I will say applies also in Avodah Zarah. So to Mishnah, so to by Avodah Zarah, there's only going to be liability if they passed in regarding something again which intentional violation is kares, unintentional violation is katos. So the Gemara says, it's about the Yokid piece, which is that Rashi points out over here. Yokid means same idea. An individual only brings a carbon chatos for an avera, which if done intentionally carries liability of kares, and unintentionally carries the penalty of chatos. Right? That's what. Right. That's ultimately again what he brings. So I say it differently. An individual only brings a chatos when he inadvertently violates an avera that is subject to kares. Say it simply. Good. So the Gemara says, "Allah's come. Allah's come. Halos Bible Zar. Tanavan. The Pishat. Allah's come. Lidon Biatzma." So remember again, in general, Avodah Zarah is singled out to kind of be reckoned on its own. Because remember again, Avodah Zarah has a different carbon, has a seer as opposed to a par. So Avodah Zarah is being singled out to be judged on its own. You might have thought when it comes to Avodah Zarah, you should be chai for everything, even if it's not karis. So you must say, "Nemar kan me'inei, v'nemar lahalon me'inei, gzir shabbat me'inei, mar lahalon." Just like by the Beis Din, davar shezudon karis shigasa chatos. Again, Beis Din is only chai b'par for something that intentional violation is karis, unintentional chatos. Atkan, so to buy Avodah Zarah, davar shezudon karis shigasa chatos. Incredible. So Ashkechon Tzibur. So I understand now that's true for when the Tzibur is doing Avodah Zarah. Yochid, Nasi, Mashiach, Minavan. How do I know that these halachas concerning Avodah Zarah applies to all these other individuals as well? Because the pasuk says, "The nefesh achas." The nefesh achas. Echad, the nefesh achas. Right? Echad Yochid, ve'echad Nasi, ve'echad Mashiach. Kulan bichlal nefesh achas. Fascinating. So I will say, so it is very interesting, Zasha. Nefesh achas teaches you that the same halachas that we went ahead and applied to the tzibur also apply to the achas, to any singular personalities. Who are the singular personalities you're talking about? The Kohen Gadol, the Nasi, and Stam, a regular individual, the Yimel Tachton, the Elyon. And ultimately, again, furthermore, we could go and learn out of the latter subjects from the earlier subjects, from the earlier Pesukim. Sani Chalaman, the Mapik Lay. So says, remember, again, all of this begins with what? All of this begins with the Gzir Shava between Par Halam Davin Tzibur and Arayos. And Arayos, Aleha. So the Gemara says, so this works well if you accept that initial Gzir Shava, right? Everything is both an initial Gzir Shava. El Rabbanan the Mapikle Aleha Arayos, Vitsaros, Dover Shet Savose. But here's the problem. The Rabbanan use Aleh for something different. What does Allah teach us? So we'll say, back to our Yivam mistakes. Back to Yivam mistakes. No, for that night, I should be like the trigger warning. Right? So we'll say, so remember again, if you remember, one of the interesting things is actually the beginning of the second Sibamas. We'll say, what happens if Reuben is married to multiple women and he dies? So ultimately, again, he's married to multiple women, he dies, and then brother. Let's say it happens to be Reuben married his niece, which is mutter, right? Which is when he marries his niece. So now what happens? So now the two wives fall to Reuben's brother Shimon for Yibum. Reuben, obviously, Shimon came to Yibum with his daughter. So what's the halacha? Once he came to Yibum with his daughter, it patters all of the taras, all the co-wives from Yibum as well. The Rabbanan learned out that halacha from Allah. Okay, it's a more involved Russia. So here's the issue. The Rabbanan use Allah for something else. If that's the case, then where did they learn this concept that there is only based in liability for an infraction that if done intentionally is kares and unintentionally ultimately is chatur? Where does he learn that out from? Or where do they learn that out from? So the Gemara says, not to the little, we'll say first my line, midimasni de Rabbi Shobel Levi the Drei. As Rabbi Shobel taught to his son, Torah achos yalochem lo'oseh bishkalo v'anefesh asher ta'aseh biyad rama. So literally again, the pasuk says there's one Torah for one who commits an avera inadvertently, and one who goes ahead and acts intentionally. So we'll say, what do you see from here? Now it's interesting. It says Torah achos, and this is talking about idolatry, right? So the entire Torah is compared to Avodah Zarah. Just like by Avodah Zarah, you only chayiv, right, for an act, you only chayiv the seir. For something that if done intentionally is kares, unintentionally is chatas, apkan. So too again, by other situations as well, namely by Paran Dav Minatzibor, hayavin al zorot kares ashigos chatas. Incredible. Ashkechon Yochid. That tells you personal liability. Nasi Mashiach. Nasi Mashiach. Bein ba'avodas chol, bein b'shar mitzvos. Si, right? Bein b'shar mitzvos. Si bar minavan. Yolit al yomi tachton. Okay, so we'll say, so once we have it already by Yochid, ultimately again, we can apply it to all these other contexts as well. Rabbi, how does Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi my other way? What does Rabbi do ultimately with the same as Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi? Because once Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi again espouses a different Rasha, it's very interesting. Rabbi will use Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi's Rasha for a different reason. So interesting enough, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, there's a distinction between if an individual worships versus if the larger group worships. What's the difference? Number one, interesting, Rabbi beside Mamonam of it, we'll say if you have, so for example, if you're in Idachas, Syria worships idolatry, what do you do with it? They're killed by the sword and their property is destroyed. Right, their property is destroyed. The Gemara says, Yechidin b'skila u'mamonam pala. If an individual worships idolatry, what's the halacha? Number one, he's killed with skila, and number two, we don't touch his property. Don't touch his property. So the Gemara says, Yochol nachlok b'kabanos. You might have thought that their karbanos are distinct as well. Tamalomar Torah achas yihya. So this is what Rabbi goes ahead and uses the drasha for. Even though halacha l'maisa, their punishments are different for a rabbin versus Yachid worships idolatry, but ultimately, again, their carbon is the same. Maskif l'rab, so the reason is because the pasuk itself makes no distinction. But if there was a distinction in the pasuk, I would have thought to make a distinction as well. So the Gemara says, "My naisi." Well, if you're going to make a carbonic distinction, what else would be brought instead of a seir? So the Gemara says, "Naisi par." You're going to bring a par that can't be sibor b'sham mitzos with the naisi. Next, the Gemara says, "No, but the sibor already brings a par for other evidence." Obviously, the Torah is singling out Avodah Zarah. What that means is that Avodah Zarah has to be unique. So if it's what? How would it be unique? If you're going to bring a par that makes like all the infractions, nice par the all those silachatos. Maybe you'll bring two things: a par for all the sifarachatos, sibor ba'avodas b'chavim gudemaisu. Ultimately, again, the Gemara is talking about that sibor already brings for Avodah Zarah. Nice seir, nasi b'shan misas gudemaisi. If you bring a seir, the nasi already brings that by other infractions. So the Gemara says, nice seira. Maybe you should bring a female sheep. The Gemara says, Yachid nami hainu karbano. Ultimately, again, for Yachid, you can also bring this other carbon. It's just Chalakamina, Sibor Maisi Pardiola, Usiir Lakabas. Maybe we say like this, the Sibor brings, ultimately, again, apart from all the Sir for Achatas, Hani Naisi Ipcha. Maybe this in this situation should bring just the opposite. Apart Lachatas, and Sir Lolo. Inami, Sarech, Ve'imo Takana. If that's the case, you could have said it requires a distinction, but there's no way to really make a distinction. Kamashma, Lamosa, that Halacha, Lamaisa, again, Torah Akbash says Kamashma, Torah Achas, the Maisi call Echad, Sirat Biakin. Kamashma, Lamosa, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, interestingly enough, everyone brings the same carbon. It's fascinating. Everyone is bringing a seir for Avodah Zarah. Whether you are the Beis Din, the Melech, right, the Nasi, the Kohen Gadol, or a Yachid, everyone is bringing the same carbon ultimately, again, for an infraction of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. And what's interesting enough, one thing everyone is agreeing on is that these two things that we mentioned are by Avodah Zarah. My Masha, how do you know? Amar Rabbi, maybe. Amar Kadi is a person. Amar Kra, the pasuk says, V'chi sisku v'lo sasu. Pasuk says, ultimately, again, if you will make a mistake, V'chi sishku v'lo sasu. If you will go ahead and ultimately, again, shogeg, right? You'll go ahead and you'll make a mistake. Below sasu. As comments on Hazel mitzvah, shishkul kol mitzvah. Well, say, what is a mitzvah now? When I say mitzvah here, really means adera, right? But what is a mitzvah that is the equivalent of the entire Torah? Havi Omer Zula Bodas Bokaf Misedachu. So let's say it makes sense because, of course, remember, Avodah Zarah represents a fundamental negation of the relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The entire point of mitzvos is the creation of a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, by definition, it's saying like, what is an Avera that ultimately, again, is like uproots the Torah's entirety? It's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, the day Rabbi Kana Amar Kra, Asher Diva Hashem Al Moshe, Uksiv Asher Tziva Hashem Aleichem Biyad Moshe. So let's say, so the pasuk says, this is what Hashem spoke to Moshe, and it says, this is what Hashem commanded you, B'yad Moshe. Izu mitzvah shehi b'dibur shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, b'tziva al yidei Moshe. What's an example of a mitzvah that ultimately is stated by Hashem, but was also commanded to us by Moshe Rabbeinu? What's a mitzvah like that? Havi Omer, zu avodas kochaben. It's idolatry. Because you must remember again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is one who said the first two divos, Anochi Hashem Elokecha, Lo yeh l'chai l'machir. I am Hashem your God, do not have any other gods. So on one hand, HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself told us the prohibition of idolatry, but yet it was reinforced multiple times by Moshe Rabbeinu. The Tana, Anochi, that ultimately the first two Hebrews were both about Israel. We'll say, just as an aside, if you think about this in general, we'll say, why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, at the end of the day, is so makbid on Avodah Zarah? Right? Think about it just a moment. This is actually pretty profound. We only heard two things from God in the history of man, right? Right? In history of mankind. Man only heard God speak two things. What were the two things that man heard God speak? Right? I am Hashem your God and do not have any other gods. Right? So the only thing that Baruch Hu ever told us was don't worship idolatry. And the prohibition reinforced the most often in the Torah is don't worship idolatry. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? Baruch Hu is jealous. Like he's jealous, he doesn't want us seeing other gods. I say he doesn't understand just the simple beauty of it. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu value most in this universe? What does the Ribono Shel Olam, right? It's almost like, what do you get to God who has everything? What do you get there? Right? What does Hashem value most in this universe? Relationship. Relationship. That's what he values most. And by the way, I want to point out, it's fascinating. It's not just even for honest, not just relationship with us. Because who else has a prohibition of idolatry? Who else has it? Shem is a Spinei Noach. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to humanity is what I value most is a relationship with you. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. The mitzvahs, everything else that we have, these are details to create and engender a relationship. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says that's why if you want to why keep about idolatry over and over, because idolatry fractures the relationship. Idolatry distracts from relationship. What I want most with you in this universe is relationship. And I will say sometimes we miss this detail in our Yiddishkeit. We become focused on the details. The details are important. It's not the devil in the details. The divine is in the details. I need the details. You can't be a Jew without the details. You need the details. But it's important to understand what the details get us. The details get us relationship. And the greatest challenge about Yiddishkeit is you could be the most proficient behavioral Jew and yet have no relationship. All of Yiddishkeit, all of Elul, Anila Dodi, the Dodi Li, is all about reestablishing that relationship. That's why Kadosh Baruch Hu transfers over Avodah Zarah over and over and over again, because he's just yelling and screaming out to us, all I want is a relationship with you. And all I want you to want is a relationship with me. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. The very Bishma Tana. There's no Torah says, goes 7 days. The minute Ayom Shesiva Hashem, Bahalot Don Seichem, Eizahi Mitzvah, Shinemra B'Tchila, which ultimately, again, was the mitzvah that was stated in the beginning. Ultimately, again, first mitzvah that Hashem said to us was idolatry. 1 second. Malamar, Esther mitzvahs to Sadu Gemara. We had told that there were 10 mitzvahs that were commanded to us in Mara, and Mara was before Har Sinai. Yechsid Bayam Shadish Lukasha Lakecha. Elo Mechabarta, Kiddush Anin Meikar. I will say the initial drasha that we spoke about seems to hold a little bit better than this last drasha that you made. Okay, we'll say incredible. Says the Mishnah, In Chayav and Ella Seba Alos Asay Shemikish. So we'll say interesting halacha detail over here. One which actually takes us back a little bit to our Shavuos days. This is the beginning of a Masechah Shavuos. So remember again, the Mishnah says as follows: an interesting carve out. There is no liability. There's no liability. And remember now we're grouping all of this together. Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibur, Par of the Kohen Gadol. There is no liability if the erroneous ruling was made regarding Aseis and Lo Saseis of the Mikdash. Now, what are the Aseis and Lo Saseis of the Mikdash? Tumah. So, for example, if the Beis Din made an erroneous ruling, and they said you're allowed to go into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah. I don't know, if you touch a sharet, you're allowed to go into the Beis Hamikdash. I'm not saying. I remember again. Interestingly enough, tumah and tara in the Beis Hamikdash, under certain circumstances, can be kares bearing and therefore chatzvah. So it actually interesting could fit into the previous criteria. But halacha for reasons that we will see, halacha l'maaseh Beis Din or the Kohen Gadol pasking regarding what we call tumas mikdash v'kadashav, which means anything to do with tumah in the Beis Hamikdash, there's no power. Ein Mevin, the Gemara says, fine. Ein chayav ala aseh v'ala aseh shemikdash. Ein Mevin asham talui ala aseh v'alos aseh shemikdash. Furthermore, you don't bring an asham talui regarding an aseh and lo aseh dealing with tumah in the mikdash. Aval, But halacha again, you will be chayiv ultimately again a par for an asay lo saseh. Let's say when it comes to nida, that's an example. And we'll say halacha you would bring an asham tali for nida. Let's say a man has relations with his wife and she's a suffix nida. Suffix nida. Ultimately, in asham tali, a mitzvah saseh shebenida. What's an example of a mitzvah asay by nida? Harush min hanida. So we'll see that halacha rights a partial nida means that a man has to separate from himself from his wife when she's in nida. Now, the halacha will say not only when she is in nida, but even ultimately again in the interval approaching the onset of her nidus, she also has to separate. Or mitzvahs lo saseh. Al kabbalah nida, mitzvahs lo saseh. Rabbi, don't have relations with the nida. Says we're not animated. So we'll say, where do I know this? We're not animated. You see what I'm chaydi karban ba'alma. The yachid asham talo imnani lo. So we'll say, you might not ask the shayla from where ultimately again do I know this? That halacha l'maisa. Rashi says, shum karban ba'olam elba makam chatas kavua. How do I know that halacha l'maisa? The only time that there is liability is when normally a prohibition would generate the chatas kavua. He says ba'ashem that there is liability both by chatas and asham taloi. The nemar ba'ashamo b'tzibur. Ma ba'ashem b'yochid. The ba'ashem by yochid is talking about a case where there is definitive chatas liability. He must, of course, talking about a situation where there's what's called a chatas kavua. U'matzibur the chatas kavua. Af asham taloi nami. So we actually saw this from the previous sugya that the asham talui only comes about in a situation where if there was definitive knowledge, there would be what we call the chatas kavua. Carbon over the already nani. If that's the case, ultimately again, then you shouldn't be chayav a carbon over the which is a variable carbon, which we'll discuss. Gemara says, "Haksiv ba'yakiyasham na'achas meila." Done in asham yashamo, being done in asham min yasham. So what's interesting enough? The reason for that is because the gzera shava doesn't work because the words are not similar. The Gemara says, sorry, we're going to look quickly. Well, my nafkamina, why do you need to make a gzera shava from exact words? After all, the ha and the yishmal. The Shabbat coin, Uba coin, Zoe Shilo, Zoe. This was the time that we should explain to Shas. Halacha l'maisa again. This is talking about saras habayis. And saras in the home, and trying to equate the process ultimately again of when the coin checks initially, when it comes back to check, and the Gzera Shabbat is based on the Shabbat coin, Uba coin, even though what? The words are dissimilar. So you see somewhere you can make a Gzera Shabbat based on dissimilar words. But oh, Neilachim ba'ashem itumasom midash chadashah b'chsiv u'tamei ba'ashem. Rabbi says you're right. Danim ba'ashem u'mitzvas Hashem min ba'ashem u'mitzvas Hashem. When we can make a gzera shava, when there's a choice, we can make a gzera shava ultimately again between similar words versus dissimilar words, we will always go ahead and go with the similar words. I'm going to see about Asher Papa, the Nailef, Ba'asham, Benisias Avon Min, Ba'asham Benisias Avon. So I'm making gzera shava, Ba'asham Benisias Avon, right? Why not go ahead and make a gzera shava from those two? Elamah Nachman Yitzchak, Donin Ba'ashim Mitzvahs Hashem, Asher Lo Siasena, maybe Hashem. So those are two exact phrases, and therefore we might learn out from that. Shmias kol will be to his fasai, but Thomas Mikdash v'Kadashav. Shalom nemar bahed Hashem u'mitzvas Hashem asher lo se'asena. Therefore, we'll say halacha l'maisa. We're essentially establishing the criteria, or idea shava, between the contexts which have these phrases. Ba'ashem u'mitzvas Hashem asher lo se'asena. If you have those three, ultimately again we can create the halachic bridge. But it's important to understand that ultimately Shmias Kol, Bitu Tzvasayim, and Tumas Mikdash v'Kadashav do not share those phrases. Therefore, we cannot make the Gzera Shava. So halacha l'maisa, I'm sorry, I only went a little bit quickly through that. Bottom line, what's the takeaway? I have no idea. But what's the takeaway? So again, remember, this is why I mentioned this is the Mishnah. The good thing is, remember, no one's arguing on the Mishnah. As the Mishnah says, it is exactly halacha. All the Gemara just did is try to show us how the Mishnah arrived at its conclusion. Halacha l'maisa, fascinating part. That's what I say. So by the way, just so you understand, Just remember, if you want to chazar these datim, the good news is just chazar the Mishnayos. Just chazar the Gemara also. But again, the Mishnayos tell us everything we need to know in these sugis. And this last piece, whereas up until now we've been focusing on this idea that in order for there to be liability, there has to be passing regarding something where intentional violation is a chatos. Sorry, intentional violation is kares. Unintentional violation is a chatas. There's a carve out. What's the carve out? It based in paskins regarding anything what we call tumas mikdash v'kadashav. Remember to get back to it. What's tumas mikdash v'kadashav? They paskin erroneously either about something to do about tuma of the mikdash itself or tuma of the individual entering into the mikdash. If they go ahead and they paskin erroneously in one of those areas, there is no ar helam davar minat sibor that applies to the Beis Din. And remember again, we've already established whatever is going to apply to a Beis Din is going to apply to who? It's going to apply to the Kohen Gadol, and ultimately going to apply to a Nasi as well. What is that based on? It's based on the criteria of the Gezerah Shava of Mitzvahs Hashem, Asher Lo Tiasena, and the Hashem. Ultimately, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasham does not have that phraseology, therefore, not included in these halachas Shalosai. Shkoyach. All right, together on Zoom. Sorry for the pace. Have a great day, everyone. I'm sorry. Shvus Bitu. All right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. We thank our annual commentary sponsor, Tilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year's in schools for the Besoros Tavos to Am Yisrael. Commentary sponsors for the month of Elul, Abu Alinu Latova, Benny Goldberg, for the Elias Nishamis of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Figure Rizal Bas Zelig, in the hopes that the tefillos of our hero and all of those in Klaus will be answered in this month and the month Shmoni Yoni V'Dinvitz Le'ili Nishmas David Plum's father, Rabbi Ari Plummer of Yitzchak Aryeh Ben HaChavar Rabbi Yaakov Zikron L'Bracha. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Alan Meirowitz, wishing a happy birthday, a happy 22nd birthday to his wife Sue. Okay, wonderful. We're going to make sure that she hears that. Hashem, incredible. May you have continued good health and nachas from your children and grandchildren. Beautiful, beautiful. Amen. And Saeed and Simhekin, in honor of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh, and mention of the yahrzeit of Saeed's father, Moshe ben Bashi Yaakov, which is on this coming Friday in Yerzat Hashem Yokel, Merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamos Havin Aliyah, the families in the Kama, all those neither who should have here with Kol Chol Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hu should bring home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, B'Chol Ma'aseh Yideyim. And we'll say, of course, it is important for us to take a step back and to reflect that today is September 11th, the anniversary of the worst terrorist attack on American soil in the history of this great country. And those of us who were alive, those of us who were here that day, those of us who remember that day, remember the mix of emotions, the fear, the uncertainty, and then the incredible moment when that paved the way to beautiful unity and beautiful achdus and a sense of shared mission and purpose to really bring light to a world that was filled with so much darkness. We saw the worst of humanity on September 11th, and then in the response, Baruch Hashem, through all the first responders, through the bravery, through the heroism, through the incredible courage that people had to rebuild, it brought us together. It caused the war. We went to war afterwards to try to stand out evil and far away here, and we have to keep the death. But It's overwhelming then that yesterday, September 10th, we see an act of political assassination. Whatever the circumstances around Charlie Kirk's assassination, the horrific event of a 31-year-old father of two. I don't care what his political affiliations are, what his political views are, who he was as a commentary, who he was as a friend of the president. It's irrelevant. But the fact that an act like that, a barbaric act of cowardice, could happen right on Erev September 11th. It feels that unfortunately, as a country, as a nation, we have not yet internalized the lessons of how hate rips us apart, how hate tears us apart. There's clearly so much work that we have to do as a nation. As Jews, obviously our collective heart beats in Eretz Yisrael, but we are privileged to be citizens of this great land, which has given us so much and afforded us so many rights and opportunities. And it's heartbreaking sometimes to see the chaos that feels like society has descended into. Granted, it's the actions, hopefully, of just one person. It doesn't represent anything else. But sometimes when things occur in your home, it is reflective of what is happening in your home. Like when your children go to school and they act a certain way, you get a phone call from the teacher, little Chaim, little Rivki, went ahead and said this word. So then you have to wonder where they hear that word from. Or they act in a certain way, where do they hear that word from? This happened in our home. This happened in our home. And as a result, it's going to behoove us to engage in this season of introspection, to engage in tremendous national introspection, to understand what are we doing as a nation. In the aftermath of September 11th, we saw the best of our people, the best of this nation. Do you remember the images? We saw police officers, firefighters, first responders running into collapsing buildings to save people they did not know. We saw people digging through rubble for days and weeks afterwards in a hope to find survivors. We felt the tremendous unity afterwards. That is the best. That was the best. The best of the United States of America. And then what we saw yesterday, whatever it is, whatever the narrative is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. So we have to really, there's going to be a cheshbon hanefesh, a tremendous cheshbon hanefesh, as a nation, as individuals. At least today on September 11th, we hope that the neshamas of all those who perished in terror attacks, Shem should have an aliyah, their families in Nechama, those who so heroically went in, rushed in to save their fellow Americans, those neshamas in Hashem should have an aliyah, their families in Nechama. Baruch Hu should Hashem not only shower His providence upon Eretz Yisrael, our ancestral homeland, but Hashem should help to give the leaders of this country light, moral clarity, strength, and wisdom to be able to get this nation back on the rails. And in Yetz Hashem, be able to allow us to appreciate and to discover all that is great about the United States of America. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yetz Hashem, continue to shower His bracha upon this great country and all of her citizens. And we'll say, with that, let us begin with the great Zichus today, Baruch Hashem, to begin the new parak, and a really, really great parak. I know that many of you think that I was just talking up yesterday's daf, or today's daf. After yesterday's, it's called Journey, but actually you'll see Mamish is Emes La'amito. So let's begin. Today's daf is we're picking up at the Mishnah Tesla days 90. Kohen Mashiach, Shechata v'achakach ad Mishichaso. So Kohen, remember Kohen Gadol, who went ahead and sinned, and interestingly enough, then afterwards he was literally removed from office. Now, removed from office doesn't mean he did anything bad, right? Removed from office could just mean whatever. He had a mom, something else happened, he's no longer a Kohen Gadol. So what's interesting about this case, he committed the Avera, and normally when a Kohen Gadol sins, remember again, you know the process already, is Halam Davar, Sheiras Maisa, erroneous ruling, in action based on that erroneous ruling. And now he brings a unique sire. He brings a sire. So we'll say, a par. So the Gemara says, what happens if he's so erroneous ruling, he sinned, but he didn't yet bring his carbon, and now he's no longer Kohen Gadol. So what carbon does he bring? Does he bring the carbon of a Kohen Gadol, or does he bring the carbon ultimately of a common man? Same idea. The king goes ahead and sins, right? Same idea. Helam davar shiv gasmaisa, erroneous ruling, unintentional action or accidental action based on that erroneous ruling. but he didn't get a chance to bring his carbon while he's still the king. What's the halacha? Koin Mashiach maybe par, Nasi maybe Sawyer. So I'll say the halacha is, in both of these cases, these individuals bring the same carbon that they would have brought had they still been in office. Since the sin ultimately, again, what it sounds like what's happening over here is that the sin and the recognition of the sin occurred while in office. Therefore, the carbon that is brought is the carbon that would be brought in office, even if they are no longer in office. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Mashiach sha'ar mishichasal v'achar kach chata, v'chinasi sha'ar migdulasa v'achar kach chata. So this is very interesting. Second case number 3, is where the Kohen Gadol and the king sinned after they left office. In other words, same type of sin, which is helam davar sheigas ma'isa, so an erroneous ruling, and then ultimately again action based on that ruling. And now they go ahead and they sin. But again, the Kohen Gadol does it when he's no longer the Kohen Gadol. King does it when he's no longer the king. So after they left office, what's the halacha? Kohen Mashiach maybe par, v'hanasi kehediot. Interestingly enough, the Kohen Gadol will still bring the same carbon as if he was Kohen Gadol, but the king does not. So apparently, again, once a Kohen Gadol, so really, to say a little bit differently, the Kohen Gadol essentially is always halachically treated as the Kohen Gadol, even after he's no longer the functioning Kohen Gadol, whereas the king is only treated as king when he is actually the acting king, the acting monarch. Incredible. All right, so let's analyze. So it says, Hashti Yishlam Avram Nishichasal, top of Yud, Yachakach maybe. Maybe so now the Gemara says the Mishnah seems a bit redundant. Why? Because if at the end of the day, if you're telling me that Allah myself, if even after the Kohen Gadol left office and he sins, he still brings the same carbon as if he was in office, then the Gemara says, then do I need the case of where he sinned in office, did bring the carbon, and now is no longer Kohen Gadol, that he brings the same carbon? Of course, that's obvious. In other words, we will say, if you're telling me that even once he's no longer Kohen Gadol, if he sins, he brings the par, then of course, if he sins while Kohen Gadol, but doesn't get around to bringing the carbon for after he's Kohen Gadol, of course he brings the same par. The Gemara says, you're right. Mishum Diktani Gabi Nasi, also Yudam Daf 10 8 3 lines down. Mishum Diktani Gabi Nasi, Dichi Avar Minisiyasa, the Akaka Tota, Kehediot Maisi. Ahaki Tani Gemara just says the Mishnah is just trying to preserve symmetry. Since the Mishnah spoke about the case, ultimately again, of a retired king, right? The king who's no longer the king, who sinned, and then it will say at that point he is treated just as a commoner. Therefore, the Mishnah just brought a parallel case of a Kohen Gadol who sinned when he's no longer Kohen Gadol, and to tell us that even in that case, the Achar Avar may be par. You're right, you didn't need to say it, but to provide Mishnah symmetry, ultimately we did. Where do we know this? So now we'll say two cases in Mishnah. Case number 1, a king and Kohen Gadol sin while they are king and Kohen Gadol. They don't get around to bringing the carbon color out of office. So everyone agrees what's the halacha. They bring the same carbon as if they were in office, right? So the Kohen Gadol will bring his par, and the king will bring his soil. Case 2, Kohen Gadol and king sin when they retire, out of office. So what's the halacha? Kohen brings the same carbon as if he was Kohen Gadol, and ultimately again, king does not. King brings the carbon of a commoner. So I ask, from where do you know this? Namely, that a Kohen Gadol, even after he's no longer in office, essentially still has the status of Kohen Gadol, and therefore will bring the carbon of the Kohen Gadol who made a mistake. So so the pasuk says, this is actually very interesting drasha. He will go ahead and bring a carbon for his chet, al chataso. Malamed shemevi chataso misha'avar. It teaches us that when he brings his atonement, he brings it for the sin as it would have been committed in the past, which is interesting. So in other words, the Gemara is actually over here that the Kohen Gadol essentially always retains some element of his status. Shiachol, because I would have thought, Valo dinhu zekavachomer uman nasi shemevi b'shilgas ma'isa maybe chatasu misha'avar. And what's interestingly enough, the Gemara quotes over here a couple of interesting kavachomers. I would have thought the following: a nasi brings Shivgas Maiso. So now what does that mean? We're suggesting a Nasi doesn't need Helam Davar, he just needs Shivgas Maiso. Remember again, this is my focus in yesterday's daf. So a Nasi doesn't need an erroneous ruling. Ultimately, remember, right? Good. So the Nasi doesn't need an erroneous ruling. He just needs accidental action. So right, Umar Nasi she maybe Shivgas Maiso, maybe Chatasim Shavar. Yet Halacha Lamaisa, once the Nasi's been removed from office, he no longer brings his unique Nasi carbon. I would have thought Mashiach, maybe the Shivgas Maisa, Allah Davar Shivgas Maisa. What culture came? Then certainly according to Mashiach, who requires both Helam Davar and Shivgas Maisa, should not bring the carbon of the Kohen Gadol once he's no longer in office. Talmud Lomar, Vikr Bal Chataso. Therefore, the pasuk says Vikr Bal Chataso. Lamed Shemedi Al Chataso Misha'ava. No, Nice Inami Nasim Kavachomer. Why don't you flip the Kavachomer? We're not the Nasim Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Maybe Chatas Mishavar. So the Kohen Mashiach, who doesnn't just bring the Shivgas Maisa, right? It's not just an accidental act that's enough to generate carbonic liability. There has to be Helam Davar, a mistaken ruling. And yet, Halacha L'Maisa, he brings his unique carbon even when he left office. Nasi Shemidi Chatas B'Shivgas Maisa, a Nasi who does bring his sin offering even with just an accidental act. He certainly should bring his unique carbon even after he left office. We'll come back and see this Shasha again. When the Torah speaks about the unique liability, the Seir of the Nasi, the way it phrases it is, if the Nasi will sin. The Gemara says, Kishu Nasi in Kishu Hadyot Lo. There's only liability for his unique carbon when he is the king, but if he's no longer the king, ultimately, again, there is no liability. So I'll say, so bottom line, myself, what do we emerge with? So two important pieces of information, two which are four. Number one, if a Kohen Gadol and the king sin when they are Kohen Gadol and king, even if they don't get around to bringing their carbon until they have left office, they bring the same carbon as if they were in office. So therefore, again, the Kohen Gadol will bring his par, the Nasi, the king, will bring his sayir. What happens if they both sinned after they left office? So here's where their paths diverge. Halacha l'maisa, the Kohen Gadol will still bring the same carbon of a Kohen Gadol. Gemara bases that on the drush of the hikriv al chataso. He will offer up his sin offering as he would have done in the past. The Kohen Gadol, even after he left office. If again, helam davar shivgas maisa, he brings his par, but the king, once the king has left office, he no longer brings the monarch's offering, but rather again, if he sins, he would bring the same carbon as a commoner. Incredible. Mishnah. That is the reverse case. What happens if Kohen Gadol and king sin before they were appointed to their office, never brought their carbon, and now were appointed to office? So what do they do now? So if they sinned before they were appointed, then of course they were appointed to their respective positions. They're treated like commoners. In other words, since the sin occurred when they were quote-unquote regular people, therefore halacha l'maisa, their carbonic liability is that of a regular person. Rabbi Shimon says it depends. So interesting, the Shimon makes this dependent on the dia awareness. If they realized their transgression before they were appointed, ultimately, again, then they're chayiv. If they only realized their transgression once they were appointed to their respective offices, then interestingly enough, Rav Shimon's logic is like this. And essentially, awareness incurred liability. If awareness only came once they were Kohen Gadol and Melech, so by definition they're in a different state, and Kohen Gadol and Melech cannot bring the karbanos of a hedyot, of a regular person. His Gemara says, if you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says, it's the first short line in Rashi. Shimon Omer, in no delahem achlon ismanu chayavin, Rav Shimon chata v'yidia bayi. Rav Shimon says, in order for there to be liability, there has to be both the sin and the awareness. But what did the Pasuk say for both sides? Shimon said like this: if there's sin and awareness before they become king and kohen gadol, great. They become a commoner. If halacha whatever there's sin, but awareness only comes after the kohen gadol and king, no carbon. Ezehu nasi. By the way, who is this nasi? Who's the nasi? The Gemara says Zeh Melech. It's interesting. We've been using this term now for a long time. Now the Mishnah defines it. It's refers to the king. Shneimar Mikol Mitzvos Hashem Elokav. Because the pasuk we're talking about, it says he committed one of the averos, or transgressed one of the mitzvos of Hashem, his God. What do we deduction from this? She'in al gabav ela Hashem Elokav. We're talking about someone who is answerable to no one other than God. Like someone who only has God above him. And who is that? That's the king. Incredible. From where do we know this? From where do we know this? So I'll say, so the Pashtus was quoting the first ruling in the Mishnah, which has to do with the sin committed before being appointed to office. Where do we know this? So we'll say the Pasuk says, if the Kohen HaMashiach will sin, prat, the Kodmos. So what does this come to exclude? So in other words, when is there liability, unique liability for, let's say, the Kohen Gadol for his par? When he sinned as Kohen Gadol. But if he sinned before, then by definition he's pater. Now, whether that means pater in entirety, right, or ultimately again just pater from the unique Kohen Gadol's covenant. So that's already a discussion on the Mishnah. So we must follow this. It's makabachomer uman nasi shemiri b'shilas ma'isa ein midi ala kolmos. Right. So ultimately, again, just like the nasi, the king, who brings even just with the accidental act without helam davar, ultimately does not bring a carbon for sins committed before his appointment to his monarchy. So certainly again, then a kohen gadol who only brings, if there's both helam davar as well as shivas ma'isa, should not bring a carbon for averos committed before his anointment. So the Gemara says, "Lo, in Armat Nasi Shekin in maybe Chatasun Shabar." Here's the difference: the Nasi ultimately again does not go ahead and bring a carbon once he's out of office. Tam Mashiach Shmei Chatasun Shabar. Yet the Kohen Gadol does bring the same unique offering even once he's no longer in office. The Gemara says, "However, maybe Chatasun Shabar Yavi ala Kolmos." So I might have thought the same way that a Kohen Gadol brings his same offering, even once he left office. Perhaps he should even have to bring a carbon for an avera committed before he became Kohen Gadol. Talmud Lomar, HaMashiach Yechta. Therefore, the pasuk says the anointed Kohen will sing. Bata Kishu Mashiach, maybe. Kishu Hagyot, Eino, maybe. So Allah comments, what do we do? No, he only brings his unique carbon when he sinned as the Kohen Gadol. But if he sinned as a regular individual, Allah comments, he does not bring his unique carbon. The Tanya Nami Gabe Nasi. The boss say first 5 months. And we see the same thing by the Nasi as well. Kiagavna Asher Nasi Yachta. All right, if the Nasi will sin. The Gemara says, Prat the Kodmos. This comes to exclude any Avera done before he becomes the king. Follow this. Kavachomer Uma Mashiach Shemebi Chatasun Sha'avar Eno Maybe Ala Kodmos. So a Kohen Gadol, who ultimately again even brings his carbon once he left office, but yet does not bring a carbon for averos committed before his ascension to office. Nasi, then of course the king, who ultimately again does not bring the monarchical offering once he has left office, certainly should not bring a carbon on averos committed before he ascended the throne. Yet the Gemara says, but yet, ultimately, again, the Mashiach, the Kohen Gadol, who doesn't only bring for shogeg, yes, needs helam davar also. Tomar benasi shemevi b'shgaga b'shigas ma'isa. But yet the king will bring only b'shigas ma'isa. Doesn't need helam davar. All the way b'shigas ma'isa yavi ala kolmos. So once the king only brings b'shogeg, perhaps he should also have to bring 4 averos committed before he ascended the throne. Talmud Lomar Asher Nasi Yachta. Therefore, the pasuk says, if the king will sin, Shechata b'harehu nasi, v'lo shechata b'odeo hegel. What do you see from it? There's only liability if he sins while he's king, but not liability if he sinned while he was a commoner and then became king. Incredible. So therefore, I was like, The Gemara just reinforcing exactly what we were saying before. That Allah Kalamayis, again, you need carbon for a king and for a Kohen Gadol only brought if they sin when in office. But if they sinned before they were in office, there is no unique liability for them. Instead, they were bringing the regular karbanos of a hedyot, from just a commoner. Tanabaran, Asher Nasi Yachta. We'll say this is very interesting. So now we begin to get into, actually not yet, we'll say, so we're at the Tanabaran in the white lines, 5 lines in at the 2 dots. Asher Nasi Yachta. I will say, now it's interesting, the way the pasuk reads is Asher Nasi Yachta. Now, Asher means, can mean when. When the Nasi will say. So the Gemara says, Yochel Gzera. So is this like a decree? Certainly going Talmud Lomar in Kohen HaMashiach Yachta. Mal Halon Yachta in Kohen Mashiach Yachta. So Asher doesn't mean that the Kohen God that the king is definitely going to sin. Rather it means if just like it says about the Kohen Mashiach. Amar Mar Yochel Gzera. Gzera Mehech Tesi. So the Gemara says, what's the Havamina? The Havamina is when it says Asher Nasi Yachta. Could it possibly be that the Torah is telling us that, why not just Havamina, that there's a Gzera, that Kadosh Baruch Hu saying it's definitive that the king is going to sin? How would you say such a thing like this? To which the Gemara says, Amar in Ashkechon Dichsev Benasati Negat Saratz Kedes Eretz Achuzaschem. So we'll say, yeah, no, sometimes HaKadosh Baruch Hu says that negative things will definitely occur. For example, Hashem says, you're going to go ahead and experience Saras in your homes when you come into Eretz Yisrael. Kadosh Baruch Hu is foretelling them, Shenegoim Aba'im Aleim Bir Rabbi Huda. So the Torah is telling them, the Torah is saying, yes, there will be Saras in your home. So sometimes the Torah does definitively foretell negative things. If you think of Rashi says already, it's on the right hand side about 10 lines up from the bottom, 12 lines from the bottom. Shakasim Nebason Shasim Lios Afap Mishel Taparahu. Hakanami Ibn Gzeres Hilkach Sivim Kohen HaMashiach. So yes, sometimes the Torah does foretell negative things. To which the Rabbi Shimon says, Prat Lenige Onsim. So each of Rabbi Shimon uses that pasuk to teach me something different. Rabbi Shimon says, Benasati Nega Saras ultimately means the only type of saras for which the halachos of saras apply is saras which occurs on its own. But saras, which ultimately again occurs because of other forces. And it actually points out over here what other forces are we talking about? Shading. It's interesting. He says, shade. So apparently, again, if the shade blows on the house, that could also cause, whatever this means, that could also cause saras, but that type of saras ultimately is not the halachic saras that we're discussing. So I would have said the same way that Hashem does foretell the negative events of saras habat in saras and home. So too, maybe Asher Nasi Yachta is Hashem telling us that our rulers, our kings will sin. To which the Gemara says, Hilcha Ksiv in. So therefore, again, the Torah establishes this symmetry between the pasuk of the king and the pasuk of the Kohen Gadol, teaching us that what? That halacha l'maisa in the same way it says, Ima Kohen HaMashiach, if the Kohen Gadol will sin, so to the Asher by the Nasi is not telling us that the king is going to definitively sin. Rather, again, what it means is if the king sins. Now, obviously, we'll have to figure out if that's the case, that Asher means if. So then don't say Asher, just say what? Just say in. Why are you using the word Asher? So hold on, we'll get to that. Rabbi Shimon, that saras that comes, we'll call it as a result of an onus, some external circumstance that doesn't create too much saras. But time we learned Adam Kiya Minadibar Ve'ela. So we'll say this is very interesting. When the Torah speaks about saras, it says Adam Kiya Ba'adu Sarot. We'll say the halacha is the only time that saras is metame. Listen to this. Is from the time that the mitzvah was given going forward. Meaning, imagine for a moment, right? There was the day that Moshe Rabbeinu gave us the halachos of saras, okay? And somebody had a saras lesion on their skin. Moshe Rabbeinu gave it to us on a Thursday, and somebody had it on the skin already on a Wednesday. So now they learn halachos of saras, like, oh my gosh, this lesion that I have on my skin is saras. The halacha is tzaras is only considered to be tzaras from the time that the mitzvah was given going forward. So the Gemara says, Valodinu. So the Gemara says, Valodinu is kavachomer tamei b'zav or tamei b'negoim. So ultimately, again, there's tumas zav and there's tumas negoim. Ma zav min adiba ve'elach. Just like again, a person is only coming with zav from the time that the mitzvah was given going forward. Af negoim. Min hadibar ve'elach. So to by tzaras, it is only from the time ultimately that the mitzvah was given going forward. Gemara says, "Maybe not low." In Aret b'zav shekin emet hamei ba'ones. Homer b'negam shemetamei ba'ones. This is contradiction, but yet Shabbos say there's a big difference. Zav is not metamei ba'ones. What does this mean? Shabbos say, remember again, B'shiva Drachim both Kines HaZav. If the emission that the Zav is experiencing is coming about because some type of extenuating circumstance, for example, he ate something, or he wasn't feeling well, some other external circumstance that caused it, he's not tamei. He's not telling yet by Nigoim, whatever the cause for the tzaras, ultimately again, tzaras is the tamei. Just keep in mind that's the contradiction. Because just before we said, Rabbi Shimon said that if tzaras occurs because of a result of quote unquote an onus, like shading, that's not metamei. Here it's saying it is metamei. Talmud Omar, Adam Kiyah min hadibor ve'elach. Ultimately, and after the passage says, Adam Kiyah, there's only tumas saras from the time that the mitzvah was given and forward. Rava says, Prat l'nigei ruchos. Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude nigei ruchos. Papa Amar, Prat l'nigei kshaf. So also ruchos would be shadim, or again, Papa says it comes to exclude saras as a result of sorcery. Incredible. All right, Rabbi, and Moed goes like, turn up on. Asher nasi yachta. So we'll say, Salah halacha is if the nasi will sin prat, l'cholda. So what does this come to exclude? Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude, the Gemara says a chola. The Gemara says, now what this sounds is like this. So it says, if the king will sin, he brings a particular korban. Now the Gemara says, prat the chola excludes if the king is sick. So I don't understand. You should the holiday chola itchim learning to see also. So the king gets sick and he's not the king anymore? What are you talking about? This is very interesting. It comes to exclude a king who got saras. Why Rabbi say? Because what happens to a king who has saras? Essentially, he's forced to abdicate the throne. Shneimar vayinoga Hashem es hanara. So said this is by King Uziel. King Uziel was stricken with saras. Vayi mitzora ad yomoso. He was a mitzora until the day that he died. Vayishev bebeis hachavshis. He sat in literally beis hachavshis means what? The house of freedom. The Yosam ben Hamela al Habayis, and ultimately his son Yosam took over the monarchical responsibilities. He became a beis hachavshis. Listen, what does this mean that he sat in the house of freedom? Or beforehand, was he a slave beforehand? So let's say, so before we get to that, because this is going to be a tremendously beautiful piece. Before we get to this, what we see over here is that halacha, might say interestingly enough, a king who has saras cannot practice as the monarch. He is removed from office. We're going to start with King Zio. We'll say, what's the pshat? It makes a lot of sense because at the end of the day, remember, saras comes about because something is amiss, right? Something's broken. So the leader has the greatest obligation to lead by example. If you now will say, now obviously say to yourself, but 1 second, every single leader has flaws, of course. Every single person has flaws. But we know that there's a difference between the flaws that I possess internally versus the flaws that everyone sees and knows about. So therefore, the Gemara is telling us something amazing. To be a leader, again, one doesn't have to be perfect, but at least at least from the outside, one has to give off the image of someone who's trying to become better. So if the king is afflicted with saras, which obviously, again, is a very visible display of their shortcomings, such a person cannot be king. Incredible. I will say, by the way, it's sometimes a very good, sometimes in parents feel like a little bit hypocritical when they ask things of their kids that they themselves are not doing. Okay, so I will say, I want to say something. Most of parenting is about being a hypocrite. Now, what do I mean by that? I will say, of course, we all want better things for our children than we want for ourselves. And that's our avoda. That even if I'm not great in a certain area, I want to propel my child towards that. Now, the difference is, if it's clear and visible that I'm not doing the things that I'm asking my kid to do, okay, so I'm saying to my child, really, it's so important. They have to go to Shia after this, but I'm not going. I'm not going. Okay, so that's hypocritical. It's not going to work. And a lot of times, I know that I have certain inconsistencies, but just because those inconsistencies may live in me, and as long as they live in me, and I'm working on it, it's not hypocritical to ask my child to be better. That's called parenting. That's called parenting. When you see that, right? The king has many imperfections. He has many imperfections. But as long as they're internal and no one else knows about it, he could lead, because if he's a growing individual, he can encourage others to be growing individuals. But the moment, ultimately, again, that his faults are public, then he's compromised his ability to inspire and to lead. Same you saw by parenting. If you have inconsistencies internally, great. As long as you're working on them, you can still encourage and even push and even demand of your children to excel even in those areas in which you are deficient. But if I'm publicly deficient, I can't ask my kids to do more than what I'm doing. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Rabbi say now, get ready for this. So now the Gemara says, why does it say that Uzziah was living b'beis hachofshis? Or what does it mean that he was living in the house of freedom? What does that mean? They'll say this is a great story. So until now, what? He was a slave, he was the king. Let's say, get ready for this. So let's say, this is such an incredible story. I am on Yud Amud Aleph, 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rabbi Yeshua was on a boat. And ultimately, again, it was Rabbi Gamliel. They were with Rabbi Gamliel. So the Gemara says, what happened? Rabbi Gamliel had a pita. Rabbi Yeshua had a pita with salt. Rabbi Gamliel brought bread on the boat, and Rabbi Yeshua brought bread and flour. Great. So the Gemara says, Shalom pita Rabbi Gamliel. So what happened? The boat ride, we're going to see the journey took longer than expected. Rabbi Gamliel finished up his bread. So what happened? Samach asudi Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Yeshua brought flour or two. So they were all up on him on board. Were able to be sustained by the flour. Amrulay. So Rabbi Gamliel said to Yeshua, how did you know? Obviously, you had a feeling that the boat ride, the journey was going to be delayed. So you brought flour. How did you know that the trip was going to be delayed? That you brought flour? This is incredible. Amrulay. So Yeshua responded, listen, Kol chav echad l'shivim shana, ola umase es hasina. V'amarti shemiya'ale v'yase osana. This is incredible. Yeshua said, I know once every 70 years there's a star that appears, and when that star appears, all the sailors get confused and they end up going off journey. And Yeshua says, look, I don't know where we are in that 70-year, trajectory. I thought maybe it might happen to us while we're on the boat, so I figured I would prepare. So let's say, by the way, also such a profound. Let's see, Amalei. So they said to Rabbi Yeshua, "Kolkach biyadcha bi'ata ola b'sina." You're so wise, and yet you're on a boat. And we'll say, what does that mean? So Rashi points out over here that boat travel was considered to be dangerous. So why would people do it? Why people do it? For parnasa. So they say to Yeshua, someone of your intelligence, why you should be able to make a parnasa on dry land, right? You should be able to make a parnasa ultimately where you are. Why are you traveling by boat? This is incredible. Yeshua said, before you wonder about me, why I have to be on the road to make a parnasa, is incredible. You should worry a little bit more about two of your students who are back on land. Who are they? Rabbi Elazar Chasma, Rabbi Yochanan ben Gudgada. Ultimately, these two great rabbanim. Shiyodim l'sha'er kama tipos yesh bayam. They know how to measure. They can tell you the number of drops of water in the ocean. Obviously, a bit hyperbolic, but representing the vastness of their knowledge. Ve'ein lahem pas le'echol v'lo beged lo bosh. And they don't have bread. They don't have bread to eat. They don't have clothing to wear. So Rabbi Yeshua gives Rabbi Gamliel a little bit of musr. But what about me? Wondering why, if I'm not so smart, why am I on the boat making a parnasa? Okay, at least I have a parnasa. But you have two excellent talmidim who have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So the Gemara says, I would say, by the way, also just before you even go on in the story, what's you talk about Rabbi Yeshua is you see one of the keys to successful living is planning and contingency planning. You obviously can't plan for every single contingency. And those who try to plan for every single contingency usually end up accomplishing absolutely nothing because there's no end to the contingencies. But successful living does require me, as the Mishnah in Pirkei Avos says, Eizu Chacham who is wise, Haro es Hanola. One who sees sometimes we live by the seat of our pants. And I will say generally, it doesn't work out. You get a couple of wins here and there, but you don't really have the ability to move your life ahead forward in a comprehensive way. But when you're able to try to ask yourself, okay, I want to move myself from point A to point B, what do I need to get there? So quite literally, Rabbi Yeshua was trying to move himself from point A to point B. He got on a boat at point A, he wanted to get up from point B. What do I need to do? This is one simple answer: plan. Plan. What's your strategy? What's your vision? How are you getting yourself? In Rabbi Yeshua's case, it was, there's that star, there's an off chance it's going to appear during my boat ride, I'm going to plan for it. A little more flour. And when you plan, not only do you enable success for yourself, but sometimes you even do so for others as well. Incredible. In any event, now Rabbi Gamliel hears about these two destitute Talmidim. So what does he do? So Nasan died below Shivim Darosh. So ultimately Rabbi Gamliel said, okay, I'm going to give them positions in the community. Because positions in the community come with a salary. This way, Baruch Hashem, Lahava Parnasa. So the Gemara, what happened? Kisha'Allah, when Rabbi Gamliel came back onto land, Shalach Lahem V'lo Bo. This is fascinating. Rabbi Gamliel summoned them, right? He summoned Rabbi Elazar Chasma and Rabbi Yochanan and Ben Kudkudai. He summoned them to appear. They did not appear. Wow. They didn't appear to Gamliel. So let's listen to this. Chazar v'shalach ubal. He sent for them again, and they appeared. So everyone says, so now we understood. Why weren't they appearing? Amrulahem, kinedumin atem shesrara anino simachem. I understand why you didn't appear. You didn't appear out of humility. Why? Because you think I'm giving you such covet. I'm appointing you to communal positions of leadership. It comes with so much covet. Says, well, I'm not giving you covet. Avdos anino simachem. Right? Positions of communal leadership are not covet, it's servitude. It's a servitude. I'm not giving you glory, I'm giving you servitude. The leader is a servant to the people. Shne'emar, vayidabru elav leimar, im hayum tia eved la'am hazeh. So ultimately, again, this passage very beautifully is by Rechavam. Rechavam was the son of Shlomo HaMelech. When he became king, he was young. He wasn't sure what his style of leadership should be. So actually, interestingly enough, just it's a fascinating story, he had two different groups of advisors. He had the seasoned advisors of his father, of Shlomo, and he had his friends, who he appointed to cabinet positions. His friends told him, rule with an iron hand. Come out of the gate, show the people who's boss, right? Flex your muscles. His father's seasoned advisor said, be humble and show the people that you're their servant. Show the people that you are there to serve them. And if they see you as someone who is singularly dedicated to their success, that's how you will be a successful leader. So what's this? So just coming full circle, that's why the pasuk says after Uzziah got Saras, the pasuk says he was placed, where did he live? The Beis HaChavshis, in the house of freedom. Why was it the house of freedom? Because as king, he was a slave to the people. He's an Eved. Ultimately, again, when he was removed from the monarchy, that's ultimately, again, when he was free. Rabbi Gamliel wants to give these two guys a position of prominence. They refuse because they think like they're being humble. Like, I don't want the covet. And Gamliel says, it's not covet. It's not covet. Positions of leadership within Klal Yisrael ultimately are one thing and one thing only, afros. But I say what the leader has to remember is that it's a privilege to serve. It's a privilege to serve. Remember again, what does the Eved Ivri say when he doesn't want to go away from his master? There's a beauty in the service. There's a beauty in the servitude, because when a leader knows that he has the ability to make a difference in Klal Yisrael, with all of the difficulty and all of the angst and all of the pain and all of the exertion and all of the stuff that comes with servitude, at the end of the day to be a servant for Klal Yisrael, there is no greater privilege. The Gemara goes back there. Gemara says, now back to the king who sins. Gemara says, incredible Gemara. Tanabanan, Asher Nasi Yachta. So remember again, we had this before. The Torah uses this strange lashon of Asher. So originally we thought Asher means when the Nasi will sin, which sounds like the Torah is saying definitively that the king will sin. To which the Gemara already kind of bypassed that, saying that it can't mean that it's exerted on us, he's going to sin. So the Gemara said, no, Asher really means the same thing as im. They really both mean the same thing, if that's really what it is over here. So we'll listen to this beautiful Gemara. Asher Nasi Yakta, we'll say, you know, base 10b, 3 lines down. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Ashrei Hadar, Sha'nasi Shalom Meidi Karben Al Shididas. Wow. Praiseworthy is the generation whose leader brings a sin offering for his Avera. Isn't that incredible? Praiseworthy is the generation whose king sins, whose leader sins. In Nasi Shalom Mevi Karban, Tzarech Atalomar, Mao Hedyot, Vashigasu Mevi Karban, Tzarech Atalomar, Mao's Dono. We'll say why? Because we'll say if the king is willing to admit his faults and ultimately again bring the carbon, which is a very public thing, then Allah has come and become that will inspire the common man to do the same thing as well. And if halacha l'maisa, again, the king is willing to bring for his shogeg, Allah has come and become and will be willing to bring for his amazing intention. So and this is incredible. Tshuva of a leader essentially inspires tshuva in the followers. So if the king, that's why it says, so interestingly enough, Jesus Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, to make a play on words, Asher is really from lashon of Ashrei, praiseworthy. Praiseworthy is the generation who has a leader who sins. Never say, now it has a leader who sins and does tshuva. It's not a leader who sins, has a leader who sins and does tshuva. Because if the generation has a leader, first of all, who's humble enough to acknowledge his sins, who's humble enough to do tshuva, then he will inspire that same level of humility and tshuva ultimately again in his followers as well. I will say it's so beautiful. I'll just point out the Amshin of Rebbe. Just get ready for this. The Amshin of Rebbe says there's a different pshat to this. Ashrei Adar, Shanasi Shalom, maybe Karan Shagasim is like the Amshin of Rebbe says, praiseworthy is the generation who has a leader who sins. Means what? I will say, when we make mistakes, something amazing happens, which is we become much more understanding and forgiving of the mistakes of others. Like before I commit an Avera, so again, I can't understand. This happens all the time. I can't understand how people do certain things. And then the moment I commit an Avera is the moment that I recognize the fragility of humanity and I become so much more understanding of other people. One of the most important components of leadership is to not be judgmental of your constituency, is to accept the shortcomings and flaws of people. If you can't accept the shortcomings and flaws of people, and every single thing gets you upset, and you always feel wrong, you always do this, you can't lead. You can't lead. A leader has to be able to see the good in his flock with all of their averas, with all their shortcomings. What kind of leader is able to see the good in people despite their shortcomings? A leader who sins as well. Someone who recognizes his own humanity, someone who sees his own flaws, is able to be so much more understanding and accepting of the flaws of others. And a leader like that will be effective in moving his flock, again, moving them forward. Ashrei Hadar, Shanas Shalom. So there's 2 lessons. So number 1, if the leader is about tshuva and is humble enough to do tshuva, his followers, his constituents will do the same, and the leader who sins, thereby recognizing his own fragility, will be so much more accepting of the shortcomings of others. Incredible. Let's give a Rabbi. So Rabbi is the cash. Elaniato, we must 1 second. It says, "Ve'is asher chata min hakodesh." And so it says, here's the issue. Now, Gemara kind of opened up a Pandora's box. How so? Because the Gemara's darshan is that Asher means Ashrei. Asher Nasi Yachtal, if the leader will sin. Ashrei Hadar, praiseworthy generation whose leader sins. So now, 1 second. Every time the Torah says the word Asher really means Ashrei, praiseworthy. Well, now we've got big problems. Why? Listen to this. Ve'is asher chata min hakodesh yishalei. And if somebody will go ahead and sin regarding the Kodesh. So what? That's good. That's a good thing. Ashrei Shkoyach. Shkoyach could be seen regarding the Beis Hamikdash, or by Rabbi Ben Nevat Tichsiv Asher Chata B'Asher Hichti. The pasuk says that Rabbi Ben Nevat sinned. Nami the Ashrei Hadoru Shani Yachad the Shani Kavadibar. No. The psukim are constituted differently. So again, obviously, the way the pasuk is written by us, by the Nasi, versus the way the psukim are written over the Chsiv. This is so beautiful. Yesh Hevel Asher Na'aseh Ala Aretz. So let's listen to this. So the pasuk says, the pasuk in Koheles, Yesh Hevel Asher Na'aseh Ala Aretz. Just listen to the pasuk inside. The Gemara doesn't call it all pasuk. Yesh Asher Ala Aretz. There is a Hevel. What does Hevel mean? What does Hevel mean? Like a nothingness or an emptiness. There is a hevel, there is an emptiness or a nothingness that occurs in a fleetingness, that's the better word, that occurs in this world. Why? Yesh tzadikim asher magia aleim kimasar of rishonim. Yesh rishonim shemagia aleim kimasar tzadikim. And there are some rishonim, ultimately, again, who find themselves in the tzaddikim. Amarti shegam zehedal. So Shammai seems to be lamenting the fact, or just pondering the fact, that there are tzaddikim who live lives of rishonim, and there are rishonim who live lives of tzaddikim. So what does this mean? I want to get ready for this. This Gemara, crazy. The Gemara says as follows. Ashrei tzaddikim. So listen to this verbiage. Ashrei tzaddikim. Shenagi aleim kimaisar Hashem sha'olam haba. Listen to this wording. Who ultimately, again, I'll just say it a different way. Who live lives, who have the lives that their Hashem will have in olam haba, in olam hazeh. Essentially, praiseworthy other tzaddikim who have. Let me say it differently. Let's say what happens to a Rasha. The assumption is a Rasha will have a good olam hazeh and a detrimental or a suffering olam haba. Because every person has mitzvahs, so therefore the Rasha ultimately, again, whatever he needs reward for gets in this world, and the world to come, he goes there and he suffers. So the Gemara sees things like this: a tzaddik ultimately, again, who suffers in olam hazeh, right, like the Rasha's olam haba, praiseworthy to him. So praiseworthy ultimately, again, to the tzaddik who suffers in this world, like the Rishaim will suffer in the world to come. Woe to the wicked. Right? Ultimately, unfortunate. Woe to the wicked. Ultimately, again, who have the plight of the tzaddikim in olam haba in this world. Or in other words, a woe to the wicked who enjoy this world, right? Who have like the joy of the tzaddik's world to come in this world, because ultimately, again, that foreshadows that he's going to be suffering a lot in the world to come. So we'll say, so now here's what's interesting. So this is really fascinating because what Rav Nachman Akista is saying it like this: that it's good for the tzaddik to suffer in this world. Right? That he's praiseworthy, literally again, praiseworthy to Ashrei Tzaddikim, praiseworthy to the tzaddikim who suffer in this world, just like the Rishaim are going to suffer in the world to come. Okay, so Rav says, hold up. What's wrong with the tzaddik having a good life in both worlds? Rabbi says, why? Why? Like, in other words, why does it have to be that the tzaddik suffers in this world? What? Like, in other words, why? Why? In other words, his lashon is misani. Is it so bad? Is it so bad if the tzaddik has a good life in this world than the next? Why does it have to be that by definition the plight of the tzaddik is suffering? Rabbi says, you're right. Rabbi says, listen to this. Hashem l'tzaddikim shemagia aleim kimaisar Hashem sha'olam hazeh b'olam haba. So ultimately, again, praiseworthy to the tzaddikim. Ultimately, let's listen to this: who have a life in olam haba, like the Rishaim have in olam hazeh. Meaning, the assumption is the Rishaim enjoy olam hazeh. So the tzaddikim Eretz Hashem are the beautiful olam haba, just like the Rishaim have in this world. But again, it doesn't have to mean that the tzaddikim will suffer, right? The tzaddikim might have a good life in this world as well. Ay lahem the Rishaim. Woe ultimately to the Rishaim. Shemagia lehem kimaisat tzaddikim she'olam hazeh ba'olam hazeh. Woe to the Rishaim ultimately again, who suffer in this world, sometimes like tzaddikim suffer in this world. Because again, if the Rasha suffers in this world, that means ultimately again, he's getting punished ultimately in this world and in the next world. So I'll say a really incredible Gemara. There's so much theology to unpack in this Gemara in general about this distinction ultimately again between Rav Nachman bar Chisda and Rava. Ultimately, again, really the machlokes is in the plight of the tzaddik in this world. So the first approach almost understands that part of the life of the tzaddik in this world is privation and suffering. Whereas Rava says, why? Why? Who says? Who says that the tzaddik can't have a beautiful life in this world and in Olam Haba? They need not be mutually exclusive. Incredible. Rabba, Ravuna, Rabbi Yeshua, it's like my drama. Rabbi Yeshua came before Rava. Amalu, Ukmisun Masechta Plan Masechta Plan. So Rava said to them, tell me, are you well versed in this Masechta and that Masechta? Little paher, I'll move in. So they said to him, yes, Baruch Hashem holding these Masechtas. Is Arisu Purta? Listen to this. It says, do you have a little bit of money? You have a parnosa? You're comfortable? Amrulay in. They say, yeah, Bakshem, we're comfortable. Is Zavnin Katina Da'ara. The Jews, we're in real estate. Right? We go ahead and we have a piece of land, and Bakshem, the piece of land supports us. So what's happening over here? He's asking him. So again, Papa's asking these two Rabbanim. Sorry. Rava is asking these two Rabbanim, Papa and Rapuna, are you learning? Are you good in your learning? You know your Masechtas? Yes. Do you have money? You're comfortable? Yes. To which Papa said, Kare alayu, Ashrayim l'tzadikim shemagi aleim, kimaisar Hashem ba'olam hazeh, kimaisar Hashem sheba'olam hazeh, ba'olam hazeh. Praiseworthy to the tzadikim who have the lives of Rishayim in this world. In other words, what Rabbi was saying was, it doesn't just have to be the Rishayim who are successful in Olam Hazeh. The Tzadikim could also share in the bounty of this world as well. Praiseworthy are the Tzadikim who have the same type of Olam Hazeh of the Rishayim. Just like the Rishayim are materially successful, Tzadikim should be materially successful as well. So let's go a little bit later. First wide line. Right, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with this. No, did I not tell you? Incredible Gemara today? Absolutely incredible. By the way, this is I want to coming attractions. This is going to be great tomorrow, pretty much for the end of the Masechta. I feel like we earned this. We earned this. Baruch Hashem. If you make it to this point in Maseches Hariyos, you earn these kind of beautiful Agadah Gemara. So we'll say more tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to start at 5:45 minutes. I shall put it out in the chat. Give ourselves an extra 5 minutes. Shikayach, everyone. Everyone's going to have a great day. So, but it could be. You have to pay for each piece. You have room? You have room in your bag? Somebody put out there. Room for a small package. I think there's one about anything. I think I'm going to say this. Forgive me for not getting anything financial in this situation. So what she's trying to get to here, she's painting a narrative. All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank the Tilson Mishpach for dedicating the shiurim this year as a chus from the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Haba, Leinu Ben Goldberg for Aliyas Neshama for his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Pegar Rezel Bas Zelig Zichron Lebracha, and the hope that our tefillos, Meretz Hashem here in our Kilo, and all of Christ will be this kabel on high during these months ahead. And Shmuel Levinovitz, Le'ilei Nishmas, of David Flom's father, of Ari Flom, of Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben Achaver, of Yaakov Zichron Lebracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, in Shem Masav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama. First of all, we wish a Mazel Tov to our Chaver of Nathan on the occasion of the bris of his grandson this morning in Eretz Hashem. It's not here, so we're still going to have to say Tachnun. So it's only, it's only a partial Mazel Tov. I'm sorry. But okay, yeah, Mazel Tov, and a Mazel Tov to Baruch Meir Jubin, not here this morning, but whose daughter got engaged to Baruch Hashem yesterday. Mazel Tov. I'm sorry, Sophie got engaged. Mazel Tov, Baruch Hashem. Mazel tov to the Reuben Mishpacha. Should continue Simchas and Klal Yisrael. Of course, we dedicate our learning. So we read of the terrible terror attack in Ramot. We should just provide an aliyah to the neshamas of all of those who have been taken from us, or refuah to all of those who have been injured. To the Shpach, we should in Yirtz Hashem bring home all of our hostages, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol ma'aseh yedeihem. And both saying, we just have to daven. We have to. Klal Yisrael is so holy, and the truth is, we do so much. We do so much. We just, I guess, what Hakadosh Baruch Hu just needs us to do, I guess, is just, I don't know, push ourselves a little bit more, do a little bit more, take care of each other a little bit more, love each other a little bit more, give more tzedakah, do more chesed, learn more Torah, daven greater. I don't know, whatever, all of the above, because we don't understand the plan that Hakadosh Baruch Hu has for our people, and just as we think that we've reached the kind of like the pinnacle of pain for Am Yisrael, something else happened, and I'm sure, I have no doubt that our pain is going to intensify as the details come out about this, the names of those who we have lost, the names of those who are injured. No question that the pain will get better before it is soon, but we hope that in the merit of our avodah, which we will continue to do, and we will not give up, and we will not relent, we will not fall into the abyss of yeyosh, of despair, and of hopelessness, just continue to push harder and to search forward. But we really need Geula, we really need redemption, we really need Mashiach, we really need the Beis HaMikdash, we really need Shalom for all of Klal Yisrael. We should be Zocheh Meretz Hashem to see it, and to embrace it, and to actualize it, the Karov. We'll say with that, let us begin. We have the great Zichus today to begin. The second parak of Masechus Hayot, which is very exciting. So today's daf is daf Zayin 7. We are picking up on Vav on the days at the Mishnah. Hora Kol Mashiach. So we're being introduced to someone new today. Right? We're meeting new people today. So Baruch Hashem, who we're meeting today, the Kohen Mashiach. The Kohen Mashiach is the Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol. Now we're calling him the Kohen Mashiach. Why? Or the Kohen Mashiach. Why? Because at the end of the day, he is anointed with oil. Remember, again, technically speaking, there are two ways in which you could inaugurate a Kohen Gadol into office. What are the two ways? Shemen HaNishcha, anointing oil, and what we call Meruba B'Begadim, which means that he puts on the clothing of the Kohen Gadol. Like, kind of like, put on the clothing, put on the uniform, and you are inducted into service. Now, interestingly enough, in many respects they're the same, but in certain respects they are different. Here in lies, what we're going to learn now is one of the ways in which the induction of the Kohen absolutely matters. So, anointing oil. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Kol Mashiach Yatzmo. Hora Kol Mashiach Yatzmo. Resembling the first parak of our Masechta. What was the first parak of the Masechta? Horu Beis Din. What was the case? Beis Din made an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael went ahead, or someone. We're going to remember different cases of whether it was in ruling. Okay, so what's the halacha? If the majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and did this, so then the Beis Din would bring what's called a par he'elam davar minat tzipor. They would bring a carbon. So too, if the Kohen Mashiach makes an erroneous ruling. Now, I will say that interestingly enough, however, in this case, the only person following his ruling is himself. So again, just to illustrate this, Kohen Mashiach goes ahead. This is interesting, by the way. Normally he's referred to as the Kohen Mashuach. Right? It's interesting over here that the terminology in Hari is, I don't know, maybe it's like that more often than I think. But it's interesting that it is alluded to over here as Mashiach. As Mashiach, as the again, same idea, which is interesting. In any event, what's the case over here? Kohen Gadol issues a halachic ruling. So, for example, Kohen Gadol says Chelev is mutter. Let's just keep it same case. Kohen Gadol says Chelev is mutter. Now, the only person following his psak is the Kohen Gadol. So, if he made the ruling b'shogeg, again, it's an accident, and obviously he followed through. He listened to his own ruling, and again, all of this is b'shogeg. So, what's halacha? Maybe par. He brings a special offering. Now, take a look at Rashi in just a moment. Holy Kohen Mashiach, Holy Shogeg ba'asa mezid, or Shahori mezid ba'asa shogeg. Fine. Shahori Kohen Mashiach li'atzmo ba'araz Beis Din l'tzibor. No, sorry, that's further on. We're going to have to tell you that. Okay, so that's case one. He brings a par, a special carbon. Fine. So now this is our introduction to the case of a Kohen Mashiach. Fine. The Mishnah gives a couple of other variations of cases. Shogeg v'asamezid. What happens if he delivers an erroneous ruling, realizes the mistake of his ruling, but still follows through on it, so he's mezid, he had to do a consumption of payload, or mezid v'asa shogeg, or he knew that the ruling was erroneous, but Allah Khalamaysa, when he carried through on it, he was shogeg. In all of these cases, pater. In all of these cases, he's pater. Interestingly enough, the halacha normally is stam a Jew who goes in and commits an avera, right? I do something that had I done it intentionally would have been punishable by kares, right? And I did it unintentionally. I bring a chatos. Right? So, for example, I'm not only ate chalev. If I accidentally ate chalev, I bring a chatos. Interestingly enough, the Kohen Mashiach, because of his status, never brings a personal chatos. So halacha l'maisa, if his ruling was delivered b'shogeg and he followed his own ruling b'shogeg, he brings a par. That's his offering. Again, we'll see the details of that in just a little bit. He brings a par. Anything other than that, he doesn't bring a par. He's pater. Now, understand, what does pater mean? Pater means that he doesn't have any carbonic liability, meaning a Kohen Mashiach never brings a personal chatos. That's the point. Never brings personal chatos. Now, again, we're saying pater, there's no carbonic liability. Obviously, he committed an avera, so whatever liability for Baruch Hu is going to give him. But for myself, there's no carbonic liability. Take a quick look at, actually, last piece of the Mishnah. Sharas Kohen Mashiach mi'atzmo ki'aras beis din mitzvah. Because the Mishnah stands off by saying essentially the paskening of a Kohen Gadol for himself runs parallel to the way that beis din paskens for the general populace. You see the similarity, right? Beis din paskens for the populace, his act on the psak of the beis brings a par. Kohen Gadol paskins for himself. He acts on his ruling. Kohen Gadol brings a par. So there's that parallelism ultimately again between the Kohen Gadol's carbon and the beis carbon. Horas Kohen Mashiach. Small karaz beis. Now take a look at Rashi. Sharaz beis Kohen Mashiach. That small karaz beis in the tzibor. Here Rashi explains this. Mahoraz beis in the tzibor in chayatin ela al ha'elam davar im shigadas mais. You must remember this phrase. Just like when beis din delivers a ruling, when is there liability for beis din? When is what's called halam davar. Halam davar means an erroneous psak. It literally means the words were obscured, but it means an erroneous psak in shigadas maisa, with inadvertent action or mistaken action. So two pieces, right? Erroneous psak, but inadvertent action. Those are the two components you need for a beis din to be chayiv. So to Horas Kohen Mashiach liatzmo, same thing applies to the ruling of a Kohen Mashiach. Kohen Gadol is also only liable if he has these two components: Helam Dabar, mistaken erroneous psak, right, followed by inadvertent commission of an avera. Those are the two components that make you chayiv. Given the Faish Gemara, the Ashmas, fine. So again, Rashi didn't go through the other cases. So we'll say, this is our Mishnah. This is our Mishnah, Kohen Mashiach. Let's analyze. So the Gemara says as follows: goes ahead and delivers the ruling of Shogeg, and then actually brings his bull offering, his cow. She says cow. So the Gemara says, Pshita. That's obvious. That's what we just said in the Mishnah. So Rabbi Yaakov, what's the case? So it's very interesting. He goes, Shahora Mishachach Me'izakam Hora. So let's listen to this. What's the case? The Kohen Paskin, let's just keep it easy. The Kohen said, Caleb is mutter. He forgot the logic of his ruling. He delivered the psak. He forgot what was the logic of his ruling. Well, Bishar Shata, right? Bishar Shata, Amar, Harini Osal, Das Hora also. And what happened? At the time, whatever my logic was, I'm relying on that logic now. So the Moshe Demat, what would you have thought? Kevan Bilam Siadale, Shema Agabe, Kimezi Dami. I'm going to thought like this. Since had he remembered why he passed in the way he did, maybe he would have retracted the psak. And therefore, again, when he now carries through or acts based on a psak, maybe he should be considered like amazing. What's the halacha of the Kohen Gadol is amazing? What's the halacha? What's the halacha? No par. No par, that's what I have thought. To which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, "V'lo l'chayiv, kamash malo no." Kamash Lalabo said that even if he doesn't remember why he passed in the way he did at the time that he takes action, this is all still called shogeg, and halacha l'maisa, again, the Kohen Gadol brings the par. So bottom line, takeaway point to remember, reinforcing the same idea from the Mishnah. If the Kohen Gadol delivers an erroneous ruling, and ultimately carries through on his own erroneous ruling, so what we call he'elam davar, mistaken psak, shigigas maisa, mistaken action, Kohen Gadol brings a unique par, a unique calf or cow offering. Right? That's the halacha. Good. Next, Menani Mili. Where do we know this from? Where do we know this from? Says the Gemara. The Torah on the Ashma Sa'am, Hare Mashiach Tzibor. So let's say, listen to this. So let me just read to you the pasuk, right? So the pasuk, so I'm sure most of you have it in the margin of your Gemara. In the Torah R, which is in the little margin, that's where all the psukim are quoted. It's that letter Dalet. Then Kohen HaMashiach Yachata the Ashma Sa'am. So this is very interesting. If the Kohen Mashiach, right, ultimately Kohen Gadol, anointed Kohen, will sin the Ashma Sa'am. Now, Ashma Sa'am means like for the guilt of the people. The Hikriv al Chata So Asher Chata Par Ben Bakar Tamim La Hashem Lechatas. That's his offering, a par offering. Now, it's interesting. How does the Torah frame the mistake of the Kohen Gadol? How does it frame it? The Ashma Sa'am. What is that? Now, I want to be clear. The Kohen Gadol is not passing for the people. And who is the Kohen Gadol passing for? Who is he passing for? Himself. So yet, interestingly enough, it calls it the Ashma Sa'am. So says the Gemara, what does that mean? The Ashma Sa'am, Hare Mashiach Ketzibor. Wow. What it's coming to do is it's coming to say that the Kohen Gadol's mistake, the Kohen Gadol's erroneous ruling, is just like the Beis Din's mistaken ruling for the Am. Oh, that's just it. So the Ashma Sa'am is not saying the Kohen Gadol is passing for the people. It's saying that the Kohen Gadol's psak for himself is like Beis Din's psak for the general populace. Right? Incredible. And that's when we lined it up. That just like, again, what does Beis Din require? Beis Din requires, again, Helam Davar, mistaken psak, Helam Davar, mistaken psak, Shigas Maisa, accidental action. So too, the Kohen Gadol requires Helam Davar, mistaken psak, Shigas Maisa. Incredible. Valo Dinu. Gemara says it's a Kavachomer, top of Zion, Sibor. Gemara says Valo Dinu. Sibor Mutza Miklal Yachid. Umashiach Mutza Miklal Yachid. So we'll say this makes a lot of sense. Because on one hand, it's Sibor, ultimately again, right? The Sibor meaning when the collective sins, that is dramatically different than the sin or the carbon of an individual. That actually points out earlier, remember again, when an individual commits an avera, let's say Ruvain eats chileh. What does Ruvain do when he eats chileh? What does he have to bring? A chatos. What kind of animal does he bring? Rashi points out kisba or sira. Ultimately, again, he brings a sheep or a goat, right? A sheep or a goat. And yet the tzibor brings a par. So just like when the tzibor sins, ultimately is different than the yachid, so too again the Kohen Mashiach, a par, different than the tzibor. So we already see out of the gate, that the biblically prescribed karbanos for when a tzibor sins and the Kohen Gadol sins are fundamentally different than when an individual sins. So already out of the gate you see that liability for a Kohen Gadol and for a tzibor are different than personal liability when it comes. Not tzibor chayav and ela al helam davar shirigas ma'isa. Af Mashiach lo yehei chayiv ela helam davar shirigas ma'isa. Oh. So once we see that Kohen Gadol resembles Tzibor more than he resembles Yochid, then the next logical step is to say that what? The process for the Kohen Gadol will mirror the Tzibor, won't mirror the Yochid, and therefore just as the Tzibor, right? Based in, when Beis makes an erroneous psak, liability for the power. The power Tzibor requires. Helam Davar, erroneous psak, Shiggas Ma'aser, just keep on saying it, just remember those two. Helam Davar Shiggas Ma'aser, erroneous ruling, accidental action based on that ruling. So too, halacha l'maisa, like Kohen Gadol. You need shiggas ma'isa. I'm sorry, helam davar shiggas ma'isa. That's the limud of saying that is the entire limud for Kohen Gadol. Okay, well, maybe you could look at it in a different way. So much wasn't today. So most are being introduced to another person today. Nasi. Who's the Nasi? The Nasi is the head of Klal Yisrael. Now the pashtus we're going to see the Nasi is the Melech, the king. But we're going to see a king has his own set of interesting circumstances as well. So let's look at a king. On one hand, Nasi Motzin Klal Yochid. On one hand, we can say a king is treated differently than the rest of Klal Yisrael. And we'll talk about this again. If the king goes ahead and makes a mistake, right? Again, also, we'll see exactly what the parameters are, but it could bring, just as a king is treated differently than the cloud. All right, Gemara says, Kohen Gadol is different than the cloud, or than the individual, I should say. My Nasi maybe b'shirigas ma'isa below helam davar. So we're going to see that when the Nasi makes a mistake, the Nasi is liable for his unique carbon, even with what we call helam davar, or even without an erroneous psak. The Nasi himself, if he just commits a shogeg, meaning what? Nasi, he accidentally eats halal, he brings a special and unique carbon for him. Now that is what we call shiggas ma'isa without helam davar. Af Mashiach, maybe kishiggas ma'isa below helam davar. So maybe the Kohen Gadol should be treated the same as davar. All he needs is shiggas ma'isa. So let's say, I want to show you something very interesting that's happening over here. So essentially, what we have over here are four different. So the Yachid goes out and commits this is either a sheep, delivers on a road, helam davar ability, or incidental action based on that ruling. Now I'm introduced to two more individuals. Kohen Mashiach, Kohen Gadol. If he makes a mistake, and ultimately again commits an avera, brings a par, and Nasi. We haven't seen the Nasi's carbon yet, but apparently same thing. Now here's what's interesting. The Gemara is trying to understand the process for the Kohen Gadol, because the Torah is not explicit about that. So the Shaila is like this. Here's what I know. The Kohen Gadol is not going to be like the Yachid, that's for sure, because his carbon is already different. The Shaila is which construct does he slide into? Does he slide into Beis Din, or does he slide into Nasi? And what's the nafkamina? The nafkamina will be, does he need helam davar in addition to shiridas ma'isa? Does there have to be a mistaken ruling in addition to inadvertent action? If you put him in the construct of Beis Din, he needs both helam davar, shiridas ma'isa. Put him in the construct ultimately of Nasi, all he needs is shiridas ma'isa, accidental action. So that's the two sides of this. The Gemara says, I'll tell you, I'll resolve this. Mira l'mido, man. Who does the Kohen Gadol more resemble? Sibor b'par in Hashem Talmud. Tell you, the Kohen Gadol, the truth is, more resembles the Beis Din than he does the Nasi. Why? Because ultimately, again, the Kohen Gadol's carbon is a par, just like the carbon of the Tzibor, the carbon of Beis Din. Furthermore, again, a Kohen Gadol does not bring an Asham Taloi. Now, we'll talk about this more. What's an Asham Taloi? An Asham Taloi is eventually being punishable by Kares. I'm not sure if I did it. In other words, that would be a case of I ate something. Kohen Gadol is not subject to Asham Taloi, neither is the Tzibor. Or Beis Din ultimately subject to Asham Taloi. So the Gemara says, "Matzibor eno chayiv ela al helam davar im shirgas ma'isa, af Mashiach lo yeh chayiv ela al helam davar im shirgas ma'isa." So therefore, we'll say, based on these two similarities, namely that a Kohen Gadol doesn't bring an Asham Taloi, and a Kohen Gadol's covenant is apart, both of which resemble the Tzibor. This is the Tzibor, so it would make more sense to say the Kohen Gadol's carbon is like the Tzibor, just like Bezin requires Helam Davar and Shirgas Ma'isa, so to the Kohen Gadol should require Helam Davar Shirgas Ma'isa, or Oki Lechla Daratzu. I can make a counter argument. Nasi maybe Sira Babalas Kacham, maybe Asham Vadai. Ultimately, if the Nasi makes a mistake and worships idolatry, he goes and he brings a seer and is subject to an Asham Vadai, bringing Asham. Mashiach, maybe Sira Babalas Kacham, maybe Asham Vadai. So Kohen Gadol shares those same similarities. So the Gemara says, and maybe, once again, maybe we should group the Kohen Gadol together with the Nasi. Nasi maybe got Mishigas Maisa, Ach Mashiach maybe Mishigas Maisa. So I should say, the same way that all the Nasi needs is Shogeg, so too all the Kohen Gadol needs is Shogeg. Talmud Lomar, Li Ashmas Ha'am. Sefer Abba say, once again, we come full circle. The Torah inserts this cryptic statement of if Kohen HaMashiach Yachta Li Ashmas Ha'am. If the Kohen Gadol will sin to the iniquity or to the culpability of the people, what does that mean? Once again, the Gemara says, Hareyu Mashiach Kitzibor. That Ashmas Ha'am is saying that the Kohen Gadol's process or the Kohen Gadol's liability is the same thing as the Ashmas Ha'am. When the population, when the people sin, not Tzibor Eno maybe Ela Halam Davar Shida. Myself, Af Mashiach Eno maybe Al Halam Davar Im Shida myself. So once again, about saying that phrase Ashmas Ha'am is coming to equate the process of the Kohen Gadol to the process of the Beis Din when the populace sins. And just like there's only liability to the Beis Din for the power when there is both Helam Davar, mistaken ruling, Shirigas Ma'isa, accidental action based on that ruling, so too there will only be liability for the Kohen when you have both of these components as well. Helam Davar together with Shirigas Ma'isa also Chayavin. Af Mashiach Kirshahora also Achrab Bahora Yechayiv. So I say, 1 second, if that's the case, that you're going to compare the Kohen Gadol to the Tzibor, so we should say like this: just like Beijing is only chayiv if what? If the cloud, if the Tzibor acted on their ruling, so maybe the Kohen Gadol is only liable also if the Tzibor followed his ruling. Maybe and they followed their psak, but no one else did. There's no power. So if we're comparing Kohen to the Beis Din, right, to Parah Minat Tzibor, so we should say that maybe the Kohen is also only liable if people follow his psak. Talmud Lomar, Vehikrib al Chataso Asher Chata. Look at Lashon HaPasuk. The pasuk is the Kohen will ultimately singular. Amashach, again, the Kohen Gadol only brings a carbon for his. The Kohen Gadol, for some reason, they heard about it, they followed it. That's not his liability. His liability ultimately, again, is for his own action. So we'll say, so just pause here, but it's the second. We'll say is, and this again, it's exactly what we said in the Mishnah, but now we help to understand it. Kohen Gadol, like when a Kohen Gadol sins, so the Torah tells us that his sin is the Ashmas Ha'am, for the iniquity of the people. What does that mean? So what the Gemara now understands is it's coming to group the power of the Kohen Gadol together with the power Helam Davar Minat Tzibor, which is the power offered up by the Beis Din when they issue an erroneous ruling. To teach us that these two halachas are the same. Namely what? The same way that Beis Din requires Helam Davar in Shirigas Ma'isa, an erroneous ruling, ultimately again followed by accidental action based on that ruling, so too the Kohen Gadol is only chayav for his power when these two components exist as well. Number one, Helam Davar, accidental ruling, followed by Shirigas Ma'isa. Where's the major difference? The major difference is whereas Beis Din is paskening for the populace, the Kohen Gadol's psak is only for himself. The Okay, now say, and that is the halacha l'maisa. Gemara now just finished up the sugya, just indicated by dwelling on the detail. Amar Mar, Mashiach b'parvei maybe Asham Talar Minale. Listen, Gemara just mentioned that a Kohen Gadol never brings an Asham Talar. Listen, it's Asham Talar. There's a piece of meat in front of me. I eat it, and then I find out afterwards it may have been Caleb. There's a possibility, a meaningful possibility that it was Caleb. I don't know what I brought. So in that case, again, I can't bring a chatos, because chatos is only brought ultimately for definitive sin. I can't bring an asham, only definitive sin. Gemara just kind of said, the Bryce just brought down, just kind of by way of discussion, that, Kohen Gadol doesn't bring an Mashiach b'par the Maybe Hashem Talmud. How do you know that the Maybe Hashem Talmud? How do you know that Kohen Gadol doesn't bring Hashem Talmud? It says, V'chiper alav HaKohen al shegagaso asher shagad. As the pasuk says, that ultimately, again, the Kohen Gadol will bring a carbon for his shogeg, for his accidental avera that was an accident. This refers to someone whose chatos and shogeg are similar. Yatsa Mashiach she'ein shegegasa v'chataso shava. They simply Ashma Sa'am, Harehu Mashiach Kitzibor. So the words of Ashma Sa'am, Ad Kano Ka'alar, Le Ella Asham Kide, someone whose chatas and asham processes are the same. This is different than a Kohen Gadol, ultimately, again, whose processes are different. The Gemara just kind of brings in the stuff that to come. Says the Mishnah. Hora b'fnei atzmo, va'asa b'fnei atzmo, miskaper b'fnei atzmo. All right, so we're going to have to see exactly what these statements mean. Right, so still Kohen Gadol. Right, still Kohen Gadol. So Kohen Gadol, he paskined by himself, and he committed the avera for himself, by himself. Right, then miskaper lo b'fnei atzmo. He is atoned for by himself. Second line in Hora. Kol Mashiach v'atzmo kidon. The modal betray Yisrael days, right? Days in the Chayla. But who ba'avodas kocha? The case over here is like this. We're going to see that there's two things happening within Klal Yisrael. The Kohen Gadol is paskening erroneously, and Beis Din is paskening erroneously. This is a difficult time for Klal Yisrael, right? So right, they both has, but their Piskei Halacha have nothing to do with each other. So that's literally the case. So let's say, for example, the Kohen Gadol is paskening that Chelev is mutar, and the Beis Din paskening that blood is mutar, dam is mutar. Okay, so Kohen Gadol just paskening Chelev is mutar. He paskins there's Helam Davar Mitzvah. He's chayiv for his par, doing his own thing. That's case one. Hora imatzibar va'asi imatzibar. What happens if the Kohen Gadol was paskening along with Beis Din? Now, whether this means that he was actually he just happened to be issuing the same type of psak that Beis Din was. So, for example, Beis Din said Chelev was mutar, the Kohen Gadol said Chelev was mutar, and what happens? Well, said they're obviously both mistaken. Everyone then eats Chelev. What's the halacha? Miskapelo imatzibor. Interestingly enough, in that case, the Kohen Gadol doesn't have to bring his own par. Rather, what happens? He is covered by the par helam davar minatzibor. He's covered by the offering of the Beis Din, right? Because Beis Din is bringing an offering anyway because people acted on their erroneous psak. Therefore, the Kohen Gadol is covered under that. Why? She'ein Beis Din chayavin at shiyon levat. Okay, fine. So what says that's the halacha. The Mishnah now adds another halacha. She'ein Beis Din chayavin at shiyon levat al mitzas v'lekayim mitzas. So let's say we saw this halacha on Parak Aleph. Beis Din is only chayav a par helam davar minatzibor when they go ahead and they negate a part of a mitzvah. But remember again, if they negate a mitzvah in its entirety, for example, again they say there's no Shabbos or there's no Chelev. Because remember again, when we see these cases, remember, refine this. When we talk about case they say that you're allowed to eat chayla, they're referring to a specific type of chayla. So however, if they pass to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, then they're not chayiv a par. V'chein Mashiach. It will say ultimately, same is true with the Kohen Mashiach. When is the Kohen Mashiach chayiv his own par? When is that? When he makes a mistake regarding a detail of a mitzvah. But if he makes a mistake regarding the mitzvah in its entirety, he says, there's no Shabbos, and he goes out and does malacha on Shabbos, then he's not subject to it. So again, there's all the similarities between the Kohen Gadol and the power of the tzibor. The Gemara says, good. V'chein HaMashiach v'lo ba'avodas kocham ma'achir levato mitzvahs kindness. Even by idolatry, ultimately, again, there's only liability if they negate part of the mitzvah, part of the avira of idolatry. Okay, we'll see what all this means in the Gemara. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? How do you know this? Turn up on Hora Imasiba Ba'asim case. Again, case number one is where the Kohen Gadol's paskening, Beit Din's paskening, their independent entity does their thing. Case number two is Kohen Gadol's paskening in the same way with the Beit Din. So again, everyone, Kohen Gadol's saying Chaylev is mutter, Beit Din is saying Chaylev is mutter. In that case, Kohen Gadol doesn't have to bring his own par. Rather, what? He's covered by the part from government at Seaboard. So you must really know that from Tanabanon, Holy Matzir, Ba'asim Matzibor, but if the Kohen Gadol paskin together, Yachol Yovi Pala Atzmo, you want to thought that he has to bring his own power. So the Gemara says, V'Mashiach Musim B'Bal Yochel, do not see the king. He is excluded ultimately as an individual who sins. And ultimately, again, Kohen Gadol doesn't have the same halachas as an individual who sins. Man nosi chata b'fnei atzmo, maybe b'fnei atzmo. The own carbon, chata im atzibor, miskapel on atzibor. But let's say the king sinned together with the tzibor, right? Based in paskin that chaylev is mutter, and the king ate chaylev together with the tzibor. Ultimately, again, he is atoned for with the tzibor. At Mashiach, chata b'fnei atzmo, maybe b'fnei atzmo. So to the Kohen Mashiach, if he goes and he sins on his own, or he made a psak halacha, and he follows his psak halacha all on his own, then he's chayiv. He's chayiv. Ultimately, again, chata imat tzibor, miskatalo imat tzibor. But if he sins together with the congregation, Kohen Gadol, he is atoned for with the congregation. So one says, that's the pashut, so that's the logic. Finish words 1 second, but there's a flaw. Lo, im amrat benasi shekim miskatalo imat tzibor b'yom kippurim. So here's the big difference. The king, when it comes to Yom Kippur, for example, the king is included in all of the communal offerings for Yom Kippur, right? So again, the Kavanas brought up on behalf of Klal Yisrael for atonement on Yom Kippur. The king is included on Yom Kippur itself. There's no unique offering for the king. He's included. The Gemara says, Tomar, first white line, Tomar Mashiach, the anointed Kohen Gadol, said, the Kohen Gadol, he is not a Yom Kippur. All of the Sumas, remember again, the Kohen Gadol has his own Karbanos for Yom Kippur. So the Gemara says, all of them, his Karbanos on Yom Kippur, he's the same way that he's not atoned for, together with the Siva on Yom Kippur. So maybe in general, right, even when he's passing the same way as the Beis Din, he should have to bring his own atonement. Talmud Lomar, Al Chata So Asher Chata. The only time a Kohen Gadol brings his own par is when he is committing his own unique singular avera. How does this work? Chata B'Pnei Atzmo, Be'i B'Pnei Atzmo. If the Kohen Gadol sins on his own, meaning keep asking an erroneous psak, he acted on his own psak, and he's acting by himself, not with the rest of the cloud, then ultimately he brings his own carbon. Chata Matzibor, Miskapla Matzibor. But if he sins together with the tzibor, right, nobody sins together with the tzibor, then ultimately again he is atoned for together with the tzibor. Incredible. So you must say, once again, what's the case? Ilema, Yehu Mufla Ve'Hem Mufla. What's the case? If the Kohen Gadol is the ranking sage in Klal Yisrael, ranking sage, right, and the members of the Sanhedrin are not the ranking sages, so Pshita, So Pshita, the Miskarpa lo b'fnei atzmo. The Kohen Gadol should have his own Torah. He should offer up his own par. Why? The Gemara says very interesting. The Gemara says, "Harad v'lo klum." So, because if that's the case, if he's the ranking sage and not the ranking sages, then their ruling really is meaningless. Therefore, he should have to bring his own power, and the rest of Klal Yisrael, and everyone should have to bring their own personal chatos. But ultimately, again, if the Sanhedrin are considered to be the ranking sages, and the Kohen Gadol himself is not a ranking sage, then why should he be able to bring his own power? After all, if the Kohen Gadol is not a ranking sage, then what is he doing passing halacha? Right? And if he's passing halacha, then that's kind of like professional negligence. What is he doing over there? And perhaps he should not be bringing a power at all. Other days, we'll say, Papa says, no, what's the case? The case is where both of the Kohen Gadol was an outstanding sage, and the members of the Sanhedrin are both outstanding sages as well. So again, everybody's a muflakebel of psak. The Gemara says, Sabra by the Neymar, Chata b'fnei atzmo, Asa b'fnei atzmo, Heichli dami. So I'll say, so therefore, what's the case? So remember again, I will say, so that's what I point out, something very interesting. So essentially now we have two different cases, right? So now we have to this has to be set up where both the Kohen Gadol and the Sanhedrin are capable ultimately of delivering Piskei Halacha. Rabbi said, by the way, what do you see from here? That even when people are exceptionally capable, they're still subject to making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody messes up in life. Even the Kohen Gadol, even the Sanhedrin. So watch this. Therefore, Rabbi said, the Mishnah is introducing us to two halachas. If the Kohen Gadol, right, issues his own psak. So again, he says chelav is mutter, and Beis Din said that dam is mutter. Okay, and the people acted based on the Beis Din's psak, and the Kohen Gadol acted based on his psak. So therefore, the Beis Din Sanhedrin is going to bring their par elam davar minat sibor, and ultimately the Kohen Gadol is going to bring his par. If, however, the Kohen Gadol and the Beis Din together, it doesn't mean they're passing together. They're not sitting on the same Beis Din, but they both happen to be issuing the same psak. So let's say Caleb is mutter. In that case, the Kohen Gadol is going to be covered under the par hel of davar minat tzibor, and he need not bring his own carbon. So the Gemara says, suppose I say, if you need to look at the lashon of the Mishnah was bifnei atzmo versus horeim hatzibor. So right, if the Kohen Gadol paskin by himself versus paskin with the tzibor. So now the Gemara says as follows. So I'm going to buy it. Sabra by Neymar, not a bit near. So what does it mean, right? What's the case where he quote unquote he passing by himself, right? Or he acted on his own. What's that case? The Gemara says, Yosvi b'shnei makomos. So Abaye understands interesting to be a matter like of geography, where literally again they were in two separate places. That could be sued. Furthermore, they're also asking regarding two different things, right? So two different geographic locations, Kohen Gadol one spot, Sanhedrin one spot, and they're also asking regarding two different halachas. Okay. Rabbi says, who cares about geography? What does it matter if they're in two different places? Not two different places. The Kamodo betray Suri, Kata betray Bifnei Atzmo. There will say, Rabbi comes along and he says, doesn't really matter what geography doesn't matter. What matters over here is that they're passing on two different topics. If they're passing on two different topics, then Kohen Gadol will achieve atonement through his power, and the general populace will achieve atonement ultimately again through the power Helam Davar. Now, here's what everyone agrees on. In order for there to be individuated liability for the Kohen Gadol and the general population, Kohen Gadol brings his power and the tzibur and the halacha. Now, whether or not they need to be in two different geographic locations, machlokes abayim, but everyone agrees they have to be asking with two different areas of halacha. The Gemara is going to get into the this a little bit. Pshita, so obviously, Kohen Gadol is passing about Caleb, and ultimately the Sanhedrin is passing about Avodah Zarah. That's two distinct areas. The Chalukim b'Tamayu, the Chalukim b'Kavanos. Two different Isurim Tamam, two different Psukim. two different psukim, and ultimately again 2 different karbanos. The who bepar, the ain't bepar b'soyer, because the Kohen Gadol will have to bring a par. Have to bring a par and a sire. Okay, the hal kamais to honey seer Ma'ulomais. Fine, the Choshake, who babbles Kohen Gadol was asking regarding idolatry, and ultimately again the Sanhedrin is asking regarding Caleb. The Chalukim bekarbanos say legame. Ultimately, totally different carbonic liability. Who see Rav Ve'inu, and ultimately again the Sanhedrin will bring the path. It's almost like, so obviously when you have literally 2 different isurim, 2 different psukim, 2 different carbonic liability, then obviously the Kohen Gadol is going to bring his carbon, and the Sanhedrin will bring their carbon. But listen to this. Elohu b'chilev ha'mechasas ha'kerev. The hein b'chilev shap. Let's say they're both paskin regarding chilev, but they paskin regarding different forms of chilev. So, for example, stomach is mutter, and the Sanhedrin paskin chilev on the intestines is mutter. So I must say, is that called individuated psak, distinct psak? Because at the end of the day, it's 2 different forms of chelev, or do we say no? Chelev is chelev she'orzum kevan minan afagav the kabanan shava kevan the mitrei klaika asu hapagina tamagu. On one hand, both of these types of chelev carry the same carbonic liability. On the other hand, they are learned from 2 different psukim. So maybe since it's 2 different psukim, it's enough to create Caleb Echad. Or maybe say no, Caleb is Caleb is Caleb. And since they're both passing on the same issue, we'll say again, what happens when the Kohen Gadol is passing on the same issue as the Sanhedrin? We're under the power of the Sanhedrin. So which one is it? Pinkin Salomar Shein Caleb Echad. And if you want to say ultimately again, then no, it's both called Caleb, and that's considered as if they're passing about something. Listen to this. What happens if the Kohen Gadol is passing about Caleb and the Sanhedrin is passing about Dam? The time you have on one hand, obviously 2 different psukim. On the other hand, both for Caleb and for Dam is the same type of carbonic liability. So does not create enough distinction or not, to which our answers take over. Interesting. So let's say so. Again, we know in general that for the Kohen Gadol to have liability for his part and the Sanhedrin having liability for their part, they have to be passing on 2 different things. The shayla is what happens when there is some level of similarity in the psak. Either that they're both passing regards that as the same carbonic liability, or same shame iser. That's the table. Okay. Shame Bezdin Chayav and Achion Levato Mixas Lekainis. As Rabbi said, we saw this, right? Bezdin, and John, I'm talking about Bezdin just a second. Bezdin is only liable for a par halom government at Sibur when they uproot a detail. They make a mistake about a detail, but not if they uproot the mitzvah in its entirety. Minalan. So I'm sorry, Gemara says, Minalan, that Shir Levato Mixas Lekainis. Says, Kidamina Beidach Pirkin. We learned that already. We learned our last parak. Gemara says, Dimya Chazara. V'ne'alam davar v'lo kol. Because the pasuk says, V'ne'alam davar, a matter or a detail was hidden from the Beis Din. It's only when they make a mistake regarding a detail, but not if they pass in to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety. The same thing is true with the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol also only has liability if he uproots the detail, but not that he uproots the mitzvah in its entirety. Once again, I'm also going to go back to that phrase. Essentially, the power of the Kohen Gadol resembles the power of the tzibur, the power having grown in that tzibur in this way as well. Incredible. Same thing applies in idolatry. Where do we know this from? So remember again, in general, avodah zarah is singled out. right? Because you also remember again, now what does it mean it's singled out? If the Beis Din Paskin, let's say a detail of the Zohar is mutter, Beis Din says Doris, but you're allowed to bow down to it. And the Tzibur does that. It's not a par. It's not a par. It's a seer. There's a special offering. So Avodah Zarah was singled out in that there's a different type of carbonic liability. So I might have thought that once it's singled out, maybe the details are different. And if halacha l'maisa, even if Beis Din Paskin to totally say there's no more Avodah Zarah, perhaps there should still be collective responsibility for the Beis Din. So the Gemara says, "Ne'emar kan me'enei ve'ne'emar lahalon me'enei zera shava." Says Shir me'enei says me'enei ma lahalon beBeis Din, af kanami beBeis Din. So umar lahalon davar below kol haguf, af kanami davar below kol haguf. So we'll say just like over there talking about a detail, so to over here halacha l'maisa is talking about a detail as well. Okay, we'll say we'll do just the Mishnah, then we'll stop for today. So Mishnah says in chayav as well. Say so. Bottom line, so just before we go on, so just the takeaway, right? Takeaway from this last Mishnah, because we are actually absorbing a lot of information today. Only time that there is coin liability is if the coin is passing on its own. Meaning Beis Din is either not doing anything or passing on something different. So coin level is passing. Beis Din is passing, there's liability for the coin, and then ultimately liability for the Beis Din. But interesting enough, if halacha l'maisa, the coin gadol is passing on the same matter of halacha as the Beis Din, then the kohen gadol does not have individual liability. Rather, the kohen gadol's liability ultimately again is taken care of by the par elam gadol. Actually, I'll say, we'll stop for today. Again, great run. Excellent shkach, everyone. We'll stop. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with I can't feel the support. Hey, we'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with the Mishnah tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, have a great day, everyone. All right, now we'll say. But, yeah, perfect. Thank you. I will say good morning. I'll go to Vach. Such a supposed to Hashem to be able to begin what will be our, I think, this is going to be our only full week of Harius. Only full week. A little bit last week, full week this week, next week already, but we're finishing in Eretz Hashem. So it says, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Totzim Shpach Abar Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shum Shoshos this year as his chus, for the Soros Tolos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for Elul Abalin, the Torah Benekol, from Benias Hashem for his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Tzigor Ezel, Bas Selig, and Hope. The telos of our Kivim Kvav Yisrael will be accepted on high. Shmuel Yibudinowitz, the Ili Nishmas, David Flum's father, Rabbi Ari Flum, Rabbi Yitzchak, Aryeh, Ben Chavrav Yaakov, Zichron Librach, we obtain the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamos Vavnaviyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need to Shevan together with Kol Chomei Yisrael, Kol Yisrael, Yishud Yeretz Hashem, bring home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karv, and allow our holy. Let us to be exceptionally excited. Today's daf is daf long. The three lines up in the middle. Matam Lomar, Upar Shimi Ben Bakar Tikach Lachatos. So we'll say context. This is talking about, again, when the Levium were inaugurated for service in the Beis HaMikdash. So the Torah over here details the Kabbalah that they're supposed to bring. So what does it say? You should make one of them into a Chatos and one of them into an Olah. You might have thought that the Levium would have consumed the Chatos. Therefore, the Torah says the second vow before an Olah is comparing the two. How so? Ma Olah lo ne'echel. Let's stop both. Just like an Olah is not consumed, Chatos lo ne'echeles. So to a Chatos is not consumed. Okay? Kiyot Sebo. They're mostly getting ready for this Kimar. This is really tremendous. Kiyot Sebo. I'm Rabbi Yossi. Haboim me'ashevi hagola. Hekrivu olos lelokei Yisrael. Harim shnei masar. So we'll say this is a pasuk from Ezra. A pasuk from Ezra. Okay, so last night by Shalshos, we had the great supposed to have Yossi Silverman with us. For Shalshos, really like it was such a those of you who were here, it was really like such a special and beautiful event. And as I mentioned when I introduced him, so part of the incredible Silverman method is the emphasis on incremental acquisition of knowledge. It's starting from Tanakh. So I'll tell you the whole time I'm thinking, whatever you do, don't ask us a question on the Rabbi. I'm just hoping, because again, we wanted to put a good foot forward. Don't ask us a question on the Rabbi. So I'll say, but what you, all kidding aside, what you begin to realize is because many of us, and I include myself in this, have this huge gap in our education, right? There are those of us here who have finished Shas. Those of us here who have finished Shas more than once. And amazingly enough, yet with all of that knowledge, I think we often find there's this gaping hole in like our Judaic knowledge of Rabbi. It's one of the projects I think we're going to take on Yom Hashem as we go into Tafshin Pei-Vav, something to do really focusing on Tanakh, because you miss out some of the most beautiful things already. This pasuk from Ezra is talking about when the Jews returned to rebuild the second Beis Hamikdash. And we're going to actually spend a little bit of time on it, and it's a gripping and moving account. So the pasuk says, "Habayim me'ashevi," those who went ahead and came back from captivity. Bnei Agola, the Jews of the diaspora, Hekrivu Olos Delokei Yisrael, Parim Shnei Masar, so they went ahead and they offered up literally karbanos to the God of Israel, Parim Shnei Masar al Kol Yisrael, 12 cows. 12 cows, calves, on that whole called cry. So Elim Tishin Vishisha, rams 96, Kivosin Shigin Vishiba, sheep 77, Sfire Chata Shnei Masar Kol Lashem. So these are the karbanos that they came back when they offered up by essentially the inauguration of the second Beis Hamikdash. So watch this. So the Gemara says Hakol Ola. The pasuk says everything was an Ola. You must really Hakol Ola. It's like that. Everything was an Ola. That's not true. F Shemosai Vavam and Aleph 6, 8, 4 lines down from the top. F Shechatos Ola says some of them were Chatos. So if they were Chatos, it can't be Ola. Ela Hakol Ki Ola. All of the karbanos that were offered were treated like an Ola. How so? Ma'ola lo ne'echeles, Chatos lo ne'echeles. Just as an Ola can't be consumed, so to the Chatas wasn't consumed. So there were some unique, we'll call it carbonic peculiarities by these specific offerings. This is fascinating, I will say. Why were these karbanos brought? So the Gemara suggests that many of these karbanos were brought ultimately again as an atonement for the idolatry that Klal Yisrael worshipped. Now watch this, it gets more interesting. Tzidkiyahu was the last king during the first Beis Hamikdash era. So ultimately, the last king before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. So this is interesting enough. The karbanos they brought were not for the avodah zarah that they worshipped during Babylonian diaspora, but rather again it was for the avodah zarah that they worshipped at the end of the first temple period, under the days or under the leadership of Tzidkiyahu. Now it's important to understand, Tzidkiyahu was a tzaddik. So it's one of these interesting dynamics in general about how much is a leader responsible for the actions of his constituents. It's usually like a din in leadership. On one hand, clearly the flock goes ahead and a little bit to a degree mirrors the leader. But on the other hand, we find many times where if you have the greatest leader in the world and the flock just doesn't do what they're supposed to do, right? Klal Yisrael had Moshe Rabbeinu. And Moshe Rabbeinu, they built the Egel, and they went ahead and they did the Meraglim within just a couple of years. Right? Like in other words, within a year of each other. It's a pretty incredible thing if you think about it. Now, what does that mean? Is that the reflection on Moshe Rabbeinu? Is that a reflection on Moshe Rabbeinu? Again, so it's interesting to know that you have like these cases in leadership study where a leader could be doing all the right things, but not that the constituents are following along. So it's just important to understand Tzidkiyahu was a great man. He was a great self. It's important to understand he inherited a lot of these dynamics also. So in any event, so listen to what's happening over here. The Jews who came back from Babel, which means you got to remember Babylonian diaspora, more than 70 years since the days of Tzidkiyahu, are now coming back, and they're part of their carbonic Zara during the waning days of the first Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. So Bishlam Rabbi Yehuda, well, let's go back to just a second. So remember again, I said, this whole sugya is embedded in our previous machlokas, which is in general, how does Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibor work? How is all of this working? Is it ultimately, again, is it the basin that's bringing the carbon? Is it every shevet that's bringing the carbon? So listen to this. This makes sense. You could bring 12 chatos. How so? Because Rabbi Yehuda holds that halacha l'maisa, again, there's a par helam davar minat tzibur for each tribe. So therefore, again, there would be 12 chatos, one for each tribe representing tribal commission of idolatry. Inami, techatu shiva shvatim, ushara incha bedreira. Or it could very well be, according to Yehuda, even if the majority of Klal Yisrael sins, the minority is dragged along with them. That's how you can have ultimately, again, 12 chatos. Well, the Rabbi Shimon and Mishkas, according to Rabbi Shimon also, you can find this case how to go. Techatu achadas shvatim, demaisu achadas sinim, the Beis Din. According to Rabbi Shimon holds it's both the tribes and the Beis Din that bring the bar. So ultimately, again, you can have 11 tribes that sinned, and Beis Din brought one. In other words, because remember, the pasuk said that they brought 12 chatos. So according to Rabbi Shimon, it could be 11 tribes sinned, and the Beis Din also has to be one that's 12. Already mayor, there are Beis Din being below tzibor. Shnei Masayach and Mishkachas, or Rabbi Meir, you hold that halacha l'maisa again. Only the Beis Din brings the par. The shvatim do not. So where does 12 come from? Where does 12 come from? You must listen to this. Mishkachas like you don't. The chatu, the chatu, ad sheisar zimni. Now it can happen. It can happen that they sin 12 times. Like in other words, there were 12 independent events, and therefore again they brought 12 parim for that. And I know what you're thinking to yourself, 12 events, that's ridiculous. How can you not learn? Ask this impression of myself. I'm always making the same mistakes in life, very rarely. I'm not really a mechadish. I don't really make solution in terms of aderos. Rather, again, it seems to just be the same stuff, the same mistakes over and over and over. As much as we want to learn from our mistakes, sometimes we find ourselves in a perpetual cycle of making the same mistakes. Now, here's the good news. Even if you made the same mistake 12 times, you can break the cycle. But even if you break the cycle, we know you may fall off the wagon again. But that's okay. I will say, the avoda of life is not perfection. The avoda of life is just getting back up in the aftermath of failure. I know the chatu. So we'll say now here's the bigger problem. So let's get this straight. When the Jews came back with Ezra for the second Beis Hamikdash, they were bringing the sin offerings for the idolatry under the days of Tzidkiyahu. Only one little small detail, only one small problem, which is the Pashtos, the Jews who worshipped idolatry under Tzidkiyahu, were dead. We're dead already. Right? This is over 70 years earlier. Right? So remember again, think about it in just a moment. In order to have liability during the days of Tzidkiyahu, you had to be what? At least 13 years old. So what's the probability that now at 83, people are still the vast majority must have already passed away. So the nice again, how can this new generation bring an atonement offering for the avodah zarah of people who already died? Rabbi says, now, by the way, what this question is really predicated on is as follows. The Jews who worshipped idolatry under the days of Tzidkiyahu, ultimately, again, were chai b'chatos. Okay? What's the halacha? Chatos shenesu ba'alel. We've seen this many times throughout Shas. A simple case, we'll say. Reuven goes ahead and accidentally violates Shabbos. Okay? He has to bring a carbon chatos. Okay. Reuven dies. Right? Children go ahead and get it. And in their Yerusha is this chatos. What do you do with it? Nothing. Actually, this is one of the cases you have to let the chatos die. You can't bring a chatos posthumously. And you can't. So if the owner of the chatos like it, someone said, I understand. The quote unquote the owners of this chatos, meaning the previous generation of Iskio, Sidkio, the pashtus died. So how can this new generation bring a carbon chatos on their behalf? Listen to this. When do we say that if the owner of the chatos died, you can no longer offer up the chatos? That's an individual. Avalov tzibor. But ultimately, again, it doesn't apply to the congregation. In other words, if the tzibor has a chatos they have to bring, there's no right. Even if members of the tzibor die, ultimately we still bring the chatos. Right? I will say, get ready for perhaps one of the most powerful lines of all of Shas. Wow. Because there is no such thing as death in the tzibor. I will say, individuals die. Tzibor of Klal Yisrael is always alive. The Ein Misa B'Tzibor. If you're by yourself, you could die. You're part of the Tzibor. Ultimately, again, the Tzibor is promised eternality. So we'll say, understand the profundity of these words on so many different levels. Ein Misa B'Tzibor. So we'll say, first of all, this is the mitzvah of Klal Yisrael. This is why I will say, this is why no matter what we face, right? No matter what we face, no matter what we're scared about is what's going to be the collateral damage, what's going to be the level of sacrifice we're going to have to make. But our success, our eternality, our national longevity, that's never in question. Ein misa b'tzibor. The tzibor of Klal Yisrael always lives. Always lives. And I will say, it teaches us another important lesson, which is, as we go through life, we think about our contributions and what we want to make and what we want to do and why we're here in this world. I will say, and my goal is just to build the best version of me. You just listen, that's beautiful. If all you do in life is build you, then when you die, you die. You die. Individuals die. And I will say, let's be honest, individuals are forgotten. Right? Think about it just a moment. How many of us even know, who our great-great-grandparents were? That's only 4 generations. Great, 5 generations. That's maybe you know a name. They probably don't even know a name. Individuals die. But if you use your lifetime to make a contribution to the cloud, you do something to make a contribution to the tzibor. But again, I'm not just living in my own dalamas. I'm not just doing what works for me and my friends and my smaller. But I figure out, what can I do to make a contribution to the cloud? And also what that means is sometimes putting your own personal needs on the side and figuring out what can I do for the greater community, whatever community means. Your kehillah, your shul, your greater community where you live, Klal Yisrael. So it's like we're so often focused on what I need. Here's what I need. And even if I'm going to do something bigger than me, I'm going to do it only in a way that works for me. You can do that, but just understand, after 120, no one will remember you. And even if you found out, I'm not sure my kids are, okay, good. Give it 2 generations. No one will remember you. But if you make your investment in the tzibor of Klal Yisrael, if you put your co-hosts into building the cloud, something bigger than yourself, not just your little corner, not just surrounded by a couple of friends, and you put your investment in the cloud and the tzibor, that gives you eternality. That gives you eternality. Why? Most incredible thing about it, we have to really work on becoming Kehillah Jews, community Jews, Klal Yisrael Jews. And again, people think that, I don't have money to do that. It's not money. Money's good. But I'm saying, it's not just money. It's your time. It's your effort. It's almost like, you know how much stress is created in shuls like Klal Yisrael? Because everybody needs just like, I need it like this. I need it like that. Imagine for a moment if everybody said, I'm going to start making it about what I need. Roll up my sleeves and help build everything that's around me. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about any of us as individuals. It's about being part of something bigger than yourself. If you can embed yourself in that, you have eternity. It's just going to be about what you and maybe a couple of select people need. It's nice, it's beautiful, it could even be holy. It's not going to be eternal. Embed yourself in the collective, and that will give you your neshama and your legacy eternality. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows: Where do we know that from? Where do we know that from? Where do we know ultimately again that Amy Sabitzibur? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. The vision is Minoni the Rapapaha. Even when it says Takas Avasaki Yubanek. Suppose he calls Stephen Melech. Tillim. Davanov says the beautiful pasuk. Takas Avoseka Yubanecha. Literally again, the sons will come in the stead of the father, which seems to indicate to us what? Which indicates to us that Halacha Lamaisa, again, the sons, in other words, the sons will pick up where the father's left off. Or that, again, that's singular, right? In other words, that should mean that even the individual has eternality, because Halabai person has children, those children are mamshir. This is fascinating. Rav Papa's diuk ultimately again is from the Seir of Rosh Chodesh. The Amar Achmana, Maisi Mitrumas Halishka. This is fascinating. So we'll say the Seir of Rosh Chodesh, which is a fascinating carving in and of itself. If you look at Rashi, this is right-hand Rashi, about middle of the short line. You see the Rosh Chodesh, the Habichat. So we'll say this is fascinating. Remember again, on Rosh Chodesh we bring a carbon chatos. The Amrak Mana, the Mesim Mitrumas Halishka. Now we'll say, by the way, why is there carbon chatos on Rosh Chodesh? So we actually learned this in the beginning of Shavuos. Shavuos, right? So ultimately, again, the chatos of Rosh Chodesh is mechaper on certain types of communal tumah. Also, the Gemara says, the Baruch Hu says, "Have you like kapara? Bring for me a chatas, bring for me atonement. Why? Al shemi atati es hayareach." The Baruch Hu says again, this is like an atonement, whatever this means, an atonement for Hashem, that He diminished the power of the moon. Okay, at a different time. So Gemara says as follows. So interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says that we go ahead and we bring a carbon chatas on Rosh Chodesh. Now, interestingly enough, the carbon of Rosh Chodesh is brought from the Trumas Halishka. What's Trumas Halishka? General collection fund. Remember again, everybody would contribute a machzas a shekel, and then they would take from that for communal karbanos. So the chatas of Rosh Chodesh was brought from communal funds. Rashi continues the call karbanos tzibur mitrumas halishka in bain. Ba'ad duma ma'asim umi Yisrael akash mitrumas halishka. So here's what's interesting. So interestingly enough, they would bring the chatas of the communal fund. In the communal fund. Now, the Gemara says, but how can you do that after all? Maybe someone died, right? Maybe someone died from the time that you separated until you offered it up. So the Gemara says, one second, how should this be? So you have to bring a communal chatos from community funds, but maybe between the time that how can you offer up a carbon whose owners died? What do you see from here? That a misa b'tzibur, which was al-shmamina chatos shemesu ba'ala b'tzibur carbon. What do you see from here? That it's only by an individual chatos. If the owner dies, that you can't offer the carbon. Ultimately, you can still offer the carbon. So let's go full circle. What are we trying to figure out? Remember what we're trying to figure out over here? How could it be that by the inauguration of the second Beis Hamikdash, they brought sin offerings for Avodah Zarah committed during the times of the first Beis Hamikdash? Didn't the people who need that carbon already die? Through Papa said, "Ein misa b'tzibur." The Gemara is just trying to figure out, where do you know that from? The Gemara says as follows: I don't understand. How can you compare this? This is a very big difference. In other words, maybe no one died. Maybe no one died in Klal Yisrael from the time that you separated out that carbon and you offered it. Maybe no one died. That's a big difference talking about more than a 70-year gap, right? That's not a fair comparison. At the time of the Rabbi understands it from here. Pasuk says, we'll say this is about Egla Arufa. Eglah Rupa, again, decapitated cat. You find someone murdered between two cities. We don't know who murdered him. Measure to the closest city. Elders of that city come out, decapitate the calf, wash their hands over the calf. Okay, more to the process, but that's the cliff notes. So what says, so they say, as they wash their hands over the calf, they say, literally again, Hashem, atone for your people. Hashem Padis. And I will say the rest of the pasuk is so it's like this. Interestingly enough, if you look at the wording over here, the elders are saying, Hashem, atone for your people whom you redeemed. What redemption are you talking about over here? So Pashas, the Gemara says, Mitzrayim, even from Egypt. So Eglah Rufa is so powerful that it's atoning even for Jews who left Egypt. And I will say, what's the status of the Jews who left Egypt? What's the status, right? Then the Sham Mishav and Aliyah, they're dead. They're dead. So what are you talking about over here? That there should be atonement for people who are dead? And you see, says, so what do you see from here? So you see from here that a chatos has the ability to atone even if the owners already died. In a tzibor. So you want to, come on, Nitan, how can you compare that? Hasam kulu isninon, that's not a fair comparison because the Eglah Rufa, all the people who do need kapara are presently alive. Okay, so now that it's going to atone for the living, you could also atone for the dead. This is fascinating. By Ezra, by the second Beis Hamikdash, it's quite possible that there was no one alive from the days of Tzidkiyahu. There's no one alive from that. So how can you atone for people? Overwhelming Gemara. Get ready for this. It turns out, listen to this, that there were a lot of Jews alive during the inauguration of the second Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. 7 years later. Now where does the Gemara get this from? This is shocking. The Gemara says, Dichsiv, the Rabbi me'akahanim alavim v'rashei avos. So the pasuk says, interestingly enough, there were many of the Ashero as habayis harishon biyos to zabayis. So the pasuk says explicitly, there were many kohanim, many Leviim, many heads of families, many elders were still alive. First again, both say, can you imagine that? Can you imagine being one of those Jews? Right? We've been waiting 2,000 years just to catch a glimpse of our beautiful Bayit Shlishim Zocha to see Hira B'Yameinu. Can you imagine again those Jews who were Zocha to see destruction and then Baruch Hashem able to see rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash? So apparently there were a lot of them. So remember, so 1 second. Now remember, all the pasuk says is what? All the pasuk says is that there were a lot of Kohanim, Leviim, elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority, right? It just says that there were a lot of them, but still maybe they were, in the great context of Klal Yisrael, still considered to be a minority. Gemara says, listen to this. Listen to this. First white line, Shabbos said this is wild. The Gemara says that when Klal Yisrael saw the second Beis Hamikdash, the sound of crying eclipsed the sound of joy. I will say this is fascinating. There are two different reactions when they saw the Beis Hamikdash, second Beis Hamikdash. Right? There was the cries. Now the Pashas Gemara is assuming who did the crying come from? The crying came from the Jews of the first Beis Hamikdash, and the second and the cries of Simcha came from the Jews who never saw the first Beis Hamikdash. So we'll say, isn't this incredible? That in general, so when Papa finished the proof, therefore the Gemara says the fact that the crying was louder than, I guess, I don't know, we'll call the sound of joy, indicates to us what? That there were more people crying than being joyous, which indicates that something fascinating, that apparently the majority of Jews who came back and saw the rebuilding of the second Beis Hamikdash were leftovers is the wrong word, but We're holdovers, right? We're part of that generation who saw the first base Hamikdash, which is wild. Which also tells you apparently just about the longevity of those individuals. There must have been that must have been a lot of elderly people. But I want to say, but it's incredible. The Gemara says the fact that the crying was greater than the joy, ultimately again indicates the majority of Klal Yisrael were in fact holdovers from the first temple era. I will say, to me, it's also so profound that whenever Klal Yisrael rejoices, it's an incredible thing. Our rejoicing is always a mixture of two things. There is always laughter and tears, even in the greatest simcha. Let's think about this in just a moment. What's happened when we have the third day Sunday? You could see this replaying itself. You could see on one hand, probably the tears are going to flow like water. Because in that moment, when we are Zoch and Meretz Hashem to see our third base Hamikdash, first we know what's going to come out. What's going to come out is like 2,000 years of pent-up pain. 2,000 years of, it's almost like, you see this sometimes, like they get to the finish line and they begin to cry, because they've been nursing injuries and pain and difficulty the whole time, but they kept it together because they had to get to the finish line. There's going to be just a tidal wave of tears because the pain that we had to keep in check all of this time, because sometimes at the same time, just the unbridled laughter and joy that's going to come from seeing that Beis Hamikdash, from seeing Mashiach, and then Kriyas HaMesim, and families being reunited, and all of these incredible things, we're going to see this. I will say it's important that we learn this, because what we're learning right now as a lesson in history, in Yirtzeh Hashem very soon is going to become our reality in the present. This profound mixture of pain for everything that we've had to endure, coupled with the incredible laughter and joy for everything that we finally have, we will be zochet to it in Yirtzeh Hashem Bekara. The Gemara says, still there's a problem. How are the Jews bringing a carbon to atone for Avodah Zarah? They were mazid. Remember again, a chatas is brought for inadvertent transgression. These Jews were not shogeg, they were mazid. So how could they bring a carbon for mazid? The Gemara says, you're right. Hora shah haisa. The Gemara says, this is fascinating. Hora shah means an exception was made. An exception was made. Ultimately, Neshbaruch allowed them to go ahead and bring a chatos even for an intentional avera. Kvasim Shiva B'Shiva Kineged Mi. I'll say furthermore, because you look at these kavanas, these numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, Elim, 77, 77 kvasim. What are they corresponding to? Ella, Horas, Shaisa Haya, Hakanami, Horas, Shah Haisa. So I'll say, so ultimately it was Horas Shah. Horas Shah. So I'll say, by the way, you ask yourself, why was there Horas Shah? In other words, so just say, let it go, move on. But also because if there's one thing, and this is so incredibly important for this time of year as well, if there's one thing that the Ribono Shel Olam has a vested interest in, it is us becoming Bali Tshuva. No one is a greater stakeholder. Sure, we believe in our ability for second chances. We believe in our ability for second chances. We get our act together and we live differently going forward. If Tshuva is not a possibility, then we'll say, what's the point of trying? We needed Klal Yisrael to understand that the second Beis Hamikdash represented a new start, a new opportunity, a new beginning, concrete. So the ability for Klal Yisrael to bring these chatas offerings was a tangible display. HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgives you. You're bringing your carbon chatas. But 1 second, only your shogi brings the chatas. Not amazing. From the Shah. Which folks saying it's okay here, I'm allowing you to do it. When Klal Yisrael brought this carbon, they knew with certainty that they had been forgiven and that a new chance had been given. Incredible. Tanabanon. Makes Echa Minatzi Barchayavin. Suppose anyone calls this interesting Raisa. So we'll say, so remember again, this is all Par Ha'elam Davinat Tzibur, right? All the same thing, right? Beis Din goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling. People rely. There's this whole carbonic process. What happens? If one of the members of Klal Yisrael died, they're chayiv. Now again, we don't know who's chayiv. We're going to see what this means. Meis Gemara says, ultimately, again, if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, then ultimately, again, they are pater. So the Gemara man Tana, who is the Tana? Amar Chista, Amar Zera, Amar Yemya, Amar Rav, Rabbi Meir, the Amar, what did Rabbi Meir say? The Amar Beis Din Medin Velot Tzibor. Rabbi Meir is of the opinion, I'll say, which is by the way, is going to be the Halacha L'Maisa opinion. Rabbi Meir holds that when it comes to Par Helam Daven Minat Tzibor, ultimately, again, only the Beis Din brings and not the congregation. Now watch this. The Gemara says, Hilchach, Meis Echa Minat Tzibor Chayavim. The Ha and fully Beis Din. Therefore, again, if one of the members of Klal Yisrael dies, they still bring the Par because the Beis Din is intact. However, Meis Echa Mi Beis Din Pturin, the Havim Bechatas Shemeis Echa Min HaShotzfim. Umishum Hachi Pturin. Now, let's say that this is interesting. But if one of the members of the Beis Din died, then what? And this is interesting. You must suggest that Allah Kalamaisa, the Beis Din dies. This is like a chatos that was owned by partners, where if one of the partners dies, the chatos is no longer brought. Very interesting. The Gemara says, "Maskei Rav Yosef, you're not in Rabbi Shimon, you're a Beis Din imat tzibor." But we can say something to Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon holds that Allah. Par Ha'elam Tzibor is brought both by the Beis Din as well as by the Tzibor. Therefore, Meis Echa Minat Tzibor Chayavim. They ain't Tzibor Meisim. If one of the members of the Tzibor dies, you still bring the Par. Why? Because, like we said, the Tzibor never dies. Tzibor never dies. Meis Echa Mi Beis Din. But if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, Kidar Minon Dechatos Shutz Feni. Okay. Amar Le Abaye Shamina Rishon Gamar Chasimon Saysina. Interestingly enough, this is what the I'm just suggesting is as follows. If one of the members of the if a member of Klal Yisrael dies, we still bring the power. Right? Because again, in C the interesting what's being introduced over here is that, so let's just play this out. Beis Din Paskin that Chaylev is motor. Okay, fine. I mean, not okay, bad. Right? Love Davar Minat Tzibor. Okay, now whether or not the Tzibor brings or not, that's a machlokes that we've seen before. Now, one of the members of the Beis Din dies. The Gemara is suggesting that the Beis Din will no longer bring the chatas. It can't, I should say differently, it can't bring the chatas. Why can't partners? Chatas are my partners. And the halacha is that when one of the partners dies, the remaining partner in the chatas can no longer be brought. Okay? So the Gemara says, is that true? Is that true? The Gemara says, it's fine. Rabbi says, according to Rabbi Shimon, understand that a chatas shutfin is not left to die. Not left to die. This animal said, I remember again, Reuven is obligated to chatas, he separates an animal and then he dies. What happens to that animal? What happens to that animal? You leave it to die. You can't go ahead. Chatas shemesu ba'ala, if the chatas and its owner died, you can't offer up that chatas. Now, listen to this. Interestingly enough, what about a chatas owned by partners? By partners. So again, it could very well be that you can't offer up that chatas, but is it left to die? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon says, it's not left to die. Yisanya, par b'Shem Kippurim, sha'av, to listen to this. If you have the par and the sar of Yom Kippur, so you separated out these animals, or Rabbanic service on Yom Kippur. Then what happens? Sha'av, you lost the animal. Someone's losing their job, right? Someone's losing their job. Right? So they lost the power and the start of Yom Kippur. So what do you do, boss? What do you do if you lose the power and start of Yom Kippur? You separate out another set. Okay, fine. Now, the unwritten part of the story over here is they offer it up, they offer up the replacement, and then what happened? they find the oil, you leave them to die. Leave them to die. They're ready to live. Rabbi Shimon says, no, you have to let them graze, and then they develop a womb, and then you can redeem it. Why? Ultimately, again, because the chatas of the congregation is not left to die. Amalei Rav Yosef, Kohanim Kal. Kohanim themselves are called the congregation. So that is not looked at. Interestingly enough, that Har and Sawyer, chatas of partners. That's what we thought it was originally. That's the Kabbalah of Kohanim. Kohanim are considered to be a klal. The Gemara says, "Dichsiv ala Kohanim ba'kol ha'am ba'al." We'll say on the base. Elamiata naisu par ba'ora. If that's the case, ultimately again, that Kohanim are called a kahal, then ultimately again they should bring their own par helam daveminat tzibur because they're called the kal. The chitei mahakinami. If that's the case, maybe you'll say they will. You can't do that. Why? Tapilu b'shvatim. Now let's remember again, according to the opinion that says that when there is a mistake in the shvatim, the Beis Din brings a par and the shvatim bring a par. So how many paros is that? That's 12. If the Kohanim are considered to be their own kahal, then what? How many should you bring? 13. 13. No, here's the difference is the shevet of Levi is not called a kahal. This is very interesting. Why not? So both say this is interesting enough by Avram Avinu. Right? Hashem says, I will give you, I'll make you great, I'll multiply you. I'll make you into a kal amin. Now, right after that, it says, so what do you see from here? Being a kal is associated with Eretz Yisrael, which Rabbi said, by the way, remember we learned this last week already, that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called Kahal Yisrael. So interestingly enough, the Gemara says, Kol she'ish la'achuzah ikri kahal. Only those who have a portion in the land, ultimately again are called kahal. The Kol she'ein la'achuzah, whoever does not have a portion in the land, lo ikri kahal, is not called kahal. So this is really fascinating. So therefore, again, interestingly enough, Shevet Levi isn't called kahal. Why not? Why not? Because at the end of the day, they don't have land. Which I will say, by the way, it's interesting. It almost seems like what it's saying is, like, what's the pshat? Okay, what's the pshat? If you don't have a portion of land, you're not part of the kahal of Yisrael. So obviously, you can say it's a pasuk. I think a deeper idea what it's saying is like this: to be part of kahal Yisrael, what has to happen? You have to have responsibility for the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility for the advancement, you're holy, you're beautiful, you're wonderful, but that's not Kal. Like Kal Yisrael are people who roll up their sleeves and advance the common agenda of Kal Yisrael. If you're not working the land in some way, in other words, if you're not advancing the land of Eretz Yisrael, then ultimately, again, you're not part of the Kal. Now, again, not being part of the Kal doesn't mean you're not beloved. It doesn't mean you're not holy. I'll say that the news is we're also not part of the Kal, right? In other words, but yet, again, we're holy, we're beloved, we're part of Klal Yisrael, but the Kal is something very specific. So the Gemara says, in Cain, here's the problem. If Shevet Levi is not part of the Kahal, then I will say, then again, how are you ever coming up? How are you ever coming up with 12 Shvatim? Right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So the Gemara says, no. Ephraim u'Menashe, Keruven v'Shimon. No, there are 12 Shvatim. Why? Why are both saying? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. Yosef becomes 2. Which Rabbi said, by the way, is fascinating. It says Now listen to this. Yes, if I'm not sure, 2 tribes. What are the 2 tribes for? Ephraim and Manasseh are considered to be 2 tribes but not for any other purpose. The says, no, is that not true? But is that true? In the desert, when we had flags, so remember separate tribes. Had to do with where tribes camped, which also had to do with Nakala, tribal inheritance. It's all part of the same thing. I have Hakalukim bin Asiyim, Tumas Hahu Lachlok Kabal in Asiyim. That was in order to give cover to Nasir. I'll say, or in other words, to say differently, that was in order to avoid machlokas. If there was only one nasi, by fine and Nasha, which one of them should get the nasi? The sign was very beautiful. Shlomo asa zayin yimei Chanukah. So ultimately, it says Shlomo made 7 days of Chanukah. Because the Beis Hamikdash, he made 7. The truth is, he really made 7 and 7. We saw this last week. He made 7 primary days of dedication. Moshe lasos shnei. So why did Moshe only make 12? Why did he make 12? The Gemara says, this is by the Mishkan. Why were there 12 days of inauguration by the Mishkan when Shlomo HaMelech only made 7 days by the Beis Hamikdash? They lachlok covered the Nesiim. Ultimately, in order to give cover to the Nesiim. Because you'll say, what would have happened? First off, it only would have been 7. Do prolong ultimately again the dedication this way. Every tribal prince ultimately again gets a part, which I will say is a really, really incredible idea. But he's see from here that Moshe Shalom said you need to extend the Chanukah Sanish a little bit longer. And that's what we'll do just in order to make Shalom amongst things. Absolutely incredible. Says the Gemara, my Havi Allah. So I'll say, now the Gemara goes back to its original question. Let's get back on track over here. My Havi Allah, the Gemara says, what is the status of Chatos Hashutfin? See, here's what we know. The Chatos of an individual, right? Reuben accidentally was Michal Shabbos. He said Chatos and then he died. What happens to that Chatos? What happens to it? It's left to die, right? If the tzibur has a chatos and some members of the tzibur die, what's the halacha? The chatos is still offered, right? Why the second Beis Hamikdash? Our interesting question is what happens if you have a chatos owned by 2 people? That chatos owned by us, is that like a chatos hayochid or a chatos hatzibur? To which the Gemara says that's the reason is my habi Allah tashma. So it's a very interesting conclusion here. Tashma the sanya categories of chatos that ultimately again are left to die. What are those 5 chatos? Vlad chatos, if your chatos mazel tov gives birth, right? So if you're tmuras chatos, if you exchange one chatos for another tmura, and we'll say, by the way, well, we'll see what it says. Chatos shemesu ba'ala. If you have a chatos and the owner of the chatos died, the chatos shenis kapru ba'ala, or you have a chatos whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. So this would be a case of, let's say again, Reuben was Michal Shabbos, if he set aside a chatos, lost his chatos, designated another chatos, offered up the replacement chatos, and then found the original chatos. So the original chatos is left to die. The chatos she'aber shnasa, or Rabbi say again, a chatos has an age requirement within a year. If the chatos aged out, okay. V'yata yochol lomar vlad chatos. Sorry, v'yata. So now the Gemara goes through this. V'yata yochol lomar vlad chatos v'tzibor. So if you're dealing with a tzibor, chatos v'tzibor, there's no such thing as offspring of a chatos. Why not? Shein tzibor mafrishin nekeva. Because again, whenever the tzibor goes ahead and brings a chatos, it's always a male animal, never a female animal. So therefore, we'll say again. Just this is important because in 2025 you have to clarify these things, right? So only females can have children, right? Only females can nurse. Only females can menstruate. Only females, right? So again, there are certain biological realities that are only for females that men cannot do. They cannot do. Right? So let's say, again, the Gemara says, so by tzibor, there's no such thing, because at the end of the day, ultimately, again, by a tzibor, it's only a male chatos, not a female chatos. And ultimately, again, there's no such thing as a tmuras chatas with tzibur. Why not? Shein only applies by, remember again, Tmura means when you exchange a sacrificial animal. So the halacha normally is, if you exchange sacrificial, there's a penalty, via so-called both the original animal and the exchange animal both become kodesh. The Tmura doesn't work by communal offerings. That is zero. Tmura learns that from the okay? Next, furthermore, again, by Chata Satzibor, there's no such thing as the owner dying. Why not? Tzibor Mason, because as we saw before, there's no death by the Tzibor. So what I say, interestingly enough, Kabu Bala, what happens if there was a Kata Satzibor that and it was lost? The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved the Talmud through the replacement, then they find the original. What's the status of the original animal? And Shavar Shnas, or if it aged out. It aged out. So those are two cases ultimately again where we don't know the halacha by Chata Satzibor. So lo shamanu. So we don't know what the halacha is over there. What's also Yaakov? So the Gemara says Amrit Yomot Sasamin Foolish. Ultimately, again, we should learn the unknown cases from the known cases. How so? Mamatzino beblar Chatas. So what's the name? You should say like just like the first three only apply to individual tzibor, individual katos, and not to communal katos. So to again the remaining two, which was like he done it after that's not fair. Why? Why is that not fair? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by a tzibor, as we already saw. To which they must Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says is like this: these 5 cases of where a chatas was left to die, they're a unit. Now, what does that mean? They're a unit. Either they all apply, or they all don't apply. So therefore, the chatas atzibor already out of the gate. 3 of them don't apply, right? Vlad Khatamos, right? Tmuras Khatas doesn't apply because there's no Tmura ultimately again by Akamino Khatas. And ultimately again, Khatas Shemesu Balan doesn't apply. Why not? Because in Yisa B'tzibor, once those 3 don't apply, then by definition, the other 2 don't apply as well by a Khatas Tzibor. They lost the animal, went ahead and offered up a new animal and then found the original one. You do not let the animal die, but rather again you let it graze, develop a mum, and then redeem it. Same idea. Ultimately, it ages out. Allah you don't leave it to die. Rather, you go ahead and let it graze, develop a mum, and then sell it. So Allah so those five situations where chatas are left to die. The only time you apply it is if you could apply all 5. If you could apply all 5, great, fantastic. If you can't apply any part of the well, as we close out the parak of Hayal and but it's important. Just one piece of halacha l'maisa to understand. We pass on Rabbi par offered up by Beis Din. 1 par offered up by Beis Din. Now what that does, and again, what that does mean, and this is very important, Beis Din said, halacha l'maisa, again, you can eat chelef. Right, so Klal Yisrael went out, somebody tried to fly, somebody went out and ate chelef, joins the par. The rest of the Shvatim they're covered by the power of the Beis Din. If one of the members of the Beis Din dies, before the power is offered, then the power is not offered. So again, that's the technicality. If one of the members of the group does die before the power, then the power not be offered. But Allah, 1 power, so offered up by the Beis Din. They both say, Hajjun Allah, Cholu Beis Din Mazel Tov. I'm finishing our first parak in the second Sariyas, what a parak it was. Tomorrow, the adventure continues. Shkoyach. All right, well, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpach of dedicating all of the Shem and Joshua's this year as a schus from Yisrael Stolas Sha'am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Abba Alim and Philip Ben Goldberg, for our from the Shema of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Hagar Eitzel, Bas Zelig, and the hopes that all the teals of our precious kilo are answered during this month and in the months ahead. Shmumi Liva Dinovitz, the Elim Nishmas, Rabbi Ari Flom, Rabbi Yitzchak, Ari Ben Achav, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Lebracha, and a week of learning sponsor, David Goodman, the Elim Nishmas, Roy Ben Aryeh. Well, so with that, let us begin. And of course, as always in the schools, we dedicate learning the schools of our precious hostages, bring them home, the shalom and the karev and the merit of our holy soldiers, to be successful. The chol maseh. And also with that, let's go. Baruch Hashem, a lot to do today, but we got this. We're gonna make a run in Eretz Hashem for the Mishnah on the days. Today's daf is Dalet 4. We are picking up on literally the top of Gimel Amud Aleph 3b. Let's go. Okay, says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Actually, the back chain, the Gilgal changes it to Rabbi Yochanan. Okay, second line after that. Rabbi Yochanan. If 100 is interesting, let's say that basin made up of 100 people, and they sat down to adjudicate a case. There is no obligation for Par Halam Davam at Sibar unless, of course, of them participated in the judgment. In other words, all of them have to go ahead and have waited on the judgment. So what's an interesting halacha? So in other words, the only time that a Beis Din is going to have to bring a par halam davar min hatzibur is when everyone in the Beis Din participated in the ruling. So if someone abstained, for example, ultimately, again, this seems to be abundantly clear as well. In general, we have the concept of the halacha, but yet over here, what does it say? Kol ha'ida. We use the question of kol ha'ida, which indicates to us, says Rabbi Yochanan, that the entire Beis Din must be participatory in this psak halacha to have a par halam davar min hatzibur. Okay, so where it says Tanan. So that's the Echamei Sheto, right? If Beis Din Paskin and one of the members of the Beis Din knew that a mistake was made. Oh, there was a Talmid Chacham in the audience there in the galley who was fit for judgment, and he realized ultimately again that the ruling was mistaken. But despite that, halach va'asa PM, he went and he ate the chaylev, as we keep using that case, based on their ruling. So the Gemara says, Bein sha'asu va'asima and bein sha'asu va'asa achareya. Bein shalo asu va'asa. So whether again he did it with the Beis Din, he did it after the Beis Din, he did it before the Beis Din, they didn't do it at all. He just did it. Halacha l'maisa, harei zechayiv, mipnei shalo talab Beis Din. At the end of the day, as we saw this case in the Mishnah, so the individual is chayiv. Why? Because since he knows better, therefore he cannot be counted as depending or acting based on the ruling of the Beis Din. So Gemara says, 1 second. Now it's only this individual who's chayiv because he knew better, which indicates us that if some other individual relied on the Beis Din, ultimately again he would be pater. But why? Obviously, this is a case where we're seeing Mishnah saying is one of the judges dissented, right? One of the judges ultimately again. One of the judges told the rest of the Beis Din, ultimately, again, what you did is not correct. That psak is not correct. And I will say, now remember, halacha l'maisa, we just said before, the Yochanan said before, that in order for there to be liability, ultimately, again, what has to happen? Halacha l'maisa, the entire Beis Din has to participate. But this is a case where one member of the Beis Din is not participating. What's the case? You don't shake here thing. It's very interesting. What's the case? The dissenting judge, the one judge who said, hey, guys, you're all wrong, he went ahead and he nodded his head. Interesting. So in other words, by nodding his head, Rashi points out over here is he indicated that he is participating in this. Even though he actually did not participate, he gives the impression of participation, and therefore it's considered to be as if everyone has participated in this ruling. Interesting. So Tashma, it based in Paskin, and one of the members of the base didn't realize that the base made a mistake. And again, that Dayan, that judge says, Chavra, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, the base is putter from par helam davar minat sibor, because you have to have everyone participating. So interestingly enough, the only reason they're putter is because he said to them, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, again, if he wouldn't have said anything, they'd be liable. But once again, if Rabbi Yochanan, you're right, why should there be liability? Because Rabbi Yochanan said, in order for there to be liability, you need the participation of all the judges. But here, not all the judges are participating. What's the case over there? The case is where he's nodding his head. So the act of nodding his head, is considered to be participation, even though he's disagreeing with the base thing. Interesting. So Master Rabbi some Churos, so we'll say very interesting halacha there. Sharshia says, rabbis relied on the teachings of Rabbi Shimon on the teachings of Rabbi Elazar ben Sadak, who said, Ein gozun gzera ala tzibor, ala im kein rov ha-tzibor yecholun la'amor bo. We'll say very interesting halacha. You cannot go ahead and decrease something on the congregation unless, of course, we know with certainty that the majority of people have the ability to go ahead and uphold this halacha. Very interesting, right? You cannot legislate law that the majority of the populace cannot uphold. We just actually saw this in Avodah Zarah. If you remember again, this is why Chazal had to rescind the concept of paspal. Again, the rabbis outlawed it, and then what happens? And then what happened? They realized that was impossible because you had communities where there was no Jewish speaker, and therefore that created an undue hardship. What's the pasuk that supports this idea? So remember, it quotes the pasuk. With a curse you have cursed me, and you are stealing from me the entire nation. Gemara says, the root. Yet here it says about to use lotion of kol, but kol never means everyone. Kol means the role, which the Gemara says, you're right. Tiyufta Rabbi Yochanan, tiyufta. In the end, we refute Rabbi Yochanan's position. So therefore, I will say again, Rabbi Yochanan came along, and Rabbi Yochanan said that whenever you have a base thing, and you have a par helam davar minat tzibor. Remember again, what's par helam davar minat tzibor? That's ultimately, again, basically Paskins delivers an erroneous psak. Majority of the crowd relies on it. There's a special carbon that's brought. Who brings that carbon to power? Is it the Beis Din? Is it the populace? That's the machlokas. We'll get to that. Rabbi Yochanan posited that the only participates in the psak halacha. Where does he get that from? Because lashon the pasuk is in kol adas b'nei Yisrael. The Gemara just went ahead and disproved that and showed that that's not true. Sometimes you could find the word kol, and kol can the Gemara is effectively disproven Rabbi Yochanan, and therefore you do not need the entire participation of the entire Beis Din in order to go ahead and have a pile of government at Sibor. Incredible. So then what is the meaning of the expression kol adas? If it doesn't mean that you need 100% participation, what does it mean? So let's say, watch this. What it means is, in order for there to be a par halam davar minat tzibor, the entire Sanhedrin has to have been in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, someone was not there, you cannot have a par helam davar minat tzibor situation. Incredible. I'm going to go short. Yoshua will say beautiful Gemara. Yeshua says, 10 judges who are sitting together in judgment. Literally, again, there's a beam or a yoke. There's a yoke on top of all of their necks. In other words, all of the judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the psak of the Beis Din. So remember, bears the responsibility for the decision that is going to be made. So what's the chiddush over here? Hakamash Malan, Tafidu Talmud B'fnei Rabbi. Well, so listen to this. It comes to include even a case of, let's say, a student who's on the same basin with his Rabbi. Now, what does this mean? I might have thought like this. A student in front of his Rabbi is always going to be differential. So therefore, maybe the student knows that the Rabbi is wrong, but he doesn't want to say anything. Kamash Molon, no, everyone on that basin has responsibility. So therefore, again, the student bears responsibility. You can't just be differential. If you're on a basin, you have an obligation to seek out truth, even if it's to the contrary of your Rebbe. It's very interesting, isn't this? Rafuna, when he would go out for judgment, student judgment, he would always take 10 students from the yeshiva with him. Why? Gemara says, in order that they be able to take literally some of the splinters from the beam. In other words, what's happening over there is Rafuna was saying, if I'm going to take responsibility for judgment, I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. Ravashi, when someone would bring him an animal to see if it was a treifa, I'd say that the person on the animal was a kosher treifa. What would he do? He would essentially assemble a basin or really a panel of people to look at this particular. They should be able to have the response to that kind of what we will say that that the way it works is you could accomplish so much more when you are part of a collective than when you do things individually. And it could very well be that what's happening over here is as follows. Judgment requires siyata d'shmaya. It doesn't require eternal divine providence, because after all, like the Gemara says, so the judge can only adjudicate that which he sees in front of him. Which means that even when you're the judge, no matter how much of a talcum you are, you never have complete information. So you need siyata d'shmaya. So it could very well be that what these Rabbanim are doing is they're assembling a group. Allah said because there is always greater siyata d'shmaya. There is always greater divine providence when we do things together. When Jews act as a unit, when we act as a nation, when we act or as a group, as a cohesive group, that is a force multiplier. And what we could accomplish when we are together as a chevra, as a Beis Din, as a kehillah, as a nation, is infinitely greater than what we could accomplish as individuals. So could very well be that these Rabbanim are saying as individuals, there's a heightened probability perhaps of making a mistake in judgment, but bring in other Yidden, bring in other Jews, create a cohesive spiritual group, and ultimately, again, that will have siyata d'shmaya. Incredible. Mishnah. Holy Beis Din v'yadu shetal v'chazu bahen bein sheni kaparasa bein shelo yadu kaparasa v'halava sapiens. What's an interesting case over here? Beis Din made an erroneous ruling. So let's do same case, right? Same case. Beis Din went ahead and paskined that Caleb is mutter. Okay, so they paskined it incorrectly, and then what happened? They realized they made a mistake. They retracted their ruling. Okay, whether they brought the parahel davar minat tzibor or not, right? So whether they brought the carbon or not, what happened? Someone acted on their psak. So we'll see. You see in this case, in the previous case? In the previous case, Beis Din made a mistake in ruling. Beis Din didn't realize it yet. Ruben went ahead and went out and named Caleb. Okay, so the Mishnah said that halacha l'maisa, ultimately again, halacha l'maisa, the individual is free from personal liability because he's covered by Beis Din. This case is different. In this case, Beis Din paskined erroneously. Beis Din realized their mistake, but Ruben didn't hear about the fact that Beis Din made a mistake. So what did Ruben do? Ruben went out and ate Caleb. He went out and ate Caleb. So what's the halacha? Rabbi Shimon says Ruben is patur. Ruben is patur. Why? Because Ruben is acting from the psak of the Beis Din. Rabbi Lazar says it's a suffix. Interestingly enough, Now, what does that mean as a suffix? So ultimately, again, Rabbi Elazar says, we're not sure. Is this called that he's relying on Beis Din or that he's relying on himself? So the Gemara says, Ezu suffix, Yashav lo b'sof beiso, Chayim. Halach lo l'medina sayam, pater. So we'll say, interestingly, Rabbi Elazar says like this. He also makes an interesting distinction between cases. If Reuben is home, then ultimately, again, he's Chayim. Why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the hak, right? You should know about that. You should know about what's going on, and you should have heard about the fact that he's in reverse its ruling. If, on the other hand, ultimately, again, he's traveling, and again, he's out of the city, you should have, then again, it's understandable that he does not know that he's in reverse its psak. Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi Kiva says, I happen to agree with this case, that he's traveling. This case seems to me that it's closer to saying that he should be pater than liable. So why should someone who's traveling be any different than someone who's in his home? Because again, the Gemara Ben Azai says at the end of the day, so our Kiva responds, someone who's in his home ultimately has every reason to know information. Someone who's traveling doesn't necessarily have access to that same information. Horu Beis a lot. Suppose that's case one. Case two. Interesting. Beis Din paskin to uproot, and they made an erroneous psak, but in this case over here, the erroneous psak is to uproot an entire mitzvah. For example, Amru, Ein Nida B'Torah, Ein Shabbos B'Torah, Ein Avodas Kochanim B'Torah. So we'll say, for example, they say, there's no such thing as Hilchos Nida. They make a dramatic mistake with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos, no mitzvah of Shabbos. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Hare Eluk Turin. Now, what does that mean, Hare Eluk Turin? So remember, again, we're talking about now the liability for Par Helam Davar Minat Sibor. So as essentially what's going to say this outside, what we're going to see is Par Helam Davar Minat Sibor occurs or is brought when a Beis Din made a mistake about a detail in a mitzvah. But when they make a mistake about an entire mitzvah, there's a nida. We no longer have to worry about Avodah Zarah. Then that's a mistake about an entire section in the Torah. That's not Par Helam Davar Minat Sibor. So Moses says, Horu Levatal Miktas Vakayim. If they paskined and they upheld part of a mitzvah and negated part of a mitzvah off, that's par helam davar minatzi. So they say there is such thing as hilchos nida, but if a man has relations with the shomer shom kineged yom, what is that? They will say that has to do with the biblical construct of nida, where if a woman would see blood during certain times of the month, she would have to observe one corresponding day of purity. So they say that halacha doesn't apply, right? Or pater, right? Pater. So, for example, they say there is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from a private domain to a public domain. Don't have that pater, right? There is, of course, an Israel Avodah Zarah, but you're allowed to bow down. You can't do anything else, but you're allowed to bow down. You would be chay par helam davar minat tzibur. Why? She'emar v'ne'elam davar. A certain detail was obscured by the Beis Din. It's when Beis Din makes a mistake about a detail, mistake about the mitzvah in its entirety, then ultimately, so let's analyze this point a little bit, both of these points. So two cases in the Mishnah. Amar Rab. My time of Shem. So let's go back to the first case. Case number one in the Mishnah was Beis Din paskins that chaylev is mutter. Right? Beis Din then realizes it's a mistake. They retract the psak. Reuven did not care about the retraction, and therefore Reuven goes out to eat chaylev. What's Reuven's status? The Shimon says, pater. Rabbi Elazar essentially says, really it depends. It's a suffix. I'm not sure. And then again, we get into a little bit about was he at home? Was he traveling? So the Gemara says, my time Reb Shimon. What's Rav Shimon's logic who says that he's potter? Ultimately, because Rav Shimon says, look, at the end of the day, why is Reuben eating chaylev? Why is he eating chaylev? And what's the end? So therefore, again, the fact that they retracted already, that's nice. But if you ask Reuben, why are you picking up that piece of chaylev? He's going to tell you because of the psak of Bezdin. He can down the version of this. I'm don't have. Amarav, Omer Hayr Shimon, Kol Harash Yatsa Berov Tzibor, Yochida Osa Potter, the Fishalo Mitna Bahara El Hafkin Min Shogeg Gumezi. In this other version, so Rabbi says the name of Rab, that any psak that went out from the majority of the tzibor, and a person and an individual acts on it, ultimately, again, he is potter. The Gemara says why? Because once again, he's acting based on the psak of a bezdin. So Mesimar is the kasha. Parahal davar shal tzibor usilui ovalos kochavim betchila govit. I'll end the Rebbe Shimon. Listen, it's very interesting. Let's leave aside Avodah Zarah for now. Let's say Param Dov Minat Tzibor. So, right, let's say again, simple case, based in Paskin Chelev is mutter. Majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and listened to that. Fine. So we'll say, so now what? Now also we have to bring this par. So Shimon says, we make a collection. We made a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect for that from Klal Yisrael. So I don't know, you make a GoFundMe page, right? And this is for the Par Havam Dov Minat Tzibor, and Klal Yisrael goes in and contributes. That's what Shimon. Ruda says, no, the Trumas Halishka in Bar. No, you can take it from the temple coffers. And I was, and I watch this. Amai Kiva and the Gabi Levu, Havile Hoda. And I will say, if that's the case that you're collecting from the general population, then what does that mean? Everyone's going to know about the Par Havam Dov Minat Tzibor. If that's the case, then when Reuben goes ahead and eats the chaylev, how can he claim he didn't know that already collecting from the general population for the karban? So what's one possibility is in this case, they made a stam collection. They're fundraising, right? They didn't say what they're fundraising for. Or he wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. Rav was the other time in the Okay, so here there's reverse attribution, and it's from Shimon who says that we take it from the temple coffers. Therefore, it's quite possible there's no public awareness. Okay, incredible. So what's it done? So remember, we're focusing now still on our first case in the Mishnah. Based in Paskin that halacha l'maisa, halacha l'maisa chaylev is mutter. They then realized their mistake. They reversed their psak. Shimon did not hear about the reversal. So what happened? He eats chaylev. Is he liable or not? Right? Different than our first case, because in the first Mishnah, Beis Din did not know about the erroneous kite of their ruling, and therefore, again, they're still promoting this psak. In this case, Beis Din realized it. So again, Rav Shimon says, Reuben's potter, because he's still considered to be acting based on the guidance of the Beis Din, and then Rabbi Elazar really gets into the suffix. Let's analyze a bit more. Tanya, Meir says, Meir mechayev, Rav Shimon potter. Meir says you're chayev, Rav Shimon says you're potter. Rabbi Elazar omer suffix. And Rabbi Elazar says it's suffix. Yishum sumchas amar taloy. Sumchas says it's a little bit like suspended. We'll explain each of these. I'm going to be off. So we'll say what the difference over here is whether or not, again, the individual is liable to bring in Asham Taloi. We're going to talk about this a little bit more. Asham Taloi, we'll say, is brought in a situation, ultimately, again, where you are not sure, did you go ahead and commit an Avera or not? That's what's called an Asham Taloi. So the Gemara says as follows. Let's analyze a bit. So the Gemara says, it goes without saying, now remember again, we keep reverting back to our original machlokes, or one of our earlier machlokesim. Who brings the par halam davar minat tzibor? Ultimately, again, is that the people? Is it the Beis Din? So according to the opinion, it says that it's the tzibor. We have a sha'al hava amrilei. So we'll say, even according to the opinion that says that it's the Beis Din that brings it, so there's not as much of a piercing of publicity. Still, had Reuben asked, he would have found out. So we'll say, it's interesting, what you see over here at root of this machlokes is like how much liability or how much responsibility is there on Reuben to find out about the current state of affairs. I'm going to be able to see. What could Sumchas's position be compared? So it's like an individual who brought his carbon in Ashmashas. I must remember again, carbonos must be brought by day. Must be brought by day. Let's say someone inadvertently brought their carbon in Ashmashas between day and night. Something Yom. This Gemara says. So something I'm sorry. Something Niskapalo. Something Mishechashecha Niskapalo. Shein Mavin Asham Taloi. So ultimately, that would be an example of the case where we're not bringing Asham Taloi. The Lomi Boy the Banda Amar based in Mavin the Lo Echasim Amosa. And again, it goes without saying according to the opinion that says that it's based in that brings the seer, because again, there's no publicity associated with that. But even according to the opinion that says that it's the tzibur that brings it, and therefore there would be publicity around it. Rabbi says the haka is suffix mi'ba'od yom, suffix mishech hashecha, Ishael lo ashkaf inish de mishayle. As I will say, in this case over here, ultimately, again, there would be no one, so to speak, to ask for clarity. But yet that's different than the case by the basin, where there is someone to ask for clarity. So back to the mission. So remember again, so far, we have clarity on the position of Rabbi Shimon, right? Rabbi Shimon says that Basin Paskin Chelev is mutter, then Basin walks it back, right? Basin reverses. Reuben didn't hear about the reversal, eats Chelev. Rabbi Shimon says, you're pater. Why? Because you are considered to be acting on based on the psak of the Beis, and therefore you are covered by that. Then now remember again, Rabbi Lazar just follow the progression. Rabbi Lazar says suffix, and then the Mishnah introduces the idea, the difference between maybe if he's home versus if he's traveling. Rabbi Akiva said, I hear that, right? I hear that, and I hear Rabbi Akiva says, I think that the one who's traveling ultimately, again, really, I'm leaning to saying that he's potter much more than saying that he's chayiv. Ben Azai says Rebbe. Remember, Ben Azai says Rabbi Akiva is Rabbi Akiva's Talmud. So Ben Azai says Rebbe. I understand what's there between someone who's traveling and someone who's home? Which Rabbi Akiva responds very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Someone who's traveling doesn't have access to information. So Shapir coming to Rabbi Akiva Ben Azai. So Rabbi Akiva says good. Back to Ben Azai. Listen to this. So I'll say the afternoon case would be, let's say Ruvain ultimately again begins to travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. So let's say, so what would you do in that case over here? The Ben Azai Chayiv, the Rabbi say, according to Ben Azai, he should be Chayiv. Why? Because he's saying Hifsik Badarach. Ultimately, again, he's going to be butter. Why? Because again, once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information. Incredible. Holo Beis Lakar as Kalagos. We'll say, so now we come to the last part of the Mishnah, which is going to be the bulk of our conversation now. So we'll say, so first of all, how do we pass him? The Rambam ultimately paskin is like Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, namely that halacha l'maisa, Beis paskin that chelev is mutter, right? Then Beis reverse that's psak. After the reversal, Reuven eats chelev. What's Reuven's liability? So we accept this distinction. If Reuven is home, then ultimately again Reuven is chayiv. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on, and you should know about the reversal. If Reuven was traveling, then halacha l'maisa again, even if he just left his house, ultimately he's going to be potter. Why? Because once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information, and he is considered to be acting based on the psak of the Beis Din, and therefore is absolved from personal liability. Incredible. Next, let's see what the Mishnah say. If Beis Din makes an erroneous psak and they uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not Parhalam Davar Minat Tzibur. What's Parhalam Davar Minat Tzibur? Where they make a mistake about a detail regarding the mitzvah. So says the Gemara, Tanabanan, V'ne'elam davar v'lo sheyakar mitzvah kula. Again, when is there Param Davar Minat Tzibur? When Beis Din makes a mistake regarding a detailed davar. davar, but not regarding an entire mitzvah. Okay, so what's an example of this? They say there's no nida, there's no shabbos, there's no avodah zara. You would have thought that maybe they're like davar, velo shetis alim mitzvah kula. Again, of course, that's halacha. Aval Amru, listen to this. So, for example, if they make a mistake, so they say, of course, it's so close to nida, but if you have relations with a woman who's observing one clean day corresponding to a day that she saw bleeding, so in a detail, Dochos Nida, Yesh Shabbos Ketorah, Aval Amotzi Shesechel Shesarabim, Potter. There is no Shabbos, but they paskin that carrying something from a Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah is Potter. So they're making a mistake with a detail. Ultimately, again, Pandam and Atzibar. You would have thought that Bezin should be Potter in these cases. I'm sorry, but they make a mistake about a detail regarding Avodah Zarah. So again, Halacha Lamai. So Yaakov Yukturin Tamalomar, the Ne'elam Davar Velo Kol Haguf. We'll say this is it. The Par Helam Davar Minat Sibor. But if they seek to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, again, we'll say, it sounds strange, we say potter. Potter means they're potter from par helam davar minat sibor. Certainly not a good basin. Amar, Yachli Yipturin, the Kir mitzvahs, Bikla mitzvahs Pturin, Ubakiras Kala Guf Pturin, B'mai Chayavin. So much is like this. You would have thought, ultimately, again, they are potter. Now, if you're going to say ultimately, again, when they uphold part and they want to mean the vacuum part, they're potter, and if you go ahead and if they uproot everything, you're potter, then when is there ever liability? Kanahachi Hakashta is what the Tana was bothered by. Ima, Davar Kula Milsa Mashma. Maybe not. Maybe the Ne'elam Davar. How do you know that Davar only means a detail? Maybe Davar means an entire mitzvah. So the Gemara says, Tabalamar v'ne'elam davar. So Gemara says, okay, my mashma, I understand how to uproot the detail, but not the mitzvah in its entirety. Amra'ula karibe v'ne'elam mi davar. So the way we actually understand the v'ne'elam davar is v'ne'elam mi davar. Their eyes were blinded to a detail. The Gemara says, Kisya Amakra va'asu achos mikol mitzvos. Mikol mitzvos v'lo kol mitzvahs. So again, the lashon of the pasuk is, and they did something mikol mitzvos. Mikol mitzvos means like a detail from the mitzvah and not of the mitzvah in its entirety. Davar means zakin mamre. Making zero shava from zakin mamre. Again, I want to say, remember who's zakin mamre? The rebellious sage. That's the guy, the member of the Beis Din, who will not go ahead and give in to the majority. The Chsidim zakin mamre. Ki pali mincha davar, v'osas min hadar shegidu lecha yamin small. Ma mamre min hadavar v'lo kol davar, af bahora davar v'lo kol agov. Just like Zakin Mamre, he's arguing on a detail. So to param davar minat sibor, davar means a detail. Hey, base chayavin hachi. So says. So again, it's just want to point out, all that was happening just there is that there are differences of opinion as to where to learn this out from. But the good news is everyone is agreeing with the halacha, namely that halacha l'maisa is only par halam davar minat sibor when Basin makes a mistake about a detail of a mitzvah. But if they make a mistake and they want to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately, again, there's no. I'm going to say, I'm going to read Shmuel. Ein Basin Chayav, very interesting. Achiyolu b'davar she'enat tzdukim moldin bo. So we'll say, listen to this. There's only thing that the tzdukim argue on. Okay, we'll see what this is. About b'davar she'enat tzdukim moldin bo. But if they make a mistake regarding something that the tzdukim agree with, Pturin, ultimately they're potter. Say, remember again, what do the tzdukim agree with? Right? What do they agree with? Tar Shabbat, anything that's explicit. What do they disagree with? Tar Shabbat. So the Gemara saying is like this. There's only parallel and dominant sibar. There's a situation ultimately again where Basin makes a mistake regarding something that's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding something that is why not? My time. Zil Kari Be Rav. pay attention in class. Pay attention in class, which means, again, if Beis Din makes a mistake in something that is explicit in the Torah, they'll say that's negligence. That's negligence. Par Helam Davar Minat Sibra Bosai is where you begin to see detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. It's not explicit. Okay, mistakes happen, but you make a mistake in something explicit, or even the Tzedukim know this, that's professional negligence. And with this professional negligence, that's not par helam davar minat tzibor. Incredible. So the Gemara says, 1 second, let's analyze this. Tanan, you should want to say, so 1 second, because the examples that the Mishnah gave seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So Tanan, the first part line of us said about it, Yesh nida b'Torah aval aval shomer yom kineged yom pater v'amai shomer yom kineged yom ksiv v'saf law v'lanu shesoferes echad li'echad. So we'll say, listen to this. But the halakha of shomer yom kineged yom, that when a woman bleeds on one day during certain days of the month, that she observes one corresponding day of tara, of purity, that's actually explicitly written in the Torah. So shouldn't that be so again, you just said before, the Gemara says, no, maybe the mistake they made was they said that maybe initiating biyah with this woman is mutter, it's only completing biyah that's asr. And that makes it. It also says the pasuk so ultimately it says the man exposes her nakedness. So what's their mistake? They said, oh, it's only biyah kedarka. It's only biyah kedarka. That's their mistake. It doesn't make sense. Haksiv mishkevei isha da'amri kedarka asir. I'm sorry, mishkevei isha. I was saying, interestingly enough, the Torah refers to relations. It uses mishkevei. Mishkevei is plural. It's plural, which means that there are two halachically recognized acts of biyah that are both legitimate acts of biyah kedarka, biyah shelo kedarka. So to make a distinction between those two, ultimately again, what is making a mistake in an explicit halach in the Torah? To which the Gemara says, "Da'amri kedarka aser shall be going to aser shelo kedarka gemar bihuda aser v'la'ara sharia." If it's shelo kedarka, then ultimately it's only completing the act that's aser, but initiation of the act ultimately again is going to be mutter. All right, ihachi afilu nida nami. So you can make that same mistake with general hilchos nida, not just seferes yom kineged yom elali olam kedarka. Rather, in reality, they're making a mistake as follows. The army ha'ara v'isha dabahu dichsiv. Ultimately, and rather the mistake is about ha'ara, is initiating, but not shomer yom kineged yom. So we're just trying to show how the case of nida in the Mishnah is a mistake about a particular detail that is not explicit. The mistake they make is that a woman can only become a zava during the day. Where would they get it from? The chsiv kol yimei zova. Okay, so that's a good example. So they made a mistake. A woman can only become a zava during the day because it says kol yimei zova. That's a mistake. A woman can become a zava whenever she. Each of these cases, the Beis Din is making a mistake in a detail. And I should say in a non-explicit detail. So it says, but you're allowed to carry an item from one domain to another. What? A prohibition to transport an item from one domain to another domain in Shabbos is explicit. The Gemara says, so it's an explicit person. So how can we say that there's a liability for this? The Amri, Hotsahu the Asar, Hachnasa Mutter. It's interesting. They say ultimately again, Hotsah, which means from Rosh Hashanah is going to be Asar, but Achnasa, the reverse of that is Mutter. Levi Sema, Kami Hotsav, Achnasa, Udasira, Moshit, Vizore, Shari. Or they say, for example, transporting an item is Asar, but handing something or throwing something is Mutter. So again, an example of where they're making a mistake in a detail. So the case of the Mishnah was Beis Din says Avodah Zarah is asur, but bowing down is mutter. What second? V'amai hamishtacha v'haksiva dichsiv lo tishtachaveh le'el acher. It's an explicit pasuk. Don't bow down to another god. The Amri ki asira hishtachaveh kidarka havalo shelo kidarka sharia. They say ultimately, when is bowing down asr? When that's the normal way to worship the idol. But if you bow down to an idol that's not the normal way to worship it, it's mutter. So Rashi gives the example. Also, what's the good example? This is Baal Pa'ar. How do you go and you worship Baal Pa'ar? Right, it's an all-time crowd favorite. Right, you dedicate on the idol. Right, so again, let's say you bow down to Baal Pa'ar. I would have thought that Allah Lamaisa, your potter. Gemara says that's the mistake they make. Because remember, we've seen this back in Avodah Zarah. Certain forms of worship are usher for all forms of idolatry. Bowing, right, prostrating yourself is one of those. Gemara says, this pay piece of raglayim. Or the other mistake they make was maybe only full prostrational bowing is usher. Right, but ultimately, again, non-full prostrational bowing is not asr, which is a mistake. Gemara is accepting this idea from the Mishnah that the only time that there is par halam davar minat tzibur is when Bezin makes a mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that the tzeddukim would not agree to, i.e., it's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding an explicit detail, or they try to uproot a mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately, no par halam davar minat tzibur. Incredible. Mosai, Dalit on the day. But Yosef, in Jewish so about the following, we got this. What about the following? Let's say based in Paskins, there's no malacha koresh. The malacha koresh is plowing on Shabbos. So they say there's no malacha of koresh on Shabbos. Now, what is the halacha situation? They came in the Kamod of Kula Milsa, on one hand, we could say like this: they agree that there's 39 malachas, others that there are 38 malachas, right? But they're just disagreeing on this detail. So this is called paskening on a detail in a mitzvah. So therefore, it should be subject to param hakiras gufam. Someone said, listen to this, or what they're doing with this psak is they're uprooting an entire malacha. So maybe and therefore there's no kalam davin at sibalai. But what's this interesting shaila? So on one hand, they're agreeing that there's Shabbos and that there's malacha. They're just disagreeing on one detail, i.e., one malacha. On the other hand, you say no. They're going ahead and halacha l'maisa. So they're going ahead and halacha l'maisa, uprooting an entire malacha. Maybe that's called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore, again, going back to Mishnah's case, there is still places that there is still nida, but if you have relations with the Shemer Yom Kineged Yom Kolikar, but they're uprooting this entire detail. On the other side, the Mishnah said when basing uproots, trying to figure out over here is what happens when they're uprooting. They're uprooting this entire halach. No, because also remember again, as we saw before, they were making a mistake regarding a detail about Shomer Yom Kineged Shabbos v'Torah. Remember again, based in Paskin, there is Shabbos. There's Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from They're going ahead and they're uprooting the concept of Hotzah. Which one says, no. Hasam Namikish, we answered this already. What were they making a mistake? They were saying you're allowed to throw something or allowed to hand something. They're making a mistake regarding the detail. Touch Shema. Right? There is a Avodah Zarah, but if you bow down your potter, they're uprooting the concept of prostration. So we'll say, once again, no, we answered that. They're uprooting, or they're making a mistake regarding a detail, a prostrational detail. They're making a mistake about. So Rabbi say ultimately the Gemara doesn't answer it, right? So now Rav Yosef's kasha is a very interesting idea, which is here. So based in Paskin, there is no malacha of plowing on Shabbos. So what is that? Do we say they're making a mistake regarding a detail of Hilchos Shabbos, right? And therefore, again, this parallel or no, they're uprooting an entire malacha. So therefore, that looks like the uprooting of an entire mitzvah, and therefore, no parallel davar min hatzibur. Shabbos say. The Gemara raises one more question, and then we'll answer this. So the Gemara says, Shabbos b'shvius mahu. This is very interesting. Let's say based in Paskins, Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So first of all, we'll see why they would say that. So the Gemara says, now, what would lead them to this? What would lead them to this is a mistake regarding the following pasuk. The Charish ubakatzer tishbos. So the pasuk says literally again, Charish means plowing, Katzer means harvesting. You shall rest. Is Mandik the Charisha Ike Shabbos. So they pass him like this. When there's plowing, there's Shabbos. Like a Charisha, like a Shabbos. And ultimately, when there's no plowing, there's no Shabbos. When is there no plowing? Shemitah. So ultimately, again, so that was their mistake. So based in Paskin, there's no Shabbos during Kibitol Mitzvahs or Kiyam Mitzvahs Dami. So do we see like this? That on one hand, look, as much as they're being mevatel, during the other 6 years. So therefore, this is called a mistake regarding a detail, not uprooting a mitzvah. On the other hand, uprooting Shabbos for an entire year, maybe it's called making a mistake regarding a mitzvah in its entirety, and therefore no parallel. Tashma Davishness never lack for government Torah. Chayit the Bible mitzvahs or the Kiyam mitzvahs. Suppose listen to this. Gemara brings another case. If you have a false prophet, right, and the Navi comes along and he prophesies this to uproot a mitzvah, right? The Navi comes along and he says, "I prophesize. I've heard the word of basis for that. That's a capital offense, death penalty. Death penalty. Ultimately, again, listen to this. The bittul mitzvahs or the kiyam mitzvahs. What happens if he comes along and gates part of the mitzvah? Rabbi Shimon Omer Pater. Rabbi Shimon says that he's Pater. When it comes to idolatry, even if he says today, right, Fridays you're allowed to worship idolatry, but the rest of the week you can't. Ultimately, again, he's going to be liable. We'll say, what do you see from here? Shmamina, Ein Shabbos b'Shiyis, Kibitol Mitzvahs or Kim Mitzvahs Tamishmaminas. What do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, when you play around or when there's a mistake regarding a detail, that is, or a particular part of a mitzvah, even if that part represents something substantial, that is still called a mistake in a detail and not an attempt ultimately again to uproot the Torah in its entirety. So therefore, I will say working backwards. Halacha l'maisa, ultimately again, what we see is as follows. Therefore, the case over here of where a person says, basically says, there's no Shabbos in Shemitah, that's considered to be a mistake in a detail. By extension, Rav Yosef's case, basically makes an erroneous psak, and they say, halacha l'maisa again, there's no malach of choresh, no malach of plowing. That is considered to be a mistake in a detail of a mitzvah, not enough. Bringing this all together, it turns out the following. Halacha l'maisa, what is the parallel? Ultimately, again, only when Beis Din makes a mistake in something that is not explicit. If it's explicit, as evidenced by the fact that even the Tzedukim agree with it, no parallel davar min hatzibur. Right? Furthermore, there's only liability when they seek to uproot a detail. If you make a mistake regarding the observance of a mitzvah in its totality, no parallel davar min hatzibur. In these cases, where again the Beis Din is making a mistake regarding a unit of a mitzvah, even though it's a significant unit, as long as the mitzvah bigadol remains in Holy Beis Din, the Achman Shato, Beis Din made a mistake, and one of the members of the Beis Din realizes the mistake. And we'll say, see, by the way, this is very exciting because you don't always see it like this. The dramatic, or I should say, the progression in the Mishnah is dramatic. Right? Mishnah 1, Beis Din made a mistake, no one knows about the mistake, the individual acts. Mishnah 2, Beis Din makes a mistake, Beis Din realizes the mistake. They reverse, but ultimately Ruben didn't know. Mishnah 3, Beis Din makes a mistake. And one of the members of the Beis Din themselves now realizes, Chevra, this is a mistake. And during the Psak, don't out that. You guys are wrong. You guys are wrong. Or for that matter, again, Beis Din Paskin and the ranking, the Av Beis Din, the head of the court, wasn't there, wasn't present. O Jaya Echaman Ger, O Mamzer, O Nisin, O Zaken. Or there was a member of the Beis Din who was a convert, a Mamzer, a Nisin, and Nisinim also were converts, or Zaken, or is old. Now, both say we're going to say, oh, Shiloh Hayura in the bottom. He was so old that he couldn't father children. Now, both say we're going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on a Sanhedrin. Right? These are disqualifications. You cannot serve on a Sanhedrin if you're a ger, if you're a mamzer, if you're in a sin, or you're so old that you can't have kids. So again, I will say essentially there was a disqualified member of the Beis Din was Talocha, Hareze Pater. So essentially, if the Beis Din rendered the psak, so there's two cases over here, right? Ultimately, again, in case number one, Beis Din rendered the psak, but before even the psak was formalized, or it was formalized, and one of the members said, you're wrong. So there's already an awareness about the erroneousness of the psak from the beginning. Ultimately, again, in that case, or for that matter, again, halacha l'maisa, there's a disqualified member of the Beis Din. In these cases, Beis Din will not bring a par helam davar min hatzibur. Shneimar kan ida v'neimar lahalan ida. It says over here ida, and it says over there ida ma'ida mur la'lan kulan ru'ilala. Just like ida, ultimately, again, this is in the case of capital cases. Just like Eid over there refers to a unit, a body that is fit for adjudication of cases. So to over here, by Param Dam Min Hatzibur, the only time you bring a Param Dam Min Hatzibur is when everyone on the Beis Din is fit for to be a Beis Din. Says the Gemara, so it's interesting. So if the Beis Din issued the psak and the ranking member of the Beis Din was not there, the psak ultimately, again, there's no param dam min hatzibur. So the Gemara says, why not? So where do you know that from? Amrav Sheshes, the Chaim Tan Shmuel, Bipnei Ma Amru Horu B'Davar Shatz Looking Motim Mopturin. Why that we said before that if Beis Din made a mistake regarding the explicit details, so explicit that even the Siddukim agree with it. Why are they potter? Bipnei Shahayu Lahem Lilmod V'Lo Lamdu, because they should have known. They should have had the knowledge, and they did not do so. Lo Haya Mufla Shal Beis Din Shanami P'Turin. Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking sage? Adjudicating the case without the ranking sage is like not paying attention in school. Obviously, don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Like, there's usually someone smarter. So ultimately over here, there's an Av Beis Din. How do you go ahead and tasking without it? So sitting in session without the Av Beis Din is the same thing as making a mistake in an explicit halacha. Both of them represent professional negligence, and where there is professional negligence, there is not par helam davar min hatzibur. Ne'emar shan eidu v'ne'emar kan eidat shikulan ru'in la'ora. So since we have a hasa, all right, let's say no, we're not going to rush. We stop over here for today, boys. Everyone. All right, I don't know that the quality was the best, but sometimes it's just about getting where you need to go, even if the trip is a little sloppy. I was like, again, we made it after next week, and now so you can see the pages ahead are a little bit, the print gets bigger. Tremendous. So I was like, everyone. And good Shabbos. Good Shabbos, everyone. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Shabbos, everyone. All right, so we'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. So first of all, our shir sponsored this month by Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Solomon Floret Pollack, Sarah Bas Avram, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and the Neshamas and Aliyah, the family in the Chama. We thank the Pollack Mishpacha for their sponsorship. And also by the Wilner family, in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shendel Bas Binyamin Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah Neshama will have an Aliyah and the family in the Chama. So with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf Hey 5. We are picking up on Dalit Amud Days by the Mishnah, the second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lines up in the bottom. So hopefully by now, you're mamish getting into Maseches Hariyas. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of limud. Thank you so much, Steve. Than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says the Mishnah, Horu Bezdin, Shogigin, Va'asu Chalak Shogigin. If Bezdin made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, B'shogeg as well, in other words, Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong, they had done something wrong. Levin Shukavin, that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of Bezdin. Mezidin v'asu shogigin. What happens if Bezdin purposely gave an erroneous ruling, but Klal Yisrael again were shogin? In other words, Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. So the halacha is going to be in kispa usira. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the kispa usira is another way of saying a personal chatas. So in this case, I will say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Bezdin was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogeg. So in that case, there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. There's just personal liability through a regular chatos. Shogegin va'asum mezidin hara'elu p'turim. If the Bezdin was shogeg, but the people knew Bezdin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is pater. Then there's no carbon. So also there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur, because as we'll see, power ha'elam davar min hatzibur is only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability. There's no chatos, because chatas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were mezidin. So the Gemara goes weiter. Shogegin va'asu mezidin hara'elu p'turim. So we can infer from the Mishnah as follows: that if Bezdin delivered their ruling b'shogeg, but Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted b'mezid, hara'elu p'turim. Ultimately, again, they are pater. They are pater. No power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Ha-shogeg dunya demezid chayiv. We can infer from this that if it was shogeg dunya demezid, that if it was, what does that mean? That it's chayiv. What's the case of shogeg dunya demezid? They chidami shahoru Bezdin shechelev mutar. So Bezdin, once you had this case earlier, Bezdin paskin mistakenly that chelev was mutar. Then it's chaliv no b'shumin, and then I will say what happens. I have a piece of chelev and a piece of shumin. My chelev and my shumin, which remember, shumin is permitted fat, chelev is prohibited fat, gets mixed up, v'achlo, and I end up eating chelev. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chelev. What was my intention to do? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet, which sounds like, based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the Pesach of the Bezdin, to which the Gemara says, if that's the case, Tiv Shota, but yet again, if that's the case, that it could be inferred from the Mishnah, yet why does Rabbi Bar Chama ask that very question earlier? The which the Gemara answers, no, don't infer anything from this lashon. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry, since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying shogeg. Since the beginning said mezidin va'asu shogegin, therefore the Sefer just wrote shogegin va'asu mezidin. We'll say the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, in order to be chayiv ultimately for this specific type of carbon, it has to be shogegin on the part of Bezdin, and shogeg on the part of Klal Yisrael. Bezdin must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Bezdin. If everybody is shogeg, then ultimately we can bring the par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Says the Mishnah, Horu Bezdin v'asu kolakal al ruban alfiyah. So let's say so Bezdin delivers their erroneous psak, and what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, act on the psak. So we'll say what's that lacha? Mevi'en par. So we bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. So we'll see here we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the Bezdin has to be the shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be the shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Bezdin. If that happens, mostly they bring a par. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodas Kohavim being par v'soyer. So ultimately, again, it was like for Avodah Zarah, it's not just the par, but there's an additional soyer as well. They're very rare. These are very rare. Rabbi Yehuda says something very interesting. He says, Yud Beis Shvat and Nevi and Yud Beis Part. He says the following. That ultimately, again, if we're talking about a situation where all the Shvatim sin, so every single Shevet brings and delivered an erroneous ruling, the tribes act, Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. Rabbi Yehuda comes along and says that each Shevet must bring their own par ha'alam davar min hatzibur. Uba'avodas kohavim, Nevi and Yud Beis Parim u'shneim asar sir. And again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then each Shevet must bring its own par as well as its own seer for 12 parim and 12 seer. What's a hey medalim? Rabbi Shimon says Yud Gimel parim uba'avodas kohavim shlosh asar parim. So it says, listen to this. Yud Gimel Sirim. Par v'sar l'chol shevet v'shevet, par v'sar l'bezdin. Rabbi Shimon has an interesting shita. Yehuda builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, and I will say the halacha is that for par ha'alam davar min hatzibur, each shevet brings their own, and what? Bezdin also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, quote unquote normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and Bezdin would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 zayin shvatim oruban. What happens if Bezdin administers an erroneous ruling? And 7 tribes. So we mentioned this yesterday. 7 shvatim oruban al pien. So we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael. We'll say now in this case, remember again, we're talking about 2 different things over here. There is either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and this ruling. Or the Gemara says, Ruban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So the halacha is Mevi and Par. So also Rameir says that halacha l'maisa, as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Bezdin, that triggers the Par ha'alam davar min hatzibur issue. Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. Nevi and Zayin part. And Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes sinned, then each tribe brings its own par ha'alam davar min hatzibur. So this Rabbi Yehuda l'shitaso. Rabbi Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each shevet, brings its own par. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says Ushar Shvatim Shalochatu. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Nevi and Al Yedei and Par. Ultimately, again, I will say the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, the Gemara says, Sha'af ilu shalochatu mevi'in al yedei choti. Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Ches parim uba'avodas Zochavim ches parim v'ches siirim. Par v'sar l'chol shevet, v'shevet par v'sar l'bezdin. The Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a carbon. Or Rabbi Shimon adds in his Vatavosai, is that Bezdin brings its own carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon, Bezdin will bring its own additional shevet al pien, which is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shatim, paskin erroneously, delivered a wrongful psak, and that shevet acted on that psak? What's the halacha? Also shevet to chayiv, ushar kol hashvatim b'tun de Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda also will say that shevet who followed its bezdin is chayiv for a par, but the other shvatim are pater. The Chachamim say no, ein chayavin ela al horoya ela al horios. See here you go to the sechta. Harios based in Agadol. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Par ha'alam davar min hatzibur, we'll say, is only brought if there is one Bezdin who delivers an erroneous ruling. And which Bezdin is that? That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene amar b'mkol adas Yisrael yishku v'lo adas also sheva. So we'll say, interesting enough, the Chachamim understand this. Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin, as we're going to see. So the Chachamim say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabbanan. So we'll say we now have a fundamental three machlokes in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. So Tan Rabbanan. Yadu shahoru b'tov mahoru. So let's listen to this case. Let's say Beis Din realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi says Yadu shahoru b'tov ma shahoru. Kilomar haru Beis Din shechelim motzeba bidul miktas pasuk kalapiem ba'achlu shod yin chelev b'dam davi chad b'shigagas ma'isa bilbad v'chad b'hora v'achar kach Yadu shahoru shelo karoi. So let's listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling. They just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we committed chelev or dam. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consume both of these things. So the Shara says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol yu chayavin. You might have thought that there'd be a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor tam lomar v'not hachatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became known. Below sheyotu achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned, but rather again for a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher chatu. So both say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Beis Din themselves, if Beis Din says, listen, we know we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor liability. Asher chatu shnei shvatim mevi'en shnei parim. If two tribes went ahead and sinned, so we'll say they bring two parim, shlosha, mevi'en shlosha. So we'll say, or three tribes made a mistake. So ultimately again they bring three parim. Oh, eino omer ela chatu shnei yechidim mevi'en shnei parim, chatu gimel mevi'en gimel. Or maybe even it's not tribes, but maybe ultimately again it's 3 and 2 individuals. An individual makes a mistake, he also brings the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. Therefore again the pasuk says Talmud lomar hakal chayiv. So Gemara says v'chol kal chayiv. Most therefore the pasuk says it is only the kal who brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, never min hayachid. But what does it mean v'chol kal chayiv? Ketzad chatu shnei shvatim mevi'en shnei parim, chatu zayin mevi'en zayin usharsh. So we'll say therefore again, what do we learn from this? If two tribes sinned, each of those tribes brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. Similarly, if 7 tribes sinned, so 7 tribes bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, and furthermore, ushar shvatim shalochatu mevi'en al yedehen par. So I say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu elu shalochatu mevi'en al yedeh achotim. Lekach ne'emar kal lechayiv al kol kahal v'kal divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say this is the shita Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbi Yehuda shita we'll say is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribe liability, that if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak or the Beis Din, that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. They both say the Rabbi Yehuda's shita is that called shevet v'shevet ikri kahal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par ha'elam davar min hatzibor is kahal. Torah says there's only liability when the kahal follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din. The machlokas is going to be what? How do you define kahal? That Yehuda defines kahal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din in Shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor for what? For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Yehuda's shita. That ultimately, so therefore again, the Gemara says lechayiv al kol kal v'kal divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that halacha l'maisa again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, and the tribes who did not sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet There's always 12. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. So listen to this. Mavin Zayin Param, Ubezim Mavin Al Yidei and Param. Shne'emar Lamata Kal, V'ne'emar Lamala Kal. Makala Amr Lamala based in Makal. Afkala Amr Lamata based in Makal. So what's Rabbi Shimon says? A little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda, and that's what? In that when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par helam davar min atzibor. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? I will say the Beis Din. What he disagrees with is where in Rabbi Yehuda's model, the non-sinning shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin, but yet Lamais again Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So in Rabbi Shimon's model, the shvatim who committed the avera, who inadvertently relied on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par, plus the Beis Din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin shvatim shechatu Beis Din medin al yedei and par vein peturin. And I say last thing is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. And Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa it is only the Beis Din who brings the par helam davar min atzibor, never the shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only. See, Rabbi Meir says Zayin shvatim shechatu. I say that Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring a par helam davar min atzibor is when there's a majority of the Kal, the majority of Klal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the Kal. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that Allah Chamaisa, when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only Beis Din who brings the par helam davar min atzibor, not the shvatim, not the shvatim. Ne'emar kal lamata, v'ne'emar kal lamala. Ma kal ha'amar lamala Beis Din v'lo tzibor. Afkala Amar Lamata Beis Din v'lo tzibor. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar says Mishmo. So we'll say, what does he say? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar holds Chatu Shisha Shvatim Vein Rubo Shalkal. If 6 of the tribes sin and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, Zayin or 7 tribes sin. Afab even though what? They are not the majority of the Kal, nevertheless, the part. So we'll say Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says, we'll say he's coming to define what is majority. See, the majority can take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So we'll say first wide line. Amar Mar, V'noda chatas v'lo sheyadu achotim. We'll say furthermore again, what did we say in the Bryce above? That the only time you bring a parallel has to the erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, if Beis Din is unsure about the erroneous ruling, Beis Din knows, we know we did something wrong, we just did not see, but v'lo sheyadu achotim. Mantana, we'll say who is the opinion who says this? Who is the opinion? The low Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say before we get to who we know it's like, we can tell you who it's not like. It's not like Rabbi Eliezer. Isnan, Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafsha, Im Chaylev Achal, Chayiv, No Sir Achal Chayiv. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of in Meseches Krisus, where a person is not sure, he's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate Chaylev or I'm not sure if I ate Nosar. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating chalev or for eating nosar is the same. It's a chatas. So Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate chalev, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? If you ate one of those items, then I could bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, Rashi points out over here that halacha l'maaseh Rabbi Yeshua says you're patur. Rabbi Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, or the Brisa doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Because if it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chaylev, if it was this? It doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Gemara, our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, Rabbi Eliezer. No, it could be even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani Yachad Yachsid. Could be Par Helam David Natsi was a little different. Why? Because the pasuk says Asher Chata Aleh. Because the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv, or I should say that Par Helam David Natsi is that Par Helam David Natsi is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chatu Aleh. So it's like, so there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher Chatu Aleh, for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasanami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Aleh. I'm sorry. Hasanami Haksiv Asher Chata Ba. Bless you. Homi Baile Prat Lamisase. I will say there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv if you achatos if they are misasik. I will say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avera. In that case, everyone that's misasik, everyone will agree that halacha l'maisa again, I am not chayiv echatos in that case. Right time is Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shitos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a par helam davar min hatzibor for us. Remember again, shitas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own par. Now that's what does Rabbi Yehuda say? What does Rabbi Yehuda say? That even the shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Yehuda's shita? My time Rabbi Yehuda kasavar arba kahalik sivi. Rabbi Yehuda says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parasha of Par Helam Davar min hatzibor. Right? He says kal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what do I use these 4 kals for? Chad v'chayv kol kal v'kal. One is to teach you that what? That each and every shevet is chayiv. That each and every shevet is called the kal. Is called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. V'chad lohorot flibabeis u'maisa taloi b'kal. But the second one teaches me that Par Helam Tzibur is only brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibur who acts on the ruling. V'chad ligrira. We'll say, what is teaching me about grira? What's grira? We'll say that halacha l'maisa, even the shvatim who didn't sin bring grira literally means dragged along. Bring a korban on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. V'chad l'shevet sha'asa b'horaz Beis Din. And we'll say ultimately again, what does it teach me about the fact that if we'll say if Rashi says v'chad l'shevet sha'asa b'horaz Beis Din ki nistam b'seifa d'masisin horu Beis Din sha'ach min hashvatim. It was according to Rabbi Yehuda, even if one of the shvatim acted based on the psak halacha of its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shabbos says that's Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda learns out all of the shitos from the 4 times the fact that the word kal is written. Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Shimon's model, Talasa kalik sivi. It says the word kal 3 times. Hakahal, kal, hakahal. Neinei hakahal, orche dikro. But he doesn't dash in the 4th kal. Why? Because that 4th kal appears in the phrase me'einei hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the kal, which means again Beis Din made a mistake. He said, is that one you can't dash in? Why? Because that's just an expression. As most people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So we'll say, so one kal comes to teach me that each shevet has its own liability for following the psak of the Beis Din. Utrei achrini ne'emar lemata kal, ne'emar lemala kal. It says kal over here, and it says kal over here. Malahalan Beis Din makal. Just like we'll say, it says over here that Beis Din has to be with the kal. Afkan Beis Din makal. So to we'll say over here, we're only chayiv if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the psak halacha. Rabbi Meir, kal hakal lo darsh. Rabbi Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan kals. Therefore, therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 kals that are written. Why? Ne'emar lemata kal v'ne'emar lemala kal. Ma lahalon Beis Din v'lo tzibor. Afkan Beis Din v'lo tzibor. We'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, again, I will say the kal is referring to Beis Din, not the tzibor. So Tovir is referring to Beis Din, not the tzibor. So also remember again, what's Rabbi Meir shita? Rabbi Meir shita ultimately is that who brings the Par Helam Davar min hatzibor? It's the Beis Din. It's the Beis Din. Beis Din brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately again from the Gzeir Shabbat. Rav Shimon Elazar, my time off. What's Rav Shimon Elazar's logic? Ksiv v'haya imei ha'ida alma mi'uta d'ksiv me'inei. So we'll say again. Remember, on one hand, Rav Shimon Elazar says as follows: the pasuk says v'haya imei ha'ida. Now he understands me'ina ha'ida to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and Ksiv, and it says. So we'll say, on one hand, it says, if the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says, Kala also means what? Everyone sinned. So which one is it? Sounds like it's only the rove, but not the miut. So in other words, Haketzad, Asuvav, Vehin Ruban Shalkal. So I'll say, Rabbi Shmuel teaches me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning acted based on the erroneous psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, Afa Pishen Rubo, or, Ozayin, Afa Pishen Rubo Shalkal, or if 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous psak of the base, even though what? They are not the numerical majority, nevertheless, Chayav, and ultimately again they are Chayav. What's the other days? Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, Gaorat, Tli, Rabbi Din, Umayis, Tli, Bekamino. The Psak Halacha has to be given by the Beis Din, but the action has to be taken by the cow, to which the Gemara says, where do we know that? From Minalu, Arabayed, the Amerikah, because the Pasuk says, Vahaya, Ime'ene Ha'eba Nes, Talishkaga. Because let's say the Pasuk says, and it will be from the eyes of the congregation, the matter was committed inadvertently. Rava says, Rava is learned from the pasuk from that the entire nation acted inadvertently. Because the Rahman would have just said the first pasuk. So I would have thought that even if just the minority of the population sins, there's a par halom davar minat tzibor. Therefore, the pasuk says that the entire nation is inadvertent. I might have to get with this. These two tables are written in the context of Avodah Zarah. So ultimately, you make the Shav of or about anything else for which there would be a chiyuv. Good. So let's remember again, what did the Mishnah say? If the Beis Din of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, so we'll say again, that does not trigger par ha'elam davar minat tzibur. Has to be the Sanhedrin. So says the Gemara, Ibai lehu shevet echad Rabbi Yehuda ba'oraj Beis Din agadol mi ma'asu shar shvatim olo. Let's listen to this question. What happens if you have the following situation? Horaj Beis Din agadol. She acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin agadol. So I'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin agadol. So let's remember again, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam davar minat tzibor. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din agadol. Mi ma'asu shar shvatim olo. So let's remember again, Rabbi Yehuda's model. Remember, also, the tribes who did not commit an Avera, also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed an Avera based on the psak of the Sanhedrin agadol, do the other tribes bring for that one tribe or not? Mi aminar shiva shatim hu demaisu shar shvatim bahadayu mishum deikaruba. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a carbon abosai is when you have 7 tribes? When you have the majority of the tribes who committed an inadvertent sin based on the psak of the Beis Din, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, but again, one tribe, now remember I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, Remember, Rabbi said Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So Rabbi Yehuda's model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin HaGadol, in order to bring its psak, they are going to bring a par helam davar minat tzibor. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that one tribe? Remember, Said said before, in Rabbi Yehuda's model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, meaning remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking is, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Yehuda's model when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a cow. That tribe brings a par helam dalam minatzi. But that we know. That's whether that's halacha nice, we'll have to see. But that's Shittas Rabbi Yehuda. The shaila do all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the shvatim who sinned? Then even the ones who didn't bring, but if there's only one tribe, obviously is not a rove, then the other tribes do not bring. Maybe not. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. That once one of the shvatim is bringing a par helam davar minat tzibor, by definition, that ignites tribal liability for all of the shvatim. So we'll say that's the shaila. Say thank you. Says the Gemara Tashma. Mahim Mivian. So what's this to this? So what do they bring? Parechot. What meaning? What do the tribes bring? So parechot, they bring one par. Rabbi Shimon says, I should say the The Mishnah says, Mahim Mivian. What do they bring? Parechot, one par. Rabbi Shimon Amar Shnei parim. Rabbi Shimon says two parim. So what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon Tamniei Bai. So we'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember, what's Shittas Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Bezin also brings. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's model, there should be 8 parim. 7 for the tribes, 1 for Bezin. Rather, it must be what? We must be talking about a case over here where one shevet sinned. So what's the case? Tonight, if the shevet made a mistake in that it relied on its own beis din, Rabbi Shimon less right? So we'll say that. Because remember again, if they're relying on if the mistake we're talking about is a mistaken ruling given by their own beis din, then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say there is no par helam davar minat tzibor in that case. Elolav b'horaz beis din hagadol. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin HaGadol. The Tanakama money. And I will say, who's the pain is the Tanakama? Inim Rabbi Meir Haru Rabbi. But say if you want to say sorry, Rabbi Meir requires the majority of the shvatim for param davar minat tzibor. And we'll have Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi, you have to say it's Rabbi Yehuda. If you go shechata shevet echad, and what's the case? The case is where one shevet sinned. So we'll say, therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, where one shevet sins, who brings the par helam davar minat tzibor? That's one shevet, and the other shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. What's the case over here? Kigon shechatu shisha shvatim vein ruban shalkal. Let's say, what's the case over here? Is where 6 of the tribes, six of the shvatim sin, but they are in the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and also effective Rabbi Shimon Elazar, say the sign of Rabbi Shimon Elazar Omer. I'm going to say first white line. Mishmo, I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon Elazar on Mishmo. Chatu shisha vein ruban shalkal. If 6 of the shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority, Shiva Apa Pishaina Ruban Shalkal, or 7 sin. Right, they're the tribal majority, even though they're not the numerical majority. Mavi and Par. What's the halacha is? They bring a par. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows. Shevet Sha'asa B'horaz Beis Dino. What's like? The Shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal Beis Din. So what's the halacha? Also Shevet Chayiv, Ushar Kol HaShvatim P'turim. So we'll say what? That shevet is chayiv, but all the other shvatim are patur. U'baharaz beis din hagadol afilu shar shvatim chayot. We'll say, but if the one shevet acted based on the instruction of the beis din hagadol, then what? even the other shvatim will be chayiv shmamina. So we'll say salach lamayis with the halach lamayis with Rabbi Yehuda. So we just went through interesting things, by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a chiyuv or a par ha'elam government at tzibur. According to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that shevet will bring a parallel dominant, but what? Not the other shvatim. But if one shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din Agadol, then according to Yehuda, that shevet brings a par, and what? All of the other shvatim are activated as well. So we'll say, so it turns out any time a shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin Agadol, all of the shvatim end up bringing a par. The truth is, this is supported by our Mishnah as well. Diktani va'asa osa shevet al pihem. From their word, Osva shevet chayiv, ushar shala kol hashvatim p'turim. Telling me then that it's only that one shevet is chayiv, but the other shvatim are patur. If that's the case, lama leave them as ushar shvatim p'turim. The Mishnah didn't need to say the other shvatim are patur. Hatana osa shevet chayiv. If since the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv, I would have understood that what the chayvan detana osa shevet chayiv memeli yedano shar shvatim p'turim. We'll say once the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv by definition of the other shvatim are patur, halachah k'mashmalon. The Behoraz based, you know who the Shar Shvatim Peturim? Ava Behoraz based in Agadol Apidu Shar Shvatim Chayovin Shmamina. Rather, also we keep moving back from the Mishnah that it's only in the case ultimately again where a shevet is following the instruction of its own based in, that shevet will be chayiv, the other shvatim will be Peturim. But if a particular shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, then once that shevet has to bring a par halam damim and asibur, then what? The other shvatim must do so as well. Incredible sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. Let's say so again. Whether or not you pass like the halacha l'meisa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shitas Rabbi Yehuda is saying that first of all a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a par helam davar minat tzibur. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, each shevet is called a kal. Not only that, but once one shevet has to bring the par helam davar minat tzibur, then what? Every shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the high court of that shevet. In that case, if the shevet is following the ruling of its own high court, then what? Then that shevet has to bring a korban. The other shvatim do not. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Actually, Arbos, Ibailu, shevet echad shasawaras based in Agadol. So let's listen to this. What happens if you have a shevet echad, one shevet? Shasawaras based in Agadol. Once they follow the psak halacha of the Sanhedrin, Sanhedrin handed down the erroneous ruling. You have one shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon, mi ma'isilo. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again, what was Shitas Rabbi Shimon? Shitas Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each shevet is called its own kal. Each shevet must go ahead and bring its own parallel davar minat tzibur. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own par. So as Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shilas will say as follows. What happens if one shevet acted on the psak of the Sanhedrin? According to Rabbi Shimon, mi ma'isi olo. So ultimately, again, what happens in that case? Mi ma'isi olo. So we'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? So the Gemara says as follows: Tashma, Mahim Medin, what do they bring? Par echad. Bring one par. Rabbi Shimon Omer Shnei par. Rabbi Shimon says two parim. We'll say, so what's the case? What's the Bryce's case? If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the shvatim sin, Shnei parim, what do you mean 2 parim? Shmona parim. So we'll say if 7 shvatim sin, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? you would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ela dechata shevet echad. Rather, you have to say it's a case where what? One of the Shvatim sin. Ubemai. We'll say, what's the case? Ilim about us, Beis Dino. If you want to say the Shevet sinned based on the Psak Din of its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon Leslie. We'll say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where a tribe or a Shevet follows its own Beis Din. One time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin Agadol. Ela Boros Beis Agadol. Rather, it's Soros Beis Agadol, Sanhedrin. It is Bara. Tanakama man. We'll say who's the Tanakama? Rabbi Meir HaRubabai. We'll say if it's Rabbi Meir holds, really bring a pound of Minatzibor. Either when there's a numerical or tribal rove. So Rabbi Yehuda Sharshat the Navi Maestro. We'll say if it's Rabbi Yehuda holds that once even one Shevet brings, then what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Elohaman Rabbi Shimon Elazar. We'll say rather again it must reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon Elazar if he decided as we taught above. Tashma. The Chacham say the Olam Ino Chayev Ela Al Horaz Beis Nagadol. Chacham say that the only time you bring a government is when is in Allah Lamais again they're following the Psak Halach of the Sanhedrin Agadol. My Chacham, we'll see where the Chacham Rabbi Meir, if you want to say it's Rabbi Meir, Rubabai, Rabbi Meir hold that you either need a tribal or numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon, rather you have to say that it is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says ultimately again Shema Mina, and we see that this is correct. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikri Kalmanale. Also listen to this. So now we'll say the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that we'll say the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So we saw the differences already. But what they both agree on is as follows: that even one shevet is called a kal. Even one shevet is called essentially klal Yisrael. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Ikri Kal Amri Tichsiv Vayamod Yoshafat Bekal Yehuda Yerushalayim Nocha Chatzar Hashem Notzer Chatzar Beis Hashem Chadasha. Was it because the pasuk said that Yoshafat stood Bekal Yehuda in Yerushalayim opposite the Beis Hashem Chadasha, literally again the new house of God. What it means that this was the place where they were mechadish, right? They made a chiddush. What was the chiddush? Va'amru Tuvul Yom Al Yikani, and they made a brand new ruling, which was what? That a Tuvul Yom, we'll say a Tuvul Yom still requires the sunset in order to become tahor. So they passed him that a Tuvul Yom, as you see that Yoshafat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, Huda, a cow. So the Gemara suggests you see from the Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Yehuda learn out from here that even one shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, "Maskif Rabbacha Bar Yaakov Mimai Dilma Sheni Yerushalayim." Maybe Yerushalayim is different. I'll tell you why. To Havinami Binyamin. Because Rabbi, remember again. Here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about saying that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Shouldn't use occupied. Occupied is the wrong word for it. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the lashon kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Achinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a kal. To which the Gemara says, you're right, you can bring another raya. Who says to Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I will make you to kahal amim. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when? Man is Yavid Le'ahishai. Who was born in that moment? Binyamin. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes, Binyamin. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is called Kal, Shmamina, Hachikam Rachmana. This is what the Torah is saying. Nisyalu L'cha Hashda, Kal Achrina. ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another cow. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the Rabbi was saying, that even one shape is called a cow. Maybe perhaps this is what the Shmuel was saying. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. So which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called a cow. 11 tribes are not called a cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the cow. So we'll say the Gemara ends. We're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately still have the cow. So you see over here that what? That Lamaisa, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a kahal, or ultimately, again, from Yehoshaphat, that Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal Yehuda. All right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow and Shabbos both times. The daf will be in Eretz Hashem in the afternoon. I'll send that out later. It's Yom Tov and a good night. Begin. So first of all, our shir sponsored this month by Paul and Kathy Pollack in memory of Solomon Floret Pollack, Abraham, Shmuel ben Zechariah, may the Neshamas and Aliyah, the family, and the Chama. We thank the Pollack Mishpacha for their sponsorship. And also by the Wilmer family in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shengel Bas Binyamin Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud and Shem will have an Aliyah and the family in the Chama. Rabbi says, so with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf 5. We are picking up on Dalit of the Mishnah. Second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lines up in the bottom. So hopefully by now, your mamish getting into the Sechus Hariyas. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of limud. Thank you so much than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting there. The Mishnah, Haru Bezdin Shogigin, Va'asu Kalakal Shogigin. The Bezdin made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling. B'shogig as well, whereas Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong. They had done something wrong. Mavi and Par. So ultimately, again, they bring the Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur. This is a special carbon that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of Bezdin. Mazidin Va'asu Shogigin. What happens if Bezdin purposely gave an erroneous ruling? But Klal Yisrael, again, were Shogigin. In other words, Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. So the halach so we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the kispo sihira is another way of saying a personal chatos. So in this case, we'll say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Bezdin was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogig. So in that case, there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. There's just personal liability through a regular chatos. Shogigin va'asu mazidin. Knew Bezdin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated. Then the halacha is pater. Then there's no carbon. So there's no par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, because as we'll see, par ha'elam, of course, there's no personal liability. There's no chatos. And so we're mazidin. So the Gemara goes back there. Shogigin va'asu mazidin hara'elu tur. So we can refer from the Mishnah as, but Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted b'mezid hara'elu tur. Ultimately, again, they are pater. They are pater. No par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. We can infer from this that if it was shogig dumya demezit, that if it was, what does that mean? That it's chayiv. What's the case of shogig dumya demezit? Shahoru Bezdin shechelev mutar. So Bezdin, once we had this case earlier, Bezdin paskined mistakenly that chelev was mutar. Then it's chalif lo b'shumin, and then I will say what happens. I have a piece of chelev and a piece of shumin. My chelev and my shumin, which remember shumin is permitted fat, chelev is prohibited fat, gets mixed up. And and I end up eating chaylev. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chaylev. What was my intention to do? My intention was to eat shuman, but yet I ended up eating the chaylev. So we'll say, what's the halacha? So then Gemara says, lema. I'm sorry. So we'll say that would be a case of shogeg dumya demezid, which sounds like, based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the Pesach of the Beis Din, to which the Gemara says, if that's the case, tif shota, but yet again, if that's the case, then it could be inferred from Mishnah. Yet why does Rabbi Bar Chama ask that very question earlier? Which the Gemara answers, no, don't infer anything from this lashon. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying shogeg, since the beginning said mezidin va'asu shogegin, therefore the Sefer just wrote shogegin va'asu mezidin. We'll say the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, in order to be chayiv ultimately for this specific type of carbon, it has to be shogegin on the part of Beis Din, and shogeg on the part of Klal Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody is shogeg, then ultimately we can bring the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. Says the Mishnah, Horu Beis Din v'asu kol hakal al ruban al piyah. So let's say Beis Din delivers their erroneous psak. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the psak. So we'll say, what's that? Mevi'en par. So we bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. So we'll say here we're adding another qualification. So qualification number one is that the Beis Din has to be b'shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be b'shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Beis Din. If that happens, we'll say they bring a par. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Ubavodas Kochavim Mevi'en par v'soyu. So ultimately, again, it was like for Avodah Zarah, it's not just the par, but there's an additional soyu as well. These are very male. Rabbi Yehuda says something very interesting. He says, Yud Beis Shvatim Mevi'en Yud Beis Parim. We'll say he says the following: that ultimately, again, if we're talking about a situation where all the Shvatim sinned, so every single shevet brings their own par. So again, I want to say same case. Ultimately, again, Beis Din delivered an erroneous ruling. The tribes act, Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. Rabbi Yehuda comes along and says that each shevet must bring their own par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. Uba'avodas kochavim mevi'en yud beis parim u'shnei asar sir. And again, if the mistake was without Avodah Zarah, then each shevet must bring its own par as well as its own seer for 12 parim and 12 seer. We'll say hey Madalit. Shimon says, Yud Gimel Parim, Uba'avodas become Shlosha Sar Parim. So let's listen to this. Yud Gimel Sirim. Par V'sar L'chol Shevet V'Shevet, Par V'sar L'Beis Din. Rabbi Shimon has an interesting sheet. Yehuda builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, we'll say the halacha is that for Par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, each Shevet brings their own, and what? Beis Din also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, quote unquote normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and Beis Din would bring their own 13 seiri. So the Gemara says, Horu Beis Din, va'asu zayin shvatim o ruban. What happens if Beis Din administers an erroneous ruling? And 7 tribes, o ruban al pien. So we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael. We'll say now, in this case, remember again, we're talking about 2 different things over here. There is either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or the Gemara says, O Ruban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So the halacha is Mevi'en par. So also Rameir says that halacha l'maisa, as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Beis Din, that triggers the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor issue. Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu, Nevi'in Zayin Part. Rabbi Yehuda says, if 7 of the tribes sinned, then each tribe brings its own par ha'elam davnu. So we'll say this Rabbi Yehuda Shitaso. Rabbi Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each shevet, brings its own par. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, Ushar Shvatim Shalochatu. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Mevi'in al Yudei and par. Ultimately, again, I will say, the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, the Gemara says, Sha'af ilu shalochatu mevi'in, I bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Ches parim, u'ba'avadas v'chavim, Ches parim, the Ches siirim, par v'sar l'chol shevet, the shevet, par v'sar l'beizin. Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a carbon. Or Rabbi Shimon, as in his Lakavos side, is that Bezdin brings its own carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon, Bezdin will bring its own additional carbon. Horu Bezdin shal echa min hashvat, and ma'asa osa shevet apien. Well, this is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shvatim, each of the Shvatim also have their own court? Let's say one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim, passing erroneously, delivered a wrongful psak, and that shevet acted on that psak. What's the halacha? Also shevet hu chayiv, ushar kol hashvatim from the Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda also will say that shevet who followed its Bezdin is chayiv for a par, but the other shvatim are patur. The Chachamim say no, ein chayavin ela al horoya ela al horios. See, there you go, the name of the sechta. Horios Bezdin agodim. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, I will say, is only brought if there is one Bezdin who delivers an erroneous ruling. And which Bezdin is that? That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene Amar bin Kaladas Yisrael Yishku v'lo Adas also Sheva. So I'll say, interesting enough, the way the Chacham understand this, Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin, as we're going to see. So the Chacham disagree, and the Chacham say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabbanan. So we'll say, we now have a fundamental 3 machlokes in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. So Tan Rabbanan. Yadu shehoru b'tov ma'horu. So let's listen to this case. Let's say Bezdin realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi says Yadu shehoru b'tov ma'horu. Kilomar horu Bezdin shechelim moter b'bibul miktas basur chalapian ba'achu shot gin chelev b'dam davichad b'shivigas ma'isa bilvad v'chad b'hora. ואחר כך יודו שהורו שלא קרוי, אלא שטלו מהשהורו דאינם יודעים אם על החילב הורו או על האדם. So let's listen to this case. Bezdin realized that they made an erroneous ruling. They just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we permitted chelev or dam. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consume both of these things. So the Shara says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol yu chayavin, you might have thought that there be a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur tam lomar v'noda hachatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became known. Below sheyodu achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned, but rather again for a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher chatu. So both say, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Bezdin themselves, if Bezdin says, listen, we know we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur liability. Asher chatu shnei shvatim mevi'in shnei parim. If two tribes went ahead and sinned, so we'll say they bring 2 parim, shlosha, mevi'in shlosha. So we'll say, or 3 tribes made a mistake. So ultimately, again, they bring 3 parim. Oh, Omer Ella Chatu Shnei Yechidim Mevi'in Shnei Parim Chatu Gimel Mavi and Gimel, or but maybe again, maybe even if it's not tribes, but maybe ultimately again, if 3 and 2 individuals, an individual makes a mistake, he also brings the bar helam davim in atzibor. Therefore, again, the pasuk says, Talmud Lomar, hakal chayiv. Most therefore, the pasuk says, it is only the kal who brings a par helam davim in atzibor, never min ayochid. But what does it mean? V'chol kal v'kal chayiv ketzad chatu shnei shvatim mevi and shnei parim chatu zayin mevi and zayin. So we'll say, therefore, again, what do we learn from this? If 2 tribes sinned, each of those tribes brings a par helam davar min atzibor. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, furthermore, ushar shvatim shelo chatu meviin al yidehen par. So I say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafilu elu shelo chatu meviin al yidei achotim. Lekach ne'emar kal lechayiv al kol kahal v'kal divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say this is the sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbi Yehuda sheet, I will say, is twofold. Number one, that if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak or the Beis Din, that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min atzibor. I will say the Rabbi Yehuda's sheet is that called shevet v'shevet ikri kahal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par ha'elam davar min atzibor is kahal. Torah says there's only liability when the kahal follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din. The machlokes is going to be what? How do you define kahal? Rabbi Yehuda defines kahal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din and shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par ha'elam davar min atzibor. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par ha'elam davar min atzibor for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Yehuda's shita. They don't consider, for again, the Gemara says, L'chayiv al kol kal v'kal ti Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that halach l'maisa again, the tribes who sinned, go ahead and what? Bring a par ha'elam davar min atzibor, and the tribes who did not sin, bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin shvatim shechatu. So listen to this. Mevi'in zayin parim ubeis mevi'in al yidei and parim. Shene'emar lemata kal v'ne'emar lemala kal. Ma kala amar lemala beis din makal. Af kala amar lemata beis din makal. So what's here? Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda in that what? In that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min atzibor. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? I will say the Beis Din. What he disagrees with is where in Rabbi Yehuda's model, the non-sinning shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin, but yet Lamais again Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So what's Rabbi Shimon's model? The shvatim who committed the avera, who inadvertently relied on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par, plus the Beis Din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin shvatim shechatu Beis Din medin al yidei and par vein keturin. And I'll say lastly is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. And Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa it is only the Beis Din who brings the par ha'elam davar min atzibor, never the shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only. See, Rabbi Meir says zayin shvatim shechatu. I'll say in Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring a par ha'elam davar min atzibor is when there's a majority of the kal, the majority of Klal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see 2 possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the kal. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that Allah Chamaisa, when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only Beis Din who brings the par ha'elam davar min atzibor, not the shvatim. Ne'emar kal lamata, v'ne'emar kal lamala. Ma kal ha'amar lamala Beis Din v'lo tzibor, af kal ha'amar lamata Beis Din v'lo tzibor. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar says, Mishmo. So we'll say, what does he say? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar holds, Chatu shisha shvatim, vein rubo shal kal. If 6 of the tribes sin, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 tribes sin, even though what? They are not the majority of the kal, nevertheless, in the Mevi'in part. So when Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says, We'll say he's coming to define what is a majority. He's the majority to take on one of two forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So we'll say first wide line. Amar Mar, we'll say furthermore, again, what did we say in the Bryce above? That the only time you bring a parallel government at Tzibur is when the Basin is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, if Basin is unsure about the erroneous ruling, Basin knows, we know we did something wrong. We just what? We don't know what. We don't know what. You don't bring a parallel government at Tzibur. Mantana, we'll say, who is the opinion who says this? Who is the opinion who says this? So the Gemara says, it's not like Rabbi Eliezer. This nan, Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafsha, in Chelev Acho, Chayiv, no sir Acho Chayiv. So we'll say, Rabbi Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of in the Sekas Pisus, where a person is not sure, he's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate chelev, or I'm not sure if I ate nosar. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating chelev or for eating nosar is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate chelev, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something, right? You ate one of those items. Then I can bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, Rashi points out over here that Halach L'Maiseh Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. Rabbi Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, or the Bryce, it doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Because if it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chelev, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Gemara, our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Ravashi says, Rabbi Eliezer, no, it could be even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani Yachad Yechsev, could be Par Helam David Natzi, where it's a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says Asher Chata Alel. Because what the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv for, or I should say that Par Helam David Natzi, or is if that Par Helam David Natzi is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chatu Alel. So we'll say, so there's a specificity. There's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher Chatu Alel, for the specific sin that they committed upon it. Hasanami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Allah. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Hasanami Haksiv Asher Chatav Ba. Bless you. Homi Baile Prat Misase. I will say there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv a chiyuv achatos if they are misasik. I will say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avera. In that case, everyone that's misasek, everyone will agree that Allah again, I am not chayiv a chatos in that case. My time is that. So I'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shitos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a par helam davar minat tzibor for us. Remember again, shitas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings, even the shvatim who didn't sin, bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Yehuda's shita? My time Rabbi Yehuda. Kasavar arba kahalik sivi. Rabbi Yehuda says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parasha of Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibor. Right? He says kal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what do I use these 4 kals for? Chad v'chayva kol kal v'kal. One is a teaching that what? That each and every shevet is chayiv. That each and every shevet is called a kal. It's called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. V'chad lohorat libabeis v'nomaisa talei b'kal. But the second one teaches me that Par Helam Tzibor is only brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibor who acts on the ruling. V'chad l'gerira. We'll say, what is teaching me about gerira? What's gerira? We'll say that halacha l'maisa, even the shvatim who didn't sin Bring, Greer literally means drag them all. Bring a korban on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. Echad l'shevet she'asa b'horaz bezin. And we'll say ultimately again, what does it teach me about the fact that if we'll say if Rashi says v'chad l'shevet she'asa b'horaz bezin ki istam b'sefer demasisin horu bezin she'ach min ha'shvatim. It was according to Rabbi Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Psak Halacha of its own based in, that's Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda learns out all of the Yeshivos from the 4 times the fact that the word Kal is written. Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Shimon's model, Talasa Kali Ksivi, it says the word Kal 3 times, Hakahal, Kal, Hakal, Me'akahal, Orche de Kro. Let's say that he doesn't dash in the 4th kal. Why? Because that 4th kal appears in the phrase me'ine hakal. It was obscured from the eyes of the kal, which means again Bezin made a mistake. He says that one you can't dash in. Why? Because that's just an expression. As most people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So we'll say, how does he? Asking so one kal comes to teach me that each shevet has its own liability for following the psak of the beis din. Utrei achmini ne'emar lemata kal v'ne'emar lemala kal. It says kal over here and it says kal over here. Malhalan beis din makal. Just like we'll say, it says over here that beis din has to be with the kal. Afkan based in Macau. So to say over here, we're only chayiv if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the psak halacha. Rabbi Meir, kal hakal lo darsh. Rabbi Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan kals. Therefore, hilchoch treika halik sivimi. Therefore, ultimately again, he needs the 2 kals that are written. Why? Nemar lemata kal v'nemar lemala kal. Ma lahalon based in velot tzibor, afkan based in velot tzibor. We'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier again, the call is referring to based in not the tzibor. So over here is referring to based in not the tzibor. So let's remember again, what's Rabbi Meir's shita? Rabbi Meir's shita ultimately is that who brings the par helam davar min hatzibor? It's the beis din. It's the beis din. Beis din brings the par, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately again from the Gzeir But Rav Shimon Elazar, my time off. What's Rav Shimon Elazar's logic? Ksiv v'haya ime'inei ha'ida alma mi'uta d'chsiv me'inei. So we'll say, you can remember on one hand, Rav Shimon Elazar says as follows. The pasuk says, v'haya ime'inei ha'ida. And he understands me'ina ha'ida to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and see that it says, so we'll say on one hand it says me'ine ha'eda. It feels like again, even if a small minority sin, yet it also says kilu chala am bishkaga. Chala also means what? Everyone sinned, but not the miut. So in other words, haketzad asu ve'in ruban shalkal. So I'll say Rabbi Shimon teaches me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning acted based on the erroneous psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, Afa Pishen Rubo, or Ozayin Afa Pishen Rubo Shakal, or if 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous psak of the basin, even though what? They are not the numerical majority. Nevertheless, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, the Orat, the Beis Din, who might have a tzibur obligation to be triggered. The psak halacha has to be given by the Beis Din, but the action has to be taken by the Kahal, to which the Gemara says, where do we know that? From Minalahu, Hamar Abaye, the Amar Karkas, the pasuk says, V'haya ime'ene ha'eda nesta l'shkaga. As I said, the pasuk says, and it will be from the eyes of the congregation nesta l'shkaga, The matter was committed inadvertently. Rava says, Rabbi learned from the pasuk from the Chola Ambishkaga that the entire nation acted inadvertently. Utzricha both psukim. Why? Because the Rahman Levaya Meinea Eidanes Dalashkaga would have just said the first pasuk. So Hava Amina Afilu Mikuta. There's a parallel in Davinas. Therefore, the pasuk says that the entire nation is inadvertent. Because of the Chola Ambishkaga, and if it would have just said the Chola Ambishkaga, I might have thought that Allah the Beis Din has to act together with this Rav as well. The crowd babbled the Socham. Once again, these two can also written in the context of Avodah Zarah. So ultimately, you're making Zershav of Eine to teach us that this halacha applies whether Beis Din is delivering an erroneous ruling about Avodah Zarah or about anything else for which there would be a chiyuv. Good, weiter. Horu Beis Din shel echad. So let's remember again what the Mishnah is saying. If the Beis Din of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, so we'll say has to be the Sanhedrin. So says the Gemara, Ibaylahu, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Balraz Beis Din Agadol, Mi Maisu Shar Shvatim Olo. Let's listen to this question. What happens if you have the following situation? Horaz Beis Din Agadol. I'm sorry, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda. But so we'll say what happens if one the Sanhedrin Agadol? So we'll say so one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol. So let's remember again. What does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam davar min hatzibur. So what happens in a following situation? One tribe acts. Mi maisu shar shvatim olom. So let's remember again, Rabbi Yehuda's model. Remember also the tribes who did not commit an. So if one tribe committed an avera based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol, mi aminan shiva shatim udemaisu shar shvatim bahadayu mishum diikaruba. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a covenant of Osai's land is when you have 7 tribes? When you have the majority of the tribes who committed and then the who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, remember, Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So Rabbi Yehuda's model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol, that will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that one tribe? Remember, Said said before that Rabbi Yehuda's model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, meaning remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Yehuda's model when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a cow. That tribe, will have to see. But actually, this is Rabbi Yehuda. The Shaila do all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the Shvatim who sinned? Then even the ones who didn't bring, but if there's only one tribe, obviously is not a rove, and the other tribes do not bring. Or maybe not. Maybe people will say, maybe Rabbi Yehuda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. That once one of the Shvatim is bringing a par helam davar min hatzibur, by definition, that ignites tribal liability for all of the Shvatim. So we'll say that's the shaila. Say thank you. Special bracha on Pesach. Delicious. Says the Gemara, Tashma. Mahim Midian. So what's this to this? So what do they bring? Par echad. What meaning? What do the tribes bring? So par echad, they bring one par. Rabbi Shimon says, I should say differently. The Mishnah says, Mahim Midian. What do they bring? Par echad, one par. Rabbi Shimon Omer shnei parim. Rabbi Shimon says 2 parim. So what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon tamnei bai. So we'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember, what's Shitas Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Beis Din also brings. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's model, there should be 8 parim, 7 for the tribes, 1 for Beis Din. Rather, it must be what? We must be talking about a case over here where one shevet sinned. So what's the case? V'mai. If the Shevet made a mistake in that it relied on its own Beis Din, that is Shimon less lay. Right, so we'll say if that's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on their, if the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in ruling given by their own Beis Din, then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say there is no par ha'elam davar min hatzibur in that case. Elalav v'horaz Beis Din Agadol. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol. The Tanakama money. And we'll say, who's the pain is the Tanakama? Inim Rabbi Meir Haru Rabbi. We'll say, if you want to say it's Rabbi Meir requires the majority of the shvatim for Param Dav Ben Atzibor. Elalav Rabbi Yehuda. Rather, you have to say it's Rabbi Yehuda. Upigot Shechata Shevet Echad. And what's the case? The case is where one Shevet sinned. So we'll say, therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, where one Shevet sins, who brings the Par Halam Dam Min Hatzibor? That's one Shevet, and the other Shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. What's the case over here? What's the case over here? Is where six of the tribes, six of the Shvatim sin, but they are in the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and we'll say effectively Rabbi Shimon Elazar said the sign of Rabbi Shimon Elazar Omer. We'll say first white line. Mishmo, I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon Elazar Mishmo. Chatu Shisha, vein Ruban Shalkal. If six of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority, or seven sins, right? They're the tribal majority, even though they're not the numerical majority. Mavi and Pai. What the halacha is, they bring a Pai. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: Shevet sha'asa b'horaz beis dino. What's that? If a Shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal beis din. So what's the halacha? Also Shevet chayiv. So we'll say what? That Shevet is chayiv, but all the other Shvatim are patur. U'b'horaz beis din agadol afilu shar Shvatim chayot. We'll say, but if the one Shevet acted based on the instruction of the beis din agadol, then what? Even the other Shvatim will be chayiv shma mina. So we'll say, halach l'maaseh Rabbi Yehuda. So we just went through interesting things, by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there could be a chiyuv for a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, according to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that shevet will bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. But what? Not the other shvatim. But if one shevet is acting on the instructions of the beis din agadol, then according to Rabbi Yehuda, that shevet brings a par, and what? All of the other shvatim are activated as well. So we'll say, so it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any kind of shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin Agadol, all of the shvatim end up bringing a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Incredible. Amar Rav Ashi. That's the Sinami Data. Rav Ashi says the truth is this is supported by our Mishnah as well. Diktani va'asa also shevet al pihem. Right? The pasuk says that particular shevet acted based on their word. Also shevet chayiv u'shar shala kol hashatim. Telling me that it's only that one shevet is chayiv, but the other shvatim are patur. If that's the case, lama leave a mishnah shar shvatim turin. The Mishnah didn't need to say the other shvatim are patur. Hatana osa shevet chayiv. Which since the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv, I would have understood that what? The chayvan the tana osa shevet chayiv the male yedano shar shvatim turin. We'll say once the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv by definition of the other shvatim are patur, have a hakamash malon the behoraz beis dino the shar shvatim turin. Aba behoraz beis din agadol afilu shar shvatim chayovim shma mina. Where shevet is following the instruction of its own beis din, that shevet will be chayiv, the other shvatim will be turin. But if a particular shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, Then once that Shevet has to bring a par helam davar min hatzibur, then what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. An incredible sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. So again, whether or not you pass like that halacha l'maisa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shitas Rabbi Yehuda is both saying that first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a par helam davar min hatzibur. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, each shevet is called the kal. Not only that, but once one shevet has to bring the par helam davar min hatzibur, then what? Every shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is that shevet. In that case, if the shevet is following the ruling of its own high court, then what? Then it has that shevet has to bring a carbon. The other shvatim do not. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Absolutely, arbos ibailu shevet echad shasavaras beizin agadol. Sha'asavaras beizin agadol. Once they follow the psak halacha of the Sanhedrin, Sanhedrin handed down an erroneous ruling. You have one shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon. Shitas Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each shevet is called its own kal. Each shevet must go ahead and bring its own parallel davar min hatzibur. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own par. So as Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shalos will say as follows: what happens if one shevet acted on mi maisi olo? We'll say, so ultimately, again, what happens in that case? Mi maisi olo. So we'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? And it follows, Tashma, Mahin Nabin, what do they bring? Par echad. Bring one par. Rabbi Shimon Omer Shnei Parim. Shimon says 2 parim. But my asking, we'll say, so what's the case? What's the Bryce's case? Ilema shechatu shiva. If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sinned, Shnei parim, what do you mean 2 parim? Shmona parim. So we'll say if 7 Shvatim sinned, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sinned, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ela dechata shevet echad. Rather, you have to say it's a case where what? 1 of the Shvatim sinned. Ubemai. We'll say, what's the case? Ilay mabdachdin of its own Beis Din. Rabbi Shimon lesle. Rabbi Shimon shevet follows its own Beis Din. One time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin Agadol. Ela baras Beis Din Agadol. Rather, it's the Ras Beis Din Agadol, Sanhedrin. The Disney how Rubabai. We'll say if it's already Mayor holds, really being a parallel of Menatzibur, either when there's a numerical or tribal row. So Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shatanavi Meister. We'll say if it's Rabbi Yehuda holds that once even one shevet brings, then what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Elohaman Rabbi Shimon Elazar. We'll say rather again it must reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon Elazar if you decide as you taught above. Tashma, the Chacham say the Olam Ino Chayev Ela Al Horaz Beis Din Agadol. Chacham say that the only time you bring a parallel davar min hatzibur is when in halacha l'maisa again they're following the psak halacha of the Sanhedrin Agadol. Man Chacham, we'll see where the Chachamim. Ilim Rabbi Meir, if you want to say it's Rabbi Meir, Rubabai, Rabbi Meir holds that you either need a tribal or numerical majority. Elav Rabbi Shimon rather you have to say that it is Rabbi Shimon. This is correct. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikri Kalmanale. Well, so listen to this. So now we'll say the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that we'll say the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So we saw the differences already. But what they both agree on is as follows: that even one shevet is called a kal. Even one shevet is called essentially klal Yisrael. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says, shevet echad ikri kalmanale. Amri tichsiv vayamod Yoshafat tekal Yehuda v'Yerushalayim nocha chatzar Hashem ve'inotzer chatzar beis Hashem achadasha. Was it because the pasuk said that Yoshafat stood bekal Yehuda v'Yerushalayim? He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, the Kal Yehuda in Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem HaChadasha, literally again, the new house of God. What is that? Mimai Chadasha. Was it means that this was the place where they were mechadish, like they made a chiddush. Was it always the chiddush? Va'amru tuvul yom al yukanis b'machana leviyah. was it happened to see that under Yehoshaphat, they went ahead and they made a brand new ruling, which was what? That a Tvul Yom, we'll say a Tvul Yom is someone who went to the mikvah that day, but still requires Harav Shemesh, still requires the sunset in order to become Tahor. So they passed in that a Tvul Yom can't enter into Machana Leviah. So we'll say, but what's the point over here? The point over here is you see that Yehoshaphat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests, you see from the Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yehuda learn out from here that even one shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, Maskif Ravacha Bayakom Mimai, Dilma Sheni Yerushalayim. Maybe Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. To Havinami Binyamin. Because we'll say, remember again, here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about saying that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Shouldn't use occupied. Occupied is the wrong word there. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the Lashon Kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Achinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a Kal. To which the Gemara says, you're right, you can bring another raya. Says to Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I will make you the Kahal Amin. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when Man is Yalid Le'ahishai. The Most High, who was born in that moment, Binyamin. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes, Binyamin. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is, or even one tribe is called Kal, Shmamino, Hachikam Rachmana. This is what the Torah is saying. Nisyalid B'cha Hashda, Kal Achrina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another Kal. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what we're saying, that even one shape is called a Kal. Maybe perhaps this is what Hashemah was like Yaakov Avinu. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a Kal. To which the Gemara says, doesn't make sense. I'm not letting it make any sense. 12 tribes are called a Kal. 11 tribes are not called a Kal. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called a Kal. So once the Gemara ends, we're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately see over here that what? That Lemaisa, again, even one tribe is called the Kal. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow and Shabbos. Both times the daf will be in Eretz Yisrael in the afternoon. We'll send it out later. It's Yom Tov and a good night.
I saw somebody do the thing where they get slapped by someone dressed as a cow. He just did. That just sucks. So bad. You know, like die laughing when you're watching this.
All right, I will say good morning, share to fame. Our annual Talmud Torah response to ROTHSCHILD of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shemar Drashos this year as Yischus, Rabbi Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Baalinu, and Tova Benny Goldberg, for Aliyah for the show of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Fegar Ezel, Bas Zeli, and the hope that Amir Hashem, the tefillah of our Kilim Father Yisrael will be answered during this holy month. Shmuel Levi Dinowitz, Lili Nishmas, David Spong's father, Rabbi Ari Flom, Rabbi Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben Achavar, Rabbi Yaakov, Sifron Libracha. Our week of learning sponsors, David Goodman, Lili Nishmas, Loi Ben Aryeh, Sifron Libracha, and our Daf Yomi sponsors Milt and Melanie Gertner in memory of Milt's father Gilbert Gertner Getzel Ben Avram Zichron Lebracha. We hope that in the merit of the Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who near 4-7 together with Kol Chol Yisrael, the Shprach who should have made Hashem with all our hostages, the Shalom and the Karav, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yideim. So with that, let us begin. We have a ridiculous amount of Gemara to do today, right? Just okay, but we are going to Eretz Hashem, get it done. Like we always get it done. So you can get it done. Gimel. Today's daf is daf Gimel. We're starting. I think we're starting like in the second step of the Salah. But no, we're starting on Beis Amud Beis. Beis Amud Beis on 2b, and we are picking up Eretz Hashem. Eretz Hashem. My Rabbi, Ha'osimi Piatzmo? My Rabbanon. Yeah, my Rabbanon. So we'll say, so remember again, we began, this is probably about 20 lines up from the bottom. So my Rabbanon. So we'll say, so remember again, we had a statement of the name of Rabbi Yehuda named Shmuel. Rabbi Yehuda said, Zu Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. Right, Rabbi Yehuda said, these are the words of the Tana, Rabbi Yehuda. But ultimately, this one says, remember again, our entire Mishnah reflected the following view, which is that halacha l'maisa, am I about right? 20 lines up from the bottom? Where did I get to? 10 lines from the top? Come on. I did not get that. Oh, that's embarrassing. Don't just go with me with this. 10 lines from the top? Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Roy Laura? All right. I got this. Okay. Roy Laura. So remember again. Well, what did I do yesterday? What was it? Okay. So Roy Laura. We got this. Oh, now I get it. Somebody came over to me last night after Choshav Bashir. Somebody listens online. He said, Rabbi, what happened? The recording cut out in the beginning of Amud Beis. Now I get it. Okay. Got it. Okay, so Gemara says as follows. Fine. So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember again, the halacha is that if you have a Beis Din that paskin, right? And the Beis Din went ahead and said that halacha l'maisa, they said chaylev is mutar. So remember again, then you have someone either on the Beis Din or ultimately again sitting in the galley of the Beis Din, who halacha l'maisa understands that the Beis Din is absolutely mistaken. They still act upon that ruling. Halacha l'maisa, they are not potter. They're chayv and echatos, right? Because remember again, reliance on the Beis Din's ruling only applies to someone who really doesn't know any better and puts his full trust in the Beis Din, which makes sense for a regular person. But l'maisa, someone who understands halacha l'maisa doesn't have that exemption. He says the Gemara, Kidon man. No, we did this. Kidon man. Right? Amar, thank you. Amar Rava, Kidon Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Zoma. So Gemara gives examples of this. Like these individuals, the Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma, the Rashi points out over here, Shari Yoshvin Lefnei Chachamim, V'hayu Re'uyim L'hara. So these individuals themselves were not that young, but they sat in front of the days. You also remember back to our Sanhedrin days that there was always like a plaque of the brothers from like a judicial bullpen, right? There were always rows of students who were there in case the Beis Din needed additional students. So these were individuals who themselves were not judges, but halacha l'maisa again were fit for hora. They were fit for hora. Therefore, halacha l'maisa again, if they were to rely on an erroneous statement of the Beis Din, one second, ki agadna mezihu. Now, someone like that, someone like Shimon ben Azai or Shimon ben Zoma, if they hear that the Beis Din rules that chaylev is mutar, they know that it's wrong. They know that it's an erroneous psak. If they were to rely on that psak and eat chaylev, so using that logic, adisanya ba'asosa achos. So the Gemara says, ultimately again, if an individual commits an aveira, ultimately he's chayv b'chatos. Talking about the shogeg. If he does so under the instruction of Beis Din, he is potter. Keitzad, what's the case? Hold based in Shechiyatau. So this is the Mishnah will say. Right? So ultimately, based in Paskin that Chayla is mutter, and one of the members of the Beis Din realizes that no, Beis Din is mistaken. Or, for example, someone's they have a Talmud who's fit to be a judge, is sitting there in the Beis Din, and ultimately again he relies on the ruling. Yachol Yeh Pater. You might have thought that such a person would be Pater. Tamalomar Ba'asosa Achos. Yochid Ha'osa Pi Atzmo Chayiv. If an individual acts of his own Beis Din, Pater. Ultimately again, but if he does so with the instruction of Beis Din, he's Pater. So once I said the problem is like this: these individuals are still acting with the instruction of Beis Din, but at the end of the day they know better. So how does this? So what we're asking over here is: so what is the case of a Talmid Chacham who relies on the erroneous psak of a Beis Din, right? Ultimately, again, who again knows that the Beis Din is wrong, but ultimately, again, it's still called shogeg. What is that case? So I said, this is fascinating. Anything mishkachas, like you go, the yada the aser. He knows that it's aser. He knows that chaylev is aser. The katai, watch this. The mitzvah l'shmoa divrei chachamim. So we'll say this is quite interesting. What's the shogeg over here? The shogeg over here is like this. The Talmid Chacham knows that the Beis Din is wrong, but what he's not sure about is there's a biblical obligation to listen to the words of the rabbis. So he thinks to himself, oh, maybe that biblical obligation applies even in situations where it's clear that the Rabbanim are wrong. That's the shogeg of this case over here. So again, it's not good, and he knows that Chiyuv is Aser, but his feeling is like this, that L'maisa, there's a mitzvah to listen to Chazal. So perhaps the mitzvah to listen to Chazal ultimately is, even if you know they're wrong. Now, by the way, it's not a crazy assumption. What does Rashi say on the pasuk? Rashi says, do not veer from the words that they tell you right or left. What does Rashi say according to the Gemara? Afilu omrin al yamin shu small, val small shu yamin. Even if the Beis Din tells you that the right is left and the left is right, you have to listen. So one could erroneously glean from that even if the Beis Din tells you that chaylev is mutter, but you know that chaylev is aser, that you should still listen, or you can still listen. Again, kamash mala, no, not that far, and therefore, again, such an individual would not be shielded from personal liability. He would be chay b'chatas, but yet he's still called a shogeg. Okay, right? He's still called a shogeg. Not a shogeg regarding chaylev, but a shogeg regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Incredible. Let's go back to Zaklal. Hatom b'atzmo chayiv. So it says, remember again, Mishnah said, here's the rule. Any person who essentially acts of his own volition is always going to be chayiv b'chatos. Remember, we're talking about cases of shogeg over here. So when we say chayiv, we mean chayiv chatos, which is carbonic liability for inadvertent commission of an avera, certain averas. So again, if he acted on his own volition, he's going to be chayiv b'chatos. Acted as a result of the Beis Din's instruction, will be part of from chatos. So tolu bebeis Din lasuye holu Beis Din v'yadu sheto. To this, for Chazru Bohen, so the Gemara says, Tolu bebeis Din. Let me give you an example of that. Beis Din passed from chaylev is mutter, and then I will say what happened. Beis Din realized that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and they recanted. But I won't say what's the problem. But Reuben didn't hear about this. Reuben only heard the first part, didn't hear the second part, right? So Reuben heard that Beis Din asking that chaylev is aser, but he did not hear. Sorry, chaylev is mutter, but he did not hear that they recanted that psak. So he acted on it. Someone says, so of course, he's going to be pater. Someone says, haba hedjek hataniba. You're right. The Gemara says, you're right. First, the Mishnah went ahead and the Mishnah says the case, and then the Mishnah just espoused the principle. Good. I'm going to become a Shmuel. Okay, so let's say here's actually where we left off yesterday. The rest is just Chazara. I'm going to become a Shmuel. Right? Zu divrei Rabbi Huda. So the Gemara now says like this. All of this up until now, right? So we've been operating with one core principle, which is when Beis Din paskins and makes an erroneous psak, an erroneous ruling, and an individual relies on that ruling and acts accordingly, the individual is ultimately, again, under the instruction of the Beis Din. That's what they're operating. Now, I will say, up until this Gemara right now, we have assumed everyone agrees with that statement. Comes on Rabbi says in Shmuel, this Zu Rabbi Yehuda. That's Rabbi Yehuda. And the Chum say Yakich Asabaras based in Chayiv. Ooh, the Chum say not true. When an individual acts, even though he's acting under the instruction of Beis Din, at the end of the day, he is Chayiv. There is personal liability even when you act under the instruction of Beis Din. And therefore, again, just plugging this in, Beis Din says Chaylev is mutter. Reuben goes out and purchases himself a nice zafted piece of chaylev, right? And that's dinner. Chacham are going to say he's liable. Not us, because again, it's shogeg. To be clear, it's not major, it's shogeg, but there's still going to be liability. Gemara says, okay, let's unpack this. Right? So essentially what we have over here is a machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and the Chacham. Rabbi Yehuda says, the individual acts based on the psak of Beis Din, he is pater. Chacham say he is chayiv. So my Rabbi Yehuda, who's Rabbi Yehuda? The Sanyo, in Nefesh Achas Techata Bishkaga Ba'asosa Hari Ilu Gimiyut. This was, if you look at this phrase in Nefesh Achas Techata, you have essentially three limiting or exclusionary phrases. Therefore, what does this teach us? If you act in your own position, you commit an avera inadvertently, you do so based under the psak of the Beis Din, you're pater. That's so good. That's ultimately Rabbi Yehuda. My Rabbanon, what's the Rabbanon? Bisanya, Adayin Ani Omer, Miut Kal Shechatu, Chayavim, Shin Beis Din Levin Al Yudein Par. So what's going to happen over the course of the next daf is that we're going to be kind of going back and forth two concepts. This idea of our Mishnah that Beis Din Paskin ultimately again delivered an erroneous psak individual act. And as you mentioned in yesterday's daf, which is still today's daf, there is also another concept which is Har Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, which means Beis Din issues an erroneous psak, and the majority of the congregation. Now we're going to discuss what congregation is, but the majority requires another sin offering. Who's bringing that sin offering? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klal Yisrael? That we're going to see. So that's the much jumping to over here for just a moment. The Sanya. Adayin Ani Omer, Miut Kal Shechatu, if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the erroneous psak of Beis Din, Chayavim. You're still, the individual members of Klal Yisrael are going to have to bring a chatas. Why? Shem Beis Din Mebiyin Al Yidehen Par. It's interesting enough, so the Gemara is saying over here, that if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the psak of the Beis Din, minority is going to have to bring a chatas. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no par elam davar min hatzibur, and therefore again, the Klal Yisrael is not covered by that carbon. Because they're not covered by that carbon, everyone has to bring their individual chatas. Rov kal shechatu, and again, I will say, we're going to see this sugya. Right now it's being mentioned over here, we're going to delve into the davar min hatzibur. Rov kal shechatu, you pturin. But again, the majority of Klal Yisrael sinned. Ultimately, again, they should be pater. You would have thought that therefore they should be pater from individual chatas liability. Why? Shari Beis Din Mevi'in Al Yidei and Par. Because the Beis Din is going to bring up par halam davar min hatzibur. Talmud Lomar me'am ha'aretz. Afilu ruba v'afilu kula. Wow. Okay. So we'll say, so now watch this. But I want to say like this. You would have thought that when there is a par halam davar min hatzibur, ultimately, again, the individuals would be pater from a chatos. Kamash malon me'am ha'aretz. The am ha'aretz, the nation of the land, the individuals must always go ahead and address their personal carbonic liability. So therefore, Rabbanan are saying, even when a par ha'elam davar tzibur is being brought, the individuals must still bring their individual chatos, which shows you what? That even where there is liability on the part of the Beis Din, and the individual is acting on behalf, as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, there is still personal carbonic liability. Serious about say. So that's our machlokes. So Rabbi Yehuda says, when the individual acts under the instruction of Beis Din, no personal carbonic liability, no chatos. Rabbanan is saying no, even though you're acting under the instruction of the Beis Din, right? It's not your fault. There is still personal carbonic liability in the form of a chatas. Incredible. So Gemara says, just Gemara goes on with it actually. But what's the case over here? If we're talking about over here, that individuals just acted of their own volition. without the instruction of Beis Din, just made a mistake. Beis Din shelo bara, and the Beis Din didn't deliver a psak, then Beis Din might have been a title. Ultimately, again, then obviously Beis Din has nothing to do with this. Shelo bara is Beis Din. Beis Din mean maisu shelo bara. Beis Din never passed. Just talking about a situation where people just made a large group of people just made the same mistake. So obviously, again, it's personal liability. Probably most of the time in a case where the Beis Din Me'ama Aretz b'shigagas ma'aser dichsiv. There is a problem when the pasuk is Me'ama Aretz by the obligation of Chantos. The most lashon of shigagas ma'aser means that Klal Yisrael, whether it's some individuals, minority, even a majority, they're making a mistake based on their own mistaken understanding, nothing to do with the psak of Beis Din. So this is written by Shiras Maisa. Ela lav hakika. What it means to say. Here we go. Miut kal shechatu b'Shiras Maisa. When a minority of Klal Yisrael sins of their own volition, they made a mistake. Not a psak of Beis Din. They made a mistake. Chayavin ultimately again they're chay b'chatos. Each individual. Why? Shem Beis Din. Are you there in par b'horav? Because Beis Din is not bringing a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor for them. Ha, as the Gemara says, ha, hein chayavin, yachol l'vatzibor sha'asum shigas ma'is yupturin. You might have thought, therefore, if the majority of Klal Yisrael commits an avera, the shigas ma'isa of their own volition, that ultimately, again, they should be pater. Shari Beis Din nevi'in arme aretz. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa. So ultimately, again, ma'ama aretz. Even when the majority sins, when the majority sins, if it was not a horaz case, if there was no psak, ultimately, again, they're chayav b'chatos. Amar Papa, mima. I sounds Papa. This is why he said Dilma lo hein v'lo Beis Din. Maybe no one brings a covenant in that circumstance. He might hear the kamahadya muruba l'chiyuba. That's the case, then why are you looking for the majority to create the sense of liability? Lav michlal, the miut b'bara, kaimalei d'mechayv b'ara. It must be because even when a minority goes ahead and acts on the psak of the Beis Din, ultimately, again, there's going to be liability as a result of the ruling. So the Gemara said, let's go ahead first, look at a case for the miut, for a minority, that will be chayav shigas ma'is, so acted of their own volition, and then we'll find the case ultimately again of liability for the majority who acted b'shigas ma'is. Alalav midalov mahadr al miut mechayvin b'shigas ma'is. But rather, again, from the fact that we're not looking for a case of miut, of minority, who are liable for their own actions. Ubasot mahadr aruba l'chuyu b'shigas ma'is shmamina miut bara chayavin. When a minority ultimately acts as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, they are going to be chayiv. That's another way of saying covenant chantos. The shalom bara shigas ma'isa. Ultimately, again, and when Allah Almighty they act even without a psak of Beis Din, ultimately, again, I will be chayav and chantos as well. Michdi tarbayu stamikans. Okay, bottom line. I will tell a little bit quickly. The bottom line is what we're just trying to highlight. What Rabbi Yehuda said. Rabbi Yehuda helped us to understand that which we thought was fully agreed upon in the Mishnah is in fact subject to machlokes. Here's the take, Rabbi. Here's the one piece of information I want you to hold on to as we go through this incredibly beautiful yet somewhat complex journey. We have a fundamental machlokes tanoi. Glorious psak of the Beis Din. Is he chayiv a karban chatas or not? Beis Din said Caleb is mutter. Reuben said, great, always wanted to have some. Goes out, eats Caleb, finds out Beis Din was wrong. Reuben's a shogeg, obviously he acted accidentally. Is he chayiv a chatas or not? Normally, again, I will say, so just understand. Had Reuben accidentally consumed a piece of Caleb, what would have been a halacha? Karban chatas. Here, Reuben, interestingly enough, acted based on the psak of Beis Din, so he made a mistake. Isi chayav b'chatas. Rabbi Yehuda, no. The individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts as a result of the psak of the Beis Din. Rabbanon, yes. Just remember that machlokes. That's going to be our machlokes for today. We're going to see it play out a number of different ways. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good. Tara, Stam Tavis. Both the Mishnayos that you quoted, right, were both what we call Stam Mishnayos, which means without attribution. The Gemara said, how do you know the first one is Rabbi Yehuda, the second one is Rabbanon? The Gemara said, maybe it's just the opposite. The Gemara said, no, because who is the one who ultimately darshans mute? That's like the Me'ama Aretz. Kiagab. Rabbi Yehuda, it's Rabbi Yehuda. Beside Rabbi Yehuda says, what's the top of Gimel? Zos, Torah, Ha'olahi, Ha're'elu Shlosham. So again, it was the Gemara Darshans over here. Zos, Torah, Ha'olah. There are three limiting phrases. The three limiting words in this case, Rabbi Yehuda, who darshans mihutin, therefore it makes sense to attribute the brisa, ultimately, the Mishnah, I should say, Amaretz, to Rabbi Yehuda. The brisa, the other possibility is, I can't get fully established like Rabbi Yehuda. The Tani, Rov Kal, Shechatu. So we'll say, so now again, we're jumping back now to Par Ha'elam Dav. We have not learned this sugya. But again, Par Ha'elam Dav, which literally means par, a bull offering. Ha'elam Dav. Something, a piece of information, has been hidden or obscured from the congregation. Represents a situation based in issues in erroneous psak, and the majority of Klal Yisrael relied on it. Okay, so now watch this. The majority of Klal Yisrael sinned based in the Yidin Par. So based, according to this version, Beis Din is the one who brings the Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur. The individual doesn't bring anything. Beis Din brings this carbon on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yehuda, and I will say now, watch this. If you think that this is Rabbi Yehuda, listen to this. Ha'amar Sibur Hu Demaisi Beis Din Lo. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say Machlokes number 2 that I want you to remember. When there is a tip, Klal Yisrael relied on it. Now, Kabbanic liability, Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur. Who brings that carbon? Watch this. Tisnan. Rabbi Yehuda Omer. So we'll say, well, let me just say it's outside. The Rabbanan say that ultimately, again, it is the Beis Din who brings it. Rabbi Yehuda is going to say, Klal Yisrael brings it. The Tzibur brings it. Now, what does that mean? You see where like there's one power for Klal Yisrael, there's multiple powers for Klal Yisrael. That we're gonna see, but just again, that's my focus number 2 to kind of keep in your head. This time, here we go. Then you guys fascinating. When you go back, Shiva, I will say I'm Gimel Amud Aleph 3a, 6 lines after the top. This time, if 7 tribes, now we'll say, remember again, what does 7 tribes represent? 7 tribes represents majority of Klal Yisrael. Now, interestingly enough, not necessarily numerical majority, but tribal majority. We're going to talk about that. There's so many exciting things to come. I don't know, tribes, right? So 7 tribes go ahead and commit an Avera. So I think Zayin Parit. Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi, last white line Rashi, Zayin Shvatim, to Havu Rov Shvatim. That is obviously 1 par per Shevet. Because some Rabbi Yehuda, the Shevet Echad is happening over here. First of all, in Rabbi Yehuda, you see that it's the people who bring the par, not the Beis Din. And it's also interesting to see that according to Rabbi Yehuda, each Shevet is considered its own cow, considered its own congregation, and therefore each Shevet must bring its own par. So we'll say, so therefore again, right now where we are is we have 2 machlokes in Rabbi Yehuda and the Rabbanan. Number 1 is in our Mishnah. The Rabbanan say ultimately again, Rabbi Yehuda says the individual shielded from personal liability when he relies on the Sakra Beis Din. Rabbanan say no, you're liable. And machlokes number 2, Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur. The Rabbanan say Beis Din brings it. Rabbi Yehuda says Klal Yisrael brings it. I'm not going to Shmuel. So the Rabbi Meir. These are Beis Din Kayim. So as I see, interestingly enough, Rav Nachman says it's not Rabbi Yehuda who's the opposing. It's not Rabbi Yehuda who's the Tana of Mishnah, but rather again it's Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir the individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts on the advice of the base or the psak of the base. But the Chachamim say ultimately again that he's chayiv. So the Gemara said, "My Rabbi, my Rabbi." What are these both these things? Sanya, here we go. Horu v'asu, based in Paskin that Caleb is mutter, and Reuben went out, or individuals went out and ate it. Meir says you're potter, and all does this mean? Who is doing this? Who is performing this chait? Because if you look at Lashon the Brisa, it's interesting. It says Horu v'asu. The example. So I understand the paskening is being done by the Beis Din. Who went out and committed the Aver? Also, this is not singular, it's not Horu v'asa, but it's Horu v'asu. They who paskin and Beis Din who went out and then after they ate the Caleb, so my time is not Sibar. So ultimately, again, say if it's the Beis Din that paskin and the Beis Din that went out and ate the Caleb, then why would there be liability for Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Sibar? That Tanya, Yakol Horu Beis Din v'asu, you want to thought like this. The Beis Din went ahead and paskin, and the Beis Din themselves acted on their own psak. You might have thought that ultimately again there'd be liability there. Talmud Lomar, so Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibor liability. Talmud Lomar Hakahal v'asu. No, Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibor is only when Beis Din paskins and Klal Yisrael acts. Ma'aseh Taloi B'Kal V'Hara Tluya B'Beis Din. The action is dependent on Klal Yisrael, and the psak is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership in the commission of sin. So ultimately, again, Beis Din is delivering the erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael are the ones who are acting on it, which indicates that Beis Din issued the ruling, and then Beis Din are the ones that acted on it. There might be chatas liability, but ultimately, again, it's not Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibor. Ella, rather you have to say, Horu and what happened? And what happened? And halacha l'maisa, the majority of Klal Yisrael acted upon it. So if that's the case, my come to Meir the Potar. Why would Rabbi Meir say that they're potter from Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibor? That's the paradigmatic case of Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibor. Ella lav Horu Beis Din, and rather I will say what happened. Horu Beis Din v'asu miot kal. Rather, what happened over here? Beis Din paskin that Caleb is mutter. A minority of Klal Yisrael came along and acted on that psak. Okay, so now I will say, watch this. Here's machlokes. Mar Savar Yachid Shasabaraz Beis Din Potter. One, namely Rabbi Meir holds that when an individual, but I will say, you're considered an individual up until what point in time? Until it's the majority, right? In other words, there's no difference between a minority of Klal Yisrael and ultimately again an individual. That it's the same thing. So again, halacha l'maisa does so based on the psak of the Beis Din. He's going to be potter. Umar Savet, the common other hand hold, Yachid Shasa Baraz, Beis Din Chayiv. Now the evil individual acts based on the instruction of the Beis Din. He's still, we're just returning it. Before we said the machlokes was Rabbi Yehuda coming. Now again, the Gemara is suggesting that Rabbi Nachman is suggesting that it's Rabbi Meir coming. But it's the same machlokes. This case, he said, Yachid Shasa Baraz, Beis Din potter. Natural. He said everyone agrees that when an individual acts based on the psak of the Beis Din, that he's going to be potter. He does not have personal liability, no chatas liability in that case. All right, so what's the whole case of it? This is fascinating. This is incredible. So let's jump back now. So remember again, when do you bring Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibor? When do you bring it back? Machlokes, good. Little pop quiz there, right? Machlokes, right? Machlokes is that the tzibor ultimately again isn't good. So just keep that in mind, right? And when ultimately again, when do they bring it? So now here's the truth. When do they bring it? What's the erroneous psak of the Beis Din? So here's machlokes. We'll say, watch this. What's the machlokes over here? And the Beis Din machlokes to become a figure. Does Beis Din count towards the count. Let's say, and again, so let's say with the Beis Din, the majority of Klal Yisrael sin. Without the Beis Din, it's a minority. It's a big difference, right? Halacha is a big difference. So does the Beis Din themselves count in the calculation of majority? So we go, Mar Tzava Beis Din Mashmal Tzibor. One opinion says yes. Umar Tzava Beis Din Mashmal Tzibor. One opinion says no. Fundamental Machlokas. Levi Sema. And again, we'll say we're going to see. Like I said, this is not the sugya par halam davar minat tzibor. The good news is when we get there, you're going to be armed with so much incredible information. It's going to be a breeze. Levi Sema. You might tell possibilities. Holu Beis Din Ba'asur Rov Kal. The other possibility is, we'll say what happens over here. We have a typical case. Beis Yavera. Uman Chacham Rabbi Shimon Amar Tzibor Maisi U Beis Din Maisi. Wow. So apparently both sides, there is a third opinion, Rabbi Shimon. So up until now we thought it was Machlokas. One opinion says Klal Yisrael brings the power. Other opinion says Beis Din brings the power. Well, now there's a third opinion that says everybody brings the power. Ultimately, again, the Beis Din brings the power. Klal Yisrael brings the power. Paras for everyone. Levi Sema. Shevet Shasu Baras Beis Dinos. What's the other possibility? What's the Machlokas? We're just trying to figure out different ways to frame this Machlokas. Maybe the Machlokas is like this. What happens? I will say every Shevet had their own court system as well. What happens if a Shevet, an entire tribe, their particular Beis Din? So Mar says, Uman Chachamim, who are the Chachamim? Yehudi Bisanya, Shevet Shasu Baras Beis Dino, also Shevet Chayiv. So this is very interesting. If the Shevet went ahead and acted under the instruction of its Beis Din, the Shevet will be Chayiv. Okay, Levi saying, okay, go on. Shechatu Shrubo Shalkal, O Shiva Avabi Shen Rubo Shalkal. And what's this in the following case? Still part of the Minat Tzibor. Let's say you have a situation where 6 tribes sinned, but they are the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 tribes sinned, so you have the tribal majority. What happens there? Umastisin Maner B'Shimon Ben Elazi Disanyo B'Shimon Elazi Omer Mishmo So we'll say it's actually a Pascal of Lamais. We're going to see this later on, that for establishing majority can be established in one of 2 ways. Either numerical majority or tribal majority. Either one of those 2 will create a majority ultimately again for Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibor. Incredible, I'll say. Fine. Amar Basi. We'll say fascinating. Amar Basi says, so we'll say, it's again, takeaways over here, still say Machlokas. Whether it's Rabbi Yehuda and the Chachamim or Rabbi the Chachamim, still say Machlokas. Individual acts as a result of a mistaken and erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Is there individual liability for a Chachas or not? Machlokas. That's our overarching Machlokas. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of information and sub-machloksim as well. Another one to keep in mind, who brings the Pahalam Davar Minat Tzibor? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klal Yisrael? Is it both? What constitutes a majority? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as we go along. This is a fascinating statement. Amar Basi, let's get ready for this. This is a wild Gemara. Now we'll say, so remember again, for Pahalam Davar Minat Tzibor, what do you need? Majority. However, we're calculating majority, numerical majority, tribal majority, but the power is only brought if the majority of Klal Yisrael sins as a result of an erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Come on, Rasi says, the majority of Jews is only calculated by overwhelming statement by the residents of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Chutz La'aretz do not count in this calculation. Shnei Amar, why is that? Shnei Amar, Vayas Shlomo Va'isai Esachad. We saw after Shlomo Melech built the Beis Hamikdash, he made a big yabif. The Chol Yisrael Imo Kal Gadol. And with Shlomo Melech was a large assembly. Levol Hamas ad Nachal Mitzrayim, from Levol Hamas until the border of Egypt. Which I essentially, when they celebrated for 14 days. I understand. Mythic Sibakol Yisrael Imo Kal Gadol Levol Hamas ad Nachal Mitzrayim Namali. So as I understand, it already says that all of Klal Yisrael came to celebrate with Moshe. Right? Why does it then have to say a Kal Gadol, a large Levol Hamas up until Mitzrayim? Why do that? Shmamina, I'll say, watch this. Hangu the Ikrikal, Abal Hanach lo Ikrikal. It is only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael that are called Kahal, that are called the Assembly of Israel. The Jews outside of Eretz, this is an incredibly and overwhelmingly striking Gemara. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says, Halach acharov Yoshrei Eretz Yisrael, the Osam Shebachutz Haaretz, Eino min Haminyin. It's a little bit of an abrasive statement, right? Ultimately, again, the Jews of Chutz La'aretz, ultimately, again, are not part of the town. Not part of the Italian. So we'll say, so this is a fascinating halachic concept as well. Klal Yisrael, or we should say Kahal Yisrael, Jews of Chutz La'aretz, still bona fide Jews, but we do not count towards part of Kahal Yisrael. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, for this purpose over here, for Kahal and government of Tzibor, majority is only calculated based on the Jews who live in Eretz Yisrael. Not the Jews who live because we see a lot of different examples of this. For example, Yovel becomes Doraisa when in Eretz Hashem Rod Yoshel. The majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. So you see that there are certain things that only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael count towards the total tally. We'll say it's an overwhelming thing for us to contemplate, and the truth is, we feel this. You feel when you're in Eretz Yisrael, you always feel like you are part of something bigger. That's it. The most wonderful, leaving aside anything else. When you come to Eretz Yisrael, by definition, your neshama feels, I am part of something bigger than myself. The greatest challenge of Chutz La'aretz is that ultimately, again, we're proud Jews, we're happy to be a part of something beautiful, but that feeling, we can have that feeling of Kehillah, which Baruch Hashem we worked very hard to create, but that feeling of kahal, ultimately again, it's something that is only in Eretz Yisrael, that is only felt there. Strong, vibrant, beautiful Jewish life, you can find in many places, even outside of Eretz Yisrael. But kahal Yisrael, only in Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Pshita, well, this is a very interesting case here. So Pshita, Merubin Kenismatu, Hainu Punta de Rabbi Shimon Rabbanon. I got a lot more to say, by the way, on that, how we saw in Eretz Yisrael, but absolutely no time. So Amirat Hashem will come back to it. So Merubin Kenismatu, let's listen to this. So this is a very interesting case. Let's say, at the time that Klal Yisrael sinned, it was a majority, but by the time we get around to going ahead and doing the carbon, it's a minority. So how does this happen? Rashi says, people died. So now there's no longer a numerical majority. In other words, the number is not the same. Rashi says, Pshita, Ruben ben Ismatu, we go Shaulu Bezin, Basuro Kalapien, Viniskaibu Lahabi Parvelo, Rispiku Lahabi Ach Nismatu Shemesim Utsas. It's a very interesting case over here. At the time when Bezin Paskin, and the people committed the Avera, there was a majority. Now, at the time of the actual bringing of the carbon, it's a minority. People died. So what's the halacha? So Pshita, Merubin ben Ismatu, Hainu Punta B'Shem Rabbanon, is Machlokes. That's Machlokes B'Shem Rabbanon. Mu'atem ben Israbu, what happens was the opposite. Beis Din Paskin, ultimately, again, a minority sin, but now when we get ultimately, again, the Psak, halacha, it's a majority. So the Gemara says, what happens that night? Keep leading Shem Rabbanon. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the fundamental machlokas is, when do we establish liability? Is it ultimately, again, what we call basar yediyah at the moment of awareness, or is it basar chata? Ultimately, again, at the time of the bringing of the carbon itself. Or I should say, basar chata means the avera, basar yediyah means the moment, ultimately, again, that we have an awareness of culpability. When do we establish majority? The Gemara says, "My Tizbara, Emer Dusham is Rabbi Shimon the Azal Af Basri Yediyah. Rabbi Shimon is not just going Basri Chata, he even goes Basri Yediyah. Oh, Nishamis, like maybe according to Rabbi Shimon, you need both Yedin Chata, with it's just Yediyah awareness, but ultimately again, not in the majority by the actual commission of the Chait. Who would say it is liability? Didn't came. Rabbi Shimon requires both the majority, both at the time of Yediyah and Chata. Okay, interesting. By the way, next case, Holu based in Chaylev. Basin came along and asking, Caleb is mutter. Okay, then what ended up happening? A minority of Klal Yisrael acted on the psak. Fine. Then what happened? Basin realized their mistake. And ultimately again retracted the psak. So then what happened? The Chazru Basin by Baholu. Then Basin paskined again. Caleb is mutter. Okay, right? The boss says, say to yourself, this, and what's the answer? Look in the mirror. How can you make the same mistake twice? Life is filled with most of us making the same mistake twice or 222 times. Like most of life is actually not making new mistakes. Most of life is actually just repeating the same mistakes over and over and over. One of the most frustrating things that often we encounter in the tshuva process is the inability to right ourselves, and the inability to kind of get the reins on the same stuff. I mentioned this a number of times already. When we come, we have the tshuva, because I think for many of us, it's not that I finished this year. I never did this Aveda before. This is incredible, right? And diversifying, spiritually diversifying, right? I did what else. Most of us, what do we come with? The same chatan, same Avedas. And it's the same Avedas that I've been doing for